is 22 miles per hour over a 24-hour leg. I don't believe it, bro. Even their own comments, their own speeds don't add up. You just got to watch it.
Ryan, did you pull another all-nighter, man, or did you just get up early?
Now, my birthday was yesterday, dude. I didn't go to sleep, man. My schedule's all fucked up.
Happy birthday.
The other day when I said I was going to stay up, yeah, I know. Friday, when I said I was going to stay up, I didn't. And that snowballed. So, yeah, I slept all day. It rained. It poured down rain here all weekend, too. And I just slept out all day long. So, I got to stay up today to get back on a regular sleeping schedule.
Brian, did you say that their speed is 40 knots in the north and 1.6 knots in the south? Did you say that?
No.
What was the numbers?
What are you asking me?
The numbers in the knot speed in the north and the knot speed in the south for the boats.
The world record speeds, I think, are almost 30 miles per hour for a 24-hour leg in the north, and then in the south it's like, I think, 14 or maybe 20 miles per hour or something. It's like about 30 or something percent slower. But the average time in the north was like 26 miles per hour, and the world record speed was for this one boat, it averaged 26 miles per hour every 24 hours. I mean, 26 miles per hour for the whole race. The world record speed for all 30 years in the south is 22 miles an hour, I think it was, or 21 point something. So the world record speed didn't even fucking come close to the average in the north of a comparable boat. It's a joke, dude. But then you see this boat, you see it's going way faster than they say.
I say that's
gotta watch it, man. Watch darn these pesky statistics. Just put it in fast motion. There's a good song that plays along with it and everything, dude. Just watch it, dude. It's not that long of a video.
You posted it?
Yeah, I posted it in live text. It says, darn those pesky statistics.
Hey, Brian, did you see I sent you that Telegram group for the Flattoberfest? I texted you.
Yeah, I've seen the text, man, not too long ago, but I looked at it, but I didn't open it. What is it?
It's that Telegram group for Flattoberfest. If you wanted to find out if anybody was going camping, where they were going to be.
Oh, yeah. Good.
Good night, guys. I'm going to bed.
Bye.
Take it easy, bro. May you dream good in a many scenic routes. That one guy first joined here, man, when he seen my videos, I think he came to talk to me about the races and shit. And he's like asking me these questions. I'm like, no, I really don't know that much about the races. I'm just looking up the numbers that they post and showing you the boats, you know? And I'm not making any definite claims. I'm just saying, that doesn't sound right to me, you know? And I'm asking questions like, wouldn't it be faster if this and this, you know, doesn't they're racing, you know? So I'm just basically, you know, leaving it a little bit vague. But he comes in, you know, saying, you know, obviously with knowledge of this shit. I think it's Kool-Aid or somebody. I think it might be somebody else. But and then we're sitting here discussing it, dude. And we're talking about the ocean. And when I first talked to him, he's telling me that the boat doesn't go in the Indian Ocean. And I'm like, dude, who am I talking to, bro? This guy's, he's literally just trying to knock down everything I say, to the point of claiming the boats don't go in the Indian Ocean. And I'm like, dude, look at your globe, you know, or go to Google Earth You can't go around the world, at that latitude or any, I guess, whatever, without crossing the Indian Ocean. He's like, it just, he's telling me other things, but past that, it was hard for me to even take anything he said seriously for a while anyway. When he can't even imagine, when he's going against me so hardcore that he's willing to deny the boats even going in. It's just weird to me. And I'm thinking this. So I'm thinking the 24-hour world record. That's all the oceans around the whole Earth and over all these races and all these boats. And, so at some point, they should have hit an ocean with good conditions where they could keep up with the North. And, and it's not, it ain't like a one-off, the speed in the North, the speed in the North, they broke it. And, and they're pressing that time again. They're pressing to break their own records. And in the South, it's a good bit slower, dude. And it should be, like I said, if you're talking about the whole entire damn world and circling it, in all these years of all these boats races, they should have had conditions one damn day because they got good boats. And if you ask me, it looks like they're going faster in the South. I show a boat in the North to start the race, and under similar conditions that look like in the South, to me, like, man, it looks like a coffee break for the northern boats that are supposed to be hauling ass, and these boats in the South literally fucking flying, dude. To me, they look like they're going faster. But they're gonna, take what they're given. So why would they even think? Nobody thought about the Earth being round or flat. Pilots never considered it. They just fly. Surveyors, anybody. You just go about your business. You never even think about the Earth being flat. You just show whatever speed that tells you you're going, then that's the speed you're going. You don't question it. The only time you start questioning is when you woke up to the possibility of a flat Earth. Then,
I agree.
Then you look at things.
Yeah, I mean, I interviewed two pilots on one of my trips when I had a layover. And like I said earlier, if you heard me say it, the pilot told me, he's like, look, man, I'm not an engineer. I don't know how to, these questions you're asking me, because I was asking him about fuel and where it's stored and how much this, and just the general question. He's like, man, I just fly the plane.
And I'm wondering, that guy acts like the pilots would know if they're going faster. The pilots are going to go by the speed that they're given and nothing more, nothing less. I don't think they would notice. Personally, I don't think.
Well, even consider that. Let's say that a pilot is flying and he sees something that makes him go, "Whoa, that's kind of weird." Like, if we're on a globe, then why is that? And he'd be just like, "I don't know. We're still on a globe, though." It's not going to be something that's going to necessarily wake him up. Just like I said before, like when I first started truck driving, I'm just driving along. I'm thinking, okay, look, I'm going west right now. That's kind of like me going against the conveyor.
We lost you, bro. We lost you. I think I know what you were saying, but
it's coming towards me, and I'm going against it. That's kind of weird.
I hear you. I hear you now. Work? You got to repeat all that, bro.
Am I back right now?
Yeah, it's robot, and I can hear you now, but yeah, we lost you. I think I know what you're saying about going. But if you give me the condensed version of that, if you ain't robot.
Yeah, it's just that I remember driving along the road going west, thinking that I was driving against the spin of the Earth. It was just something that I thought of and was just like, I don't know, how does that work? Like, if I turn north, then the spin's coming against me on the left. Like, that's really interesting. But I didn't give it any other thought. I just kept driving.
I ain't heard this in a long time, but I've heard, several times, that they tried to follow the sun, like some planes like tried to follow the sun a little off the equator, you know, within the plane's capabilities and shit. And it doesn't work. Like it fucking varies. They can't. And I looked it up about the equator, and it said blatantly they don't even have the whole equator map. It said that the equator is mostly water, and that it's not mapped out. So it's just mapped, basically mapped, you know, due to the heavens and all that. If you look at the map, you know, there ain't much land around the equator, which sucks. But it's just mapped out like that, man. It just seems like, I don't know. It seems like they'd be able to follow the sun around if they knew right, like say it like 40 north, where it's only 600, 700 miles per hour or something. You'd think a plane would be able to follow the sun for an extended route, but you know, they said that they couldn't, and I'm trying to find where they said the shit. I ain't heard it in a while, so I want to find it, and I'm like, why can't they? You know, what was their excuse at the time? I
Yeah,
forgot.
well, that would be good if you did find that, because I brought that up the other week. I had started thinking about that for the first time. It's like I would think that you would actually do that for science. You would just have to set up different legs where people would fly a certain distance, and then another person would fly so that you could keep up and match the sun.
Then I seen, but one thing I did find looking for that back was the damn the nonstop from JFK, which is in New York, to Moscow. And it's like they took off at sunset, like as the sun's going down. It's supposed to be going down like out past California, the opposite way. And they take off, and the sun stays to their left the whole freaking time until they get right there to Moscow, and it winds up overhead. I'm like, how does that work on a globe, dude? Sun that's supposed to be antipodal behind you, damn near. Granted, you're in the north a little bit, but still, it didn't make much sense to me for a globe that you could see it off the distance. Even after it's set, you could see the light coming up from the horizon, and then all of a sudden, it's directly over your head. Like what? That's a tough one. So maybe that's why they can't follow the sun. It's sporadic or something. But if they got it mapped out like they say they do, they should be able to follow it.
Yep. You know, people have recorded doing that.
Why are you whispering, Kosha?
Because I'm not supposed to be on here. But yeah, it's very funny. But
yeah, let's see it.
well, no, I'll be honest with you. I can't. I'd have to search for it. Should be just as likely for you to find it before me. Regardless, I've seen it. Pilots, and I mean, Zanuck says the same. I remember seeing military pilots talk about doing this. I don't think it's that difficult to do, and I don't think that it's something that people purposely do. But I know that some flights, you know, coincidentally would you know just be following it. I think in the cases that I've heard of it.
Well, I looked for it, Coach. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find them saying that they couldn't do it, but I also couldn't find them doing it either. So maybe if you find it, I'll watch it.
How's that model coming, Kosho?
I thought about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got so much. It's one of those things. It's one of those things, man, where it's like, oh yeah, I got to do that too. Okay, I got so much shit on the back.
Just say what I want to hear, Travis. You're right. Can't be done.
See, now you make me now you make me fucking make it my priority. Cause all I need, the problem is I have these two video cameras and I don't have the fucking cord for them. I don't have like the fucking charger for them. I don't even know what kind of charger they take.
Put the model in Amazon to give you the parts.
Yeah. I don't have that much attention span. That's why I hate ordering stuff online. I hate ordering stuff online because I know I'm not going to be interested in it by the time it gets there. I'll search it right now. Let's just see.
Also showed a leg of another race where the guy cuts up north to take a shortcut. They're not thinking about a globe. And this guy goes to cut through like Cape whatever, Cape Hope or some shit. I forgot the name of it, but it's a shortcut up north in the southern hemisphere. How would a shortcut be north toward the equator? You're literally adding hundreds of miles. I think it was like 500 miles. I forgot. How's that a shortcut? On the globe, the shortcut would be further south because you're going in a shorter distance. Like think of the Great Circle in the north. You know, the further north, the shorter the circle, all the way down to zero at the North Pole. So it'd be the same in the south. The further south you went would be the shortcut. But he went north for a shortcut, and they said it, you know, because like I said, they weren't thinking about the globe Earth debate, flat debate. They're just calling it how they see it. They just showed a guy cutting north to take a shortcut, dude. It's crazy. That's a shorter video, but I posted it in the race. I was looking into the races in the south. I think it was the Volvo or something. But wouldn't be a shortcut on a globe. It'd be a way longer cut. God, Rumpus gets me worked up every time, dude. Earlier, sitting there screaming so I couldn't talk, dude. I fall for it every time, dude. And I'm like, dude. And then he started calling people stupid, saying about math and all this shit, dude. And then I start firing back even harder, which I shouldn't do. I know Gio don't like it, dude. I can't help it, dude, because he starts talking about the reason being like ticket prices. Like, dude, so that's the reason. To me, that is so stupid. I can't not say that. Like, bro, the reason the planes cross the equator, the question is why do the planes sometimes cross the equator on the southern long haul flights? And they all try to say they don't, you know, and I have to show them literally half the time. But then they're like, well, and he said pricing. So I was thinking, you know, for monetary reasons, like they didn't have enough passengers, so they stopped in LA to pick up more people prices. He's literally talking about ticket prices. So ticket prices are why the planes cross the equator. I'm like, oh my God, dude. And I can't even get a word in to point out that ticket prices would not be the reason the airline crossed the equator from a long haul southern hemisphere flight. It's just ridiculous, dude. The answer. But I fall for it.
I don't think it's a bad answer. But regardless,
ticket prices, bro. That's why the planes cross the equator sometimes.
the problem
Because
is
of ticket prices. That's
the
a
way.
non-answer, Kosho.
Well, the way you guys communicate, like you and Rumpus, because all it takes is one of you guys to be the bigger man, like, you know, to, because you're right, he was doing that a whole bunch, like the insulting and interrupting, but then so are you know what I mean? So it just kind of fuels the other. But yeah, so I think that I'm not sure that you completely understood what he was expressing, because neither of you guys were able to, you know, fully flesh out whatever it was that you
I
were
know,
saying.
man, but I'm asking my questions, man. And he's telling me I'm wrong. I'm like, dude, I'm asking you questions. You give whatever answer you want. Don't tell me I'm wrong. I'm not even trying to be right or wrong. I'm only asking questions. The only person who did, I thought it was only Zanuck who literally, now there's two of them who tell me I'm wrong when I ask questions. He literally got in an argument with himself.
To be fair, I think Rumpus was the original. Zanuck would be the second one.
Yeah, I guess so.
I like both of them, but they're both and so are you, incorrigible. Incorrigible. I mean, somebody who can't. There's no adjusting to be done. Like basically,
Yeah,
you're stuck in your ways. Because
I fall for
Xanax
it.
like that. It doesn't matter how many times he gets, warned that he's going to get muted or anything like that. He can't stop himself.
Yeah, but just rewind and listen back. I never don't let them yell. If I'm usually just kind of spit out a quick comment, and I can never get it in, dude. But then when I do, I gotta yell, or else they'll never let me get a word in. And then when I go to interrupt, I'm just trying to make a quick comment, like to get them back on track. Them, when they're doing it, if you don't believe me, just rewind it. When they're doing it, they just go on and on and on.
It's a
Yell
hard.
forever. I'm yelling to get a word in.
It's a hard. It's a hard comparison to make, but honestly, I think you might be right that you might be you might be the least worst out of the three of you. I just I can think of so many times where it's like I couldn't imagine why they wouldn't just stop for a second.
Like one of the questions, dude, he goes to repeat it back and he repeats it back wrong. So I'm just trying to clarify the damn question, dude. I'm just trying to stop him long enough to say, let me clarify the question. Let me clarify the question. Dude, hold on. Let me clarify the question. And he's just yelling for ages, bro. And finally he's done. And I'm like, okay, let me clarify the question. And it just, dude, it's insane. Yeah, I do fall right for it, man. But if it's I don't know, man. If I get to just speak my piece, then I don't have to always be like that, man. It's only when I get riled up from other people, not intentionally blocking what I have to say, that aggravates me, and I fall for it every time.
Yeah, well, like I said, all people don't realize this, but Jeremy does this a lot too. Because if you realize that all it requires is one of you guys to relax or be patient for a second, even if you have to listen to him talk for a whole second, at least it'll be done quicker because he'll fucking get everything he's got to say out, and then hopefully you'll get a chance to speak. But definitely, if you both are trying to fight for it, there's no way that it's going to end.
I don't mind being interrupted, dude, if it's just a quick point. While I'm talking, I can hear an interruption. Damn fucking
Yeah.
diatribe. Just so you can interrupt me all you want with a keyword, and it might get my attention, or I might keep going, dude. I don't mind it. I think we stop the conversation. Not always. It does call for it a lot, but sometimes it's just like just let it go. It'll smooth itself out, But sometimes that doesn't work, So, but in me being able to say keyword, little 2, 3, maybe 5 word tops interruptions, like that ain't what I mean, or something like that.
Yeah.
Quick interruption, that's fine. I can dish it out and I can take it.
I think that's the
But
problem.
it's trying to shut somebody down and not talking. That pisses me off when somebody just tries to ask a question and ask it over and over. I'm trying to answer it, and they keep repeating the question louder and louder as I go. Naturally, keep getting louder. Can't help it.
Well, that's funny you said that though. That you're okay with people doing that because Xanax says the same thing. He's like, yeah, I don't mind if you interrupt me to say something like that or whatever. And I think that's probably what makes you guys both do it so much is because you're okay with other people doing it, right? Because it's like if someone's trying to bring up a quick keyword or whatever, you're fine with acknowledging that, and Zanuck is as well, so he doesn't mind. So he does it. He does it pretty often, And I mean, I can understand like he's not doing it because he's trying to be rude or something. He's doing it because to him it's acceptable. Like he would accept.
You got to think though, Coach. When you can't answer fairly concise, it ain't got to be yes or no. When you can't give a fairly concise explanation, you're probably spouting bullshit, bro. And
Sure.
some of these globe answers are so fucking stupid, like so long. Like you can't just say a concise answer because you gotta outline this, and it's like, dude, some of these answers from the length of them, you should make you suspicious and
No, that's
nothing else.
not. That's all. That's people specific. You know what I mean? Like it takes a very special skill to be able to very succinctly make a point that encompasses the entirety of a very complex idea, right? And
Yeah, but let me give you an example, bro.
especially, it's hard. That's why a lot of times I go on for a long time. But it's
Let
not
me give you an
good.
example. Okay, so I'm asking, we're talking about seasons, okay? And I sit there, Xanax talking about because the angle and the freaking sun and the solar panels, and if the angle's this and that, and it's like, dude, because the sun's closer. That's my answer. The sun's closer. It's fucking hotter. That fucking simple, dude. The sun's closer and it's hotter. I don't need all this 10-year fucking explanation on energy. You're gonna try and teach me energy and teach
But
me all this other shit. If it was just
perfect
angles,
example though.
the size of mountains that are getting 90-degree hit. I'm talking about whole mountain ranges that extend across continents. If it was just the angle, then the sides of them mountains would be.
Okay,
It's not just angles.
That's a great example though, because that, for me, like for instance, right now, if I don't have anything prepared, like a succinct 1-2 sentence description, if I wanted to keep it short, I could just tell you, you're wrong about what you just said. But if I wanted to explain it to you, it would take me a little bit, to try to, show you the nuance of how the simple statement you made about the sun's closer, it should be hotter, is wrong.
Yo, some of these motherfuckers got no social awareness. Brian, you be rambling forever. Kosho, you do the same shit, man. Almost a lot of people do that shit. Dude, just make a couple sentences concise and end it. Be fucking rambling on forever. No social awareness whatsoever.
No social cues. It's like these guys don't talk to people in real life,
Wow, dude. So, by the way, Nate, asshole, you're saying this. I'm right here, right? You're talking to Jeremy, talking about me in the third person. I'm right here, dude, right?
Oh, what happened?
I don't talk to people in real life. Is that what you're saying?
What? No, I was just co-signing whatever Jeremy was saying.
I'm gonna punch you in the stomach, dude. And like yesterday, when I was talking and then Percentage was talking, and just because it was about an Islamic topic, you were like, "Hey man, Percentage, it's time to speak, dude." I was like, "Dude, you're just fucking biased, dude. You just jumped in to do that."
Because we never talk about Islam, It's always Christianity and like all that Jewish dumb shit. No, I'm playing, man. I'm playing.
Yeah, man.
But I mean, Jeremy has a point. Not you, Kosho, but they all.
No, I admit it, man. That's what I was saying. I already know. I don't have that skill because Nate. Like there are some points that are not easy to express very quickly. And for me especially, I don't have that skill most of the time.
Damn, you gotta work on it, man. Like, some of you take forever to like get to a point. And, people are like impatient. They don't want to sit around waiting for you to explain something they don't even believe is true,
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess you just got to kind of understand that. Like when you're trying to explain something, like how something works on the globe, you got to understand that the audience doesn't even believe a word you say.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That's the point. That's part of the reason it takes so long is because I'm like in my head, I'm thinking like, I already know that this is not going to go across good. That's why I end up making models, pictures, or descriptions or something because it's quicker and to the point. But regardless,
Well, why put in all that effort though? Like for these guys,
it's just fun.
Like why make a model for Jeremy if he's just finding any way he can to pick it apart and show you what's wrong with it?
Yeah, Jeremy's an asshole, dude. I don't like. I've made stuff for him so he could show it to other people, and he'll fucking complain about it. But regardless, I mean, it's fun. It's fun to. It gives you an excuse to play around with stuff like that. You know what I mean? Models and all that kind of.
I've got something for you then, Kosho. Sorry, can I interject here? Sorry, gents.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got something for you to model and play with, if you want.
Sure, go ahead.
I'll post a meme that I've just done in the chat.
I have seen this. Yeah, I was wondering.
No, I've only just made this. It's the first place I've posted. Well, it's not. It's the third place I've posted it.
I saw a different rendition of this then.
Yeah. So if the claimed drop to the level line being the surface of standing water, or the surface of standing water represents the level line as claimed, and there is a curvature to that level line, then it should be measurable over the distance of a mile. And because this is almost a mile to one side, we should be able to measure the drop of the water from the level line. Oh, sorry, from the horizontal line. There's me confusing level and horizontal as being the same thing, which we all know they are. Go on, sorry.
I was just curious if some specificity. Like, where is this place exactly? Just
It's somewhere.
No.
I'm doing a presentation in Geos towards the end of this week around this place and how it is possible to geometrically measure a straight line over the surface of the water, then project that straight line into a plane using the surface of the water as the plane. Both measured analog, being surveyed the old-fashioned way, and then projected into the digital world using those measurements and the observations made across the surface of this water. If you would like to model out how you think it would act given your globe dimensions, the characteristics of the surface of water according to the globe model, then I would love to see that personally. It would be an excellent rebuttal against what I propose to put forward.
Okay. I mean, I guess two questions. One is, I guess, for the sake of this, I would just assume that the outer perimeter of where the water is a mile, just based on your word alone.
Okay.
Right.
One edge is 0.97 of a mile,
Okay.
and the other edge is slightly less than that. It's about 2/3 of a mile. I'll get you the exact measurements.
Okay.
And I'll draw you a square to those ratios, if you like, so you know what you're working with. Because all you need is the square. All you need is the size of the square. You don't need to know where it is. I'll get you the width of the water along the various edges, so you know how wide the surface of the water we're dealing with is.
Okay. And just to be clear, what are you expecting? Because you said you're going to model it or something like that.
I'm not expecting anything, Kosho. I want to know if it is possible to measure the drop of the water from an established horizontal plane using 3 different well-known surveying techniques, one being digital, one being analog, and a combination.
Okay. Curious, are you interested in GPS at all or not at all?
We can talk about that after the measurements are made and the comparison is made.
Fair enough. Okay. It's definitely an interesting looking place.
Well, if you can do it in one side, you can create a triangle in that plane, then you can do it in a second side, you can do it in a third side, and you can do it in the fourth side. Then that square becomes planar. That is a planar square. And the characteristics of water, being that hydrostatic equilibrium, must, through physics, apply to every area of that square. There cannot be an exception. And if that applies in this place, it applies everywhere.
Okay. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm not 100% clear. I guess I'd have to see your presentation or whatever. But are you in any way concerned with the angles of the corners, or
Being at 90 degrees in the plane.
right? Okay.
Well, they must be at 90 degrees in the plane, otherwise they wouldn't form a square.
Right. It's definitely an interesting looking place.
Mate, sure as shit is.
Yo, what are you gonna do? When you doing this presentation?
Towards the end of this week,
Sounds good. Sounds
I
good.
just got to put a few bits and pieces together, a few images and bits and pieces like that.
You guys love saying the word bits over there, and I love when you guys say it.
Well, the thing is, you know, I think we've been looking at this the wrong way round. We've been trying to get the surface of the water to adhere to the plane. Well, what's to stop us measuring the drop or the claimed drop of the surface of the water from an established horizontal plane? And here we've got a place that you can do it on two sides. And if it's geometrically a plane, you can just mirror that and it stands. All the measurements you've made and everything that you've done still stands geometrically. And then you can prove it with the water. You can make any geometric shape within this plane if that surface of that water is established to be a horizontal plane.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, you get a horizontal, you put water up to it, boom, you see if it's dropping or not, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, basically you measure the drop of that water, if there is any, from one end of that square to the other.
Yeah, perfect.
And then if it forms a horizontal, you can measure it corner to corner and it still stands.
Oh yeah, right. Long ways. Yeah. Well, I mean that mean that you mean diagonally or whatever. I mean that would be pretty difficult though, right?
Well, not if the principles of hydrostatics still stand in the plane that you formed, Kosho. No, it wouldn't be difficult because the principles of the surface of the water still stand. So effectively, the distance from corner to corner diagonally across that square, you are still measuring the surface of the water. It is one body of water. The hydrostatics still apply.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if this applies or not, but you know, Jeremy used to bring this up all the time. So he knows
This
I'm talking about
place,
with
this location, yeah.
No. I'm saying what I'm about to say. Jeremy would bring this up all the time, and that is that the spherical excess that triangles are supposed to have on a sphere, or they do have on a sphere. This doesn't apply to any triangle that you can see, from the surface. So if you're standing somewhere and you see two other people on the surface, you can all see each other. The triangle that would be made between you three would be a regular triangle. There wouldn't be any access to it.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know why you're invoking spherical access when we haven't even established if it's planar or not.
Well, that's what I'm saying is depending on what methods you're using to establish that it's planar, like to establish a square, rectangle.
All we're going to do, or all I would like to do, is establish that there is a drop of the surface of the water from an established horizontal plane. That's all, Kosho. Nothing about spherical excess, nothing about anything like that. Just establish that the surface of the water is planar in nature.
Yeah, you make a horizontal, and then you could put a children's ruler up to it at the end or something. If you know what I mean, if you got some water there or something, it's not.
DP,
once you got the horizontal. Go ahead, Brian.
If you prove there's no drop, and I'll prove that we can add R and equally map it as if it were dropping. Just
Travis is doing some wonderful stuff with his optics and the views of what happens within that band of confusion. And there is definitely a link between what we see and what is measurable. If we can demonstrate over the course of 1 mile that there is no drop from an established horizontal plane in the surface of water, then that is geometric. You can take that everywhere. You have established that link between the geometry and the water's surface. It's scalable. If it happens in a 1 mile square, it happens in a 2 mile square, 3 mile square, 4 mile square. Doesn't matter. The physics applies and the geometry applies. We all know that. Now, all we got to do is go and measure it. I mean, tell me I'm wrong. Please, somebody tell me I'm wrong.
No, that's perfect. Get a horizontal. You got the water. You measure if it's dropping or not. It's perfect. That's the whole crux of the whole thing.
You know, and we've been spending all this time and energy trying to cram the water into a tube, and all the time it's been there in front of us. You don't need to cram the water into a tube.
Yeah, the water level. I mean, if you don't have any water near where the horizontal is, yeah. But if you got water there, just make a horizontal.
And this is in a plane. Once you establish the plane, it's game over.
Brian said, "If you prove there's no drop, I'll suck your dick." Just kidding, Brian.
So, Kosho, if you could make the model as I've asked to demonstrate what would happen according to the rules of your model, I would be much appreciated, or it would be much appreciated by me.
I mean, it's pretty. If it's 1 mile, it's pretty easy, right? It's 8 inches per mile. So that's what you would think you would expect, right, for the drop.
And that would be a drop of the surface of the water, would it not, being the level line?
It'd be probably a distance from the horizontal that you've established 1 mile out, and where the surface of the water is in reference to that.
Mm-hmm. You do that on 2 sides. They have an intersecting section, being the corners there. So the 2 sides would share a common plane. I'm not wrong there, am I?
But yeah, if you found there was no drop from corner to corner, you could consider that a plane, sure.
Right, and then that plane, because the 2 other sides all share intersections on the corners, those 2 other sides can be included in the same plane. I'm not wrong there either, am I?
I mean, I would probably be careful with that. I mean, it probably wouldn't hurt
But
to
if
measure all the corners.
if it applies to the first one, and the second 2 corners are sharing the planes with sections of the first plane, they are in the same plane, are they not?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. Yeah, because you would just turn around and. But like I said, I mean, for the sake of being careful, you're there anyways. You know, I would probably measure all the corners.
Yeah, exactly. Measure all the corners.
I don't know much about surveying or the methods that you're using, but is there any idea what the precision, or the error margin is for whatever kind of measurement you're doing?
I would suggest, and this is the way that I have thought about this, about going about this. Actually, I don't want to give too much away, Kosho. at the moment. Because like I say, I'm going to do a presentation on this, and I would like other people to bring their ideas to the table. Okay, I want an open discussion about this. I think this is a valid place to look at for doing measurements of the claimed drop of the surface of the water. One, because it's a reasonable distance, and two, because it forms a plane, and we can establish the planar nature of the surface of the water. So I've got ideas on how to do this and how to bring analog surveying techniques and digital surveying techniques together. So you digitize the analog measurements. And I don't think we can go wrong with that, because once you've done that, you can put it in a point cloud and you can do what you want with it. Make comparisons against the plane. It's endless what you can do with it once it's in a point cloud. But you will always have those baseline first order measurements to refer back to, and they will be telling you what is true.
I mean, that sounds good, bro. That's what we've needed this whole time, a measurement from a horizontal. I'll tell you whether it's dropping or not. Perfect.
Well, I'm going to duck out, gentlemen. Thank you for your time, and sorry to interrupt on the conversation that was in hand.
You created a conversation, so it's good, man. But yeah, I look forward to checking
Yeah,
out.
that's a good place you found, man. Appreciate you bringing that to our attention, man. That's a good idea.
Well,
I can't wait.
Yeah. So, Kosho, I mean, just let me know how you get on, man. I'd love to see what you come up with. And again, thanks for your time, gentlemen.
No doubt, DP.
Jeremy, you talking about Brian sucking people's dick? You suck everyone's dick, dude. Anytime
It was a
anybody
joke.
anytime anyone brings anything to the table, you're like, dude, that's dope, man. That's the coolest thing I've ever heard of.
Well, what? He's gonna trying to measure water from a horizontal. What do you think? That's what we needed this whole fucking time.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've never heard Jeremy talk about my photos.
I've heard that too. He says that's what I'm saying. He sucks everyone's dick, man, including you.
No.
No,
He doesn't like my shit. No. He's like, you
Yeah.
can't prove anything from a photo. How do you know it's actual position?
Yeah, Travis's photos not dope.
Well, he reps you in other places, as he's brought it up in gyms before.
I tried to use you. They say you don't know how to use the camera.
Jeremy will stick to an argument for fucking ever, no matter how stupid it is. Like
I don't know how you could mess up my photos that I gave you, Jeremy, because they have the metadata in them. They show you the focal length in them. You can't, and then all you have to do is just compare the photos. The photos are not the same. They are not the same. Am I breaking up?
Yo, can you see the zoom in the metadata if you were zoomed or not?
It just tells you the focal length.
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Does that mean zoom?
Well,
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you want to say it that way, yes. If you're at 125 millimeter, you're zoomed in more than you would if you were at 50 millimeters. So yeah, it tells you the zoom.
Well, Zanuck fucking straight up lied to me. He said the zoom wasn't in the raw data.
They don't say zoom. It's in millimeters. I mean, 35 millimeter. That's a particular focal length. They don't. Some of the cameras convert it to zoom and tell you the times, but it's technically millimeters, the focal length.
That's the zoom. Okay.
Yeah, that is exactly.
So, and that's in the raw data focal length. All right.
You know what we need the raw data for? You know what we need the raw data for, guys? Am I cutting out?
Travis, Travis,
Danik what did Danik say?
He didn't. He said we need raw data, but you know what we need the raw data for? Any ideas?
Why?
Any takers?
No.
No.
Why, Bandsaw? I'll tell you after, Travis.
We need the no. Well, what's your guess? What do we need the raw data for? What's the most important piece of raw data that we could get?
I don't know. The zoom?
No. We need a horizontal line, boys. Come on, get with the program. Why are you ignoring the obvious?
Did you hear what DP just said?
No, I wasn't here. What did he say?
Oh, he's got a little horizontal thing he's going to do there.
Yeah, look in live text about 10, 12 minutes ago, man. That square body of water.
Yeah. The square canal, which is 1 mile square, basically. Yeah. How are they going to account for refraction? We know what the arguments are going to be. Right, refraction. The laser's going to refract over it. How are they going to account for that?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the tough thing with doing any kind of optical thing.
Exactly.
Like I said, though, see, if we do it and we find there's no curve, they'll say you're making line segments. But but if you do it all in one shot, then you got a massive amount of refraction. So this is unfalsifiable, according to the Globers.
That's why you've got to get 6 independent surveyors, Jeremy. Have the great survey off, get them to create a horizontal line, right? And then, right, get that water level up to it. It is absolutely foolproof. You need to be driving this home. It's foolproof.
No, I hear you. We definitely need to do that. That's some good shit. Just got to figure out. I still haven't figured out a place like what. Dude, the logistics of this is crazy. We need a whole bunch of people.
Water?
What's up?
In the picture you posted, right? Where's this?
It's at 9:01 p.m.
India. It's like a Hindu temple.
Ah, right. Okay.
Oh no, I think it was Indonesia.
I mean, how do we reach there?
There you go.
Get Eric Dubay. Isn't he over in Indonesia?
Boys, you can create a horizontal line anywhere. You're making it harder than what it is.
Listen, we've known this from the beginning, Bandsaw, and like all we do is just shit talk shit. We've always been talking about horizontal lines. I'm not trying to discount what you're saying. I'm just saying no one's doing anything like that.
Well,
no one's doing this horizontal line shit.
I did it almost a mile and a half, dude.
The method that I've proposed will either confirm flat or it will confirm globe. There's no way around it.
That's one of the first things I did, man, when I first heard about it, when I thought it was nonsense. I fucking went to the beach. We started to do overlapping lines, and fuck that, it's going to take forever because these lines aren't going far enough before the sag. So I just used my instruments with my son, and we went a good long ways, man. Not and for it. Dude, it wasn't dropping, dude.
Brian, I am not disregarding what you have done, what Rakia has done, or even what I have done myself personally. Right? I'm not disregarding any of that. But we've got to get independent people to do these things. Right? You've got to set it out. you've got to set it out scientifically, right? You've got to employ independent surveyors,
Yeah.
and you've got to get a water level that is long enough that can go the distance. That's the only way around it, and it's going to cost about 20 grand, right? So we can either keep on talking about things or actually do it.
Yeah, when I texted Dave Weiss and I said, "Hey man, can you help us out with networking to raise money?" He's like, "Man, I can't." He said, "I can't even get people to give me a thumbs up on videos. You think I can help you raise money?" He said,
That's ridiculous.
He said giving a thumbs up is free and people won't even do that. There's no way you're going to get them to raise this kind of money.
Oh,
Yeah, well, that's kind of, I don't know what to think about that answer.
It's kind of true. I mean, I even, did a GoFundMe for myself to try to get support so that I could get actual data out there more than just the photos. And, people just don't do it.
I super chatted you one day, Travis.
Okay, look, I'm saying the collective.
Okay. Like it was Australian dollars, so it probably didn't go too far. But anyway, nonetheless.
I got a Slurpee and icing.
Are you saying flat earthers don't support other flat earthers?
Yes, that's correct.
That's
In mass. I mean, look, I'm not going to discount. I've thanked everybody who's given the money, but in terms of the amount that needs to be done, it's just not there.
I'd say the whole community as a whole just don't do it. Like both sides should get on board.
Yeah, I agree.
Why both sides?
Why not?
Well, wouldn't you want to put down your opponent? Come on.
You guys ain't my opponents. You guys are my friends.
Listen, you got Rocky Balboa out there, and you're Apollo Creed. You don't think you want to step into the ring because you know you can whip them? Come on, man.
But Travis, this ain't that deep to me. I just come here to talk to you guys about other stuff. When you guys talk about level drops, that stuff doesn't matter to me. Like, is it really that important?
It's the Achilles heel in your model. Yes, it is. Yes, it is that important. There's no such thing as there is no such thing as connecting line segments and making a circle. No such thing. No thing. No thing.
Yeah, then you got to talk to Zanuck and them about getting money. Then, like, I think they take it as seriously as you do. I guess
they've heard us whine and cry. They know about it.
Say what?
They have heard us whine and cry. They know.
Okay.
They know what we're saying.
Yeah.
All they do is like come in here and be the Discord warriors that we all. I mean, that's all we are here. Are Discord warriors.
I'm the
so how much money do you guys? Oh, sorry.
20 grand. 20 grand.
20 grand. 20 grand. So you guys can't put together 20 grand? Come on. Rocky is rich as hell. He owns the whole boat.
He's donated $500 already.
Okay.
Jeremy and I put in $5 each.
Okay, that's the start. We got $510.
$10. Well, $507.50 because mine is Australian dollars.
How much is? I mean, let's fundraise. It might take a while, but we can get the 20 grand in a few years, right?
Well, you should be able to do it overnight, really. But anyway, maybe I'm just an optimist. Unrealistic.
Yeah, I think it is unrealistic to expect 20 grand overnight, man. So.
If Sly Spa Kane can raise $5 grand for a leaky water level test, what the fuck is going on? How can he raise $5,000 for his leaky water level test?
Let me ask a question. Hey, Nate, if what
Yeah.
Bandsaw is proposing is done and the test is performed, would that be sufficient evidence for you one way or another? What he's proposing?
It would be a good piece of evidence. We would need to do the test a few more times, repeat at different locations, different variations. But it would be a good basis to start off from.
So 60,000,
it's the same way,
80,000.
like, we need 60 grand?
You just
How
said
many-
repeat it.
Oh, hang on, someone's calling me. I'll be right back.
All right.
Go feed the dogs.
He's got to give himself an out clause.
Vincent, do you understand that the GPS device that you would require?
Oh, listen,
to
Kosho,
make a
we
straight line?
already
Hold on for a
debunked
second,
you.
Travis, hold on a second, man.
Let him go.
Yeah, but the GPS receiver that you would require, that the surveyor that you called, said you should use to make the straight line that he would use, it's not going to cost $20,000. It costs a couple hundred.
When did I say a GPS receiver was going to cost $20,000? Can you name one time when I said a GPS receiver was going to cost $20,000?
Let me ask Kosho something real quick. Kosho.
Hold on, before you answer the question, you didn't say that, Bandsaw. I'm giving you a suggestion so you don't have to spend $20,000.
Of course, you've got to spend $20,000. We're going to do a scientific test.
Let me ask Kosho. If I'm in the middle of that mile, and I can make a horizontal line that'll be at the middle point, looking both ways, right? So I could look a half mile one direction, and let's say if it's 2 inches drop, both directions. So there's 2-inch drop over half a mile, right? And it's horizontal, right? That's the horizontal line in your model, right?
Sure, yeah.
Horizontal to the center. So then how is it 8 inches if it's horizontal from point to point with a 2-inch hump in the middle?
I'll just show you a picture. I'll have to make you a picture.
Brian, it can only exist after he back engineers the math inside it. We've already debunked you on this, Kosho.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if there's a tangent from one side to the middle that's 2 inches over half a mile, then it could be an 8-inch drop. But if it's horizontal in the middle, the way they claim it is, then you have a 2-inch hump in the middle with a horizontal line with not 8 inches of drop. He's going to have to change the angle to get 8 inches. So he can't claim that line's horizontal, even in the middle.
From one side.
No, physically, you're going to have a horizontal line, no question. Mathematically, you've got a 2-inch hump in the middle.
Mm-hmm. And how scientific is it, Kosho, just to rely on GPS? Wouldn't you want to cover all bases, all variables?
Yeah, but don't you see my point? If there's a 2-inch hump in the middle, then there can't be 8 inches of drop from one end to the other. If it's a horizontal line in the middle, it's horizontal in the center. If it's a tangent from one of the centers, then that's different. But I think we've been measuring this wrong the whole time.
The tangent's going to have the drop. If you do a tangent, it's going to drop. There's not going to be a hump.
It depends where you start the tangent from. If the tangent starts from the start, you'll get your 8 inches. If it's starting from the middle, well, then that's going to be a totally different reading.
Yeah, but the water is the water. And that's why
it depends where you start the tangent from when you're creating that horizontal line. If you start it from the end, you'll get your tangent. So you'll get your 8 inches. But if you start it in the middle, it's only horizontal from the middle. Okay.
Right, and you can't have a double tangent, right? So if I start my line 2 inches above the center point, 2 inches, I'm in the middle of the mile, and I start my line 2 inches above, then in half a mile it's going to drop 2 inches one way, and it's going to drop 2 inches the other way. So technically it should touch the water on each end. That'd be breaking the laws of geometry with a double tangent. You see what I'm saying? Our measurement's been wrong the whole time. I've never agreed with the middle point being a fourth. That doesn't work.
Well, they say every time you move your equipment, you're making a new tangent, don't they?
Right, I'm not moving it though. I'm only setting up in one position. You see what I'm saying? I mean, just think about it like, as in, you could think about it as leapfrogging, but just think about this one setup. So if I'm expecting 2 inches of drop on a ball, and I set up 2 inches above the water, then I'm level with the water. Then my horizontal line is basically going to be 2 inches. Let me think of it like this: if I set up
Yeah, but you can't
2 inches
be
below
reading
the water, how about that? 2 inches below the water, yeah, then it can work.
you can't be
Instead
reading
of,
something over half a mile. It won't work. They're gonna invoke refraction and all those other bits and bobs.
oh yeah, I was just saying that distance for measurement to do a thought experiment. But I still say that if it is a horizontal line and it's dropping 2 inches each way, then that makes it a 2 inch hump in the middle. And if I'm not changing angles, I'm going up 2 inches and then back down 2 inches. If them lines are equal elevation, unless I draw a tangent from one side or the other, then it's not 8 inches along the whole leg.
Correct. Horizontals on a globe do not lay in an equal elevation. The plane of equal elevation. So, what's the problem with that?
What do you mean? Wait. What do you mean? Horizontals don't lie. That's what the definition of a horizontal is: equal elevation. The point.
So horizontal is a straight line that's perpendicular to vertical.
Horizontal.
There is
a
definitions
straight
that conflate levels and level and horizontal and so on. And the reason for that, even on a globe, is that horizontal and level approximate to the same thing locally. So that's why in common language, as well as in some applications that don't range over tens of miles rather than more like tens of feet or hundreds of feet, they're the same in good over that distances. They're the same in good approximations. So that's why many definitions and many applications and colloquially level and horizontal get defined and are applied in a way that conflate those two things. But if you're talking about differentiating in a conversation where it's the differentiation or the difference of them is in dispute, obviously you have to apply definitions
I have a question.
that distinguish those two things, right?
Okay, I have a question. So, if you drive two stakes into the ground that are both 3 meters high, how do you describe the relationship from point to point on those stakes at 3 meters?
They're both 3 meters high.
How do you describe their relationship to each other?
How do you describe their relationship to each other?
All right. Let's say, for instance, you were going to build a doorway. So you drove 2 posts into the ground, and you needed your doorway to be 6 feet high. So you made it 6 feet, and then you put a crossbeam across the top. How would you describe the position of the crossbeam at the top of those 2 posts?
Being at the top of the 2 posts. Just as you described it just now.
Am I not being clear?
I don't see how that's not the description. You mean, what would I describe this position as, or this orientation to each other as?
Okay, well, I drive in. Okay, hold on.
The ground is.
I'm going to try it. I'm going to try again. I'm going to drive 1 post in, and I establish that post is vertical. Are you okay with that description? It's a vertical post.
Okay.
Okay. And then 3 feet away, I drive another post in, establish it's vertical. Both posts are 6 feet high. I drop a crossbeam across the top of those 2 posts. How would you describe the orientation of that crossbeam?
You just described it.
I know, but okay.
I'm not
here's
sure
what-
where you can. You just go where you're leading?
Okay,
with this?
okay, help me. Okay, help me. How did I describe it?
Described it by being the crossbeam being on top of the two posts that are both vertical and 3 feet above the ground. 6. Whatever.
I feel like you know what I'm asking and you're intentionally
he
not
might not.
answering the question.
I do know
I
what
don't
you're
see
asking
the point
now.
of you asked me to describe it after you just gave a description
Okay,
of it.
he means in the same way he described the other line. So, for instance, the line that he just created, I would say that it's horizontal, only at a position that is halfway between the other 2 points that where you established those posts at. That's where that line would be horizontal at the halfway point between them.
In context of what I just said or explained is that since those posts are not miles apart from each other, but like few feet apart from each other, if they are horizontal, if that line is a horizontal or a level line, is basically the same thing. It can be conflated in very good approximation. It does not have a significant difference. But we're having a conversation that inherently implies like a difference between those two. At least under a certain concept. For example, under a certain concept of a globe, there would be a difference between those two.
Oh my god! It's really hard to be patient because you just keep talking. Made a point already, and now you just keep on talking like you have to explain more when you don't need to explain any more. My question to you is: no, I didn't ask you a question. After you gave me your answer, after you answered my question, I didn't follow up with another question yet. You just kept talking like I wanted to hear more, but you finished your statement by saying that you would describe that crossbeam as horizontal or level. They can be interchanged. That's what you said, right?
Okay.
Okay? Right. So the two posts holding up that horizontal are both the same elevation. So a horizontal line in this description has equal elevation at every point. That's a horizontal.
You can describe it as a horizontal, yes.
Okay, great.
You can define it that way, but that way, if you do that, then you're taking away the ability to differentiate the globe and the flat Earth.
Sure, why you're talking about a globe or a flat Earth right now. I don't know why you have to bring in the differentiation between a globe and a flat Earth.
the overarching topic or context.
No, I'm just trying to build a doorway.
That's the overarching topic or context.
No.
That's the overarching topic or context.
No, it's not.
That's the overarching Can you please let me finish my sentence?
You just keep repeating yourself.
Travis, I started a sentence with that's the of the, and what was there to follow? You interrupted every time. What was I about to say?
We are talking about creating a doorway. That's it.
Travis, what was I about to say when you kept interrupting me?
The first thing you said was incorrect. The first thing
I know. Did you? No, I did not. I did not finish the sentence. I said that's the of the. You interrupted me before the.
You know what, Travis? Let's listen. Let's listen.
Did you realize that you were interrupting me before you were knowing
what
my point was?
Hello. You've got the floor. You no need to monologue about how you were interrupted. Make your point and then move on, please.
Okay. Overarching topic or context of conversations on here, or like why we talk about those different things, is at Earth. That's the overarching theme in the server.
You just said it twice in a row. Just said the same thing right now, twice in a row. Are you going to say it 3 or 4 times in a row? What's the next thing you're going to say?
Hold your cool, Travis. Let him finish.
He's triggered.
No. Just finish your point. Come on.
What's the point?
Okay, then don't. All right then. Okay, don't. No point. But yeah,
What's the
simple,
point?
simple. Well, I gave you an opportunity to finish, and you didn't want to take it, so that's your choice, not mine.
Oh, you said there was no point, and that's not correct. There was a point. I just finished it.
You said to me just then, "There's no point." Right?
No, I did not say there's no point. I said I just finished it.
Okay. Well.
So all you did was say the same thing that you said before. So you said what you said. I interrupted you, and then you said that you weren't able to finish what you had said. But all you did was repeat what you said.
But,
you interrupted me before I finished that sentence at every point until you were interrupted.
But you didn't add anything when you were given.
Yes, I finished the sentence. I said that's the overarching context. Or whatever.
Well, we weren't building an arch. We were building a doorway. Well, actually, the doorway could have been an arched doorway. Actually, could have been eventually. Would have been pretty fancy. But...
Yeah, but it would have been a very small circle. The radius would have been too small for whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great content-rich conversation.
Well,
fucking troll.
But the convenient thing. The convenient thing, Travis, is that the numbers are either really, really, really too big or really, really, really too little. That's kind of what it boils down to at the end of the day.
What I call that, Bandy?
Sorry? What?
I said, you know what I call that?
Oh, I do actually. I do. Oh.
The great scale
The scalar. Yes. When do you think the last scientist died, Travis?
I think that's a pretty brilliant way to sum it all up. But
yeah,
I don't know.
Yesterday?
No. Funny that Kosho talked about confirmation bias when everything after Newton is confirmation bias, or everything after Eratosthenes. Yeah, listen, everything after Eratosthenes, he already knew it was a sphere, so he did a measurement and confirmed his bias. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong. Because what was happening earlier was Brian was describing situations, and then using those situations to say, well, I can make sense of this happening because of them hiding this, or because it's bigger in the south or whatever, and that's confirmation bias. But that's not what's done in science. Science, they come up with hypotheses and then they test them.
Yeah,
right? So
great.
It's very
Walk
different.
us through how Eratosthenes tested anything and falsified other alternatives.
Well, according to legend, let's start it off that way. We'll start off the sentence that way.
I'm not going to defend that. I'm not going to defend that.
You're not going to defend a legend? What?
No, I'm not going to defend that because that's not what I had thought that he was claiming right now was that that was the last time that everything since then has been what do you say confirmation bias. But so I'm not going to defend only Aristotle's. I can use any example since then and defend that.
What about the legend of Newton? What about that one?
Oh my God, you're so stuck.
What do you mean?
You're just like Jeremy. You guys get stuck on these silly things.
What are you talking about? That's how his bio is written. The legend of Newton. That's how
the one place you read it. Yeah.
What do you mean the one place I read it? Actually, it's in a few different places. The legend of Newton. So it wasn't just one. It was actually several. Right? National Geographic, Wiki. Plenty of places out there that refer to the legend of Newton.
He was a cool.
The legend of Fig Newton.
There we go. Now tell me this, right? Before the legend of Newton discovered gravity, right? like 2,000 years prior to that, they discovered that the ships don't sail off the edge, right? Now, I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but they were apparently very primitive people back then. All they had were sticks in the ground and such. Like, what kept them sailing off and slip off the edge of a ball back then? Because there was no gravity, because gravity came 2,000 years later, according to the legend of Newton, when gravity was first discovered. So they had 2,000 years of what? Living in fear every time they jumped in their canoe, just sliding off the edge of the ball. Like, what kept them from, or did they have like a long rope that they used to put like an anchor on the beach, tied around their waist as they paddled out? Like, what kept them from just slipping off the edge? Any idea?
Are you under the impression that that these sailors believe the Earth was flat? Whoever it is you're talking about.
According to legend, the sailors thought they were going to sail off the edge, didn't they? And then I know someone put a couple of sticks in the ground and voila, we're on a ball. But gravity wasn't even invented back then, according to the legend. It wasn't until the late 1600s when gravity was discovered. So they had 2,000 odd years of a gravity-free zone. Like, what kept them from sailing off the edge, of sliding off the edge of the ball?
I'll tell you, the lack of technology. I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you know this, but there weren't people traveling all over the world 2,500 years ago. Their ships
you don't need to travel over the world. You just need to go out 3 miles, Coach. Aristotle, think about this. The great philosopher Aristotle was standing on the beach with his student. And Aristotle, the great philosopher, was able to connect A, B, and conclude with C, said, "Oi, you see that ship? It's going over the curve." And then his student said, "What's keeping it from sliding down the other side?" And Aristotle had nothing to say. That's Bansaw's question. Exactly. Because we all know that that's the physical concept against which the globe has an argument, but that argument didn't exist because gravity wasn't understood. So how did they explain ships not just taking off and sliding down the other side?
I think they had a concept of what down was, though, right?
No, you got to prove that.
Well, I mean, do I have to prove that, or do you have to prove that they didn't? I mean, I can assume that he had a concept of what down was.
Down does not presuppose gravity. It's an orientation.
I'm not talking about gravity.
Wait. Let me turn that answer back on its head. Yes, they had a concept of what down is. That's why they know that water flows down. So if I see the edge of the water, and you're claiming that the other side is lower than that point, then that's down, and the water should flow. So yeah, Coach, they did know what down was. Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I'm sure a couple of them, when they were on the beach one day, there was a big boulder and they got their little pail that the Cooper knocked together for them, and they went in there and got a bucket of water and poured it over the rock, and they went, "Oh, look, the water doesn't actually stick to, it's going to like flow right off the edge of this ball."
So I'm going to make an assumption.
But the water's right in front of me. But I'm on a ball. But it flows off. Like, they've got all these conflicts, but gravity wasn't here yet.
I'm going to make an assumption, and you can call this a stretch, but I'm going to assume that Aristotle was more clever than Dell. Okay, and in that assumption,
what's Dell got to do? What's Dell got to do with anything? Did I mention Dell? I'm just referring to history. Right?
Yeah, I know. I'm saying Dell is somebody who today openly did a test like this and published it for everybody to see. So
good on him. Good
that's
on
why I'm
him.
using him as Not many people have that confusion.
Come on, Coach, just stop wobbling.
Not many people have that confusion, and this is my point. This is my point.
So how did they get around the confusion back in the day when they did exactly the same thing as what Dell might have done? How did they get around that confusion?
I've already addressed that.
They didn't have gravity back then.
No one's talking about gravity. No one's brought up gravity.
You had to have something to make the water stick to a
No.
ball.
Well,
had to have.
Will you guys like be patient enough to just listen to what I'm saying?
No, because you're not giving any answer. I'm
Yes, I
getting
am. I
impatient.
am trying to. I'm trying my hardest.
Bandsaw is on fire.
No, so gravity, the concept of gravity is not needed. What's needed
It
is
100%. You need an
bandsaw.
idea.
I understand. I understand that you think that.
Was it a magnet? Was it chewing gum? What was it? What kept the?
I'm not gonna have the patience to stop every time you guys get triggered and have to. And just let me finish what I'm saying. Okay, I'm saying that the gravity, the way that we understand it, is not necessary. The only thing that is necessary is a concept of down and a concept that things go down. If you have this idea, all right, then somebody who's clever enough to not think about the ball, the basketball, and the water thing, if they're clever enough to think that the Earth might be round because they see boats go over the horizon, as Aristotle legendarily, supposedly, assumed, then it stands to reason that he also understands that down is going to be the direction beneath your feet, right? So if the Earth is curving, if you go to that side where it's curving, and he's noticing that the Earth is curving, but the water's not rushing there, I think he realizes that down is going to be relative to where you are.
So
right?
he kept this relative idea to himself, and he didn't spread the word. Didn't get out on his little tablets with his little chisel and go, "This is down, and this is why I'm down, and this is what keeps water sticking to down." Like,
Here you go.
What happened?
Here you go, Kosho. Hold on. Here you go, Kosho. So now you're Aristotle, and your answer is given to me, your student. Here's my question. So why, when water starts to accumulate on the ground, it just doesn't build up everywhere? It flows down. It flows down.
I would tell my student.
Master Aristotle.
I would say, student, well, if you were listening to me a second ago, student, I just told you that down is relative to where you are. So water flowing down would still remain true if we're going to assume that the Earth is round because we're seeing the boats go over the horizon, then we would have to assume that down is relative to where you are because we don't see that. We don't see water rush and pile up to a
special pleading.
Okay.
Well, no, it's not special pleading. It's either this thing is not true, the thing I just came up with, it's maybe not true at all. But if we're going to assume that it is true, then we have to assume that reality,
just real quick,
the water is not building up.
All right.
Okay, just real quick. So here's my response to that. Master Aristotle, may I have my money back, please?
Mm-hmm.
You haven't paid yet.
Well, before you get your money, let's give him one more crack at the title, Mr. Aristotle. Give him one more crack. So I'm the little student, right? And I've come to your little apple tree, and an apple fell down, right? And now, right, this apple, it's a nice round apple, right? And you tell me that I live on this apple, right? Because it's a ball, okay? And you say it doesn't matter where on this ball it is, right? It's down everywhere. Everywhere's down. And I go, okay then. And so I've got my little goblet of wine, right? And I pour it over it, but the wine just falls all over the ground. Well, Mr. Aristotle, but you said this was down here, but now up here is up.
Wait,
down, there, there.
Wait, you can't perform a test. You can't perform a test on an idea, bandsaw. No.
Oh, what?
No.
What? Like,
Sorry.
what have you got for me, Mr. Aristotle? Like,
Well,
I want to give you this apple. Right? I want to give it to you.
I don't want it, and I'll tell you this much: you got very upset, and you responded immediately when I said this the first time. But I'm going to have to say it again based on what you just said.
You are.
I'm going to assume that Aristotle is more clever than Dell, and so he would not have told a student that this apple, like we're on this apple, and the concept of what I think the Earth is, you should be able to apply to this apple. That's not. I don't think that's something that anybody.
So Mr. Aristotle would have said, "Oh, you just don't understand scale."
No, they didn't have. So Newton had this idea that all mass attracts mass. They didn't have this idea back then. He wouldn't have thought that this would work on an apple.
Well, it had to work on something big. How did it work on something big? Because it's not working on something small, so now we've got to make it work on something big. How did we get it to work on something big? Like, what kept me sliding off the edge of that really, really big ball? Because, like, I'm a fisherman. I've got to feed the village, right? This is my way I make a living, right? I've got to be able to earn money so I can go buy my armor and whatnot for the next invasion and all that sort of stuff. Well, now I'm too scared because I think the water's flowing off the edge of it, and if I go over there too, I'm going down with the waterfall.
Sorry to hear that. Well,
I know. Help me.
Okay, so I don't remember what I was going to say. I'm so
Because
pissed off.
because you're making it up as you go. But anyway, go.
I'm not. Okay, what I was about to tell you was that the Greeks back in the day, they didn't have science, so they didn't have some scientific method or some way to test this, but they reasoned that the reason why things fall down is because that's the natural resting place. They said the ground is the natural resting place, right? So this idea, which is based on just an assumption and observation, this would be the only reason that they would need to conclude that down is relative anywhere.
Okay.
They just assume that down is going to be the direction, vertical direction, opposite of vertical, or opposite, the downward in the vertical direction, and that's going to change wherever you are if the Earth is a ball, as Aristotle had assumed, right?
So you're trying to tell me that me living wherever Aristotle did, Rome, I don't know where he lived, but Rome is a good enough place, right? And I'm there
Athens.
on me monkey bars, hanging upside down, and blood's rushing to me feet, to me head, right? Now, all of a sudden, you tell me I'm on a ball, but everywhere's down. But I know that when I'm going to be on the bottom of a ball, I'm going to be upside down, and the blood's going to be rushing to my head, and I can't do that for too long because I'm going to pass out. You've got to give me something concrete that alleviates my fear, because I've got a village to feed here, Kosho. Like, you're giving me nothing.
There's
Absolutely
a good chance.
Nothing.
There's a good chance that this supposed student, would not have been qualified to come and learn at this school. That probably would not have. Yes.
This student came from very privileged royalty. I can assure you of that.
Well, regardless, Aristotle, I'm sure, was much better at showing the reason behind why you would assume this and then this and then this, based on.
Well, he hasn't shown anything.
If you use the ship going over the horizon as the axiom that the Earth is curved, they use the Earth as a sphere based on that axiom. Let's assume that that's what he did. Then these other things would have to follow based on that, because these are the observations. Like, we don't observe.
Yeah, that's called confirmation bias.
Sure. Yeah, and maybe that's
what I said a while ago.
They didn't have science
back then.
That's what I said
a while ago.
Yeah, but you said everyone since then.
Yeah, because if Aristotle, if all he did was see a ship go over the curve and assumed that it was a globe, did no test, falsified nothing, and then Eratosthenes comes along, having heard that Aristotle saw a ship and he thought and assumed that it was a globe, and then he took a measurement. That measurement just was fit into the globe model. And then the next guy who heard that Eratosthenes had proved that it was a sphere, he's not going to falsify anything. He's just going to assume that it's already a sphere. So anything that he brings into the book after that is simply going to be worked into the model, and so on, 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 which is why I bring us all the way back to the very first claim that's never been tested and never been falsified.
That's only partially true. It is true that if they were wrong, whatever they were wrong about and assumed wrongfully, that would have been shown by the the future whatever assumptions based off of that. Like, it would have came out that the thing they assumed was wrong, and that's what happened. They assumed things that were wrong, and we've adjusted them for that reason. So
they assumed things were wrong. No, see,
there were other things they assumed that were wrong, and there was things that were based on
what?
That. Things like there's no like the air, like about air not being a medium or anything like that, like not being a substance or having a weight or anything like that.
What's that got to do with the shape? Wait. What's that got to do with
No, that's another idea, though, is what I'm saying.
No, that's irrelevant to this discussion. That's a non sequitur. You're bringing up air as a non sequitur.
You asked me for an example. That's why you said that.
No, right, and I'm telling you that the example of air in this discussion is non sequitur.
Okay, well, the reason I can't use the thing we're talking about as an example because it turns out that's not wrong. That's what I'm saying. I can't use the assumption that the Earth is round as the thing they got wrong if that's not one of the things they got wrong.
Well, obviously, they did.
You know, that's my point. Is the assumptions that would have been based off of that, or the conclusions based off of that assumption, those would have been shown to be wrong as well. Like you wouldn't be able to have 2,000 years of based on that assumption, and then have all these conclusions based off, all these things we base off of that. We would be finding flaws in it, and we would have a long time ago thrown it out.
But they didn't, because it's only a legend at the end of the day. So they haven't based anything on anything.
Let me give you specific examples, okay? Like you said with Aristotle. Aristotle saw the ships go over the horizon. Aristophanes,
the legend,
the legend. Yeah, and Aristophanes had used this idea to justify the sticks and the shadows or the wells or whatever, right? And then Aristarchus used Aristophanes' measurements to determine the distance to the moon and the sun and this and that. And it turns out that every step of the way, each one of their measurements, if at first Aristotle was wrong, what Aristophanes had done would not have been possible, or would have been possible in a very specific case that's very unlikely to have been the case. Like it's true it would work with two sticks only in a very specific case, right? So, it wouldn't be the case that also that would work, and also Aristarchus would be able to measure the ratio between the sun and the moon, if they were equal distant. So you wouldn't be able to base these things off of the other things.
Again, you are whistling past the fact that these assumptions are concepts. Like, what did you just say about Aristarchus and the sun and the moon being? What did you say? Equidistant. What did you say?
Well, yeah, the idea is that they would be the same size and the same distance because that's what it looks like. But
right. Okay. Right. So stop.
Between them.
Right. So stop right there. Right. So why would you have to go anywhere else? Why would you have to question that direct observation?
Because of the measurement that the assumption he made based on the other assumptions was that the sun was much further.
No. Why would he do that? Why would he assume the sun was much farther?
Based on the apparent angles between them. So that's why he used the quarter moon phase when it's exactly halfway lit, and then measured the angle between them. And he did some trigonometry or some old-fashioned trigonometry, and used that to determine the ratio.
Just an old-fashioned trigonometry.
Yeah, they didn't have trigonometry, but what he used is basically.
Oh, so now he didn't have trigonometry. So
no, they didn't have the same thing. They didn't have so the method that I would use would be like the reverse tangent, where he used something different. But regardless, the ratio, if they were equidistant, the ratio would be obviously what would that be? 45 degrees or whatever. It wouldn't be close to 90, which it was.
Yeah. There's too little information here for me to properly assess what you're saying. Like, I'm listening to what you're saying, and whether or not I can understand or discern how much you're making up or how much you're trying to recall from memory. So, unfortunately, that lack of information on my part, I'm not going to be able to assess, except to say, I still believe that ultimately there's an assumption being made that has not been proven. If you assume something to be happening in the sky, and then you take measurements, you're going to just simply massage those fucking measurements to confirm your bias that that's what's happening in the sky.
Yeah,
there's no way around that. There's
how long
no
is that going to work
way
for?
around that.
How long is it going to work? Is that might work in one observation?
You're going to make everything else. If Aristarchus did what you said he did, and everyone else then just repeats what he did and confirms that, then everything you get after that, you're going to massage into the first premise that you think is justified. You're going to work every other variable to fit the model, which is what happened with Copernicus. or Newton,
Right.
right?
So
Hold on, just real quick. I'm just going to take it back. If Newton is assuming even a geocentric model with the Earth being a sphere, he's going to then look at the sky and force the sky to fit to his concept. There's no simpler way to describe that's what happened.
Okay. So again, well, going back to Aristotle, assuming that he was wrong, right? And assuming he was wrong, and all these things were allowed to be piled on top of it without realizing that he was wrong, right? If you take Aristophanes' measurement, which is based off of Aristotle's assumption about the circumference of the Earth, you would find out by the time Al-Biruni had done his measurement, which is completely different, but somehow consistent with Aristophanes' method, you would have found out right there that Aristophanes must have been wrong, because these two measurements aren't in any way consistent with each other. And then you take our own, today's measurement for like the size of the equator, and it being consistent with both of theirs. These would be examples of that assumption not being allowed to be to continue. It may be allowed to be expressed in the moment before anything that follows is, fleshed out. But so many things have followed since then that fact that he made an assumption 2,500 years ago, it's not likely that it's the case that all these other things that corroborate each other are somehow false. You know what I mean?
It doesn't take away from the fact that all of those points that you're making start off with a major premise that was never, ever tested. It was a concept. So it doesn't matter that Al-Biruni already assumed that the Earth was a sphere, so that when he took his measurements, he got whatever he did get. Again, the accounts aren't firsthand. There are, as far as I know, no primary accounts. Where's Al-Biruni's notes? They don't exist. Where's his firsthand record? They don't exist. These are all stories. Who told you this story? All they're doing is giving you this massaged story, giving you a little bit of what's the word? Approximation or variation or variance. Close enough and only 1% off, and he's only 5% off. I don't know how to make it any clearer than I've already said it.
Yeah, you're right about that. If that's your point, you're right about that. That I don't know somebody to just make all that stuff up and gave it to me. I mean, I wouldn't even know if the whole world started last week or last year, and everything was just made up and described to me. But assuming that those stories are true, assuming that Al-Biruni, his measurement was made, and Aristophanes and his measurement was made, and assuming the circumference is the size that it is of the equator, I'm not using this as proof that Aristotle was correct. I'm using this as a way to this would have been a way to have falsified his false assumption.
No, that's
if those numbers didn't corroborate each other, but they do.
That's only if he was trying to eliminate falsification. As far as I understand it, happens when you eliminate other options. That's falsification. You falsify other alternatives. You don't try to verify yours, which is what it seems Al-Biruni only did. What did he do? He only took a measurement. Well, that's a positive. That's only verifying what he already thought was happening. He didn't negate anything.
Yeah, let me be clear. I'm not saying that he tried to falsify it. I'm saying that it would have been falsified if that were the case. If it were the case that
How?
If they had made successive measurements and like, oh wait a minute, the circumference is this,
no,
or
you know that
or he did a
measurements
test.
are all approximations. You even know from surveying that they simply round up the mean measurement. They do 10 measurements and then they round it around. That's not falsification.
No,
absolutely not.
This is what I'm saying. The numbers that all of them have gotten make the radius between like 3,500 and 4,500. Let's just say that's the range of these different measurements that everyone, including the known circumference now of the equator. Okay, so it's not a very small range, but it's also a range that tells you that hints at the fact that they could all be. What I'm saying is, if it's not obviously incorrect. So if it were obviously incorrect, if they all got enormously different values, then you can immediately say, okay, the original assumption was incorrect. And my point is that
I don't understand.
yeah.
I don't understand how you are satisfied with second, third, fourth hand information. That, like, when you look up these stories, all of these stories about Eratosthenes, for example, they are all cut pasted. If you looked up 5 different websites, they are all cut and pasted stories with no link to a source.
Okay.
I don't understand how you guys are satisfied with that kind of data.
Well, there's a problem. Is this is the truth? Is I believe that Aristophanes, Aristotle, Jesus. I believe all these people existed, and the stories about them were vaguely true. However, let's pretend that they're all. Let's not pretend. Let's assume that they're not. None of those people existed, and that everything said about them are just stories, right? This doesn't change anything for like. I'm fine with that. Like, I'm not tied to the fact that they were real. But people tell me that Aristotle was real, so I got no reason not to believe that. But if he wasn't real, that doesn't change anything about the stories that people made up about what he assumed, that boats went over the horizon. If he didn't make that assumption, somebody else did, right? But everything else still follows. So, let's say to Aristophanes, his measurements, let's say he never existed. Somebody else just made up these measurements.
Right.
I've done those tests, and so those tests are real.
Yeah. So again, the one alternative explanation that falsifies Aristotle's claim is refraction every single time, with or without mirage. Refraction can account for the apparent disappearance of boats going over an alleged curve every single time, Kosho.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, absolutely sure. Absolutely.
I'll show you something right now, but I know you've already seen it, so.
I know you give a lot of pushback, Kosho, but what naturally follows when he discovered a big blue ball is that you're going to slide off the bloody edge of it. That's what follows.
You're so silly. You have to remember,
It's not
Vance,
silly.
this is where
It is
our
logical.
reason. These are the godfathers of reason, right? This is where most of our So these people, the people who understand reason, if he's concluded or made the assumption that boats going over the horizon tell him that the Earth is curving, then if he's assuming that that's the truth, and he also knows that water is not all rushing in that direction, he can then be satisfied with the fact that downward is relative to his local position.
Well, where is his silly explanation as to why they didn't slide off the edge of the ball? Like, it may have been debunked now, but there's not even a silly explanation or reason to why he said boats don't slide off the edge of a ball. Nothing. All there is sticks in the ground. Voila, ball. Now, anything logically that follows that, there's no reasoning, no explanation. Like, if I'm told that I'm living on a big ball, it's like, I've got so many questions I now want answered. All right? Please give me an answer to my questions. I'll listen because I believe in all the woo-woo. And there's not even any woo-woo answers out there as to why. Right? We had to wait 2,000 years for a woo-woo answer. All right. There is such a huge gap in the calendar there. It's not even funny. Not even funny.
No, I've told you they had, the hypothesis, I guess you'd call them, about why that was happening. I mean, they ended up being wrong about it, but they didn't just leave it. I mean, that is written. I don't know. Maybe he wrote more about it for all I know. But the idea that the downward, why things fall down, they did have a reason for that.
What do you mean you don't know? This guy is legendary, right? He puts sticks in the ground. He is legendary, this fellow, right? He is why we live where we are. Apparently, legendary, right? So where are these legendary explanations of down?
Yeah, you said they had one, Kosho. What was
Hey,
their
Ben.
initial explanation?
Hey, Ben, so I'll check the chat because Harry Eggshells just texted you.
What the hell does that even mean?
So prior to the idea of gravity, Kosho, what was the explanation as to why all the water's sticking to the ball and the ships are sticking to the ball?
Yeah, as I stated before, the simple idea that was that I know of in the ancient Greece was things fell down because that was the natural resting place. That's where they naturally belonged. So things fell
Yeah.
down.
If I can add to that, Simplicius, or how he's called, yeah, Simplicius, I think, also argued, like, from a philosophical and theoretical ground that, I quote him, "The spherical shape of the Earth is the product of the natural tendency of heavy things to fall towards the center of the cosmos." So it shows that in a way they had, empirical arguments for the Earth's shape, for example, with the eclipses, etc. But they also had inductive arguments, like that one. Or, for example, this one relates to an argument of Aristotle as well, who said that, I quote, "All heavy objects fall at similar angles and not parallel to each other. This means that they fall towards what is by nature spherical, so the Earth is spherical." It's kind of just a axiom-based logical system then, and not really empirical. But yeah, I just wanted to add that. Thanks.
I appreciate that. I mean, I've heard that before though too about the parallel. But yeah, I appreciate that.
I'm just wondering where they get these assumptions, right? That everything in the universe falls in towards one another. Heavy things fall in towards one. Like where would they get these ideas, right? Do they have any basis that they're going off of at all whatsoever? Like, those are cool statements to make, right? But what is the basis for that reasoning? Do they give any description or anything like that, or they just kind of make a blanket statement like heavy things in the universe fall towards one another, therefore Earth fall?
It's kind of
where's an example in the sky that we see things falling towards one another?
I think it's a kind of, I mean, I don't know how much information of that stuff, is legit or not, but I just think it seems like it's a school of thought, It's just a different methodology which is ascribed to, like, different characters throughout history, And one thing which clearly prevails throughout the history is this Pythagorean method, which lets you fit the observations you make in reality into your model, So that you investigate reality in regards to putting the model in the first place to confirm that by observation, which is kind of prevailing throughout the, this debate. Yeah, I think, in my opinion.
So do you think that's kind of a methodology that is coming from some sort of confirmation bias?
We could call it that way, sure.
That's what I said early on, about 30 minutes ago.
Yep. And when Kosha was talking, he's basically saying, kind of alluding to the fact that nobody had really had any other ideas. Everything just kind of fit. Everything, all the measurements we made, everything just happened to be somewhat close to this sphere. And there might have been some differences, but everybody was in agreement that it was a sphere, just slight variations.
I didn't allude to that or say
on
that.
the measurements, right? And you were kind of alluding to the fact, like, if it wasn't a sphere, like people would have figured it out. You know, it's been prevailing for so long. But what you're failing to realize when you're kind of alluding to that is there's thousands of people a day that come onto just Discord itself to say, hey, we've got some questions and some of this shit isn't adding up, right? This isn't something new in 2022, or it's not something new just within the past, 7 or 8 years. I'm pretty sure consistently there have been people questioning this narrative, and we get a lot of people that come in here on the ball side that come from the standpoint of, since we know, right? They can stand on that, since we know. Well, since we know this and since we know that. But then when it comes down to proving the since we know things, there's never really good definitive empirical proofs for the since we know when we're pressed on it. So people for thousands of years operating under the since we know method, they're going to come up with a bunch of things that fit their since we know if they never question the since we know.
Okay, so you don't have to allude to anything that I was saying, because actually what I said was pretty explicit, which was that I didn't say that people just went along with it. I didn't say anything like that. I said I actually specifically said there probably were different ideas about different things, but regardless, the things that followed whatever original assumption he was talking about, that line of assumptions. Actually, I also specifically said there were other things that were wrong, that were shown to be wrong. But regardless, any specific assumption that was made, typically, if it was an assumption and there was no testing or anything, sure, it could have carried on for some amount of time. However, if other things were based on those assumptions, if conclusions were based on those assumptions, and those conclusions led to measurements and this and that, which was the case, and we followed that line, then in that line of progression of things that followed from that original assumption, it would have come out that somebody would have gotten something obviously wrong over that span of time. And I'm not saying that people questioning it is or people don't question it or anything like that, because yeah, sure, people should and have been questioning all these things this whole time, but it's that rigor that allows you to have confidence that those things aren't wrong. So yeah, you're right, there's people who come in here and question stuff all the time, and if any one of them seems to have a actual valid criticism or question, or they bring something up that mainstream science or whatever the consensus has, they show that they're actually wrong, that I would appreciate that, and I would actually look into that further. But that's not the case. Just because people are questioning something doesn't mean that it's been found to be false.
Okay, but right. So 7/6R isn't even a constant, right? It's a massaged number to work in flexibility when shit doesn't match up. Okay? So when Al Baruni was up on the side of however fucking high he was, what's his elevation? I don't know. Don't know what his elevation was, but he was up on a mountain. How do you know that? Got no primary. Look at. So when he's looking out and he's higher up, he's seeing farther out, increasing the refraction. How did he account for? How many measurements did he take? Was it one day? Was it in the morning? Was it in the afternoon? Because all of those variables affect the position and distance to the horizon. If you think that you could go out to a 500-foot elevation, mark the horizon, and then the next day mark it at the same place, if you think you can do that, I've got oceanfront property in Nebraska to sell you.
All right, well, look into that oceanfront property. You might want to learn that Al Baruni did not have anything to do with the distance to the horizon, so that wasn't a part of his measurement. However, you're right that refraction would have, altered his measurement, which was the angular drop of the horizon. However, it's also the case that his measurement wasn't accurate. We know that his measurement was wrong, and we understand those errors to be caused by things like refraction. It wasn't. He was close, but he wasn't.
You said things caused by, so that's plural. So you
Yeah, but he didn't. He wasn't aware of that at the time.
No. You said things, plural, but you only mentioned refraction. Like what other things, Kosho?
I mean, maybe the crudeness of his measurement of his tools.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
So
Maybe his measurement was precise.
Don't know.
It was 2,000 years ago. So
the point is that
the point is his measurement.
Any of this information.
The point is his measurement was close enough to what it is today. And the errors you can attribute to refraction, and it would make sense. And 7/6R is actually a good estimate for anything above like a mountain, like where he was. Which he didn't use 7/6R, but had he used 7/6R, he probably would have gotten a more accurate assumption for the angular drop.
Because they all knew what down was at the end of the day. They knew waterfalls flowed down, right? But they never saw a waterfall then flow up, did they? But the explanation to everything, well, we all know where down is. Doesn't matter where you are, it's down.
Yeah, you don't seem to understand again, Kosha, that I pointed out that your response to my challenge to you as a student, well, why doesn't water just accumulate everywhere it hits the ground? Because everywhere is down. Your answer was absolutely just special pleading.
No,
just
you guys
made up an excuse.
You guys are repeating you guys keep repeating that incorrectly. I never once said everywhere is down. What I said was I know that you said that I said that, but I didn't say everywhere is down. What I said specifically and accurately, what I said was every place has a relative. The down is going to be relative to your position.
Yeah, everywhere is down. Everywhere
is down.
Same thing.
It's not the same thing.
It is exactly the same thing.
Everywhere is down.
Exactly the same thing.
Everywhere is down. Doesn't make sense.
Double talk, Coach.
Everywhere you go is your relative position. Everywhere you go is down.
You have a relative down. It's going to be relative to your position.
So when I'm on top of a mountain, is down different to when I'm at the bottom of a mountain? Is it different?
Well, no, because you're going to be in the same.
No, it's not. So it doesn't matter where I go. Everywhere I go, down is down.
No, listen, dude. Every single place has a relative. Every position has a relative down.
Your explanation for boats not sliding off the edge of the ball, well, everywhere is down. That was his explanation to the little student that was holding the apple.
It wasn't. That's how you want to repeat it. The other guy who came in, the guy who was reading those quotes, the quotes that he read were in line with what I had said. The assumptions, yes, he was saying the reason why they thought that downward would be inward onto a ball, which would make if the Earth were a ball, everywhere you went, downward would be relative to where you were.
He has got quotes from this famous person that stuck a couple of olive tree branches in the ground to measure shadows, right? And down is down everywhere, but there is no quotes of why the boats don't slip off the edge of the ball. None, nothing, nada, zip, zero.
You don't. Okay, you can't. Okay, so what? That quote about the inward in the ball, that satisfies that question. That makes that question answer.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
That's the reason.
You need something to make it stick to the ball, right? It's a logical follow through, because we are very primitive people. We live in our little village. We see what water does. We see if we pour it on a rock, it'll flow off the rock. This is what we do because we are very simple people. And all you say is down. So I pour that water on that rock and I see that water falling down to the bottom on the ground, making a puddle. Oh my God, my boat is going to slide off the edge of the ball and I'm going to land in a puddle underneath. That's what I'm thinking. And you've got not one quote. You've got all these other quotes apparently that say all these other things, but no quote to give any explanation as to why.
You mean, didn't you hear what he said about the things going inward? towards the center.
Why do things
They
go in?
didn't.
There is
Yeah,
no
that wasn't. They weren't
why.
trying. They didn't answer that question. They didn't answer it correctly. And if they tried to answer it, or somebody had an assumption, I'm not
I
aware
don't
of it.
care.
But
I don't
regardless,
care if they didn't answer it correctly. Once upon a time, we thought the sun was 1,000,000 miles away, and now it's 93 million miles away. Apparently, that's written down in history, and we can refer back to that history and say, you know what, they got it wrong. We can't even refer back to history and say, oh, he got it wrong. He was on the right path with everything else, but this part of it, he got it wrong. There's not even that to critique.
yeah. But he just said a second ago why where that assumption came from. The assumption came from reason. They didn't have some mechanism for why that was happening, and whether they did, and it's not available for us or whatever. I mean, why is that relevant? Whether they had a reason for it or not.
Of course, you would have a reason. You're a very logical, scholared person. This is what you do. You think of reasons. This is your job. You're the reason man. We turn to you for reason. Where's the reason?
Well, I mean, that guy who was reading the quotes, he said that's the reason why he thought that, or they thought that, because they observed them to be, the falling down, or
Unless you
whatever he
read
said about
these
the
things, did
parallel
I miss?
angles. And then he said things were compelled inwards to the center of the universe, or the
How?
center of the earth.
How are they compelled inwards? What is the reason for them being compelled inwards?
They
What is the
didn't have the
force?
answer. They didn't have that
They've got
answer.
nothing. They've got absolutely nothing.
Yeah, but they're just observing. They're just describing what they're observing. They're not.
Oh, they had no theory. They had no theory that it has now been disbanded and replaced with a new theory. They had absolutely nothing. Nada. Zero.
Not that I'm
Zip.
aware of.
They weren't very reasoned, scholared people if they didn't even have an idea of some sort that's been put out there. They've got everything
And
else.
why would you continue with the idea if you don't have a right? Like you're going,
Well,
Yeah.
you guys are making an
it's
assumption,
inward,
right?
and everybody's like, well, why would it do that? And then there's like, well, we can't figure that out. You're like, well, then let's try some other thought since we can't take this one
Exactly.
any further.
Exactly. We
You guys.
can't critique any of their ideas whatsoever. We just have to take it on blind faith that down was down everywhere and boats didn't slip off the edge of a ball. Right? You got nothing, but you have all these other quotes that you attribute to him all the time, but you've got no quote as to one of his ideas of why he may have thought things. Oh, but things just seem to fall towards the middle. But why? That's
Okay.
the next
So check this
natural
out.
question.
I don't know who that quote came from. You keep saying I quote this guy all the time. I don't even know who that quote came from. I am sensing that you guys are concerned with this guy's ideas, whoever made this quote. So I suggest you ask the person who read the quote to tell you who this person is, and then maybe
What
do
up?
some
What up?
research.
It was
Do
me.
some, do
What
some,
up? What up?
do some research on what this guy thought, and maybe find out whether or not he did have some idea of why this was happening.
Really?
I don't know. I don't
Really?
know that he had an idea of why it happened.
Did he have any idea? Did he have any idea, Tosho? This fellow that put sticks in the ground, did he have any idea why boats didn't slip off the edge of a ball? Did he have any idea whatsoever?
I mean, I would assume that his thinking was
He
probably
did?
in a line. I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna be quiet for a bit.
Yeah, because probably a good idea.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
then
this,
you have another problem that this whole debacle creates, and that is our ability not only to sense rotation, but also displacement. So if I'm walking up a mountain, I can feel my body's orientation to maintain a vertical position. Like you were saying before, Bandy, if you hang upside down, the head. So what's the mathematical equation for how gravity eliminates the blood flow to your head if you're at a different position than someone else? How does it do that? How does it eliminate your ability to feel or sense that you're actually upside down? How does it create your ability to actually feel like, hey, I'm right side up?
Well,
it's just
apparently
another
everywhere. Yeah, apparently
it's just
everywhere's
another.
down.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say apparently everywhere's down. Apparently, right? But nothing to back it up. Like it's pretty
Make
empty.
down a circle.
You can't demonstrate that on a physical ball. There's
why-
only one position on a physical ball that's up. Only one.
This is why specifically I'm not just not engaging with you guys right now. I told you specifically I did not say that. You guys want to keep quoting me as if I said that. Everywhere
I
is
didn't
down.
say
Did not say that.
You said everywhere was
Hey,
down. That's
I
exactly
said down is relative to your position, which is going to be
Exactly.
different
What if you have 10
everywhere.
people?
Everywhere is going to have
Yeah.
a different down. Not everywhere is
Exactly
down.
right.
Everywhere
So
will have a
everywhere is
different
down.
down.
Everywhere is down, Kosho. You can try and split hairs all you want. Everywhere is down. Your where your feet are is down. Where my feet are is down. Everywhere is down.
How do two people agree what down is when they're far away? Whose do you use? Which person's down do you use
Mm.
when you're like, what if you have 10 people? Who's down? Who gets the do they swap it off? Oh, I called down on Tuesday. I don't want to be reviewed.
I don't know. How would you choose which person's right
Why
would
would
you
you
use?
do that?
Which person's right
no,
would you use?
Kosho,
Right the
no,
hand. Right the hand. Right the hand. Which person's right would you use? Would you pick one of those 10 people and pick one of their rights, and only one of their rights
Left and
is
right
just
or
the
not?
correct one? This is a
Left
stupid
and right is
question.
not.
I'm not engaging with you guys right now, dude.
Oh, then don't engage. Let me just respond at least. So we wouldn't use left and right because those are not orientations, right? Up and down is actually an orientation. It's like a tilt. So it is the same for everyone, right? Like if you have 1,000 people in a room and have them all turn and face different directions, their left and rights are all over the place, but their ups and downs are straight up, straight down.
So you were there when I spanked Dharma on this discussion like 2 weeks ago, man. You were there. The fact that you brought up right and left is absurd. That's like Socrates. I'm like, yeah, can I have my money back, please?
I don't want to insult. I don't want to insult you guys, but it's good. That's why I have to not engage, because if I continue to engage, it's going to be hard to do it without insulting. But I'm going to teach you something, okay? And that's directions. So when you're working in a 3D coordinate system, you have 3 axes, okay? X, Y, and Z, right? You have up and down, left and right, forward and back, okay? These are 6 different directions. They're not like 2 of them are special and the other 4 are not. These are all relative to each position. Okay? And now you learn something. Now you can take this. Now you can take this and teach your
No,
friends.
they're not.
Hold on, you're not going to take your grid system, right? So he just created a grid, right? XYZ has a grid. Now, when you move, you're not going to turn that grid system. That's ridiculous. And that's what he's saying. He's saying everywhere you go, you reorient space, the grid system. You reorient it to that person. That's you don't move the grid system.
Yeah, like X becomes Y and Y becomes Z. Is that what you're saying?
That's just retarded. No, you make a new one. So you have every person has their own. So there's all this intersecting of these grids. So you can't use. Nobody would be able to build anything because nobody's grids overlap.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just when you think about it like that, it's just unbelievable.
So what did you teach us, Kosho? What did I just learn right now?
So what you learned and what I taught you they don't have to be the same thing, right? So just because you don't understand that when you're describing when a person is describing their left and right, and when a person is describing their forward and back, the coordinate system actually does move with them. This is exactly how it works. This is why you have a specific relative left and right and forward and back. Okay, this is exactly why you're able to describe things to your right or things that are in front of you or things that are behind you. Okay?
If you move
that's the end of this lesson.
Hang on. Okay, so goodbye. If you move the coordinate system, you can have an object move without moving. Because picture the object stay still, you pivot the coordinate system, and that object will have a new location. But it never moved. Wow, that's amazing. Ridiculous. This is what he's teaching us. You want to move an object, right? 180 miles. Don't move the object. Just rotate space until where you want that object to be arrives at the object. That's not how fucking motion works, dude.
Well, down works everywhere. I really thought you would have had something with a bit more substance, Kosho. I was kind of hoping for a quote or an idea or something. Must say.
Yeah, there's no way they talked this out, right? Like, there's no way that a whole bunch of smart people came to the conclusion of a ball. There's no way they would, because they would be asking the questions we asked, and then the proponents of the other side would be like, "Well, I don't know. What do you want me to say?" And then they'd be like, "All right, this idea shit."
Yeah. Took them 2,000 years to come up with an idea. Apparently, so legend says. So legend says. Got to qualify that.
One day you're gonna research, you're gonna Google globe Earth, and underneath of it's gonna describe it as an old archaic idea that has been disproven easily.
Legend has it. It will probably start.
Oh man, you know what? I've got to write a parody song to Adele's "Rumor Has It." I got to change it to "Legend Has It."
Yeah. Legend has it. I was gobsmacked actually when I googled that. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. Travis, you were here for that one, wasn't it? You're the one that brought up the National Geographic, I think.
No, I think it was you. And then I looked up something. I googled it, and the first Google I got was "Legend Has It" as well.
Yeah.
So I think you were the one who said it. Oh, but you're saying I found one that was geographic? Oh, maybe.
Yeah. I think you found the National Geographic. I was just on Wiki. I just found it, and it was, and that whole "so legend has it." The end of that sentence, the whole sentence was in bold with an exclamation mark at the end of it. Boom. I thought, well, that's pretty.
How many tabs you have it open, Bandy? High research.
I only had one myself that particular day. Just one. Plus my Discord app. But yeah, that was it. So two, technically.
So you're still confused which way is down?
Well, I tell you what, if a guy with a couple of olive branches is going to stick them in the ground and tell me which way is down, it's everywhere, I'd probably be pretty confused.
Yeah, but everywhere has to have a place.
Uh-huh.
And where's that place?
And everywhere is down too, apparently. But I'm sure someone will fill in that 2,000 year gap one day.
I would say that position is usually denoted by a 2D coordinate system of latitude and longitude. No curvature needed.
Well, you know what's interesting too is that Kosho's answer is completely ad hoc. I mean, he created that answer. You know, it's not a source. We can't go to a source and find out where Kosho got his answer from. Right?
Or an example of it and how it matches reality in this example. But I can give you the reality example of 2D coordinate system, latitude and longitude, and you'll get where you're going every time.
Well, yeah. Well, Bandy was there the other week when Rakia and I took Kosho over the coals on GPS coordinate systems, where told us that they back engineered the curve. We're like, thanks. We know that already.
Yeah, of course. That's geodetic surveying. Yeah. Like presupposing the curvature of the Earth and applying it to, a horizontal measurement.
Yeah, Travis, I watched your YouTube video that you made, and I meant to address you a while ago about this, but it's just too silly. I think that maybe one of those things.
Which video are you talking about?
I think maybe it's one of those things where you were halfway in a conversation and didn't hear half of it or something like that. But the context of what we were talking about was about GPS and whether or not elevation, or where the elevation comes from. And if you're getting an elevation measurement using GPS, then that only comes after you've translated it into a ball, right? But the XYZ points, which is what we were talking about, was making a straight line at XYZ points. This is all done without any ball is introduced or any model whatsoever. That all of that was without that. So I think you were confused on what was even being talked about, because
no.
I did not once claim that the what's it called, elevation goes into to get you the XYZ positions, which is what you were making it seem like was being expressed.
No, I didn't make it seem like anything. I was the one you were having the conversation with. So I didn't come in the middle of a conversation because I was the one having the conversation. All I did was cut out our conversation and put it up on my channel. It's right there. I said at the very beginning, you only get curve after you convert the systems. You said there's no conversion necessary. After we walked you through everything, you said, well, yeah, you got to transform it from one thing to the next. That's called conversion. So you just came around full circle and said what I said at the very beginning.
This is what I mean, though, about what you're you being halfway in a conversation. Because what's not needed, you can find curvature. You can take measurements over the surface of the Earth and find out that the measurements you took were curved. I mean, I'm in the middle of doing it right now with Soundly's Bridge. We're using only the raw data, not using a transformation of any kind. And then we had talked about the elevation, which to get the elevation, you do have to transform it. And these are the two different things that we were talking about.
Oh, Rakia spanked you on this. I spanked you on this. Yeah. Both Rakia and I spanked you on this point. If Rakia measures from the surface of the water 5.3 meters and Soundly or whatever does whatever he wants and gets the same distance, 5.3, the only reference needed is the surface of the water. That's it.
Yeah, but what is that? What is that point even in reference to?
The surface of the water.
No. I'm saying the point that you're making. Like, is that an argument against something I'm saying, or I don't even understand what?
Okay, you're going to have to go back and listen to the clip I pulled out because
I remember even then being confused on what what you were thinking. That's because I think you were being confused with the idea that the transformation being made is how you have to get elevation. But what we're talking what I'm talking, because somebody else that was a side subject about something different. What I was talking about specifically was the raw data measurements of the bridge, which are independent of any model.
No, they're not, because you have to have R.
No, you don't. There is no R. There's nothing at all that's needed to get the raw data measurements of the bridge and see if it's curved or not. There's no model needed.
You incorporated in the measurements.
Okay, great. So if you don't need R, how do you get an elevation for the bridge?
You don't need an elevation for the bridge. You can just take positions all along the bridge, and you can
positions of what?
You can have them plot positions of the positions that you're measuring. You measure the position in a 3D grid system.
Okay, look, you're only gonna. Okay, look, if you want a 3D grid system, there's right, left, forward, backward, up, down. So in my mind, from the west side of Pontchartrain to the east side, you have distance and then what? Because those are points, right? So you're measuring just distance then, right? Just distance?
No. This is what I mean about So what you're describing right now has nothing to do with the raw data measurements. The raw data measurements are based on the GPS, whatever you want to call them, whether they're balloons or whatever the hell they are. They're in some sort of constellation.
GPS.
And they're hold on. They're in some constellation. They have positions where they are, and they're using their positions and the signals they're sending you to give you your positions, whether those are accurate or not. That's what's happening, and they're not based on any model of the Earth at that point. They don't. That the transformation comes later, but at that point, all you're doing is getting X,
Why
Y,
can't you
Z.
just measure the bridge? Why can't you just measure the bridge at ground level?
That's something different. You can do that. You can do that if you'd like to. That's a different thing. That's not the thing that Jesse Klazowski did, or that I'm talking about doing. Like he took measurements of the GPS in raw data form.
Okay, great. So you've got GPS measurements. Fine. We're going to get our data from GPS. Are you just getting distance, points of distance?
No, there's a grid system that the satellites already have established, and in that grid system that they have established, the positions that you're getting are in reference to that grid system they have established. That's it.
Position. Is it just okay? Look, just say yes or no. Is it just distance?
No, it's three points making a coordinate.
Okay, if it's not just distance, what's the next data set?
Well, they're in a 3D grid system. All of these satellites, they have a position that has 3 numbers, which give them their coordinate. Oh. And what they're doing is they're finding your position. So there's no distance, there's no whatever. It's just your position.
Fucking A, man, you are absolutely saying nothing right now. I'm asking very simple questions, and you are absolutely just blowing my mind with a shotgun. Like, the stuff that you're saying is absolutely irrelevant. We have distance. Distance is one data set. Would you agree? It's one of them, yes?
The distance between the satellite and the position. God. No, hold on, dude, because the question you're asking is fucking irrelevant. That's why I'm trying to make sense of it. But the position that you are and the position that they are, the distance between you, after you get 4 of those, you can find your position. But we're not talking about any of that. We're talking about after they have your position. This is the only data point that's being used. And
what's the only data point?
Your position. Your XYZ position.
Does my position have distance?
No, it's just a coordinate.
What does
it has a distance from the satellite. The satellite has a point in the grid system, and the satellite has to use the grid system and its position to show your position. So there has to be a distance between the satellite's position, A54 on the grid system, and the objects. Yes, there has to be a distance, Kosha.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was saying that when he's bringing up distance. That's the only distance that's involved and used in finding your coordinate is your distance from this satellite, and it has an established grid system, and it's finding your position in that established grid system. That's it.
Okay. When I'm talking about distance, I'm talking lateral, along Pontchartrain. I don't know how long Pontchartrain is. I'm going to measure it. I don't know how high Pontchartrain is. I'm going to measure it. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and then
I don't know why you need a satellite. Why the fuck do you need a satellite?
Well, that's what I'm saying. When you come into a conversation that is not about what you're like, you came in a conversation that had nothing to do with that. And that's what I'm saying. I was talking about raw positions, raw data positions. I'm not worried about its elevation above the water. I'm not worried about its length from the coast. If you get its positions, you can. He has 2,000 points. I have 2,000 points of this bridge. You can take those positions and you can reference it to itself, and you can see if these positions are representing a straight line, if they're how long it is based on the points from one point to the next to the end. Like, these are things you can determine, but you're not with the raw data. You're not using their reference to anything else, like to the surface of the Earth or anything. That was the point of what Jesse Klazowski did it as well. He wasn't doing it to compare it to the surface. He was doing it to see if it was curved or not.
So the grid system.
Go, man.
No, you. Go ahead.
Does,
Go better.
does the grid system move, or are all the satellites in a large grid system, or does each satellite have its own grid system?
Well, no, they use the same grid system. They have to make the corrections, and they have to make adjustments based on their movement, but they use the same grid system.
Okay, so how come when a person's walking, they establish a new grid system? Why do you have a double standard of this grid system to support your needs? That's strange.
Okay, dude. So the GPS, they establish a grid system because that's what makes sense, and that's what's used to explain something.
That makes sense. Yes.
If you were to give me directions, or you were to tell me where something was in reference to where you are, you would be giving me a grid system that makes sense to make that description. Like when you say, "Oh, it's to the left, or it's to the right, or it's below you, or it's above you," you're giving me directions based on where you understand my grid system to be, so that I can find this thing that I'm looking for. Okay, so you use these grid systems to make sense of whatever it is you're fucking describing.
Yeah. So having one grid system, like you just said, makes sense, and having the grid system reestablish itself every time you move does not make sense. Yeah.
In some cases it does. I just gave you an example when it wouldn't make sense.
No, movement is not a case by case. Movement is object through grid system. It's that simple, right? That is all it is. So when you try and conflate, sometimes we have a static grid system. Other times the grid is spinning and turning based on the individual. That's poppycock.
No, when you give people directions, or you tell people where to find something, it makes more sense to use the grid system of that person's relative position, so that they can actually find what they're looking for. It might make sense that you use the GPS coordinate system, because that might be how you tell somebody where something is. But very often people tell people, yeah, just go to the left, go to the right, look behind you. I mean, I don't know why I'm explaining this to you.
Well, look behind you is not a location in a grid system, right? So when we're talking this grid system, we're talking the 3-axis and then there's a point. So it's like a 3D chessboard, like A4 on a chessboard. I know exactly where that is. That point, that location does not change, and it will never change, because it is a unique location that we use to designate where objects are. If you are now moving the reference system, it is no longer a reference system.
Yes, it is. Moving reference systems are still reference systems, but
you can't move yourself and the reference system, right? If the reference system can move as well as you, if you moved and were in a new location, you would never be able to know if it's because you physically moved or if the reference system physically moved. So that is just a bastardization of an idea to try and jam a belief that down is a sphere around you no matter where you go.
Yeah, that is a weird idea that you just came up with. But regardless, this isn't my fucking this isn't my fucking understanding of relativity or reference frames or anything. This is actually what a reference frame is, and there are indeed moving reference frames. Yeah, anytime you're describing positions or whatever, you're describing them in reference to something. And that thing that you're describing it in reference to could be moving. There's no rules against that.
When the last surveyor died, wait, I got it. When the last surveyor died, reference systems started moving.
I understand what you're talking about.
Bro, picture playing chess, and instead of moving the pieces, the board spins. Right? Do you know how confusing?
Why would I waste my time doing that?
Exactly. Why would you do Why would you do it in any other situation?
Okay,
why would you, if you're mapping where you're?
Sorry, is there an example of a moving reference system?
Yes, there's a bunch of examples, but I'll give you a very easy one, okay? Because I'm sure none of you guys have made video games before based on the fact of your all's position in this argument. But I have, and when you're making a video game, or when you're playing a video game for that matter, the way that there'll be a grid system that will describe the layout of the map or whatever. But to make your character do things, your character is given a grid system, and the grid system moves with the character. This is the only way that you can make these sort of
in a grid
simulations and
system that
programs.
doesn't move.
Computer program. You're talking about software.
I'm talking about software. That's right.
Things.
But hold on, he's. But there's a system. There's a grid system that does not move, right? And the grid system around the person is only to show you the orientation of the person in relation to the unmoving grid system. Because once that second grid system that is not attached to your polygonal person, once you start moving that one, then you have no control of where your guy is located. So the trees could be on the ground because you're moving the land, but the guy never moved. So yes, if you make a video game, you absolutely 100% have an unmoving infinite grid, not infinite, but huge sandbox grid that does not change its position. You move positions inside that.
Right. Kosha, the level of the game you're making, the level doesn't move. The character moves within the level grid, correct?
Give me a minute, please.
He didn't realize he just made our point.
No, I'm talking to somebody in real life, and you guys, I don't want to call you guys fucking dumb because I'm tired, right? And I don't usually do that, but I want to do that. So instead of doing that, I'm asking you guys, give me a minute. Well, no, how about this? I'll just tell you guys. You guys were completely unaware of this blatantly basic fucking bullshit, dude. This is like day one shit. This is shit that when I leave, other flat earthers are going to screw you on this. Other flat earthers are about to screw you on this. So all I have to say is just learn something, dude. Learn what a reference frame is. Learn what like you're telling me that reference frames can't move. And you guys are completely confused, and I can't begin to make you aware of this stuff.
In the video game, right? Yeah, in the video game level that you use, Kosho, does the level itself move, or is it unmovable? It's like the level itself is a fixed position. The level is not moving, correct? The character is moving within.
It can move, or it doesn't have to move. It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't move.
There's no rules
Kosho,
against
you're
it
just
moving.
lying.
No, there's no rules.
It never moves in a video game. You would never program the space that your video game is taking place in to move.
Yes,
where would it move to? Would it move into a new space? Right? You're moving here. Yes. Hold on. Let me. So when you create a video game, you first have to program an area of space where the game is going to happen in. Now that area of space isn't really anything. You could put a tree there. It's just the working area. Right? You can't move that into somewhere that it's not, because outside of that, there's nothing. So it has to be static because there's nowhere for it to go.
So there's plenty of games where they're on a ship or a craft or a car, vehicle, a boat. Any of these things. Those things have positions on them and where the character can move around on. That craft, the boat, the ship, or whatever, can also move in a map. So y'all's criticisms are completely
right. Kosho, the water in the map that you've made is the water. You can move across the water, but the physical place where the water is on the map is not actually moving around. The character's moving around the water, and if you happen to design software that has water that has a current, and if your character interacts with that current, it moves with your character. That's still within the confines of the sandbox of the game grid that you made.
Yeah, well, there's no restriction on whether or not that's moving or that's the stationary thing.
Why? Why would you do that?
We can do one or the other. I gave you an example when that would be necessary.
No, why would you have the physical map move instead of the character moving within the map?
I gave you an example. I gave you an example of that happening. And like I said, reference system.
You gave me boats moving. The boats are moving within the water, and the water is within the confines of the game, the grid that you're making.
Okay. Have you ever played Flappy Bird or any of those other stupid kind of games like that? I don't know if you know this, but in those games, it's not the character that's moving; it's the map that's moving. And there's I forget which Mario Brothers it is. It's the same way, where the map is moving the entire time, and you have to keep up and make sure you don't get you don't get stuck or whatever.
But that's still
There's plenty of games. There's plenty of games.
No, wait, hold on.
Still in its confines of space, even though the camera of the space, like that's still a map. The map itself is the map. The camera view of the map that's only looking at part of it at a time is moving, and you have to keep up with the same thing.
Yep,
but
there
the
you go.
actual map, the level itself, is a specific spot. It's not moving. The camera angle of the character is moving.
No, this is the whole point of the different reference systems. You can have a reference frame where it's being described from where you are, and you're describing things around you in reference to where you are, and it's perfectly valid. Just like it's valid to do the other way. You can have it to where the reference frame is being described as the world around you, which you move through. Either one of those descriptions is valid. It just depends on what's necessary. This is the point that Right the Hand wasn't getting, that you can describe a reference frame like the one that GPS uses, or you can describe a reference frame that's unique to a specific person, and whichever one is useful for that case is perfectly valid to use. So this is easy to understand.
As soon as the person walks forward, their reference frame changes, correct?
The reference frame moves with them.
No. They move within the reference. Their perspective within their frame of reference changes.
No.
Because they moved.
And that specific reference frame, if you're describing a reference frame as from a specific person's perspective or something, then it's going to follow that person, whatever they're doing, by definition. Because it's being described as that person's reference frame.
So how would you describe somebody's reference frame if someone was, say, I don't know, sitting on a merry-go-round?
You would describe them sitting on a merry-go-round, and they would be rotating with the merry-go-round.
All right, and once they step off that merry-go-round, what reference frame are they in now?
They're not going to different reference frames. You're just always describing the reference frame from their perspective. It's the reference frame follows them.
Right.
It's their
park. So the park itself is one reference frame. That's a grid coordinate system. The park itself.
No.
Right. It's
No.
It's
The
not.
reference frames aren't places. I can't do this right now.
So I can't describe the park in a grid system as a reference frame?
A reference frame is simply the coordinate system you're using to describe whatever event is taking place.
But the park. I park my car and I go to the park, and it's a big old park. I can't say over here is coordinate A and over here is Z and over here is. I can't make a grid system on a park.
You can define a reference frame however you'd like, wherever you'd like, moving with whatever use case you need. You can create that as a reference frame. But just because you go from one place to the other doesn't mean you're going to two different reference frames.
Okay,
reference
but all right,
frames aren't location specific.
Okay, great. So in reality, right, the tree is at a location, right? The tree is not the location. You can move the tree. You can't move the location. What about that do you have a problem with?
I mean, it depends on if you're talking about from a single reference frame, then you'd be correct. From a single reference frame, the positions aren't changing unless that reference frame is moving.
Let's use that example.
I'm talking reality. You have the tree, and then you have where the tree is at. Now, in reality, where the tree is at, does that move like? Does where the tree is at move like the tree can move?
Why are you saying in reality?
Because that's all I'm concerned about. Because you can say, well, in a video game, I can put a tree in and then spin the video game where I'm like, that's great. But in reality, like where my house is occupying a very unique location in 3D space. Now, I can take my house, break it down into all its parts, and move it. Can I do that with the location? Can I move just the location where my house was? Can I move that somewhere else?
The locations are reference frame dependent. So if you're saying in a reference frame of being on the Earth, for example, like the Earth, treating the Earth as if it was stationary and the positions being, not non-changing on the Earth, then yeah, that position is not going to change in reference to that grid system. However, if you then start to have the idea that the Earth is moving around the sun or whatever, this and that, and you say in reference to something outside of the Earth, you have a new grid system, and that position would be changing. So it's that question is reference frame dependent.
Okay, no. I don't think so. Because there's nothing referencing the location. The location is itself. It's where it's at. Okay.
But his point was that like if you know that the Earth is stationary, then obviously it's not moving. But if you have the idea that it's hurling through space, then it's moving within a new, bigger reality.
No, wait, hold on. But
the
Earth.
That's what he's saying.
The Earth
don't
would
agree
be
with
moving.
it. That's what he's saying.
Okay, but even if the Earth would be moving through the coordinate system, it wouldn't be dragging the coordinate system with it.
I'm gonna let Nick trying to get in there.
No, but he's saying there's two coordinate systems. Earth itself is a coordinate system, and Earth is moving through a coordinate system.
No.
There's unlimited coordinate systems. That's how they get around this.
Yeah, I don't think so. There's only one area of 3D space with all objects.
I agree. I agree.
Fair.
But that's how they get away with this, by just saying there's an infinite number of coordinate systems. Whenever you need to, they just make up whatever they need. That's how they get away with it.
When you're sitting down in a chair with a cup of coffee, is all that in a fixed place? Your coffee isn't moving, the chair isn't moving. Stand to reason that those are not moving. Hello?
No, the coffee is moving. It's moving through space around the sun. So the coffee actually is accelerating. That's an accelerating coffee cup.
Exactly. But in your reference frame, it's not, right? It's just sitting there.
But that's what his point is that as soon as you get into as soon as you imagine space being real and having that be reality, then you have a new coordinate system, and then you can just keep inventing new coordinate systems.
Right, but they describe reality pretty appropriately when you actually think about it, right? So, like, if you just think that there's only one universal coordinate system and everything is only in reference to that coordinate system, then things don't really make a lot of sense when you start moving around. That cup of coffee is going, if you're on an airplane, it's going 800 miles an hour, but it still looks like it's not going anywhere. So you need those reference frames to be able to tell what's going on beyond your own point of view, which is all kosher.
That's the point. That's the point, is that if you can convince people that Earth is actually spinning and moving 1,000 miles an hour and going around the sun and going around the Milky Way and having all these other infinite reference frames that you can't prove, then and as long as they just exist in your mind, then okay, cool, that works.
What is your answer to sitting on an airplane with a still cup of coffee in front of you? If you don't have that understanding of reference frames, then you're just wrong.
No, it does look like it's static. I agree that it does look like static. But the point is that if you step outside the airplane, you do then see that it is moving. But you can't step outside the Earth to see that Earth is actually moving. That's the problem.
But you can be a person on the ground seeing a plane flying through the air, and you're in a different reference frame, and you know for a fact that the people on that plane aren't flying everywhere against the back of the plane because they're going 800 miles an hour, and they're sitting still. So you absolutely understand what Kosho is saying when you say there are multiple reference frames, and you don't need to quote unquote make things up to make things make sense, because you can see in real life it working.
No, I'm not making it up. The idea that Earth is going around the sun is making up the idea that gives you a new reference frame.
It's the exact
our current local reference frame is that the coffee cup is not moving. The only way the coffee cup moves is if you imagine you're hurling around the sun at millions miles an hour.
You have to imagine that you're in a plane in order for the coffee cup to not be moving in a plane.
Okay, but I've been in a plane and I understand that. I can demonstrate that. Can you demonstrate Earth doing this? Because that's the problem, is that you can just make a claim that Earth is doing this, but you can't actually demonstrate that Earth is doing this.
Yeah, you could. Hey, brother, could you kind of say?
I don't care what object you're quibbling over. The fundamentals of the idea is what you agree with. You agree that if you're on an airplane flying 800 miles an hour, the teacup looks stationary in reference to you. But in reference to a person on the ground, it's going 800 miles an hour. That is the foundation.
So in reference to who?
I'm almost done. That's the foundational principle. Reference frames, and you agree with it. Now, because you specially believe that the Earth can't possibly be that, is not my problem. But you
Yeah, you know
no,
what
no,
it's
no.
like?
I
It's
didn't.
like
No, I
drinking a
didn't
cup
say
of.
the Earth
Hey,
couldn't
brother,
possibly be. I said
isn't
we're
it?
currently waiting for a demonstration or example of Earth
Hey,
doing that to actually do that. Because I can demonstrate for you a plane. Can you demonstrate to me whose reference frame the Earth is moving?
hey, yo, can I just add something? It's like drinking a cup of coffee and pretending you're on an airplane, right? Like sitting at your house, drinking a
Yeah,
cup of
right. Yeah,
coffee, and then you're
exactly. Like,
pretending, and then saying like,
there you go.
Actually, I'm on an airplane." Well, it's okay. Where's the evidence you're on an airplane?
Yeah,
Well, it
if you
looks
guys,
like the coffee's not moving, so therefore I must be on an airplane.
if you guys don't know
That's
where the
perfect.
evidence is, then that's your problem.
So therefore, okay, so that's a great example. I'm sitting here, I'm drinking my cup of coffee. It doesn't look like the coffee is moving, therefore I must be on an airplane going 800 miles an hour.
The point is that reference frames exist. The whole point of Koshos was that reference frames exist, and this is how they work. You're in a moving reference frame.
Are we? Can you demonstrate the moving reference frame?
In either scenario, you are in a moving reference frame.
So no, you can't. I can demonstrate an airplane. You can't demonstrate Earth moving.
Right. Hold him on that. Hold him on that one, Fuzzy Ewok. Don't let this point go.
The whole point is that this is reality. You can have an infinite amount of reference frames depending on who you are and where you are. That's it. You guys quibbling over. Oh, the Earth can't be a sphere because no one gave a shit.
I get it. I totally get it. Okay, can we have a unicorn perspective?
Yo, he's melting down right before our eyes, boys.
I know. Can you have a unicorn reference frame?
Information is hard to grasp. You understand it, but you don't apply it. I get it.
So can I
understand, but I can still finish my sentence, and then you can go on spewing diarrhea, okay? So just because you understand that there are infinite reference frames, depending on who you are and where you are and what you're looking at and what you're referencing, just because that exists and you don't believe the Earth exists, doesn't mean that they don't still work within each other, okay? The Earth can be a reference frame, you can be a reference frame, your car can be a reference frame.
I get it. Can I get it? Can I have a unicorn reference frame? Can I get a unicorn reference frame?
Definitely,
No? Why not?
I said yes. I don't know why you said why not.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he said you don't even believe in Earth. He's like, just because you don't believe in Earth.
Right. So real quick then. So I have a legitimate, in reality, unicorn perspective. Is that I can invent that and that's legitimate?
Sure. Why not? Go for it.
Is it?
You're just displaying that you clearly don't understand.
No, I do. No, you guys are clearly displaying. You don't fully understand.
Don't speak for Fuzzy. Don't speak for a second. It's very simply. Because I'm not accusing. I'm telling you plainly. Okay, but
I'm telling you plainly, you don't understand how logical fallacy works.
Nidhug in here is not talking about unicorns. And he's certainly not talking about. He's not talking about. He's not talking about. He's not making a claim. He's not making a claim for the Earth. He's not making a claim for the Earth. Just stop talking for a second, guys.
Hold on, no, Kosho, but
just stop talking for a second, Fuzzy Walk. I'm not gonna try to listen to you when I'm trying to speak. So just give me a second, Fuzzy Walk, and then you speak. Then I'll listen to you. Okay?
Go for it, please.
But the grid system that Nidhug was talking about. The point he's making is to try to make clear the point I was making to you guys, which is not a claim on the shape of the Earth or a claim of the reference frame of the Earth. It's simply a claim of what reference frames are, which is what you guys were disagreeing with. No, you don't. You do not understand, Fuzzy Walk, because you just asked him, "Can you be in a unicorn reference frame?" So you do not understand.
Because you said if you said that in reality Earth is actually moving, and that's a reference frame, but I'm still waiting for the demonstration of Earth moving to actually legitimize this reference frame, which is why I asked about a unicorn. Because if I can just invent something and it works I can just invent a unicorn reference frame, and that means that where Earth is moving even faster than the coffee cup is. You could make up anything.
No one's making any claim on what the Earth is doing. He was giving you a hypothetical.
He was giving you a hypothetical.
You said it's
moving.
No, he's
You
giving
don't
you a
understand our
hypothetical so you
analogy,
understand what the
Kosho.
reference frames are.
Kosho,
Let's
you
pretend
don't
the Earth is not.
understand
Let's
our
pretend the Earth's
analogy.
not moving. Let's pretend
Kosho,
nothing is moving at all. You can be
you
on a
don't
ship,
understand the
on a
analogy of a
scooter.
coffee cup
You could be
sitting
on
at
a
your house,
scooter, on a
right?
ship, juggling and
All right, here we
describing
go.
the movement of that ball. The movement of that ball can be described
Kosho,
in the
it's just
reference
that you
frame
don't
of you on the
understand what we're
scooter, on the
talking about,
ship.
right?
Yeah.
Kosho, what
Hold on.
don't you understand about drinking coffee in your
I'm not going to engage with you, my man.
versus? Well, I know because you don't understand the
No,
argument.
it's
Because
because
you're fucking retarded. Oh, you're
you're
gonna make up
Hold
some
on, hold
shit
on, hold on,
now.
hold on.
purposely
Both of you
trying
guys,
to
You're
hold
gonna
on,
make
hold
up
on.
some
You
purposely
guys,
trying to
shit.
you guys,
resolve this
both of you
conversation.
guys, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay, Kosho, we fully understand that what a reference frame is and how you can change a reference frame, and I get how a airplane, a cup of coffee in an airplane can be moving. That is not lost on us. We
So then
fully understand that. Hold on,
let's render the
listen.
conversation that we
Hold
were having
on.
over then, because that was the only
Hold
thing I
Shut
was
up,
on.
talking to you
Kosho.
about.
You don't
Kosho.
understand. That's all.
Okay, I'm trying to illustrate it to you. Okay, what we understand, we understand that. What we're trying to illustrate to you is that because we can see an airplane moving and we can demonstrate that and we can show you that, that's all great, right? We understand that, right? What we're asking for very specifically is who has entered this other reference frame to see that Earth is actually moving in this, that who actually went to that reference frame, who actually got on an airplane and left Earth to see it in a different reference frame.
No, that's fine, Fuzzy. Then that renders the conversation I was having with you over, because the conversation I was having with you was an argument with you and Right the Hand on what reference frames were, on if a reference frame could be moving, this and that. And now I see that you're on the same page as I am, and that's over. Right. I didn't make any claims on the other stuff, and I do not plan to.
So, well, but the other guy absolutely said that Earth is rotating and therefore it's moving, and that's what the reference frame
I was
is.
just
It's that
giving
we
you
were denying
examples
Earth. Is
to
that we're
made
denying
the
Earth
point.
because we're not denying it
science
moving.
deniers.
Doesn't matter what the object is that you're referencing. You guys are fixated on the Earth because you got a hard on for being a flat earther. But reference frames don't care about Earth. They don't care about your theology. They don't care about any of that. It's just a way of knowing where you are in relation to something else and how you expect to
Well,
speak.
yo, couldn't you say
Yeah.
when you believe something you don't have any evidence for that you're in a cult? Like you guys think you're spinning, right? So you're in a
Why?
cult, right?
Why is that relevant to the conversation?
Well, you just brought up theology,
Because
right?
right, it's a belief.
Yeah, you're
I
in a cult. That you
said the
think you're
argument does
spinning.
not
You
care
think you're in
about
an
theology.
airplane because you can have a cup of coffee,
The
which makes you in a
argument does
cult.
not care about theology.
Puts you in a
So
cult,
bringing
bro.
up more theology is still irrelevant to the point.
Right. You don't understand. You're trying to pretend that you're spinning when you're not, which makes you
It does
insane,
not
right?
matter. It does not matter whether
Right.
you believe the Earth
You
spins
sound
or
like a
not.
nut job, right?
Do you
It
know
You
doesn't
sound
real
matter
quick?
fucking
whether
crazy.
you believe the Earth spins or not.
Do you know what affirming the consequent logical fallacy is, or can you
Yes.
explain what that is
Yes,
in
and
your
it
own
does.
words? Can you
It
explain that?
does not matter in this situation because it does not matter what you believe or
So
what I
I'm
believe.
not asking. I'm
None
not
of
asking about whether or not it applies. I'm asking whether or not you understand what it is,
whether
not
the
whether
Earth
it
rotates
applies
or
right now.
not, whether the Earth stands still, whether you're in a moving car or a car that's parked, none of it matters when you're just talking about reference frames. It's just you and your point of view in relation to something else. It does not matter about your beliefs of the Earth, whether you think you know about logical fallacies or not. None of that matters. None of it
So you're
matters.
not
If
going to
you understand
answer
the
my question
principle,
then.
if
Cry
you
harder, bro.
understand the
Cry harder.
Still not
principle of
answering
your
the
reference
question.
frame,
Cry
if you
harder,
understand
man.
the principle, I'll just keep repeating until you let me finish. If you
I could
understand the
just mute
principle,
you too.
if you
I am
understand
asking you a specific kind of question, and you're just rambling on.
you
Like
What's
obviously
very
the
don't
question?
specific questions.
What's the question, Fuzzy?
Does he understand what a logical, what affirming the consequent is? He said he does, but he doesn't give us an example or explain how, and he just says it doesn't apply. But I don't know if he doesn't understand what it is or not, because I'm trying to
we're
get on the
not in
same
debate
page.
class. We're not in debate class. I don't need to understand or explain anything to you about debate
Because you're in
class
a
because
cult, bro. You're in a cult. I don't need to understand or explain anything to you.
I'm sorry you don't understand what a reference frame is, Cletus. It's not my problem.
You're in a cult, bro.
Cool, sure, whatever. That's your opinion. Equally has almost zero weight or value to me.
Right, because you're in a cult and I'm not your guru or
Cool,
some shit,
that's
right?
fine. I don't care,
Well,
dude.
but again, so real quick, but I don't understand why you just assume that you know what I'm about to say. Why I'm asking you why illogical fallacies? Why can't you just answer? Just do you understand why what affirming the
Yeah,
consequent
I
means?
know what a logical fallacy is. I went to college. I know
Affirming the
what affirming the
consequent.
consequent is. I understand that if you say something exists and the reason it exists is because that thing exists, it's a logical fallacy. Cool, got it. What's your point?
Well, I guess if you understand that and you don't know what we're in this conversation for, I guess you're beyond help. I guess.
I don't understand why you're bringing up logical fallacies when we're talking about what a reference frame is. Yes.
Because
Feel free to
you're
explain.
using a logical fallacy to justify your reference frame of Earth being able to move when you haven't
I did
demonstrated
not
it.
talk about Earth moving at all. Earth
You
moving is
absolutely did. Then why did you say? Why did you say I was denying Earth?
Reference frames. Earth
Why did you
moving
say
is
it was?
inconsequential. You want to repeat it? Earth is inconsequential to what a reference frame is.
Then why did you tell me I was denying Earth?
Because you're a flat earther. You deny what Earth is, but that's a different
Copy that.
topic. Not relevant to what a reference frame is. Jeez, it's like pulling teeth to explain basic concepts. You guys want to go off the rails constantly.
I love that analogy of like sitting there with a cup of coffee and pretending you're in an airplane, because that's just, it's exactly what ballers are doing.
So if you're sitting in a chair with a cup of coffee in front of you and curtains are around you completely, would you know whether you're on something moving or not?
Well, if I could experience, like, let's say, like, if I'm in a plane, I might experience like turbulence or something would indicate that I'm moving.
But what if you're not? What if you're not experiencing turbulence? How would you know?
Well, I mean, if I was in a plane, I'd hear the fucking sound of like the wind
You're in
going by.
a soundproof box. You don't hear anything. You can't rely on your senses beyond the box you're in. You see a cup of coffee in front of you. That's it. How would you know?
Well, then initially I would have to assume that I'm not moving if I had
Okay.
no way of judging if that I was moving, right?
Perfect. Yeah, exactly. You would have
Right.
no way of knowing. You would have
Right. No, how about this? You'd have no way of knowing, just like we said, there's no way to know. So then,
right. But
how
you
about
could
this now? Let's
be
say
on
if I,
mode, right?
well, let me just continue. If I'm in that room and there's no way for me to detect that I'm moving, why would I think that I'm moving?
You wouldn't. I agree with you. You would not think you're moving.
Cool. So why do you think Earth is moving?
Because you can use something other than your five senses in a soundproof box to know that you're on an airplane, can't you?
Right, and our senses seem to show that we're not moving.
No, they don't. But the point of the
Okay, no.
exercise.
What's your example that we're moving, man?
The point of the exercise
What should my
is not.
senses pick
The
up that
point of
I'm
the
not
exercise
detecting?
is not to rehash your misunderstanding of what
Nice
the Earth
try
is.
with your
The point
cult
of the
rhetoric, dude.
exercise.
Nice try with your
The
cult
point.
rhetoric to walk away
The
from this,
point
but you
of the
sound like a
exercise.
fucking
I'll
cult
just
member,
keep
dude. That's all.
talking until you shut up. The point of
Dude,
the
how about this?
exercise is for
It doesn't
you to
matter.
understand. The point of the exercise is that you fully understand that you have no way of knowing whether you're moving or not, because in your reference frame you don't see anything moving. But it's entirely possible that you are moving, and you should, as a normal person, be able to concede that it's possible you are on an airplane. You just don't know.
See, this is how they got you in the cult, isn't it?
All you have to do
you're a
is say yes.
karmic little
All you
special
have to do is
creature,
say yes,
but
it's
you just
possible
don't
I'm
know
moving.
it.
All you have to do is say
With
yes,
your
it's
fucking
possible I'm
crystals
moving,
and
and you
shit,
don't
dude.
know.
Stop.
Because you're a dishonest person, you can't ever
Oh,
say
now I'm
that.
dishonest because you're in a cult. What do you like, Scientology? Like you attack anyone
So
that goes
Cletus,
against the
is
cult?
it possible that in that soundproof
You
room
look
that you were
nuts, dude.
moving on an airplane?
How about this? Is it logical to think I'm in an airplane when all senses and everything around me says that I'm not
Is
moving?
it possible? Yes or no?
Is it possible? Is it possible you're in a fucking cult?
Is it possible, Cletus, that you were on an airplane in that soundproof room? Yes or no?
Why would
Come on, answer, Mister. I'm
How
not
about this? How about this? It could be possible, but it would
There you
be
go.
illogical. How about
All
this?
you needed to
But it
say
would
was it
be
could be possible.
illogical. It would be
All you had to
illogical
say was
to
it could be
presume that
possible,
I am.
Cletus.
Well, how about this? Let me ask you.
All you
Would
had to
it be?
say
How
was
about
it
this? How
could
about
be
this? Let me
possible.
ask you a question. If 99, every fucking 100% of indications for me says that I'm not moving, but I still hold the probability that maybe hey, I am moving. But then, how do I operate in the world that I'm living where I feel like I'm not moving? Wouldn't it be stupid to think that I am moving and to operate as though I were moving, even though everything indicates that I'm not moving?
The cool thing about reference frames
Can
is
you
that
answer that question? What would you
you're
think?
moving or not, whether
I'm
you're
asking
moving or not, you won't change how you operate. There you go. Isn't that funny? Isn't it cool how you can have that dichotomy work?
Right. So how about this? If we're in a room, right, and we don't experience any movement, and I propose that I'm not moving because everything fucking indicates that, and then you condemn me for thinking that we're moving, wouldn't you look like a dick?
Yeah, I would look like a flat earther right now, wouldn't I? Oops, gotcha.
Actually, you sound like such a cult member. It's
Yeah,
unreal.
oops, gotcha.
No, you dude. This is why they say the left can't meme. Is because people like you.
No clue. I don't even know what you're talking about now, Cletus.
I know because you're fucking retarded and in a cult, and like you're a North Korean that hasn't read a book
Just keep
written by an
throwing
author
insults.
outside of North Korea.
Yeah, Isa, stop with the names. There's better ways.
Yeah.
No, this
If
is a
your
troll, bro. No.
argument,
This is like a troll extraordinaire. Like, God
if
bless
your
your heart, but
argument isn't
you're a
sound,
fucking
definitely throwing
clown.
insults is the way to go, right?
I'm done now. You can be all butthurt you want. I'm good. I'm step out. Somebody else take over and deal with this fucking loser. Forgive me. I know you're getting emotional over there. Forget you're not a loser, man. You're
Are we
God's
gonna
special
ignore?
creature.
Hold on.
You're God's special
Listen,
creature.
hold on real quick. Yeah, hold on. Is Nidhug gonna ignore the fact that he was calling Issa Cletus?
Oh, I don't know his name. He sounds like a redneck, so I call him Cletus. If he doesn't like it, he can correct me.
Oh, what are you fucking? I'm not gonna get going. Handle this for me, Copernicus.
What are we talking about?
If you're drinking a cup of coffee, can you imagine that you're on an airplane drinking a cup of coffee? It's basically the crux of it, and reference frames. This is really fun, actually.
I'll give you the lowdown really quickly, and then I got to go into work, Greg. Is it honest? Is it an honest stance for you to take if you're in a soundproof room? Your senses only extend to the room you're in, and you see a cup of coffee in front of you. It stands to reason that you are not moving, right?
Sure.
Okay, so is it possible that you are also while you're experiencing this actually on an airplane?
Sure.
Perfect. There you go. You are more honest than Cletus. That's it. That was the exercise.
Wait, is it possible? That's what you said. Is it possible?
Yeah, is it possible?
Well, of course it's possible.
Okay, then great. That was the exercise. I don't. This is why you guys. This is why I don't understand why you guys argue so fucking much. It's an easy exercise. You don't have to fucking combat me because you think I'm trying to drive at a point that I'm not driving at. Yeah, is it possible? That's all there was to it. Yes, the honest
You're not
answer.
driving. You're not. So I really still. I never got an answer before. You said we're denying Earth. So in your example, Earth is the reference frame that we're talking about.
Different topic entirely.
But it's not, because the only reason we're
Why do
talking
y'all always
about it
do
is
that? You
because of the
know that it's
subject at hand.
analogous to the cosmological question. That's what I hate. You know this analogy, you know this exercise is supposed to be analogous to the cosmological controversy that we always run our mouths about in these kinds of servers. But then you sit up here and deny that.
No. The point is that you can conceive it is a possibility. Yet when you do argue about the cosmological whatever, you flat out deny that it is ever possible. So when you're being honest, ask the question that isn't about whether the Earth is spinning or not. You are most definitely an honest person and you give honest answers. But once your hairs are bristled and you're backed into a corner because suddenly this exact same concept is now applied to reality, then you're not honest, because now suddenly you can't possibly be on an Earth moving, because you can't possibly be on an airplane if you see things that look
And
still.
what we added
Where in reality is the Earth moving?
Yeah, Nidhug, hang on. Listen to me. Listen to me. I have never argued this premise of impossibility as it concerns this. And I'm
No
sure,
one
as
has,
far as the
dude. No
gentleman
one
in
has. He's
here
just
didn't
making shit
argue
up.
impossibility either. I'm sure the gentleman in here argued that it is simply not the case.
But it can be the case, right?
Yeah, what I said, hey, can we real quick?
And
I was talking
retorting with it can be the case doesn't
let him go.
refute what was said. That's not a
So, Greg,
refutation.
No, Gregory. When you guys say the Earth is not moving because we don't experience it moving, that is silly. Because when you're in a room with a coffee cup,
How
you
is
don't
that
experience.
silly?
No,
That's
that's also
empirical reasoning.
not what we said. That's also not what we said. I'm sorry, Gregory. That's
That
not
is
what we said.
so
We asked for a
close.
demonstration of it
So
moving.
close. We're so close. It's so possible that it's moving. And you've been given demonstrations out the butt, dude. The Earth moves. It's rotating. This is known science, dude. You guys are just denying it. All I'm doing is
How is that silly when you
I'm
just
almost done.
appeal
I'm
to
almost
empirical
look, dude.
reasoning?
I'm almost done, dude. All I'm doing is walking you through a simple logical process
You're
so that you
not gonna whistle past the fact you told me that empirical reasoning is silly, and then in the next breath continue to empirically reason.
All right, what we are going to do is let him finish, though. Everyone's going to let him finish their sentences and stop the interrupting, please.
Yeah, no, I got to go to work, man. So you guys have fun with that.
That stuff needs to stop being allowed to slide. You're gonna sit up here and blatantly tell me that given the empirical data of my experience, I'm going to conclude that I'm not moving, given that I'm not moving, or given that the room is not moving, or given that the earth is not moving, therefore I conclude the earth is not moving. You're not gonna sit up here and tell me that's silly, asinine reasoning, and then in the next breath continue to reason the very same way.
Listen, Gregory, you are if you're a troll.
Yeah, if you use logical fallacies and don't understand them, then that's exactly what you're doing, Greg.
Which is why I say every one of these trolls should be eliminated from this discussion. Otherwise, we're just going to do
want to
this.
serve
No, but
with flat
that is
earthers
amazing.
in
You're right.
Listen,
he says
Nate,
that you can't use observations, but then says observations are like it's unreal.
Yeah, Nate, I would like us to have flat earthers in here. Yes, because we can discuss these ideas. We can confront each other. We can correct each other. We can actually accept correction from each other. What happens in your camp from trolls that are more trolly than you, okay, is that they troll on purpose. They are not honest debaters. They are not. They waste our time. So let's just bring it back to you now. See if you can not be a troll, Nate. Were you paying attention to any of this conversation so far with what Nidhug was doing? Or do you need to be caught up to speed?
I heard what he was doing, but I left and I just came back now.
Okay, so basically he's arguing reference frames. In a reference frame where you are in a soundproof room, you've got a cup of coffee on the table that's not moving. How do you know that you're actually on the table? Right? So that's his question. Now, if that was as far as it goes, that'd be no problem. But it's not, as Gregory points out, because his assumption is that that's exactly what the Earth is doing. And you wouldn't even know it. But then Nidhug was going, well, we're not talking about the Earth. I'm just talking about a reference frame. Can you admit that it's possible? And we go, yeah. And he goes, well, then there you go. And it's, no. You're asking that question because you want to lead us to the concept that it's possible that the Earth could be moving and we wouldn't know it. That's the point. And we just wasted all this time arguing what I just summed up. And Nidhug continued to deny that he wasn't going to push us to that next step, which is dishonest. Because otherwise, why would you bring up, could you be in a room that was moving and not know it? Why would you bring that up? because you're going to try to make
Maybe.
a follow-up point.
This is me just guessing, right? Maybe, because I'm not Nidhug. I don't know what's in his head.
Are you going to
Maybe.
white knight? You're white knighting now. Fucking troll, man.
Go ahead, let him do it.
I'll stop because clearly Travis is riled up. I'll just
No. Let him finish, Travis.
no.
Come on,
Travis is
guys.
about to label me a troll, and like he's in a
Stop
funny mood.
calling him. Stop calling names. Stop interrupting. Come on, guys. I gotta start giving out like official warnings for this because I keep saying the same shit day after day, and that don't work. So.
So
Joel,
maybe,
Jimmy,
and
you're
I could
insane.
be wrong. I could 100% be wrong. Maybe Nidhug was trying to troll. Maybe Travis is right, but maybe, just maybe, the point Nidhug was trying to get across is that there's certain type of movements we can't tell from our frame of reference. Maybe
No
that's
one
what he was
denies
trying
that. No one denies that.
to. Okay.
What's the point? Do you have a point to follow up with? Why would you even bring that point up?
Hey, yo, can I clarify something?
I don't have a point to follow up. I don't know what Nidhug was getting at.
Yeah, like so check this out, Copernicus. Just to add to the thing was, the real line of questioning is like, okay, so you're in the room, completely isolated, right? And I asked if you could experience turbulence. He said you'll experience none of it. So for all intents and purposes, 100% of your senses are saying you're not moving, and you're looking at a cup of coffee. Now, if I could think to myself, well, maybe I am moving. That's it could be the case. But for all intents and purposes, if I were to behave like I were moving, I wouldn't be able to operate in my current reference frame. So I'm going to treat it as though I'm not moving. Now, would it not be insanity to label me crazy for thinking that I'm not
How's
moving?
one?
Yeah, she's got a lot to
that's
say.
cute as hell.
Yeah, Issa, no one's paying attention to you at this point.
I know. But my point is this,
Yeah,
that the
sorry.
idea that, dude, why would you be condemned for thinking you're not moving when for all intents and purposes, it feels like you're not moving and you're just in a room with a cup of coffee? Like, why the condemnation from somebody who thinks they're moving?
Yeah, and there's no actual evidence, or there's no actual demonstratable, proof that the Earth is moving. If you had
Right, so-
that, at least that'd be something.
So the question is, though, by what authority would you judge me for thinking that I'm not moving? Like, what gives you the right to judge somebody to base their fucking reality on what they experience? You fucking troll piece of shit. You know what I mean?
Tell them how you really feel, Lisa.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, if you guys think we're not moving, that's fine. Like, it doesn't bother me none. I don't know why it bothers the other globers so much. I think it's not the end of the world if there are people that think the Earth is stationary.
To tie off what
It doesn't
Travis was
bother
saying
you
off
that
with the
there's no
bow. To tie off what you were saying off earlier, Travis, with the bow, is that the concluding premise is this reality is case A, but given the properties of case A, you wouldn't be able to know case A is the case. That is an immediately self-defeating knowledge claim because a knowledge claim stipulates that you couldn't know it. Talk about shooting yourself in the foot.
I don't get what you're trying to say, brother.
If someone argues, well, this is the case A is the case, but you wouldn't be able to know it. It's not possible to know it is the case. That knowledge claim is self-defeating. It shoots itself in the
Yeah,
foot.
but
If the knowledge claims that concedes, you can't know it to be true. If it was the case.
yeah, but Gregory, this is the thing. The claim isn't that vague. The claim is very specific. The claim is you are not able to know whether you're moving or not using your senses alone. If you use
So if you
instrumentation,
specify,
or if you could just let me finish. If you use instrumentation, or if you have an outside observer, right? Maybe there's someone outside of the Earth looking at it. They could tell it's moving. But if you were in this soundproof box Travis was talking about, and all you had were your senses to rely on, you wouldn't be able to tell if you were moving or standing still.
So regardless of how specific the knowledge claim is, if the vague or specific knowledge claim concedes that you couldn't know it, then it's a self-defeating knowledge claim which you could not know to be true.
If all you had
Given
were
the
your
nature of the
senses,
claim itself.
if all you had were your senses to rely on, I agree with you. But the thing is, we can use instrumentation. We can go into space and look at Earth. You know,
Which are just extensions of your empirical senses.
Exactly.
In a way.
That's what technology
But
is.
just
It's the
based
extension of our power.
on, in a way, you know, it's an external extension that allows us to, you know,
See farther, hear
interact
better,
with.
smell further, feel better, taste
Not
more
necessarily, because
intensely.
I mean, we don't have things that help us taste or hear or see better.
In
Okay, maybe
principle, you
see and
know,
hear.
in
Yeah,
principle, you know, move
I get
things,
what
move heavier things, move faster.
I get what you mean. Yeah.
So, but I guess that's the point, is that if you're in that soundproof room, since you can't be certain of anything, how can you rule anything out per se? Either.
Because, well, just based on your senses, you can't rule anything out. But as I said, because we have instrumentation and we can get an outside third party observer's view.
But you're not. You're in the soundproof room. You're only in a room. You're not going outside the room, so you don't have any reference of anything except what you can sense, right? That's what the whole idea was. So therefore, you can't say. So someone can't, like what Gray was saying, you can't condemn somebody by saying, no, it's not moving. I don't observe it moving. No one's demonstrated it moving. Why would I assume that it's moving, or why would I condemn anybody for them thinking that it's not moving? Because it's not observably. So why?
Yeah.
Right. So
If we
therefore,
were
also
just
then,
in that.
but then the opposite then true is that if I say definitively, no, it's very much like it's not moving, and then we can take that to the bank. Someone else can't. You can't then also, with the same veracity of saying you're wrong and it's this way and that way, you can't also say to someone else they're wrong, because you can't. You don't know. And if it's a
Substitute
possibility,
veracity with certainty. Oh, good try.
right.
Yeah. So if you and I were in that soundproof room using our senses, nobody could come to any conclusions. You couldn't say we're moving. I couldn't say we're not moving. Right? We couldn't provide each other with evidence that falsifies the other. Right? No one could have a claim
No, you could.
above the other person. How? If we're in this soundproof room, how does
Given the a
anybody make?
posteriori data that is the case. If it is the
Given
case that
what?
the a posteriori data is that I am not moving, the Earth is not
What does that
moving,
mean?
whatever is or is not moving.
Yeah, but Gregory, what
If
did you just
you
say?
said it was moving,
Oh,
and I could just
I'm
point out
sorry.
that it's not.
The a posteriori data, the empirical data. Right now, my bed is not moving. That's the empirical data right now. That conclusion, my bed is not moving, is the one that's justified. The antithesis of that conclusion is not justified, given that there is no empirical data that is showing the bed moving.
Okay, but your bed is not moving with reference to you, right?
With reference
So,
to
from
anything.
your point of view, your bed isn't moving. But if I was on a
With
cloud in the
reference to
sky,
anything.
no. If I was standing on a cloud in the sky and I look down at your bed, I could say your bed's moving.
That would not be rational, now would it?
It would be rational.
It
There's nothing
wouldn't be
wrong with
rational because you're flying on the
I could
cloud. You see the bed
no, but
located
I
where
could
it
say
is.
the cloud is not
Do
moving. The
you live
cloud is
on the
standing
cloud?
still, and
Were
it's
you
your
born
bed and
on
the
the?
floor moving.
Nate, you know that's not honest. You know it isn't.
That is honest.
No, Nate, put
That is
yourself on
honest.
a river.
Honest.
How did you get on the cloud? Were you born up there, and that's the only way you've observed Earth is from up on the cloud looking down?
Fuzzy, it's a hypothetical. Come on.
Put
I
yourself
know
on a
but it's
river instead.
ridiculous.
Be realistic. Put yourself on a river instead and be realistic, because it's the same thing. Don't be silly.
Okay, if I'm on a river and this river is flowing constantly, and I see something on the horizon move from left to right, I could say, I'm not moving. That thing on the horizon is moving. But that thing on the horizon could look back at me and say, I'm not moving. You're moving on the river. It's relative.
That reduces reality to absurdity. You see, you people try to make these arguments, and you have no idea that you just undermined empirical knowledge. You just undermined uh, both empirical knowledge and a priori knowledge. You just undermined the possibility of knowledge. When you say everything is relative to what?
To the observer. Have you never done those experiments, Gregory?
What do you mean to the observer? What sense does that answer make?
It means everything is relative to the observer. Have you never done those
It
experiments
doesn't make
where
any sense repeating
you
the answer
watch
that is not
someone?
intelligible.
Yeah, but I'm trying to give you an example that will hopefully make what I said make sense. If you could just let me get the example out. So have you never done those experiments where you're watching someone on a train move past you and they throw a ball? As you watch them, like let's say they're moving on the train from left to
Am I
right.
on the train?
When you're not on the train. You're watching them on the train. As they move from left to right and they throw the ball makes a parabola. You see that ball make a parabola. But the person on the train, when they throw the ball to them, the ball just went up and came straight back down. It's relative.
That's not an instance of relativity. You just
It
appeal to an
is.
instance of it's not relativity. You just appeal to an
Then
instance of
what
an
do you call it?
objective
Yeah, it
event.
is. It's exactly
As
relativity.
you
What do you
bulldoze
mean
What
through
it's
do
the
not
you
answer,
call
relative?
it
it's
then?
not. The
Hey,
answer
it's
is
okay,
wrong.
Left Lane. He was almost done, buddy.
I gotta
The
say one
answer
thing.
is wrong.
Yeah, Rocky has
You
got to
just
go.
appeal to an instance where something is objectively moving through space over time, and given the different positions of the differing perspective, it appears differently.
Hey
That
yo,
doesn't mean that the
But whose
objective event isn't what
a
it
perspective
good
really
is
a
the
is.
good
real
analogy.
one?
Hey yo, check.
Who
Can
has
I
the
offer
real
an?
perspective there, Gregory?
Hey, check it out. I'll just really explain it. Let's say we're
Yeah.
back in our room having our cup of coffee. We can't experience any detection of movement, right? If
Yeah.
if someone started running around in a circle in that room and threw the ball out, would it make that same thing that you're talking about?
It threw the ball out a window.
No, like let's say like a guy. No, you're in the room, but then someone
Uh-huh.
like yourself just starts running around in a circle in that room that we don't know if it's moving or not. And
Uh-huh.
because when they run around really fast and they throw a ball and I see an arc, that's their argument to tell me why the room is in an airplane.
And what you just said.
Does anyone, you know what I mean? Or Gregory, maybe you can elaborate on that idea if you get what I mean.
Yes. So what was just appealed to? What was just appealed to was an instance of different perspective of an objective, not relative, concrete event. Two differing perspectives, given the uniformity of nature and the way our eyes function, we are perceiving an objective, real, concrete event in two different ways. That does not mean that it's relative.
No reason to
All right.
overcomplicate it. All I'm saying is like if you're in a room that you can't detect any curvature or any spin or any movement, and then somebody starts running around in a circle and does something with a ball and creates a parabola, does that prove that you're in an airplane?
I don't know, Issa. I don't understand.
Really, you don't know?
I just want to get back to what Gregory's saying. So, Gregory, you are saying that in that scenario where you're in the train and I'm watching you, when I saw you throw the ball, it looked like a parabola, but to you, it looked like the ball was going up and came straight down. You saying we both have the true objective viewpoint of what's going on, or are you saying it's relative for both of us? I just want to clarify.
Yeah, we both saw the object, of course, withstanding that we're in perfect health, right? There's nothing wrong with us. There's nothing, right? So we both saw the same objective, concretely real event from differing perspectives. I could not notice the apparent parabola from your perspective, given that I'm moving with the ball.
How many paths did the ball take?
Perspective matters then, right?
Right. That doesn't make it relative. That doesn't eliminate differing perspectives. Does not necessitate or even justify the concluding premise that there is no objectivity.
So what is the
Yeah, we could solve this.
Did that ball go up and down, or did it make a
how many
parabola?
paths?
What is the
Yes, it's
truth?
both, Nate. Right, it's both. It's not relative. It's not either or. It could be this way or it could be that way. Both are true.
No,
I agree with you. I agree
you.
with you. Yeah, both are true. I
It
agree.
can't the ball only go in one path? It can't go in two separate paths. It can't go in two paths based on who's viewing it.
The entire
well,
hold on one second.
But we saw it take separate paths, right to hand.
Okay,
I
but
saw
what
it
you
take
saw-
a path of a parabola. You saw it go up and down.
No,
No,
you didn't see it.
no. You
It didn't
both
go
saw
two separate
Hold on.
paths.
Yeah,
you
you
saw it
both
go
saw
one
it.
path, two different persons at two different perspectives of the same one path.
Yeah.
Right.
So what is that one path? Up and down
It's
or
a parabola. It's both.
Okay.
Yeah. In order to get a parabola, you have to go up and down.
So it's both. Then we're on the same page. It's both, and it's dependent on the perspective of the observer. It's relative.
Objective event is not dependent on the perspective of the spectator of the event.
But that's the thing, and the entire idea of relativity. Hold on, I want to say this.
If they both closed their eyes, what path would the ball take?
1 second before you respond.
No one wants to hear it, extremist.
I still want to get this out because there is no preferred or primary reference frame in the universe, and that's exactly what relativity says. You can have object B stationary and object A moving, and simultaneously you could also explain A is stationary and B is moving. It can be explained either way.
That's incorrect.
The entire idea of relativity, there is no privileged reference frame anywhere in the universe.
No, that's incorrect.
And what's the justification for saying that?
Because
that
it's
Earth isn't the
exactly
center of
true.
the universe. That's what he's trying to paint the picture in your mind of.
Why is one thing correct and if I'm looking at something and it's moving and the other object thinks it's still and I'm moving, who's to say which is correct?
You're a glober, bro. What do you know?
You're missing the point. Hang on. Now you're switching to the epistemological. Now you're switching to the epistemological point. First, we're talking about the metaphysical point. The metaphysical point is that there is an objective event. The epistemological point is that there's differing perspectives of that one objective event. And then the sub-epistemological question is, how do we know which perspective is true? Now, in the nature of the case with this hypothetical earlier of person A in the train moving left to right, throwing the ball up and down, person B standing on the platform watching person A move left to right, throwing the ball up and down, there's two differing perspectives of the same objective event. Person A in the train is privy to one perspective, which person B is not, and vice versa. Person B is privy to his perspective, empirical knowledge, which person A is not privy to. That does not therefore indicate that there is no objective event. You are simply pointing out the fact that there are differing perspectives of the same one objective event.
The event happens, both of them agree. The path of the event, if you want to use that term, they do not agree. The ball is thrown up. Both sides can agree at that. The path the ball takes is not an objective question. The objective question is the ball is thrown up in the air. That is, both agree on that. That cannot be denied by anybody in the universe.
Anything
the path the ball takes is not an objective
incorrect
question.
It is objective.
Why?
I see a parabola, me standing on the platform. Person A in the train doesn't see the parabola because He is not privy to that perspective given his position, given his situation. It's a difference of perspective of the same objective event.
Okay, so you have 10 more viewers of this ball going up in the air. One on a train, one on a platform, one in an airplane, one on a boat, one falling from the sky in a parachute. Who is correct in viewing the path that ball takes?
Hold on. No. Let's go back to the two viewers because this is the differentiation. It's one objective event. Person B on the platform sees the event. Person A in the train not only sees the event, but also experiences the motion of the event tangibly because he catches the ball due to the forward momentum creating the parabola. So he is one step farther than B. Same objective physical act. Both of them have, the like Gregory's saying, a different perspective, but it's the same act.
So
same event. There's no reason to bring a third person into it.
The thing is, as I said, the ball going up in the air is the objective event. Nobody can deny that the ball leaves the hand, goes up into the air. What is not objective is the path that ball takes as it goes up into the air, comes back down, and is caught.
That is objective. It is.
So the path is influenced by who's watching it?
The path depends on who's watching. Yes.
Yes. So the ball. Oh, hold on. Wait. So the ball will move differently. It will physically move because somebody's looking at it. That's your argument. Did I get you right?
My argument is that if the person moving sees it, there's no reason to say that is true. And the only option, and anybody else watching that event or path, is wrong in their view of what that ball takes. You cannot say somebody else is wrong when they describe that path. You cannot say they're wrong about it.
I asked the path of the object. It's like it's traveling. Now, does looking at it change the path? So if I have person A looks at it, it goes one way, and a person B, it physically goes another way. Is that what you're saying happens?
I'm not going to argue with you. I will not talk to you. That you are one person I will not engage you with in conversation. So I'm not going to answer your question.
Okay, so I have a question then. Extremis. If both person A and B close their eyes, does the path change?
What difference does if there's no observer, then what difference does a path make?
Answer the question.
Why are you asking?
Does the
why are you asking me a question?
Does the path change? No. I mean, the path will be the same regardless of if somebody's observing.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly.
There we go, the path.
I don't want to talk to you anymore. I don't want to talk to you.
But think about
path
it.
the
Think
ball
about
moved in
the object
is objective.
itself, and it has a path, right? You as the observer don't get to remove the object's path because you choose not to look at it. The object is still going to go through its motion, do what it does, whether you choose to look at it or not. This is the point.
Now, of course, in order for you to know this, you must be in an adequate position, an adequate situation, so as to ascertain that knowledge.
Yeah, you need to be able to see the ball. Otherwise, you won't be able to make a knowledge claim about it, right?
Yes, you need to be in the, especially best case scenario, the maximally adequate situation, so as to ascertain that knowledge. That's it.
Yeah. But I don't know. It sounds like we all on the same page here. You know, it's dependent
be.
on the observer's perspective. You could say the ball went up and down. I could say it took the path of a parabola, and we're both right. You know, we're both
as
saying
it concerns describing your perspective.
Yeah.
So we have to stop saying that the event is contingent upon our perspective. The nature of the event is not contingent upon our perspective.
It's not. I agree. It's not contingent on our perspective. But the only claims you and I could make about this event that just took place is based on what we see from our respective viewpoints.
Sure.
I can't
Yes.
make any claim outside of my viewpoint based on the path that ball took, right?
Sure. We can't get knowledge we can't get. We can't justify knowledge
Exactly.
claims which we're not privy to.
I think that person A could actually work out that the ball's path was a parabola if he thought about it. If he understood that he was in motion, that the ball started at a particular point, went to a certain height out of his hand, and then came back into his hand as he was in a different position, he would be able to work out there was a parabola.
Again,
But
further
B could
elaboration on
also
the
work
fact that
out.
if person in question is in the adequate position to ascertain the knowledge, then that person could gain the knowledge.
You guys are complicating things. You're going to
No,
tell
we're
me
trying
that
to
the person on
simplify
the
it.
ground,
We're trying to dispel the complication.
right? You're going to, ballers, you're going to tell me the person on the ground cannot discern that the person on the train threw the ball up and it landed right back in his hand without him moving. You don't think that the person on the ground could discern that?
Yeah, but that's not what's being questioned, Essie. What's being questioned is what path did that ball take? Did it take the path of a parabola, or did it just go up and come straight back down?
That's the ludicrous part. Obviously, the ball went straight up and landed right back down on the guy's hands, both plainly
But for
visible in the
me,
train and on the ground.
no.
I mean,
If
why are
I'm
you
on
guys
the
arguing
ground
this?
watching, but Essie, if you're on the ground watching that train move along your horizon from left to right, and that person throws that ball, over time, that ball is going to follow the path of a parabola.
Yeah, but
It'll
you're going to
still
be able
land
to
in the
deduce. Hold on. You're going to be able to deduce because the train is moving, and due to the fact that you see the ball going up and landing on his hand, you're going to know that the ball went up and down in reality, but because the train is moving, it made a parabola. I don't understand this. This is very clear cut, easy stuff to explain. I don't get it. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong, but I mean, you're basically trying to say that just because I saw it move in a parabola, that's not what happened. I did see it move
No.
in a parabola. I saw him throw the ball. I saw the ball travel from his hand, go up, come back down, but it followed the path of a parabola.
Yeah, but you also saw that he did not move, and you saw that the ball went straight up, straight down, and you saw that the parabola was clearly done because the train was in motion.
Yeah. So because the train's in motion and he's standing on the train, he's moving with the platform.
Yeah.
So the position in which he threw the ball is not the same as the position in which he caught the ball.
And what's the reason for that?
Because the platform he's on is moving.
Exactly. So you
Yeah.
just described everything.
Yeah, we understand why it's happening. All I'm trying to say is you can't then say that it didn't follow the path of a parabola. There's nothing wrong with me saying.
Yes,
No,
you
there's
can, bro. I
nothing
just
wrong with me
explained you
saying
how.
it followed the path of a parabola.
Yes, I'll explain you how. Because you witness the person throwing the ball straight up. It's going straight down in his hand, what you see, right? Now, you know that person didn't move. So you can deduce from that logically that the only thing that made the parabola is due to the train moving. I mean, this is kindergarten stuff, bro.
So there was a parabola. I'm not saying the parabola was caused by the person throwing the ball, but it was caused by the fact that the position in which he threw the ball is not the same as the position in which he caught the ball.
Yeah, that's because the train is moving.
Yeah, so the train did move. So there was a path of a parabola followed by the ball. It did happen. The train did move.
Yes, but the observer on the train didn't see that movement. He just saw the ball go up and down. And the observer on the ground was able to see that movement, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
Then
so
you
what's
agree
the
with me?
issue here then? I don't see an issue. We just explained the whole scenario. Well, I just did.
We agree that there are two different viewpoints here. There's a person on the train that doesn't feel like they move. He feels like the ball went up and down. And there's a person not on the train that feels like the ball followed a parabola. They're both right.
Well, visually, they're not both right. The ball did go up and down, and the ball did follow a parabola because the train was moving.
So both statements are true, Essie.
Well, to the person looking at it, to the viewer.
So depending on which viewer you are, either statement could be true.
No, not either statement can be true. It's not other statement can be true. The things are happening. Those both things are happening, but one viewer sees one thing and another viewer sees another thing.
Yeah. So which viewer has the ultimate truth, Essie?
What do you mean, the ultimate truth?
There is no ultimate truth, right?
Yes, there is an ultimate truth. The ultimate truth is the viewer on the ground, because he sees both things happening. He sees both the movement of the train causing the parabola, and he sees the ball going up and down. Where the viewer on the train just sees one thing.
Okay, now you lost. Because the person on the train knows that the train is moving.
Yeah. But you're saying what he sees. You're saying what he sees.
Yeah, he saw the ball go up. Yeah, and he saw the ball go up and come back down to his hands, even though the train is moving. He can see, looking outside his window, that the train is moving because he sees, trees going past him. He sees traffic going past him, so he knows he's in motion.
Okay.
Yeah. So the guy on the train knows he's in motion. The guy outside the train knows the train is in motion. We both see the guy on the train throw the ball. But the guy on the train, from his point of view, the ball went straight up and came straight back down to his hand. But the guy off of the train sees the ball take the path of a parabola.
Yeah. Okay. And? Okay, let me ask you this. Because the guy on the train did not see the parabola, are you saying it did not take effect? It did not happen?
No. What I'm saying is both statements are true, Essie.
Yeah, both statements are true. Yeah. Okay. But the actual path of the ball is not. It's not true then. If you wanna look at the overall thing that happened, right? The person's statement on the train is not true because he didn't have the vantage point to witness the whole action.
Oof. That's a strong statement now.
Well, go against it.
I don't know how to go against that statement, Essie.
It's called
checkmate. How are you going to go against it?
Because that's the statement you need to validate. Why does the person on the train not have, the same vantage point, same truth as the person
because
off
he's the one doing the action, bro. He could deduce that there is a parabola, but he won't be able to witness it because he's moving along with it. But the person outside of the train is witnessing the whole thing. I mean, it's not difficult, bro.
I don't know, Essie. I would stick at both statements are true, and both of them saw the same thing, but from different perspectives. And because they saw it from different perspectives, and they were in different references.
No, bro.
Both of them
both
did not see a parabola.
Cannot be true because we know one action took place. We know what happened. We know the ball went up in the air, and we know it traveled the horizontal distance. So both statements are not true, bro.
You do realize when you just said that both people see the ball do the same thing? That's not correct. One person sees it as a parabola, the other does not. They don't both see the same thing.
Well, if I said that, I misspoke. Yeah.
No, you didn't. He did.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, they both saw the ball go up and come down.
No.
The only thing
one
different
person saw a parabola. One person, did they both see a parabola?
No, they saw different paths. They saw the ball take different paths. Yeah.
Right. But
that's the only thing.
But but the ball didn't take a different path, right? It took the one path it took, right?
Well, which is the one path? Did it go up and down, or the parabola? What is the true path?
True
Because
path is the
SE
two
says
motions,
the
bro.
path
It's the up and
is the
down
parabola.
and the movement of the train.
Yeah, the
That's the
physical
true
ball
path.
was moving before it was thrown. That's what's causing the parabola.
But SE saying that the parabola is the true path. Do you agree with that, Fuzzy?
Well, I mean, that's the ball. That's the path the ball took in space, right? In the air.
So the guy that actually threw the ball and saw it go up and down, he's on drugs. He's just seeing
No,
shit, right?
he's not on drugs, bro.
No.
Come on, man. It's a
He's because
vantage
he's
point.
moving with. Yeah, he's moving with this. This is
Yeah.
really okay. So,
Yeah, he's moving with it.
right. So therefore, he wouldn't see the same thing.
Yeah, they would not see the same thing. But who saw the actual truth?
You just said
Guy
they
on the
see the same
ground.
thing.
Guy on the ground saw the actual movement of the ball. Why can't you not understand that, bro? He saw the ball. He saw the motion of the man, his arm throwing the ball in the air, vertical, a vertical motion. Then he actually saw the train moving, which caused the ball to move forward in a parabola motion as it dropped. I mean,
But
come
the guy
on.
the guy on the train saw the exact same thing, Essie. He saw that when I
No,
threw the ball,
it's not the
as I threw the ball,
exact same thing. It's not the exact same thing. One is a parabola. Well, but they're not.
Yeah,
How
okay.
are they the exact same thing? I don't
So
understand.
let me stop saying the exact same thing. He saw everything the same except for the path the ball took. He saw that when I threw the ball, the train was moving the same way the guy outside of the train saw that the train was moving. The guy throwing the ball saw the ball go up while the train is moving, and he saw the ball come back down while the train is moving. But because he's moving with the train, to him, it just looks like the ball went up and came back down.
Now you're
Because the
getting
guy
it.
on the
Yes.
ground is not moving
Yes.
with the train, he saw a parabola. But just because the guy not moving with the train saw a parabola doesn't mean what the guy moving with the train saw isn't true either.
No, what he saw is
Of
true.
course it's
Listen,
true.
listen. I got it now. What you're thinking. What he saw from his vantage point is true. We're not saying that's not true. But because he was in motion, he wasn't able to see that motion, that second motion. He could only see the first motion. But because the other guy was on the ground, he was able to see both motions, bro. It's simple,
It's like
clear.
Okay.
Now it's like a cylinder. Imagine a cylinder, right? If I'm looking at a cylinder from one direction, it looks like a rectangle. If I'm looking at it from a different direction, it looks like a circle. Both observations are true, correct? But you need a third observation, or even like you need different context to understand what you're
Thank you,
actually
Clay.
looking at.
Thank you. That's what I was about to do. I was about to add a third observer now. So let's say SC is the guy on the train throwing the ball. I'm the guy standing on the sidewalk watching SC throw the ball. And then Fuzzy comes along. Fuzzy is
Where am I
on a
standing?
skateboard.
Okay.
You, Fuzzy, are on a skateboard. And the skateboard is traveling parallel with the train at the same speed and velocity that the train is traveling at. So from your point of view,
you see, bro. Come on, man.
yeah, but wait, hang on. So Fuzzy, remember, you are moving at in the same direction, same speed and velocity as what the train is moving. So when SC throws the ball up and down, what do you see, Fuzzy? Do you see it go up and down, or do you see a parabola?
I'm pretty sure I would see a parabola because I'm looking at
You
it
wouldn't.
sideways. I would see it go up
No.
and down, and I'm watching it go from left to right or right to
No,
left.
you wouldn't see a
But you are
parabola.
moving. No, you aren't seeing it go left to right because you're
Yeah, but
moving with the train.
I'm seeing. Am I seeing the background moving? For reference.
Well, you and whoever's on the train, you both see the background moving. But you and the train are moving at the same speed and same velocity in the same direction.
Yeah, but okay, but our eyesight. But is my eyesight absolutely fixed on the ball and can't gain any kind of perspective in any other direction or peripheral vision to gain context? Because I know that I'm going left to right. I know that both
Yeah,
I'm going
even
left to right and the train is going left to right. So I know
yeah,
that
but
there is a left
even
to right
Essie on
motion.
the train. Yeah, but even Essie on the train knows he's moving. He can see outside that there's trees
Right.
passing him by,
Okay.
there's traffic, and there's Nate on the sidewalk who just passed
I get
by
it.
me.
I get
But
it.
when
I
Essie looks
understand.
across the street, he sees Fuzzy moving with him on Fuzzy's
Right.
skateboard.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. But here's
Okay.
here's the thing. So if I close my eyes, does the ball take a separate or different path?
I don't know. Keep your eyes open. Come on, man. Keep your
Well,
eyes open. We all look.
but that's the problem. No, that's the point. Is that the ball is going to move the way the ball is going to move through the space it's in, based on the force and energy it was given to move. Correct?
Okay.
It's always just
Where
going to
you
do
where you
what
going
it
with
is
this?
going to do. It is not going to be changed or altered by any one observer from any direction. It's still going to just take the natural path it takes, always,
Yeah, it's
based
gonna
on
take the path of least action, right?
no.
Fine. We all agree on that.
It's
Yeah.
gonna take the path of the action given to it to fly out of the air in the first place, or
Which
out of
is
the
the path? Which is the path
right.
of least
So
action?
well, right.
So
So
now
the
you need
point
to
being is
answer
that
the
that's
question, Fuzzy.
always going to be
Like you
the
haven't answered
exact
my
same.
question. Yeah,
Right,
but
that's
Fuzzy,
always going to be the exact
if we
same,
can get
right?
back to the question, because you're going off into the weeds now. If we can just get back to the scenario at hand. There's Essie on the train.
We don't need a third or fourth or fifth or seventh person
We
looking at it.
do. We
No, I know,
do.
but
Because
here's the
adding
thing.
the third observer
No,
makes the
but the
point I'm
path.
trying to make.
Easy, guys. Easy,
Y'all
guys.
are
We're doing good.
talking
Bring it back.
all
Bring
over
it
each
back.
other, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying to bring it back, but Fuzzy's
Yeah, I
taking
know,
it
but
somewhere I
it
don't
don't
know
matter
where.
what you're trying to do. We, as an audience, cannot hear a word either one of you have saying.
Apologies. Okay, Fuzzy, you go ahead. Go first.
Well, it's back to the same point. And sorry, it's just the path of the ball is always going to remain the same. Always, correct?
I agree with you.
So I don't know what else there is to talk about. The path of the ball is always going to do what it's going to do. However, anyone looks at it from any other perspective means fuck all. It's the path of the ball is the path of the ball.
Then I think we are agreeing then, Fuzzy. All three of us might have different viewpoints and different perspectives, but no one's viewpoint is more true than the other person's, right?
Well, yeah, there is though, because
Oh.
if you are on the train and
Oh.
all you do is see from if all you can see is from one perspective and you don't have a better angle on the situation, then you can't see the forest for the trees.
Well, yo, how about this? Doesn't like
You lost.
relativity make sense, but to like then extrapolate that into like space stuff is where it gets a little funny. Like relativity makes total sense, but like when you extrapolate it into like cosmological happenings, you've kind of lost the plot, right?
Well, yeah, they have to introduce a different
Okay.
reference frame, being the solar system, and then a different reference frame beyond that is the Milky Way system, and then the different reference frame beyond that is they just keep inventing
Right, but
reference
relativity
frames.
itself, like relativity, like makes sense because to the person in the plane, all that matters is what he sees. To the person on the ground, what he sees, and relativity makes
Thank
sense because they're the
you.
most priority. Like that's the priority of the of the observer. The point is, it doesn't mean that there's not an objective reality. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean it. Like, all these are interesting things, but I think they're non sequitur to the shape of the Earth stuff. And I think the problem is that they extrapolate these ideas into like, oh well, the moon and its own reference frame, and fucking all that crap. But reference frames exist, and it exists, but you can't extrapolate it and put it on fucking Mars, in my opinion. I mean, I guess you could put it on Mars, right? Because it's reference frames, but still.
But at least we agree on this then, right, Issa?
What? Oh, I mean, I agree with you. Yes, that relativity exists. Like, you know what I mean? It's based on the needs of the priorities of the observer
Yeah.
to accept what they experience as real, and that's why even our point is that we do accept what we experience as real, and we hold that the probability exists that maybe there's outside things we don't know about, but until otherwise, we rely on what we experience. You know what I mean? Until like people can actually show these reference frames, and that's why we're asking where the fuck is the proof? And the proof is either you're going to say NASA or some space agency, which is, I guess, acceptable. You know what I mean? But it's just not acceptable to some of us.
What makes you think NASA is the arbiter of reference frames?
Well, I thought they're the arbiter of reference frames, but they're saying that they've got something up there that has its own reference frame, right? Like that would be your evidence for an alternative reference frame other than Earth. If you're going to go into the extrapolation part, I mean, we all know that there's relativity on Earth. The issue is when you try to say that you've got a third party witnessing it from above, and either you accept that there's a third party saying that they can witness it from above, or you question it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Issa, right? Because in theory, Nate, regardless of the train moving and all of that, the person who's standing on the ground, just standing there on the earth, if he throws a ball up in the air, is it technically taking a path of a parabola? And can you prove that to be the case?
Hey, yo, and add on this, and if not, then wouldn't it be ludicrous to think otherwise?
Right.
What path other than a parabola does a thrown ball take?
Well, he's talking about throwing a ball just straight up in the air and it coming down back into your hand, right? So if you take a baseball and just straight up in the air, straight back into your hand, if that person's on a train and you're viewing the train from the outside perspective, you view the path of the ball being a parabola, even though he's throwing it straight up in the air and straight down. Now, that person who's viewing the person on the train, if they're standing flat, straight on the ground, just standing on Earth, if they throw a ball up in the air, straight up in the air, and it comes straight down, is that ball technically taking a path of a parabola? And can you prove that that's the case? Do you have the reference frame to be able to prove that?
Am I being pedantic, or am I?
We accept that it happens on a train. Now prove it cosmologically.
Exactly.
So I might be being pedantic here, but in both instances, the path is a parabola. I'm not sure. Do you need to refine?
Fair enough. I know. I was thinking that too. That's a good point. Yeah, because it's going up and down.
Look, if you're on a train and you're moving, right, and you throw the ball up and down, can you not logically deduce that there is not just one movement, even though you're not observing the second one? You're on it. Can't you logically deduce that ball will make a parabola? Even
100%.
Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. This is simple, man.
But see, then when we bring it back to the guy on the ground, we can't prove that you just standing on Earth, tossing a ball straight up in the air and it coming straight down, that ball is technically taking a path of a parabola.
But it is.
We have no observer on the ground.
The ball
we
did
have
not
no observer.
Any path that a ball takes, no matter whether you're standing or moving, is a parabola. What?
No, you're adding nothing. Nidhug, you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. We're just talking about a ball that is thrown directly straight up and it comes directly straight down. There's no lateral movement at all whatsoever.
That would be a technical parabola to some extent. Like if you threw it from your left hand to your right hand, you will add your parabola, right?
No,
but
we're talking about let's say you have the ball inside.
I understand what you mean. I'm just trying to explain it, because they're going to say, "Oh, well, it doesn't go up straight and straight down. It's going to alter." They're going to get into the fucking nitpicks of gravity and buoyancy based on the weight of the tennis ball, dude. What I'm saying is,
he's just trying to move past
you're right.
the point.
You're right. You've got a parabola in the sense that you might move an inch to the left or an inch to the right, but essentially it's just a line going up and down, which essentially could also be considered a parabola to some mathematical fucking grid. But for all intents and purposes, you don't experience any kind of. And if you were in a train, you would detect the rocking of the train. There's all these variables. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm trying to bring it to
the person on the ground, right? In the heliocentric model or whatever you want to talk about, technically the Earth in their model is spinning. So anybody throwing a ball straight up and straight down, in their model, that ball would be taking that same parabola path as if, like you're viewing the person on the train moving. But the thing is, we can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the person on the train throwing that ball, we can prove the path of that parabola. But the person standing on the ground, can we prove that parabola? That's the question.
Not from that vantage point. You have to be out in space, right?
Yeah, from a different reference point, you can. I mean, as long as
Here's the
long
thing.
as you
Has it ever been proven though? That's the question.
No, of course
you
not.
can accept and understand that you can have a reference frame and you can have any amount of reference frames in any area, then I don't understand why you would exclude space as some kind of special pleading as it not being possible.
Here's the thing. We're not saying it's not possible. It's just never been proven. Just because there's the possibility doesn't mean that it's taking place, right? So just because it's possible that the Earth could be spinning doesn't mean that it is spinning.
Well, what is proof to you then? Because we have people in space like right now. What further proof do you want?
And that was my point. Either you accept that third reference frame from a third party, either you accept that, which is acceptable to me, or you question them, right?
So what is your burden of proof? What is acceptable to you? What would suddenly go, oh, okay, well, yeah, then that we do have it out there, or whatever would make it click in your head? What is that step?
How about this?
For start,
I
an
don't
agency
know
that
what. How
doesn't
about this?
lie.
I don't know what it looks like, but I know that whatever they've given us ain't it.
I've never seen the people in space on the ISS, especially showing me any movement of the Earth besides the clouds. They're moving. Show me the Earth moving.
Yeah, zoom into something and watch. We'll watch it zoom.
No, but they're moving.
Yeah, they're moving as well. Yeah, so even exactly, good point. Yeah, how would you prove who's moving?
So again, who showed me what the Earth was actually rotating again?
Yeah, so you can easily tell that it's moving, even if the ISS is moving. You can take a fixed point on the Earth. It doesn't matter when or where, and then it takes 90 minutes to traverse around the Earth back to that point. So you just time 90 minutes.
That doesn't tell me the Earth is moving. That tells me that the ISS is moving.
That's because I didn't finish speaking my point. Now, isn't that right? So
yeah, my bad.
When you take that 90-minute lapse, which is one revolution or one orbit around the Earth, you'll notice that fixed point has moved slightly off from where you were when you started, which means that not only are you moving, but the thing you're looking at is also moving in reference to you.
So from 250 miles up, going 17,000 miles an hour, 90 minutes later, you can tell me that a fixed point on an object 250 miles away has moved? How'd you do that?
I just explained. I just explained it. If you revolve around an object, like say you draw a dot on a ball, and you tie a string to that dot, and you revolve around the ball once, but you also turn the ball 1/360th of a degree. When the thing around the ball revolves back to the original point, it'll be 1 degree off, and then the next time it revolves around, it'll be 2 degrees off, and then it'll be 3 degrees off, and that's because the ball that you're revolving around is also moving.
I guess, how do you know you're 1 degree off is his question.
You can.
There's no string.
I just determined that.
This was an arbitrary number to me. You can actually do the calculations if you want. I am not going to.
So it's a calculation. It's not a. That's what I'm getting at. How did you do it? You calculated it.
No, you didn't calculate it, dude. You can calculate. He asked, how do you know it's a degree off? You can calculate that. How do you know it's moving? You can do it purely based on the visuals of you mark a fixed point, you go around the Earth. When you return back to the spot that you originated from, that fixed point has moved slightly. That means that not only are you moving, but the thing you're looking at is also moving. It's that simple.
What's telling you that you're in the same spot in the vacuum of space?
Because we have an orbit. You're orbiting the Earth. You start at one point, and then when you arrive back at that point, based off your speed, you will have gone a full revolution around the Earth. You can calculate that. You know that.
That's a calculation also based on speed.
That's a
calculation based on.
How do you know how fast your wheels spin, dude? Is it just a calculation based off of
Don't
nothing?
call me dude. Just
All
don't
right,
do
well,
that.
all right,
Yeah.
Dave, do you know how to count
Don't
revolutions
call
on
me
a tire?
Dave. My name is Rakielite.
Flat Earth dummy, do you know how to count revolutions on a tire?
Wow. There it is, guys.
The exact same
I
principle.
would like a mod to step in here.
Stop being a
Yeah,
bitch.
guys, before it
No,
gets out of
seriously, man.
control,
Just stop
man.
being a bitch. You're an adult, all right? Just chill. He told me,
Yeah, I
dude.
am an
so
adult.
what?
I'm
Both.
on a
Hey,
Discord that has
both
mods
of
to
you.
take care of guys like this. I would like a mod to
Yeah,
take care
I
of him.
muted him. I muted him.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Now, do y'all get my point? Like, how do you know if you're in an orbit of so many of a circumference of X and you're going X speed, then you're only doing calculations. How do you know that that point underneath you that you're marking somehow? He used the string analogy, which doesn't add up to me, but how do you know you're over the same point at the same degree?
Is your question how do you know you're on the same point of space after you've revolved on a day on Earth? Is that what you're saying? Asking?
No, sir. We're trying to get a point on Earth. Okay,
Right.
well, let's just start over with you because you're good. How do you, from the ISS, how do you know that the Earth is actually rotating? Because they're moving.
One second. Can I get a mod to unmute Larry? He wants to talk.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take a crack at that. So the way that we believe that we observe this, right, is that as we sit in the ISS and we rotate around the Earth, we also see that the Earth, the face that is going towards, or sorry, the surface that's going towards the sun rotates as well. So, we can see that, let's say, like from the ISS, we can see that sometimes North America is pointing towards the sun, sometimes Asia is pointing towards the sun. So that's how we can see that, it's not just that the ISS revolves, but we're also seeing that the Earth revolves because we're using a different reference point. So we're saying that.
And the same stars as well. So you can see that a bit of the Earth is pointing at a star at one point when you're around it, and the next, day later or something, you can see that it's pointing. Well, half a day later, you can see it's pointing in 180 degrees to that.
Okay, so if you, I get it. So if you believe the Earth is a ball spinning, then you can look at these pictures and it'll prove the Earth is a ball spinning. Okay.
No. I mean, listen. I'm not.
Hold on. Someone seems to misunderstood. It's really simple. As Smooth said.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm sorry. You really did just talk in front of someone who was actually talking.
Right. So that you can see
you. You talked over someone who was speaking.
Yeah, Rumpus, I understood you. Now let me ask you another question based on what you said. When you reference the stars as the Earth, rotating a certain degree, 180 degrees or whatever, how do you know the stars aren't moving?
Well, so movement is kind of
is relative.
Exactly, it's relative. So everything is speed and position is always relative to another position,
okay.
Right? Like, it's
okay, I get that.
Yeah. So what we're saying is that
then it would work either way, then, right?
I'm answering your question.
You answered. You said it was relative.
I didn't finish. I didn't conclude my thought. What I'm trying to tell you is that.
I'm sorry.
What I'm trying to tell you is that in our reference frame, right, we're saying that the Earth is moving or rotating, right, in reference to the sun. So we're watching we're saying that the sun is a fixed position, although we know that the sun is not a fixed position. The sun also moves. But in this particular reference frame, we're saying that the sun is a fixed position and the Earth is rotating. That's how we're showing the rotation of the Earth.
I understand the story, sir. I'm just asking you if it's relative, it would work either way. How do you prove which way it's actually working?
But that's what I'm saying. We choose to believe this, right? I mean,
okay.
So I've got a better answer, I think. Because if you're in the ISS and you move at a different rate than the Earth, you can go back to the position that you were originally. Say you were half a day or 2 hours later, or whatever. You can be half a day later. You can be in the same position you were. You can define your position by looking at the stars. So you can then say, I'm now in the same position I was with respect to the star field, but the Earth is not. Now,
right, but if okay, that was a good point. Can we talk about that point?
Yeah, but you might actually
great point. Great point, Rumpus. I understand that, but if you go over the same point of Earth, X, you mark an X on Earth, and you go around and you get over X again, and the stars are in a different position, you still don't know if the Earth moved or the stars moved. It's all relative, right?
Yeah, and I get what you're saying.
Well, the reason, I mean, the way that, for instance, they didn't know for sure that they did know the Earth was rotating, but the way they proved it was with the focal pendulum was the first example, but the Coriolis effect proves it. The fact that when you drop things down from a tower, say 100 meters high, as you can do in Germany in a vacuum, it's deviated by what we know is the rotation. You also have things changing. Hold on, nearly there. And the fact that the things change weight depending on whether you're the equator or the North Pole. We've got there are 10 different ways. There are 10, and also gyroscopes, of course. So there are about 10 different ways. There are 10 different ways that you can establish that the Earth is rotating.
I got you, but we're talking about getting out above the Earth and seeing it rotate, not representing the effects on if it was rotating. That's why we went to ISS.
I didn't realize you were
to be fair to you.
Yeah. On to your point, I'm saying that it doesn't matter. Like your question doesn't matter, because what you're saying is that whether the stars are fixed or the Earth is fixed, there's rotation, right? And
yeah, something's moving for sure.
In both models, right? In your beliefs, you can't prove to me that the stars are moving, the Earth's not. In my model, I can't use any evidence that you would accept. Right, like if we were to ask what you would accept, there's no evidence that would meet your accepted.
I would say both of them. You wouldn't accept my evidence, and I wouldn't accept your evidence. Yeah,
exactly.
That's why we're here. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to express to you is that because we're at this differentiation, I'd rather just say that we both can agree that one of the two parts are moving, but we can't give each other evidence to prove either one. But in reality, it really doesn't matter, because either it's the stars that are moving in reference to the Earth, or the Earth is moving in reference to the stars.
Okay, do you agree that it could be either one? It's all relative. It could actually work out mathematically and visually to be either one.
I don't agree with that, but that's just me. I don't believe that.
If you're not going to allow if you're not going to allow things like focal pendulum or checking weights or moving between the equator and the thing and all the various other things, 10 ways. If you're going to, the only piece of evidence you're allowed to submit is what you're visually seeing. But even then, we know that if the space is rotating around, it would have to move faster than the speed of light if it's further out than Neptune. Which, if we're prepared to accept physics, we then know that it's not the stars are rotating.
But in what I'm saying, if it is the stars and the heavens and the air moving over a stationary plane, that movement of whatever you want to call it, that medium, would affect things like swinging pendulums and blah blah blah, right?
Yeah,
they would. They wouldn't.
No, you're right. Right?
Yeah, I think they would.
If you're claiming
absolutely not. That's why the focal pendulum was absolute concrete evidence that the Earth was rotating and not the stars.
Dude, I get where you're going, and I know you know that the Earth is round. I'm just trying to we're trying to have a conversation at their level. We can't just
Yeah, but you just agreed with him that the focal pendulum does not tell you different.
Right? What I'm saying.
Hold on, you got it wrong. You said the focal pendulum was not proof that the Earth is rotating. It is proof that the Earth is rotating. The stars are stationary.
I never
said
that.
It's not. That's just your interpretation.
Well, you agreed with him. You agreed with him that the focal pendulum was not proof that the Earth was rotating.
You're showing the fact that you're not listening to the conversation, that you're just more interested.
You agreed with him incorrectly.
I said that we have evidence that he was.
No, you agreed with him. When he said the focal pendulum was not proof that the Earth was rotating, you agreed with him. That was wrong.
Okay, then I was wrong.
Great, that's the point. Only point I'm trying to make.
Okay.
Isn't it Mach's principle that says that, you know, it doesn't matter if the Earth...
What I'm trying to say to you, Akia...
Can I not be heard?
Well, I want to finish my one point, because we're in the middle of a conversation. If you claim that the Atmos, right, and the everything but the flat plane is moving, fine. It could explain some phenomena. The problem is that with our model, we are able to make predictions that come out to be true, and that's how we substantiate our beliefs. Is that we're able to say we predict to see this star at this time from this location.
Like yeah, but that's mostly post prediction, right? You've seen it for thousands of years, wrote it down, did the math, and now you can predict 10 years from now that star is going to be in this position. That's not really a prediction.
I'm saying I don't want to fight on the semantics, but that's how we substantiate. So I'm saying the reason we differ is because you might I know for a fact that there's some ways that you can say mathematically one piece may work and one piece may not work. I get it, but I'm saying in our belief, in our world, we're able to make everything work together and we're able to make predictions. So that's why we believe what we believe, is because we can say this will be seen at this time, and that makes us think that that's what the Earth actually looks like.
Okay, well, I got a prediction. Tomorrow morning, the sun's going to rise, and that's going to prove that the Earth is flat. How about that?
What'd you say?
Yeah, I think, Smooth, you need to be a little bit more specific with these alleged predictions and how the model itself is being used within this predictive power that you're claiming, because simply making observations of things that repeat over time and then claiming to say that you're predicting when it's going to happen again is somewhat dependent upon whatever model you're claiming. Means absolutely nothing if it's just solely based off of an observation that repeats over time. That's just pattern recognition. It's not predictability.
We can predict the path of totality for any solar or lunar eclipse for like the next 500 or 1,000 years. That predictive power is based exclusively on us knowing we live in a rotating body in a heliocentric model. Nothing else.
No, it's predicted
Can you provide me
exclusively
with
on the eclipses that have happened in the past. Don't be stupid.
the Antikythera mechanism was predicting eclipses, and that was dating back to BC times, right? So whatever you guys want to say,
sure. There's a difference.
But can you provide me with all of the data for this model that indicates that everything that's taking place within this prediction is reliant upon the heliocentric model? Do you have a link to that information for me?
Yeah, I can post it to you when I'm not driving. But the point is that there's a difference between like the Saros cycle saying there should be an eclipse this day, and us being able to tell in its exact totality where it will be across the surface of our planet, which the Saros cycle does not show at all. We can get it down to the meter, I believe, of where you should be, where the path of totality is. And that's only possible because we understand that we live on an Earth that's a sphere and a heliocentric model. The period.
No, not really, because if you think about it, we can tell where the position of the sun and the moon are going to be in the sky just solely based off of observation, right? So if we want to extrapolate that out and say that, okay, next year there's going to be an eclipse at this date, at this time, we know based on pattern recognition that this date and this time, these two celestial bodies are going to be at this specific location at this specific time when the eclipse takes place. It's not that hard to deduce where you're going to have a shadow on the Earth based on the knowledge of these two bodies that are revolving above you in predictable patterns.
Okay. Yeah, you're Ned, one sec. I completely agree with what you're saying, Napalm. Fine. That predictions can be the same thing as observations, right? You can observe something over time. Fine. So in algebra, you're able to find a value of x by creating it equal to each other, right? So let's do this. I want you, and I will do it too. I want you to be able to predict when to the second the next total lunar eclipse will be. We can do it, but I want to see how you can address that. You're telling me that you can make.
I didn't even hear what you said. Like your mic is all breaking up and you're
I want
garbled.
you to show me. I want you to show me how you can use your observation to tell me when the next lunar eclipse will be.
Yeah, dude, your mic's a pile of shit, man. Get a better reception.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, what he said was that he wants you to predict, right, when the next eclipse is going to be, right? But here's the thing. You guys are getting $65 million a day. We got jobs and shit, right? We got bills and shit, right? We don't get to just, oh, thank you, taxpayers. Yes, I would love to sit down and
That's
predict
a
the
non
next eclipse.
sequitur. So you can't. Just you're claiming because you have to go work on HVAC that you can't fucking do it. Just
Smooth.
shut the
Are you,
fuck up.
is your claim that I couldn't use our known observations of these two celestial objects to be able to accurately predict?
Yeah,
Like
I'm
I in some way, shape, or form need to factor in the sphericity of the Earth, its path that it travels around the sun.
You're just escaping. I'm asking right now. Let's both do it together as a team, right? I want you to
Dude,
show me how
I'm
you
working.
can predict the next total lunar eclipse with your observations. Show me how you can predict it.
Okay, just real quick, whoever was challenging us to predict these things, please provide for us any primary
Oh my God,
observation.
dude,
Hold
stop.
on,
You
bro.
guys made a claim that
Hold on, bro.
Well, why are you over talking, dude?
Whoa.
You guys are escaping the claim you made.
No. You guys can bring it up in a minute. I just have a quick question. It's just a quick question. When you make your predictions, how much primary information did you get on your own? Like when you make this prediction. So my point is, you've got no primary information. All of your information.
That's what I'm saying. We're not going to go down this road. I'm
not really sure why you're interrupting me, bro. I waited until you were finished talking.
You're
waited.
Why is this allowed to happen right now?
Because you're escaping the original conversation. You're introducing a new idea.
Allow him to finish.
No,
Smooth.
he's introducing
Put yourself
a new
on mute.
idea.
Allow him to finish.
My question stands. My question still stands. Show me how you can make a prediction with your observation. You claim that. I'm asking you to show me. You said you can use your observation to make a prediction. Don't ask me about my life. Don't ask me about my thoughts. Explain further how you can make a prediction with your observation.
Okay, are you ready? Are you ready? I got it. Are you ready? I would have to quit my job, start making the observations now, and then get back to you in a couple of 100 years.
Man, if only there was a way we could use previous people's experiences.
Which is my point before, is that you've done none of these observations. You guys are piggybacking on information that you're getting from somewhere else. It's not like you guys were able to do this in your spare time on your own, right? That's the point.
Right, but the information's still valid, though, right? I mean, just because you didn't personally do it doesn't mean that someone did, right?
Right, but it has nothing to do with the model, right? Tycho Brahe, I think was his name. He was the guy who was doing the best observations. He was the one that, was a geocentrist, right? And I think it was Kepler took his information when he died. I might get the names wrong, but I think it was
That's
Kepler.
correct. No, you got it all right, Larry.
Thank you. So yeah, when he took his information, even though he was a geocentrist, the observations were really, really good, and they used it to build the model. But the point is that it doesn't matter if you think the Earth is flat or if you think it's spherical. The sky observations are all the same. The sky observations are all like basically extreme precision clock repeating itself like a Swiss-designed German engineered clock, right? A really high-end clock, and it's always the same, despite the fact that certain so-called planets have different years. But other than that, it's It's all the same year after year after year after year. So it doesn't matter who's looking at
That's
it.
the problem,
It could
Larry.
be, sorry, hold on, I'm almost done. It could be people in South America, right, who were measuring Venus and were off by 0.02% from modern day NASA, right? That was a real thing that actually happened. Thanks.
Yeah. So Larry, two things, right? First of all, space or objects, in our belief, they are not continuous. They won't continue. I mean, how do I say this perfectly? In our model, the things we observe won't always be in the exact position that we observe them. Things will change position, right? You can tell that by the changing of the North Star. 6,000 years ago, it was a different North Star. Now it's
how do you verify that? That's a cool story, but how do you verify that?
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about how the written texts in ancient Egyptian literature aligned the pyramids with one of the sight glasses, like one of the canals towards the chambers, with what was the North Star at the time. And we are able to, like I said, because in our model, most things work from an algebraic basis, we're able to reverse the calculations and understand what was previously there with our given parameters.
Translation,
If
you can't.
Guys, listen, I'm fine accepting that what I believe is sugar in rainwater. I'm just asking you, right? Like, how is it that I can take 10 minutes, do some math, and predict the exact day that Halley's Comet is going to come by? And I'm asking you, I can back my evidence, and I know you won't believe it, but I'm asking you, how do you tell me when the next Halley's Comet, or when Halley's Comet is going to come back? How do you observe that, and how do you predict it?
Like I said, the heavens are like a watch, right? They repeat themselves, right? And it's not, hold on, it's not that you're predicting it. Like your mother-in-law lives in California and you live in New York City, and you're like, I think your mother-in-law is going to come over this summer. Your mother's going to come over. Hold on, let me finish. As opposed to the other hand, your mother-in-law comes over every Thursday night, right? Because it's date night. She brings lasagna for the children, and you say, hey, I think your mother's coming over Thursday. Well, she's been doing that for the past 52 weeks. Why wouldn't she come over on Thursday? That's not a prediction, right? You're not predicting that she's coming. No, it's not a prediction.
It is a prediction. Of course, it's a prediction. You're predicting what's going to happen in the future. The fact that it's happened, you've chosen to say that's happening, but it's quite possible in science that the sun will not rise up tomorrow. There's no guarantee of that happening. But it's
yes, there is. Didn't the Babylonians?
No, there isn't.
Didn't the Babylonians observe Halley's Comet and mark it?
It's not Halley anyway. It's Halley. For Christ's sake, pronounce it properly.
Halley's Comet. Didn't the Babylonians? The Babylonians noted two observations, and they were flat earthers. So does that mean that the Earth is flat?
No, you can make that. It doesn't make any difference what surface you're on about that prediction.
It doesn't make
it's
a
irrelevant.
difference.
So
in that particular case, it makes no difference.
So what's Halley's
but it's still a
Comet got to do with
prediction.
being able to predict?
Just because you're looking at a cycle, you've still got to say the cycle is going to continue. And obviously, in the case of something like the sun rising, you can say, well, that's a pretty good, and there are good physics reasons why it would carry on doing, but there's no guarantee. So you're still making a prediction. Nobody will be impressed with the prediction. That nobody will be. Can you just let me finish my sentence? Nobody will be impressed by that prediction because there's got lots of good physics reasons why it would happen. But nonetheless, it is a prediction. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just because there's cycles that take place in the sky and we can see them based on observations, meaning we can predict that in the future, exactly 365 days from now, I'm going to see a very similar star pattern to what I'm seeing right now. Just because we can predict these things, right? And we have something like Halley's Comet. The gentleman said, well, I can do some math and I can figure out when Halley's Comet. Let me ask you a question, Smooth, the one who's either way, however you fucking pronounce it, doesn't matter. So Smooth, let me ask you a question. Are you going to predict Halley's Comet coming back around solely based off an observation?
There's no I in the bloody name. It's Hall. Hall-E.
Dude, you don't have.
And we get a mod
just because you don't agree with the way I pronounce Halley's Comet. I don't
The
care.
reason
if
you're
it's
calling it, do you know
Halley's.
why you're calling it Halley's Comet? It's because there's a
Dude,
band
I don't
Bill
give a fuck.
Haley and the Comets, and it got
You're
mixed
just
up in popular literature.
I'm just going to continue to talk over you, man. If you're just going to
pronounce the word properly.
Obfuscate my point because of the way that I'm pronouncing something.
I've corrected you,
get
and now
out of
you
here.
can use the
You're
correct
not
name. You
correcting
ask
me.
any astronomer.
fucking comet?
Just
get a mod, please?
Stop copying Bill
I'm just
Haley
going to
and the
say
Comets.
aluminum.
It's a rock flying in space. Who cares?
Aluminium.
Everyone, shut up and
Who's
let
the
Nate
gnome?
finish.
Who let the gnome in the room?
No
Right.
astronomer thinks it's pronounced Haley, but there
Nobody
are
cares.
Americans.
Nobody cares
There
about
are
your
Americans
opinion
who
of its
think aluminium is
pronunciation.
pronounced aluminum. That's a different
So
issue.
let me go
blame
back
the
to talking to
education
a dude.
system. Blame the
Let me go
education
talk to
system,
And do you know
Rumpus.
why it's
Let me go
called
I didn't know you were
aluminum?
so
Because
against
a
the
British
education
person
system.
called it that, and the Americans took it up. It was a
Now
British
this
person
is
who
a
called it
clear
aluminum.
tactic. Now we're clearly away from the
Yep.
very precise point
No, I'm
that
happy to
gentleman was
talk
trying
about
to
the
make.
real thing, but
And
it's
now
just
he's interrupting
Nobody's
me.
talking to you,
Now he
Rumpus.
interrupted me.
Mute
He
yourself.
said,
Hey,
yeah,
somebody mute
no,
Rumpus.
there's got to be a
learn a
mod
bit.
here, right?
Take on board information.
He's
Honest
still
to God,
talking.
is there no mod here? No mod
He's-
whatsoever.
He talked straight through everyone.
What the crack?
I can mod, but you have to respect me.
You have
Come
to
on,
mute
guys.
I don't
Rumpus
give
when
a,
he's
I
one
don't
at a
give a
time.
shit. Just
I'm gonna need
stop the
everybody to be
rumpus.
nice. One at a time, everybody. Don't make me start telling jokes that nobody's gonna laugh at.
Can that guy continue with his point before Rumpus interrupted with his tactic?
Here, he would do it.
Please continue.
Guys, what are you doing? Come on, man. Just take your turn. Come on, what is this? It's herding cats here.
Who let Joe Pesci in here?
Probably all of George Carlin's prayers. Napalm, please continue. Napalm, are you
So
there,
back
bud?
to relative motion.
No. Napalm was in the middle of the sentence.
All the
I'm
overtalkers
sorry.
got muted. That's what you guys wanted, right?
Oh, okay.
Are you kidding me, Jeremy?
Napalm.
I was muted all the overtalkers. All right. No.
Oh my God.
Okay, I had a question about Halley's comment earlier. So, do you want to go first, Montreal? Because you did speak up first.
No, go ahead, bro. I think I clipped you. The floor is yours,
So this
sir.
is for all the Globers out there. So Halley's comment is, coming around once every 80-something years. Don't quote me on that. Probably something like that. And when it comes around, it takes the entire gravitation of the entire solar system to bring that sucker around the sun. And then it goes out toward deep space to where, as far as we know, there is nothing out there at the outer edges of the solar system past Pluto other than maybe a few small rocks, and past that, the Oort cloud, right? It's all theoretical. Oort cloud, it's all theoretical. So what is out there that has enough gravitation to make that sucker come back around, right? Because it slingshots around the sun. There's no sun out there or solar system out there to slingshot it back around. So what force causes Halley's comet to come back around, please and thank you?
I think they're going to say the sun's gravity is pulling it back. It has to, once it reaches the point where it goes back to the sun.
I'd like to make a point
Well,
after.
how would the sun know that it's reached its point?
Well, gravity. Like why air doesn't quite escape, it gets pulled back at a certain point.
I can try and help with that if you want, but I've got.
If I may,
I just don't understand why everyone skated past the point where there was an agreement where this whole line of questioning doesn't actually mean one way or the other. There was an agreement where it's like, yeah, it doesn't prove it one way or the other, and we're still talking about it.
Because Rumpus said that it does. You were wrong. I don't think it does. If you're going to invoke relativity, then you have to go both ways. I mean, it's just a fact. SC, you want to go?
Yo,
Yeah, I
everyone's
wanted
going
to
to
make
get
a statement
unmuted.
on that.
Hold on one second, SC. Everyone's going to get unmuted. I have to log onto my computer because there were so many people over talking, and it doesn't light up on your phone on who's muted or not. So you'll all get unmuted in a second.
Hey, Jeremy, on a scale of 1 to Cyclops, how good is my impersonation of you?
I think Napalm should be unmuted first because he was the initial interrupted.
if I may just make this statement on the predictability, right? We all know, well, we all should know by this time that everything up there is cyclical, right? Everything moves around in 1 year cycle. The sun, I mean, the stars reset. 1 year, boom, they're right back at it. Now, we're not the only ones that figured this out. The ancient Greeks figured it out. They made the Antikythera mechanism, right? Now, before that, we have the Minoan civilization on the island of Crete. They had the Minoan eclipse calculator that dates back 1,000 years before that. So people for thousands, at least 3,000-4,000 years, have known the movements of the sky, guys. I mean, come on.
Yeah, our ancestors didn't have like Jerry Springer and like late night television with Conan O'Brien, right? They had the stars, right? And some of the people had built like temples and were like, hey, we're going to watch the stars from here. So anyone who's claiming that there used to be a different pole star, like what secondary knowledge has prevented you, or sorry, has provided you with that information? Because the
Somebody have an
Egyptians
open
had,
mic?
yeah, somebody does. So the Egyptians had the hole pointed at like the polar region, right? That doesn't prove that there used to be a star there, right? And the Georgia Guidestones used to have that hole pointed towards the pole star, and it's supposed to change. Like, okay, so what they say is that the Earth is wobbling on its axis because of the second equinox. So every something like 70 or 80 years, it's supposed to be like 1 degree off. Well, they've been saying that for quite a while now, and the pole star is still the pole star.
Yeah, and it's well known. If you see an eclipse somewhere, you go back 18 years.
Each other, like, can we have an actual point of discussion? Because you guys keep just telling stories. Like, we've gone so far past the initial like conversation, which is how do you use your observations for predictions? You guys are just telling me all these anecdotes, and you guys are just keep going back off of one another.
You seem to think.
No, hold on. I know you guys are both on the FE team, which is fine, but like, how are we going to have a civil conversation if you guys just keep going back and forth about all these stories? Like, the question still stands: how do you use your observations, right? And I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just saying, how do you use your observation that, all right, you saw a comet, right, and you weren't alive to see the comet ever.
Is he clipping for everybody?
Yeah, his mic is terrible for me. And that's not the
got-
original conversation. The original conversation was how do we see Earth's rotation? And then it got off into the weeds by you bringing
That's
up,
fine.
could we provide something for you?
Well, no, you guys claim that, and I'm sorry, I'm at my girl's house. So I don't have the best mic. My headphones are charging. They'll be done in a moment. But my question to you is that, all right, you said that we can't, or that you can make predictions because you observe things. That's fine. I'm asking, how do you do that? If you haven't seen the event before, how do you know that the event is coming? So if you've never, if you've
What are you
never,
talking about? We're,
if you've never seen a lunar eclipse, right?
dude, we get your point. You don't have to repeat it again.
Okay, so then tell me, how do you make a prediction with an observation that you have yet to see before?
We're just calling it a prediction because that's what you've called it. When you've observed something, or your historians, or your whoever you're trusting with this information, observed the sky for 1,000 years.
Talk about you.
Am I interrupting someone?
You're talking about me, though. You're not answering the question. You're
No,
telling
I'm not.
Your life.
Yeah, I'm talking about in
somebody
general.
moderate Smooth? Can someone moderate Smooth?
Yeah.
He's out of control.
No, but I'm
Are you out of control, Smooth?
No,
Yeah,
Jeremy.
it's been smooth.
Why aren't you letting,
Smooth, don't
why aren't you
overtalk.
letting
Smooth.
Rakia finish?
So anyway, you know, in the past, people have looked up at the sky and wrote things down and noticed that there's a pattern, and you can time it. You can do it by hours and days and blah blah blah, and called it predicting that. Now that I know in 365 days this is going to be here, then I'm predicting in 365 days this is going to be here. They're calling it predictions. Well, he's asking me to predict something, you know, blah blah blah. I mean, it's done the same way with observations and you know, taking it down, measuring, blah blah blah. So I mean, that's how it's done. That's what predictions have become.
Okay, so my question to you was, how do you predict something that you have yet to see before? So
why would I?
I wouldn't say that was a prediction. I never said that was a prediction.
Right. There's there's two questions to ask you. What are you?
So you guys keep having a point of contention with the word prediction. Fine. Okay. I'm asking you this. I haven't seen every astrological event that happened in my lifetime, but I can go online and I can do math and I can do research and I can find out when every single astrological event is going to happen until the next 100 years or so. Until all
and why do you think you're able to do that?
Oh,
Why? Who laid the groundwork for that?
Hold on, guys. Yo, do I mute SC now? Come on.
Yeah, mute SC.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mute him. All right.
Yeah, if you're gonna, you have to start doing it. Jesus.
I know I can't be at the.
Well, then y'all need more mods
All
because
right.
he can't control himself.
Okay. So my point is that I haven't seen every astrological event that's going to happen, but I can find out when every single one's going to happen, right? And that's because in my belief system, I'm able to do that. And I'm asking, how can you do that in your system? Just express it to me. Like,
no, you tell us how you're able to. Yeah, you tell us how you're able to do that. You skipped over that part.
Yeah, because people in the past have observed it for thousands of years and wrote it down so you can go read it. And then you can call it as your prediction. It's not your prediction.
You go ahead and predict when something. You go ahead and predict something that's never happened before. Smooth. Go do that.
Yeah, please go on mute while you do it too.
What the hell?
Like the Russia thing. Remember when that thing exploded over Russia? I think it was detonated on purpose, and I don't think it was something from the sky. I think it was something from the military. But that's my belief. I don't have any way to verify that belief. But could anyone have predicted that that was going to happen? Now, they did say there was going to be a flyby in between us and the moon, some sort of space object like a asteroid or something. But that same day, like that thing exploded over Russia. So could anyone have predicted that, the thing that was supposed to be like, 100,000 miles away or whatever was going to like explode over that Russian city? Like nobody was predicting that, right?
well, I think it's pretty interesting that on our model, we were able to say, hey, we're going to see some type of astrological event. Something's going to happen. And we said the day that this thing is going to happen, and no one observed this before, but we said, hey, something's going to happen today. Something with some type of, something's going to happen, and this is where it's going to happen, and this is around what time it's going to happen, and bam, it happened.
Right,
well, you're saying that event hasn't happened before, and that it's not a cycle that had come by, like a meteor
Rakia, I'm saying that we haven't observed that. So you're saying that I'm using evidence from previous people, and I'm saying fine. If I'm not allowed to do that, if I'm only allowed to have my information, right? I can go online. I can go online and get some information, get some math. And
no, that's not your information.
Fine. I don't care to have that argument with you of what I can use, what I can't use. I'm just saying, how can my side, right? How can my side say that, hey, there's going to be an astrological event today in this location around this time? How do you do the same thing?
Okay, I got the answer. Sure. If I had the military-industrial complex on my side because I was the disinformation arm, specifically NASA, right? And I handled all the propaganda for the military-industrial complex, I'm pretty sure that I could detonate an object over a city and cause minimal damage, right? And get everybody to believe that, this thing came from deep outer space because I predicted it was going to happen. It's not only that, right? The militaries of the world seem to have all these end-time technology where they could make storms happen or steer hurricanes. Operation Popeye extended the monsoon season in Vietnam for 6 weeks. They've been working on weather modification since the 1940s. Earthquake machine from Tesla, John Trump, right? That's Donald Trump's uncle at MIT. Got all that information when Tesla died. So all these Tesla weapons, Tesla tech, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, they pretty much got their hands on the end-time catastrophe, whether it be war, famine, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I'd like to go next, please. Smoothie, are you there? Are you aware of the Antikythera mechanism?
No.
You're not aware of the Antikythera mechanism. Okay.
Not
Let me
familiar.
explain it to you briefly, if you don't mind. It was found in the bottom of the ocean 100 years ago, a mechanism with gear system that predated what they thought gears were made by 1,000 years, number one. Number two, when they reconstructed it, they found out that it was a calculator, a mechanical device with gears recreating the sky above. You with me so far? So I suggest before you can, brother, before you continue the conversation, get yourself familiarized with that mechanism. Also, you can check out the Minoan eclipse calculator, which I posted a video, and you will find that this stuff was known thousands of years ago, bro. This is not modern stuff. I'm done.
From your point of view, from your argument, you can't
You're
use
breaking
that
up.
device.
Smooth. Your mic's horrible. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Like, give me, what is it doing? Is it just quiet or is it echoing?
Now it's not doing anything. You're fine.
Okay.
Not doing anything. It just tells you the cycles of the things that.
No, I was asking, like, what's wrong with my mic? I'm trying to fix it.
Yeah, at this point, it's coming in really good.
Okay. All right.
Start off with the article I just posted.
Yeah,
Like, really, you shouldn't be talking on this topic. Honestly, I'm not saying it in a derogatory term, but obviously you're ignorant of
You
the
put a
subject.
stock in it, bro. Because here's the problem. You can't use that either. If you're saying I can't use previous evidence, you can't use previous
Who
evidence.
said you can't use
No,
previous
we didn't
evidence?
say you couldn't use previous. That's not what we said.
Okay, so then if I can use previous evidence, cool. I'm glad
You cannot use previous evidence to say that was a prediction. That's what they're saying.
So then we can't. So then,
do you understand what a prediction is, dude? Do you understand?
Montreal, I really need you to take it back like 2 notches, bro. When you talk to me, I don't respond well to that.
Dude, I don't care what you think or what you wish. All right, I'm not here to be your friend. I asked you a question.
Yeah, and then what I'm telling you is that I have the choice to not respond to you because I'm my own individual, and if I choose not to like you,
Sure, if you're a snowflake and you don't like the way I speak, then you don't have to talk to me. Sure.
Yeah, and that's only going to lead to negative interactions in this room. So I'm saying, in the path to civility, speak to me with.
I think I was civil with you.
Listen, you know what, Smooth? You know what? What's crazy about what you're doing right now is an hour ago when I started talking, you completely rumpused over me and just bullied me so that I stopped talking so that you could. So, like, your whole civility mantra right now is absolute bullshit.
Okay, cool. So I'm happy you feel that way, but so
let me do it nicely, Smoothie, sir. Have you ever, in your research, run across the Antikythera mechanism, sir?
Yes, I've heard about this before, right? So let me ask you a question, bud. Are you suggesting that this tool can be used to tell us, I won't even say the word predict, to tell us when the next event will happen, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I'm saying that I have similar tools that can predict the same thing. I'm not saying that you can't predict certain things. I can predict, like, I give you that. That tool can probably predict very accurate things that support your model that the Earth is flat with a Atmos revolving around the top of it. I am okay with that. But I'm saying
so
that
nothing to do with NASA then. Nothing to do with NASA or what you think the predictions are made today. Other people in the past were able to make similar predictions. You agree with that?
Yeah. People in the past.
We're good then. Okay.
Yeah. Did you know NASA actually uses a geocentric coordinate system to make predictions today?
Of course.
No. I
yes, they objectively do. They objectively do.
I believe they also use the Saros cycle.
And every time the Glober says no, then I go and get it and I cite it all. They say, "Oh, well, yeah, of course they do because they're making predictions from the Earth."
Yeah, of course they yeah, it's too crazy,
See what
man.
I'm saying?
Like we
It's
tell them
double.
their model, they don't even know their own model.
They're like, no, they don't do that. And then you go show it to them, you're like, oh, well, yeah, of course they do, because they're doing it from the Earth. It's easier that way.
Well, I mean, so two things there. I don't know everything about everything. There's just too much information in this world to know it all. So,
Sophistry.
You have
okay.
to understand, bro, that the sky
Disagree
is
about
like
me.
a mechanism. It's like a gear system of a watch. And people are not dumb. They figured this out thousands of years ago. It's written down. The Chinese,
It's
the
okay.
Babylonians, the Greeks, the Egyptians, the Romans, they all knew this.
It's
Okay,
okay not
so
to know everything, but when you jump
Montreal,
in and act like you do know something that you don't know, that's the problem.
that's fine. Montreal, can we make an agreement then? You are able to predict certain astrological events, right? Using
Not
this.
me. I'm using the cycle that has been given to me from the ancients, from the observations. Yes, we as a collective can make these predictions based
The
on that.
point
Yes.
is, it's not a prediction. That's the point that was being made, Smooth, and you still haven't just conceded that point. They aren't predictions. All they are doing is identifying a cycle that continues over and over and over again.
Yes.
That is not a prediction.
Agreed. Absolutely. Yep.
Okay,
Well,
so
the
is the argument here what a prediction is?
right.
No,
That's what I was going to
You
speak on.
describe
Hold on, just real quick,
pattern
please.
recognition.
I was trying to get in there. What I would say is, I would say you take a calculation and call it a prediction in the same way that you take a calculation and call it a measurement. Those are terms that we would disagree with you on, but you use this flexibility between concepts that we're not gonna allow, even for ourselves.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well said. Well said.
I'm fine saying, conceding or yielding to the fact that I may use terminology that may not be appropriate in the setting. It's the terminology that I understand that fits with my beliefs. So, they may not always be the most accurate because I'm just not of that caliber to be the most accurate in my speech every moment. So sure, I'll yield with that. So you're saying that you know that an event is coming, right? Or that's it. You know that this event is coming, right? It's gonna
Your
at this.
model has to use the same cycle, yeah.
Okay. What I'm saying is that I can do the same thing, right? We can, even though we have a difference in belief, using your gears and me using my math, has to be at least one astrological event that we can both say will happen at this time in this place, and you and I can go meet there, have a Coke, and we would see the astrological event together, correct?
No, your math uses this same cycle.
Exactly. Where did you get the numbers to plug into your calculations for your math?
So
You
if
see
you guys
what I
want,
just posted? Oh, sorry.
so you guys don't want to give me that? You don't want to say that I have a single tool that differs from you anywhere?
No, not with
The point is that the
you can type it
information
in.
is the
Type in
same. The
NASA
observation is the
eclipses.
same.
Type in NASA eclipses, Saros cycle. The main guy that predicted eclipses for NASA for like many, many years explains unequivocally that he uses a geocentric coordinate system to do so.
Smooth. You see what I just posted? 58 past the hour? That's 4,000 years old, bro.
Yeah.
And it was used to predict that. 4,000 years old.
Yeah. So I think we're kind of getting lost on the idea of numbers and values and stuff like that. Like in science, sometimes we change our perspective to make calculations and understanding things easier, right? Like we don't always compare. We don't say how tall you are in size of ants. We don't measure how far we drive in inches. We develop tools and values that make understanding certain things easier. So like if we're predicting something, what's it? You might be 100% true. I did not read it. You post it, sure, whatever. But we may be predicting things using a model that allows it to be easier, but that doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. We're just using that perspective.
No one's saying that it proves yours flat. We're exposing the nonsense that people say that they can use their model to predict anything. They don't. First of all, it's not a prediction like they said, but what actually happens is you start off with the stellar cycle and a geocentric coordinate system. You get the moon declination readings and stuff like this. You fit it into the cycle. You get your little, okay, well, then the eclipse will happen here. The eclipse will happen when. It'll happen at this time. And then you do a transform equation to turn it into a heliocentric model. You can't do it the other way around, though. They cannot predict the eclipses with math with the heliocentric model. They have to use the stellar cycle, use the geocentric model, then they use a transform equation to turn it into the heliocentric model.
So in other words, all motion is relative, right? But what we perceive is a geocentric habitat, right? Like if we lived on the sun, then we would, observe all the other planets from a heliocentric perspective. But because we're here on Earth, that's like the natural perspective. Like, and the only difference between the two models, as far as geocentric, non-shaped Earth, globe-shaped Earth, and a heliocentric globe-shaped Earth, in the model, when you can put it in the computer, is where you place the camera. If you place the camera over the Earth, all the cycles and all the software stays the same. But then you take the camera and you move it to a heliocentric, you put it over the sun, everything else stays the same except for where you place the camera. And all the models and all the software is doing the exact same thing, right? So the contention is, what's the shape of the Earth, right? That's where it gets complex, right? And what do your senses tell you, right? Like you wouldn't look at a beautiful woman and go, oh, my senses are off, right? Unless you've been drinking, right? You look at a beautiful woman and you go, oh man, she looks amazing, especially in that dress and her hair, right? You don't say, oh, I don't trust my senses. Look at that hag.
Yes, but is the dress black or blue?
To admit, my senses at around midnight with a couple beers in me when I was younger were a little off.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't have slept with that woman, bro.
Do you understand that when we can make things to trick your senses, right? Those don't count as part of
Let's
the...
remember where all this started, right?
That's right.
This started with a relative movement of a ball on a train doing a parabola, and we ended up here.
Yeah, that is where I first joined the text boat chat.
So when they say things that can trick your mind, the nature is not doing that. Nature is not set to do that. So not analogous.
So I've driven all over the middle and eastern half of the United States. Not every road, but I went down those roads. And for me, there's like hill country, and then there's like plains, right? And then there's like the Smoky Mountains, and all this topography, like you really can't tell. But when you go to the ocean and you're like seeing how far you can see, it's pretty obvious. Like it's fucking flat at the ocean. Or I couldn't detect any curvature, from what I was seeing. I couldn't detect
Well, you heard what Soundly said to Rakia and to me. He told Rakia that you can see the curve if you have 20/20 vision from the ground. He told me if we're on opposite sides of Lake Pontchartrain and we're at the beach, there's a 90-foot hump between us.
Well, he needs to watch some more Professor Dave videos because I believe I heard Professor Dave say that you can't see the curvature from the ground. So,
not to mention Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Can I get a quick mic check?
Mic check.
All right, cool. Sorry, guys, had to pop out for a second to get my headphones to pop in. But I'm fine with whatever math we use. I guess the argument is, right, like, for the unforeseen events that this gear, or maybe this will be better for Montreal, events like this gear thing, it couldn't predict the event over Russia. Now, I know there's discrepancies on what that event is. Can we agree as a community to say that that wasn't a missile strike?
You're talking about the so-called meteor that exploded over the Russian, and it leveled the whole section of forest. Is that what you're talking about in 1910?
No, the most recent one.
Oh, okay, yeah, the one where you see it shooting down from the sky. Okay, what about it?
Right. So our team was able to say, yeah, this thing is going to happen, right?
Can you
Do you
cite
think
it?
that was predicted? Hold on. Sorry to interrupt you, but do you think that was predicted?
I don't think we like using that word in this room.
Well, do you think that was foretold? Use whatever word you want. Do you think they knew that was going to happen?
Define who knew that. Like, what
Nobody
listen.
knew it. I'm asking.
Hey, hold on, just real quick.
Go ahead, Travis.
You may use prediction if you're going to talk about something that's never happened before. Okay? Don't misunderstand the term. Use it right, and we won't ball you out. A calculation is not a prediction.
Yeah, this is important. Do you think that that was predicted, or use whatever term makes you feel comfortable? Do you think that that event in Russia, which you just described, do you think somebody knew it was going to happen in advance?
We knew that this would happen before it happened.
No, not in this particular case, bro. Nobody knew this.
Define we. Who?
Anybody. There was nobody that said,
No.
I have a question.
Please. He says team, our team, and we. What does he mean with that? Is it our team, the globe side, or
obviously the globe model? Yes.
No. I want to hear it from him. What he means with it.
Just answer to you.
Come on, Smooth, answer the guy's question.
Yeah, 1 second, I'm just.
Well, it's obvious what he means.
1 sec. What was the question?
What do you mean by
we? When you say we?
We or our team. You have used both terms. What do you mean with that?
So I have the belief that the Earth is what is claimed it is, the heliocentric model.
Yeah.
So I try to use very friendly terms here. So we, the people who produce articles that corroborate and support my belief, I consider to be on my team. So I say we.
Okay. Then how do you know for sure they didn't get it from flat Earth information? Because your team, if it is a deception, then what they come out with can just as well be from a flat Earth.
There's another way to say that.
What?
There's another way to say that. What you want to say is, how can he prove that information he has from his team isn't the same information we would have from our team?
Yeah. Okay.
It's a flat Earth.
So that's a great question. So what I'm saying, I want to see us as a team be able to reach it. So show me, right, using, and I know that there's not a model or you claim to have a model or anything like that. I'm just saying, from your perspective, from your side, from those who don't believe that the globe is what we claim it to be, right? How would you tell the public, right, not predict, but how would you tell people that there would be an astrological event over Russia on that day?
You couldn't, because there's no way of you to know that. I explained that to you. You think that somebody knew that, but they didn't, bro. That just happened.
So my answer would be ultimately with any of this is we would have to have all of the same information, which I, as a truck driver, that's not my job, right? So I don't have that access.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I feel like on this particular point, we've reached a point where we can't go any further at this.
Hold on. No. You're blurring the lines here now. You think that somebody actually knew about this event, correct?
See, that's why I'm asking for the citation before that day happened. Like, can you cite it? Who's predicted it? Can we see
It was
that
not
paper?
predicted, as far as I'm aware.
Neither. I agree with you. What I'm saying is, he's making the claim that it was predicted. Can he prove or show how or when was predicted? Can he show
That is the question. Yep.
Can he cite it? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to find out, was this like, how far in advance did they know? Was it the day before? Like, oh shit, something's going to happen tomorrow? Or was it like 5 years? So like, hey, 5 years from now, this is going to happen. You know what I mean? Just the details.
They didn't predict
I
it
get
all.
you. I get you.
As far as I know, some guy was driving along with his car, and Russians have cameras on their cars because of accident and insurance things, and it caught it on camera.
Yeah, the official story is that it was like a shot.
Yeah.
But for me, Smooth, this is a zero-sum event. These are just observations that both sides can demonstrate that they can carry out. So it's not an argument for either side. So we have to go someplace else.
No, but he has to understand the difference between events that we watch like a cyclical motion in the sky and random events like meteors and all that other stuff. Those are two different things.
But you know, nobody can predict that event because it was fake. That's why. It was set up.
Maybe so. They can definitely do stuff like that. I watch them do it in Florida all the time.
Now, if you had a sensor like a satellite or weather balloon, you can detect stuff moving, so you can detect it, and then have a telescope to confirm it. So that could happen whether it's a globe or flat Earth. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and you can just shoot a rocket through space. Like they look just like that in real life. I've went and watched them. They look just like that.
Did you know that during World War II, the Germans built this massive cannon? Massive. You guys aware of that? And
what was the name of it again?
They were saying they were gonna throw things, quote unquote, into space.
What was the name of that cannon again? I forgot.
I forgot the name, bro. This massive cannon. If somebody wants to do a quick Google on it, it had crazy power.
If he says massive again, muting.
Massive.
Walking a fine line, SE.
I know. Rakia's triggered today. I see that.
French Canadian. Oh,
you know them
calling him a name.
Southerners, huh?
He called me mod.
Yeah, but that thing was like the size of a house, man, if I remember correctly.
Hey, like if the Earth, like speaking of stuff in the sky, like if the Earth is a ball, right? How come we never see shooting stars coming like straight up from the horizon?
Yeah, that's
because
not ones that go up.
I have.
Because the ground is the floor of the universe.
Go up and go over.
I've never even seen it claimed.
Yeah, there's
you go
the
outside,
cannon light water.
If you go outside, you see shooting stars constantly. You would see shooting stars coming up from the horizon all the time. It's never been seen, ever.
Check. Not ones that go up over your head. Come straight up and then go over your head. Ones that go straight up and just straight up and don't go over your head.
All right, let me see it. I want to see the ones going straight up from the horizon.
Yeah, no, I'm saying if they go over your head, obviously they didn't go straight up.
Well, I think the obvious answer is that these plasmoids are local events, and you can't see a plasmoid at the horizon because the horizon is really far away. And you're
Do you know what I'm saying with
pointing
it?
out the straight
My
up
bad.
thing because of the curvature of the Earth, right? And I'm aware of that. I'm just saying that from my point of view, plasmoids are local.
Like
You're
Chemo went over
saying
this.
if it like if it
Chemo went
doesn't
over this like a year.
shoot, like if it shoots over your head, like where you have to look up to see it go past you, that's not going straight up from the horizon.
That's what I'm saying. The ones that go straight up
Yeah.
and not over your head, I've never seen that. Chemo
They
brought
don't
this to him a
exist.
while ago.
Yeah, they don't exist. Same thing with the because like the idea is that the Earth's a ball, so it blocks the sky, right? Like if it wasn't for the curve of the Earth, we'd be able to see all the stars, all the sky. But the Earth blocks the sky, right? Like that's the claim. You can't see. You can only see so many stars relative to where the Earth's curve is. So like we never see this. It would be random. The stars would just shooting stars would be random all over the sky, and they would be coming up from the horizon. And also, when we take a time lapse of the star trails, they would intersect with the horizon because that's what's blocking them from being seen. So you'd be able to see them all the way till that sphere edge blocked it. And I did tons of these over bodies of water to see if that was the case, and never, ever does it do that. These are
I
two
remember he brought it.
impossibilities. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember he brought that Star Trail thing to him in Gems, I think it was, and they were freaking out. It's like, yo, this you guys say this the Earth's supposed to be blocking shit. The star trails are disappearing before they even ever hit the horizon.
Which
I was there
proves
that day,
that it's like
Jeremy.
an optical. Yeah, it proves it's like an optical area in the sky. Just like when we were talking about that sunset, you pop the drone up or not, and the sun starts to disappear with that hard line, like that hard cutoff before the horizon. Because like the Atmos will block what you see, like with a line of opacity, basically. And it does the same thing with the stars. I have a bunch of them.
The guys on Gems, I was there that day, Jeremy. They were losing their shit. You know how
Yeah.
chemo is, right? Yeah. Why do we only have star trails going one way? Why? I'm not star trails. I mean, meteors and shit. Why are they not falling the other
Yeah.
way? They were going crazy.
And how are they predictable? Right, like they all come from like the same 6 radiant sources in the sky.
Right.
All of them.
Exactly.
And they're all predictable. Like that doesn't make any sense on a globe.
We know the general vectors. That's right. Yeah.
Mic check. Cool.
You're clear. Go ahead.
I would love. Let's go on another point. I feel like this is good. I feel like I don't feel like we're going to be able to progress past the idea that.
Did you watch
were
the
you able
Antikythera
to cite it?
mechanism? Smooth. Did you see or research the Antikythera mechanism at all?
Well, that takes some time,
No,
to be
sir.
fair.
Okay.
That's
When you
that
please
takes
get it,
some
when you
time.
get a chance, please check it out.
I will, but
Yeah,
it
they
probably
found
won't
it
be
in the
able to
ocean.
happen during the workday. Like I'm
They were
chatting
very
with.
fascinated. Listen, bro, they were very fascinated by it. They didn't know what it was. They kept underestimating it, thinking it had to be primitive and archaic. And they kept finding out that it was way more advanced than they could even understand. And they were perplexed because it uses a geocentric system for prediction, like the Earth as the center. And they kept on piecing it together with like different artificial intelligence and algorithmic completion. And they found out it's more and more complex than they even know. And they admit they still don't fully understand it, but that it obviously has way more mechanisms and predictive capabilities than they even understand. So,
Yeah, and that's
it's very crazy.
Yeah, that's just the astrological aspect of it, which they were amazed, right? That they had figured that out. The other aspect of it is the mechanical aspect of it, the gears. This talks to the dating procedures that we have, the historical, right? We thought that the gear system was invented in Europe 1,000 years after that. And with this simple find, one simple find, we had to rearrange history by 1,000 years. Now we know that gear systems were invented in ancient Greece 1,000 years before Europe.
Well, we don't even know it's actually Greece either. So, like, when you look into that, it's like it has like one Greek character on it, like one character that looks like a Greek character, and
No,
it was
bro.
just found off the
No. It
coast.
has
So
no.
I have a
Listen, it
couple
has a lot of
questions.
Greek writing on it.
I have a couple questions about this device.
Yeah, check it out.
Question number one is, what's the importance of this device? What does this device? I know what it does, but I'm saying, what is this importance to you? What does this have in the
It
existence of this?
debunks the claim that we need the heliocentric model to predict these eclipses with accuracy. He invoked it clearly to demonstrate. No, use a geocentric coordinate system. The Earth is the center thousands of years ago to predict all of this stuff, and NASA still has to use the same exact method, and they're not even as accurate as the technology we had thousands of years ago. So it debunks and refutes the claim that you have to use the heliocentric model for anything. Because you don't. In fact, they can't use it. So he invokes it to show, no, people have been doing this for a long time with the Earth at the center.
Okay, cool. Okay. One of my questions to you then, just out of curiosity, how do we know the age of this device?
That's a good question. I'll answer it. It was found in the ocean. It was found by a Greek sponge diver. And they deduced the age two ways. One was the corrosion of the material, because it was almost disintegrated. And two, they found writing on it. So this
Didn't
was
they make a replica of this?
many of them. They made
Or
many
tried to,
replicas.
or
Yeah,
something?
they're trying to.
They still haven't uncovered it fully. Like, they're still researching it.
Which is wild. It's wild to think that they made something so complex that we can't replicate it with freaking supercomputers.
Yeah, 2,000 years ago, man. I mean, this is remarkable stuff.
Okay, so cool. I'm understanding your point.
Yeah, we don't just make stuff up, bro. When I tell you stuff, I'm not making shit up.
I'm not saying you do. I'm just okay, cool. So there's this device. You guys believe it's this old. You know, cool.
Did you hear me debunk the globe a second ago? If the Earth was really a globe, then we would have shooting stars shooting straight up from the horizon all the time. But it's literally never been seen by anyone ever.
Oh, in order for it to shoot up from the
I have a
horizon.
really hard time speaking with you because I don't believe that anything could just be like debunked. Like a lot of you guys say that you believe in the things because it's what you see and it's what I'm saying. I believe in this too. I don't think you're just walking around debunking the entire science community. If you did, I think you'd be a lot more important than what you are.
We have
dude, we're heavily censored, bro. What are you talking about? Like, dude, the government admits they censor flat Earth, man. You act like if we were right, we'd have Nobel Prizes and be famous and rich. That's just disingenuous.
I've viewed some of your videos, and I think I don't think that your videos really show anything. Like I viewed your video with the magnets. I don't think it really showed anything. I viewed your video with speaking to the pilots. I don't think it showed anything. Like I don't like your claim that you're walking around debunking the shape or model of the
Dude, I
Earth.
just debunked the globe, dude. I'm telling you that if the Earth was a globe, you would have shooting stars because we see them all the time. You would see them coming straight up from the horizon because they come in any and all directions. And I took time lapse of the star trails over large bodies of water. And according to the globe, the Earth's curvature blocks the sky. So we can only see so many stars because the rest of it's blocked by the Earth's curve. So I took time lapse of star trails over large bodies of water. And the star trails always cut off above the horizon. But if there's a ball, the Earth horizon, the curve, should be what blocks the sky, meaning that the star trail should intersect with the Earth curve horizon. But it doesn't. They always disappear before it, every time. I did it dozens of times. That debunks the globe. The star trails aren't being blocked by a curve of the Earth. That debunks it.
So, again, I don't think you're debunking anything. I think you're raising a good point.
No. Anyone got an
my bad.
answer?
I'm
Anyone
hot
got an
mic.
answer?
Let's
I was
look
talking about my
into it.
game.
Oh. Anyone got an answer?
The answer is that it took me 2 minutes to find star trails all the way to the horizon and shooting stars coming up from the horizon on YouTube.
No, you didn't. Drop the full time lapse instead of a cartoon CGI picture. Drop the full time lapse.
It took me 2 minutes. If you're as important as you say you are, you can find it too.
Okay, so you don't have it.
No, I mean, with it, you gotta kind of open your heart.
Who said I was important? When did I say I was so important?
Did you guys? Why do you guys hold him down to?
I'm not holding him down. I'm just saying.
You bro, you say that thing in Russia was predicted. Can you at least provide something that?
Yeah,
made
I
you
have
believe
I have a great update on that. I was wrong.
Okay,
all right, that's fair enough. Thank you.
I have a great update on that. The one that exploded over Russia was not seen, was not predicted. I was wrong.
Of course not. That's right.
Yeah, it wasn't predicted that it was going to explode over Russia.
Now, here's a question: do you think that all the millions of astronomers and people with telescopes wouldn't have seen that coming? Do you think that's suspicious?
I'm sorry.
Like maybe they faked it and blew it over the Russia on purpose. You don't think that the millions of astronomers and people looking at telescopes would have seen that coming?
Yeah, so it wasn't seen. I can't. It's hard for me to tell you why it wasn't seen because there could be a lot of reasons. You know, it could have. In the article I was reading, it's claiming because it was daytime, but I'm not here to debate why it wasn't seen because it's going to be very difficult. I'm just saying that I was wrong. It wasn't predicted.
You were just hoping that it would provoke thought, a critical assessment of if we have all these satellites and all these people looking at the sky constantly, and what they say is true about how well they document the sky, it seems odd that they wouldn't be able to see and spot this thing coming to Earth.
Okay, I mean we can definitely go into that. So let's first find out in our heliocentric model, what do we claim is the amount of sky space or, whatever that we observe and protect? Like how much of the atmosphere and how much of the surrounding space around the planet are we observing at all times? Because it can't be 100%.
All of it. We observe all the space, the immediate space around the Earth. All of it.
Yeah, I said 100%.
Because of our perspective from the Earth. Yeah.
So if there's an asteroid coming, for example, NASA's going to tell us before it happens, right? Or another astronomer would tell us that there's an asteroid coming to Earth. No, yes or no?
One sec, I'm responding to work. 1 sec.
Yeah, you can literally just fly. You can just jump on a plane and debunk the globe.
Yeah, at least you can tell Smooth is processing the information. That's a good thing.
We were playing.
Hey, Smooth, you are processing the information, right?
Can I help flat earthers out a little bit?
Yeah, please help the flat earthers out. Go ahead.
The globe needs help at this point.
The person who came up with the Big Bang Theory was a Catholic priest, and they had the biggest telescopes back in the day.
Yeah, everybody knows that. Lemaitre.
No, hang on. He's making a point, but we lost the technology. That's why we can't see the current.
But we lost
technology. Let him finish.
No, that was about it. Because
they were going to
most
say,
of
and
these
they named
guys
it
are
Lucifer.
Oh well, that too. Yeah, I wasn't going to go into the detail. I was just saying because most of these globers are atheist.
Yeah.
That
and
is
it's called
true,
the Big Bang because Fred Hoyle called it the Big Bang to make fun of it because it was so stupid.
Joke, yeah,
famous astronomer.
And
of course,
the observations now of the James Webb Telescope killed all that. By the way, we did that a few days ago.
Yeah, and it's just stupid. And if you think like, oh, everything came from nothing and stuff like that. If you actually look at who proposed it, it invokes a pre-existing energy. So before the singularity event of the Big Bang, there was a pre-existing energy. So you didn't in any way get rid of the need to acknowledge something creating this place. Like pre-existing energy, just say God.
Can we talk about shooting stars? I
about
feel like it shouldn't be surprising that. Sorry, what?
No, you go ahead. I would go.
Right. It doesn't sound that much surprising to me that it's not very common for stars to shoot up from the horizon, because
My God.
as far as I understand, they fall towards the Earth because of gravity. They don't just intersect with the path of the Earth. So if they're falling
there's no
towards
up
the
or
Earth,
down on a globe though.
so if they're there is for each point on the surface. So if they're falling towards the Earth, they should more or less reach the surface in a perpendicular direction. So you wouldn't see them.
They don't reach.
You wouldn't
Sorry,
see
I didn't mean
them
to
shooting
interrupt.
up from the horizon. That's fine.
Yeah, they don't.
I'm
And they
done.
don't. But my man is that they don't. First of all, if something's falling down towards the Earth, from my perspective, if you're just on the other side of the curve and you look the other way, it's going to be falling up for you. If it falls down for me, it falls up for you. So there would be people seeing stars going up all the time.
No, because if my up is your down, we are in opposite sides of the Earth, and shooting stars only exist in the atmosphere because it's where they glow. They don't glow before they reach the atmosphere. And compared to the size of the Earth, the atmosphere is quite thin. So the shooting stars that you're seeing are all close to you. So you wouldn't see something that is down from you being up for someone else if you can only see them roughly close to you.
Roughly close to you, 60 miles away at a minimum. Yeah, and actually they have
60 miles, like 1 degree of difference.
They have radiant sources that are spotted way out.
Yeah, well, that's still not countering my point, because 60 miles, like within 1 degree, that is not enough to make up becomes down. So if they're more or less coming in a reaching the atmosphere in a perpendicular direction, it doesn't have to be exactly perpendicular, just more or less, most of them at least, then it would be very rare to see some shooting star shooting up from the horizon.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a good thing because it's
out?
literally never been seen ever.
That's still a lie. Which you can stop saying that.
Can I interrupt with it?
It's not a lie. How about you drop it or stop talking?
Bro, I YouTubed shooting stars, and the third video in found several. Okay,
See, the
it took
fact
2
he won't
seconds.
drop it, exposes him to the whole room. And the truth is, I already looked into this. The Globers just desperately lie because none of them show it coming straight up from the horizon. None of them.
The video is called "The
Why
Night
you
of
gonna
Shooting
lie?
Stars." There's several more, and
Just drop the link then.
okay, hang on 1 second. Number one, you can
This is
scroll up
exciting.
and look at the link that's already there.
Oh, I don't see it.
Oh, I heard the claim that there should be as many going up as many as going down.
No one
Or
said that.
it-
Once again, another lie.
Well,
There you go. There's one.
I heard something like that. Yeah, I might go to the live stream to pick your exact words.
Yeah, I said they should
You're
happen all
saying
the
there
time.
should be. Yeah. So no, it shouldn't. Based on, like, if you just think about what I said, I feel like unless you come up with some other reason why it should be more often.
Okay, wait up. Do you want to give me a timestamp or something?
Yeah, and are you saying there's a vector preference? Is that what you're saying?
You have to scroll through it. There's several throughout that come from all kind of directions. I can find you more too, but like I said, it's so easy to do. I don't know why someone would come out and claim that in the years and years and years.
None of these are coming straight up from the horizon.
Keep watching it.
Are you guys saying there's a vector preference?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Ballers? How about you? Is that Bacon talking?
Yeah.
Can somebody
Do you
post a
think
video because I don't see any video?
What do you mean by vector preference?
Well, where's the
Yeah,
video?
Negator.
Well, you questioned
I'll drop it
Witsit
again.
on. He said they should be coming from all over. I imagine, right? And you're saying no. Are you
Yeah.
saying there's like a vector preference?
That's how you want to put it. But I explain why it shouldn't be very common to see shooting stars shooting up from the horizon.
Why not?
And why is that? Why is that?
Oh, again, because if they're falling towards the Earth, they're gonna reach the atmosphere in more or less a perpendicular direction. And because you can only see like the atmosphere that is close to you, then you're not going to see them shooting up from the horizon because they're going to be coming from above.
Yeah, but statistically, they're coming from everywhere, right? You're just saying this is visual because of whatever location. Is that what? Do I have you straight here?
He said all the meteors are coming towards Earth. None are going away. So that he just actually did not say that.
Well, how come we don't have any? Wait, why don't we have any observations of the same phenomena from outside of Earth, from many of the satellites?
That was my next question. Whoever said that, spot on.
Witsit, are you watching the video?
Oh, that's a separate
Do those
argument.
lines seem real to you?
Yeah, I'm watching the video. There's not one single one that comes straight up from the horizon, literally.
Oh gosh, okay.
Wasted my time. This is why I don't believe Globers and take their word, because I just now sat here for 3 minutes, and there's literally not one single one that comes straight up from the horizon.
Well, you're saying straight up now. What does that mean?
Yeah,
I've been saying that the whole time.
No, you didn't.
So
shooting up
straight
from
up.
the horizon.
Yeah, you said shooting up.
Can everyone in the room acknowledge that I said there would be stars shooting straight up from the horizon on a ball the whole time?
You made it very clear.
We've been saying that for years.
You even went over why you
He didn't use the word straight before.
I know.
Yeah,
No, he didn't. He did not.
Yeah, go
He said
back
up
and
from the
listen. That's
horizon.
the problem with Globers, dude. They'll
In fact,
blatantly lie. They have no more.
Carnivore actually just linked another video with several coming up from the horizon.
Every time he said it.
Stars or shooting stars?
The word straight?
Shooting stars.
Shooting stars.
I don't think he was saying straight.
Well, even if you look at the GIF that has been posted by Carnival, right?
It's not doing it. It's not doing it.
Of course it isn't. We don't have the phenomena in which we should be seeing, right? According to what you're stating, guys, right? There should be a vector, right, that lines up to a point almost, right? Like it should always be traveling. Like you should be able to see the vector, not just like the way that they move across the sky in that image, right? That's a different thing completely. Like I don't even know if that's the exact same phenomena as a meteorite falling down.
No, I don't think those are shooting stars. Those look at satellites.
Look, if it starts lower in the image and ends higher in the image, that means it came up from the horizon.
You see what they're doing? So now let me repeat what I've been saying for 10 minutes. Okay, now what they're gonna do is they're gonna blatantly lie, and that's why you can't talk to them. Okay, I said since the beginning, if the Earth's a spinning ball, that means that the sphere edge is blocking the sky. We can only see so much of the sky because the Earth's curve blocks the rest of it. But we see shooting stars all the time. Therefore, we should see shooting stars coming straight up from the horizon all the time.
Okay, so if something starts lower and ends higher, it means it came up, correct?
It doesn't come up from a horizon.
Where did it come from? Because it had to have come from the horizon if it went up.
Yeah, for that to happen, the path of the
where did it come from? It came from the horizon in that image. The horizon is there.
Yeah, you're thinking about that. Wait there, you're thinking about the horizon as an actual place, right? That's your problem, right? You're thinking about it as an actual location because you're stuck on a globe, right? You do understand that, right?
No, you do understand that if something starts low and ends high, it's coming up, correct? That's how you describe it.
Hey, do you have any shots of stars coming straight up from the horizon, yes or no?
Have you got them coming from their original point, right? Actually coming up and intersecting with that horizon, not going across the sky to then apparently meet with it later. Do you understand what he's trying to fucking say? That there's a directionality that's missing in your globe paradigm with these meteorites, right? You do know that.
So if I were to define the direction of up, would you not define it as starting low and ending high? Is there some other definition of up that I should use?
We're not talking about low and high. We're talking about coming
Well, tell me what's up
straight
and what's down on the ball.
up
Go ahead.
from the horizon.
Yes, if it goes from the horizon upward in the image, is that what you're looking for?
It doesn't do that, and we're talking about straight up.
Sure
from
they
the
do.
horizon.
Why are they acting like they don't
Like-
remember? They don't know what you're talking about, right? They talk about plumb lines all the fucking time, right? That this is a thing that can be basically plumbed up to the center of the mass of the Earth, right? To the electromagnetic core. Like they understand that vector, right? That's down on the ball. That's what. Remember, gravity, guys, is what gives you the ability to have down all the way across the face of a fucking spherical ball. The opposite direction to the thing that you claim is gravity would be the direction in which Whitsitt is talking about, right?
This is the problem, right? So there's a side that can be honest, and like I don't care if you presented me legitimate evidence that you do see stars coming straight from the horizon. I'd be like, wow, I'll have to scratch that argument. I don't care.
Well,
I don't have some like pride involved. I don't care if that's an argument or not. It's one I barely bring up. But you guys are lying about it. Now think about how different we are. You're twisting my words. You're lying. You're showing stuff that doesn't show that. You're just saying I'm stupid. You're coming up with you're liars.
Well, don't rewrite the term up. Then.
You need to stop the
said
lying
straight up.
shit, man. That's pissing me off, man.
Well, then stop lying.
I'm not lying. I've never lied on here.
Well, they just all jumped in and said I said something I didn't say. They all jumped in and said the video shows something it doesn't show. It made me watch it for 3 minutes knowing damn well it doesn't show it. That's called lying.
Okay, you're all sinful liars. Okay, Jesus is the only one.
Well, it's a waste of time when Globers want to come in here and then talk down to people, but just be blatantly lying.
What's it in the first video I sent you? At 1 minute, there is a shooting star that comes up from the horizon.
Well, when you don't have an argument, you have to lie.
Bro, he means like up, it just keeps going straight up, like not.
Yeah, no, it literally doesn't.
over
It doesn't. I just
like
went to a minute again.
Yeah, I know.
If the
That's
shooting
why they
star
go
goes over
like
your
a
head,
tree.
It'll
If the
fizzle
shooting
out.
star goes over,
if the shooting star goes over your head, and then it goes straight up.
Where is it supposed to go, Jeremy?
Up, straight up.
Okay, and when if it's going straight up from you, when does it stop doing that? Until you don't see it anymore? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so in the video I linked, where the shooting star comes from the horizon in front of the viewer and goes to the top of the frame, where do you think it goes?
It doesn't do that. I just took that a minute again for 3 times in a row. There is no
Okay,
shooting star
what
going
is it
straight up
doing?
from the
What does
horizon.
it do?
You're lying. You're lying.
Wait, he's acting like there wouldn't be a way for that to happen, for a shooting star to go up, and then
Well, then
once it goes high enough that we wouldn't be able to see it. In your own very paradigm, that is something that would need to be able to occur on a globe. You do know that.
Yeah. At least Bacon
Can I
is
try to
like,
address
at least Bacon's approaching it a more honest way where he's like, okay, well, I don't think it'd be very likely. Here's why, according to what we say. Da, da, da. That's he's not lying. You know?
Yeah, that's
but
true.
to just to say it's in the video and then blatantly double down, like I guess hoping no one goes and looks at it. Just if you say it with enough conviction, somehow everyone will believe you're not lying or something. That's so disrespectful to everyone in here to just blatantly waste our time like that.
What's it? 59 seconds. It comes from the horizon in front of the viewer. I don't know what you're looking at, man. It's the first video I sent you. It's the night of shooting stars. I don't know what else to tell you guys. I don't need to look at this.
I just watched it again. I just watched it again. How about this? I'm going to go to my computer. I'm going to screen record what he's saying to prove that he's lying because he's getting on my nerves. And everyone in the room can actually go look at it. This is why I shouldn't let you even like kind of sort of get to me. I shouldn't engage with people like you. I just now went and looked at it 4 times.
Where is it coming? Where is it coming from? It's coming from the horizon, isn't it?
I don't see anything coming from the horizon.
Oh, that's an assumption. Why you're making assumptions?
57 seconds to 1 minute. There's a shooting star that comes from the center of the frame, from the horizon, to the top of the frame.
Okay, I just saw the one you're talking about. It shoots towards the camera, right? It's coming towards the camera. Yeah, it does. It starts up in the middle of the sky. It does not come up from the horizon. So his argument is, if it looks like it's going up at all, if it looks like it's going higher, then therefore he's answering the question. So either you
I
don't
don't think
understand the
none of
question, or you're being dishonest. Because go to 57 seconds, because he said a minute, but it's actually like at 57 seconds. You'll see a shooting star start up like, a little bit up above the horizon, and then start shooting like it looks like it's coming towards you. Okay, it's coming towards you. We're talking about a star shooting straight up. You see it come up from the horizon, going straight up. It never happens. It's never been seen. That's
Isn't
not
that
how they work.
exactly?
Can I
It
say
has to come
something?
from
Can
the
I say
horizon,
something that is
doesn't it?
I think is really
In order
relevant
for
for
it to
this?
come over your head, it has to come from the horizon, correct?
At least Bacon's given an argument as to why you wouldn't see it often and it'd be really
I
rare.
don't think those are shooting stars at all, because they're time lapse,
Yeah.
right? And shooting stars are
There's
extremely fast. Those look
another
like
two of
satellites.
them.
Okay, well that's even worse that they're posting satellites pretending that they're stars.
There's
Yeah, I
another
think
two of them, 212. It comes from the horizon and goes up.
It doesn't go straight up from the horizon. I just looked at it 4 times because look, I try to give people respect. So I'm like, oh, if he has the answer, I'll go look at it and I'll scratch the argument. I don't want to go around lying. I respect this guy. Common courtesy. He said he went and found it and he proved me wrong. I'm gonna go look at it. So I looked at it 5 times as you drag me around, intentionally being deceptive.
Okay,
It's
212.
annoying.
Look at 212 on the left side of the screen.
Oh, now we're gonna change it. Now let's change it to 212. We know it's not there. We know it's not there.
I posted
watched the
one
whole
that
3
has
minutes.
a meteor shower video. It has some, but it's rare. You can see them
It's going
kinda-
straight up from the horizon.
They flash
212.
by so
It's coming up.
fast.
All right, you got to explain it to him. You're standing on the ground. Which way up is relative to your position? All right, that's the way the meteor, whatever. That's the way it has to be going. It has to be going up. Right? If it comes toward you at all, and you get any.
What was that?
Weird.
Was that a
Wow.
ghost?
Well, yeah, what was that?
Well, let's ignore that. Move on. Ooh.
Just keep explaining
But
it to them,
you're saying
Jeremy, because they seem to not understand.
Yo, you know which way's up relative to your position on the globe, right? So the thing has to be going, the comet or the meteor or whatever, it has to be going up, meaning not getting closer to you, just up.
Okay, so what's happening at 212 in that video on the left side of the screen?
All right, well, let's take a look at it. Hold on.
You guys really think
Sure,
those
this is
are
it,
shooting
though.
stars?
Go ahead, Bacon. Let him have it. Bacon doesn't even think they're shooting stars. He's on your
Yeah,
side.
I mean, the sky.
Okay,
You
okay,
can
I
see
found
the
the one he's
sky
talking.
rotating there, and it's too fast. Like
Yeah, exactly. They've been debunked, but wait, sorry, Bacon. Let me just at 212, the star that he's talking about once again doesn't go straight up, and it appears up above the horizon. This is annoying. Just say you don't have it. At least do what Bacon's doing, saying, "Well, it would be very rare according to our model." Angle of view. Don't go around saying you do have it. I looked for them. They don't exist.
I think you slow down the video. It comes literally from the horizon.
I just saw it. I just looked at it. I'm gonna go inside of my
it's
computer in a second.
okay
I'll
if you
widescreen it, slow motion. We all know. I just saw it.
if you thought those
where
were
else are
shooting
they coming
stars and they're not, I think that's fine to be, because it says on the title of the video, so it's fine if you thought those were shooting
Yeah, fair
stars.
enough.
I don't think they
Fair
are.
enough. But he's called it. You called it out now. That's not why I'm not upset about that. That's an honest mistake.
Wait, I asked you right away if you truly.
That's what I'm
believe
saying. I don't
those
think no
were-
one's lying here.
Yeah, he is lying. He's sitting here saying that they're coming straight from the horizon when they're literally not.
Okay, they literally are. Look at the video. 212.
Do you know what the
posted
word
a
straight
time
means?
Are you looking for something that's going 90 degrees up and nothing else counts? Is that it?
Or close to that.
2 minutes.
But so if that's what you wanted to see from the start, that's what you should have been very particular about.
Well,
And
I've
I
been
can show that
saying
for you.
straight up from the horizon all the time. And it doesn't matter. These aren't coming from the horizon. They're coming from above. And that was my whole argument. If you actually listened, I said, look, I went around the U.S. Every time I was around the ocean, I went out. I took time lapse of the star trails over the ocean. That way, we don't have any topographical obstruction. And I took a time lapse of the star trails over large bodies of water, over and over the ocean. Okay, and the star trails always cut off above the horizon. like the marine water horizon. It always cuts off before that. Like there's this other distinct straight line above the horizon where the stars get cut off, right? We've seen the sun do the same thing. So I'm like, okay, well maybe that's a fluke. So I kept doing it every single time I had an opportunity at night. I was free at night. I went and did it over the ocean. Never ever do you see the star trails actually intersect with the horizon as if a ball has the sphere edge blocking the sky, and that's why you can't keep seeing them. Okay, so that's the same thing we're talking about here. All these shooting stars, they don't ever come up from the sphere edge horizon, the Earth curve blocking the sky. They never come straight up from the Earth curve. They always come from above. They always come from above the horizon.
Right. You said that meteors and whatnot, shooting stars always come down, right? So I found one where you could.
I did not say that.
Okay, so they don't ever go up, but they don't always
shoot.
come
Okay,
down.
look.
That seems like a
Now
weird
think
thing
about
to
this.
claim.
Think about this. If you're sitting on a flat Earth, okay, right, and you got a shooting star way over there, and it's coming toward, it's gonna look like it's going up. It's gonna have optical as it gets closer to you. So this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about from the Earth curve horizon that's blocking the sky. We should be seeing shooting stars appear, no longer being blocked, directly up from the horizon. And it doesn't happen in reality ever. You always see the shooting stars up above the Earth.
Okay, so the 212 mark, there's a mountain in the way. I'll give you that. That's a little ways up. But it seems like we're shifting the topic now, since maybe there is evidence.
Well, then you just misunderstood
the
it.
stars do come from the horizon.
No, they don't.
So what is that star doing at 212?
It appears right above the mountain, nowhere close to the Earth curve horizon.
So it does come from the mountain, and it does move in an upward fashion, correct?
Dude, it looks like it's moving up. I just explained how it can look like it's moving up. I just explained that.
Okay, so if your claim earlier is that they never appear to come up.
No, that wasn't my claim. I said you'll never see a shooting star coming directly up, straight up. This is the exact phrase I've been saying the whole time, because I've been through this, so I know how to phrase it. I said you never see shooting stars coming straight up from the horizon, and the Earth curvature would be blocking it. That debunks the ball.
So I need to find a clear horizon where it's coming perpendicular. Can't be offset a few degrees out of direction. That'll satisfy.
It has to be coming. It has to literally come up from the horizon as if we're looking over the Earth curvature and it's blocking the sky. And now all of a sudden the shooting star is visible again because it got up over the Earth curve based on our angle of view relative to the Earth curve. And any honest person would know what I'm saying, would be like, oh yeah, that's right, that would happen on a ball. That means if you believe it's a ball, that means you should think, oh, that definitely has to happen. It's common sense. Just like you would think the star trails have to intersect with the Earth curve. That's common sense. They don't,
But
though.
you really got to dial it back, bro. Because if you're this genius that you imply, I don't know, man. Those big militaries lying about the shape of the Earth, they would hunt you down.
First of all, I haven't said anything about my own.
No, but like here's my
Wait a
issue.
minute. 20 minutes ago, your logic was he'd get a Nobel Prize. And now your logic is they're going to hunt him down. Which one is it, bro?
As we make arguments, to not call the other side complete idiots every chance they get.
I didn't do that. Like I said, that they were being dishonest. So the military doesn't assassinate people that talk about conspiracies now because they found out it actually gives more credibility to the conspiracy. That's my opinion. Also, I'm just some small, no-name dude with 12,000 subs on YouTube that's super censored. Why would they come kill me? That doesn't even make sense. And if they did, then it would actually hurt them. Just like if they went and killed B.O.B. after he said the earth was flat, way more people would listen to his music. So they character assassinate you. They don't actually assassinate. So that's why when you Google me or you YouTube me, you're going to see nothing but hit pieces pop up. Nothing but hit pieces and Professor Dave, who has nothing to do with it. Okay, that's how they win. They don't come and kill you. If they killed prominent flat earthers, then people would go look into flat earth.
That's called the erase culture. They erase you and humiliate you.
Because I thought they're going to kill B.O.B. for sure. But then I thought about it. I'm like, they can't kill B.O.B. because then millions of people are going to go listen to his music. Every time a rapper dies, their album sales just skyrocket. So they're not going to kill B.O.B. What they did was they blasted him all over mainstream, calling him crazy, calling him stupid, and then blacklisting from all the shows and all the avenue or the platforms.
They erased him. Control, Alt, and
Yeah.
Delete. There's even a song like that.
Yep.
No one still addressed the point I was bringing about the shooting stars.
I've heard your argument. That's the best one the globe has, which is that based on the angles, they would be rare. They would be more rare than, and simply because of percentage, like based on like just angle alone, you have so much more of the sky based on the way they claim that they enter the atmosphere. They claim that they're only visible because they come in the atmosphere and because of their interaction and reaction to the atmosphere. That's why the shooting stars are visible. So that's your argument is that, well, based on that, the percentage would be much lower and it would be rare.
Well, not only
You
that,
definitely
even
can't argue it wouldn't happen, then you're not understanding.
well, I think you can still argue that it wouldn't happen because of gravity. So if you, yeah, so the path that would be required for them to go from the horizon up would be basically them going up, and they're falling towards the Earth. So that path, the only path that will allow you to do that, will not only be rare, but it doesn't look like it is even possible.
Okay, well, I've already looked this up in detail, and your model says it is possible, but rare. And
I didn't say it was possible.
you just said it was impossible, but I looked it up, and your model says it is possible, but rare. And that there's a
Okay.
radiant source that can be spotted outside the atmosphere. And the point is that down's relative on a globe. So if it's down for you, it would be up for me. You're saying you wouldn't be able to see it. Well, me and Kosho did the math. So actually, you would be on the other side of a curve and still be able to see it, just not incredibly vast distances.
Right. Yeah. Well, I was saying it could be impossible. Like I didn't do any math or anything. I'm just saying it would be rare if possible at all.
Okay. Well, and that's the point, though. It never happens. So, shooting stars are very frequent, right? So even if it's rare in terms of all the shooting stars, you'd still be able to see them decently frequent, right? If it's 5% of shooting stars, that's still a ton, dude. If you go outside on a clear night, you will see 30 shooting stars easy. If you Google it,
How do you
you'll
know it
see one
never
every
happens?
15 minutes. Well, I'm saying I've never seen it, and I tried to look for them, and I looked for them online as well. So.
Yeah, but like you're saying, well, if it's less than
prove that it's not there.
Yeah,
Like,
apparently the
have you
argument was
observed every shooting star to ever exist ever?
I'm not claiming. I'm saying that I've never seen it happen. As far as we know, it never happens.
No, but what you are claiming that you are debunking the globe, and I'm asking you, have you seen every single shooting star, which is not a real shooting star? So I'm asking you, have you seen every instance of this happening?
I think that's a ridiculous question, and I'll tell you why. Because every year, like a shooting star show, like it's a cyclical thing. They know when, what quadrants of the sky is going to happen, and where to look. So
Can you
seeing that
cite that?
our entire listen, you
Charlie
can
would
just take
say.
it as you can take it as read and let me complete my statement, and then we can go from there. So the bottom line is, this is all modeled out.
someone's on my
Then we should know
Gig Harbor,
we
Washington. Isn't that where? That's where Owen Benjamin PO box is.
Who's hot mic?
You have Mike Clifford.
I think that's Witsit. I think that sound comes from Witsit.
Oh, maybe.
Hot Mike.
Get them Cheetos in you. All right. So, here's the thing.
Bottom
right?
the bottom line is, if it happens, like obviously this is an occurrence that the globe, because there's a percentage, they know what quadrants of the sky is going to happen, when, and where you can view it. So all we need is that information then.
Well, have anyone used that information?
What is the crux of the argument here? That because you have not observed something, that therefore the model doesn't exist? Is that the crux of your argument? That because you have yet to see
the answer is no. The answer is no.
So
No.
then elucidate. What's the crux of the argument?
Okay, the argument is just like this. There's supposed to be a geometric horizon. This is obviously observable phenomena. That's what it is. But we don't observe a geometric horizon. So also this is a phenomena that's supposed to be observed, albeit rare. They have a percentage, so they should know where and when it happens if we would like to see it. But we don't see it. There's no information on how to see it. So
See
there's
what?
no reason
See what?
to see the observable phenomena that no one has observed.
But I'm sorry.
Can I
I'm being
respond
dead
to-
serious. I'm not following you.
It's supposedly observable phenomena. And we're saying, well, he's never seen it. I've never looked for it. But if I did, where would I fucking look? Who's telling me it's
I look
there?
for it a lot.
Tell me
What is it
where.
that you're looking for?
Shooting
I'm
stars or
looking to
meteors coming
validate-
straight
I'm
up
looking
from the
to validate-
horizon.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
I'm looking to validate the claim that happened. Because
Okay,
that's
so
Or
do
that
we-
the star
do we-
trails, or that
do
the
we-
star trails intersect with the geometric horizon and over bodies of water. And this
Okay,
never
do you
happened. I
guys-
tried it
do you
dozens
guys-
of times. You guys have never done anything, but you know it happens or something.
Okay, do you guys understand what shooting stars are? Do we all understand that?
I don't think you understand it.
Okay, so let's go ahead and let's break that down. So what's it? If you believe you understand it, because you said I don't, what is a shooting star?
Sonoluminescence.
It's a what?
Sonoluminescence.
I still, you're cutting out at the end.
Sonar?
What is the word you're saying?
Sonoluminescence.
What is a sonoluminescent?
I mean, I think he's looking for what is a meteor or comet or a shooting star or whatever in the heliocentric model. No.
No.
They say it's little. They say it's
Jeremy,
little
he's
small
taking you
pieces of
down the right-
rocks or
the-
dust.
A fine fact.
They
What?
say it's little small pieces of rocks or dust that hit the atmosphere, and then like we see the reaction of them effectively burning up in our atmosphere.
Yeah, that's
it.
fine. But can we go back? What is the word you said?
Sonoluminescence, which is where if you have a high like vibration of sound, it'll turn water into light.
Just look up star in a jar.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I thought
So
that was a
you-
result of cavitation. I thought that.
Okay,
No,
which is in sound.
pistol shrimps do it. Pistol shrimps do it. It's the natural observed phenomenon. We know what happens.
Also, they look like
what
electrical
is
discharges.
causing the What is this intense vibration? Like what's
Whatever
what-
they're emitting themselves, like if they were, releasing some type of sound.
Okay, so you're saying
I was
that
just trolling you. I was clearly trolling you. Well, that's what I think they might be, but I was trolling you because I said I know you don't know what it is. Then you asked me what it was, and I don't believe in your fairy tale. I debunked it.
I know you don't believe. I'm looking. I'm trying to connect with you, man. I'm saying like, so you're saying that in your belief that the lights in the sky, they're very similar to like.
You're not trying to connect because
I am trying to connect, you fucking wanker. Jesus Christ.
Because, and this is
Oh
why
my
I'm
god,
saying,
you're such a fucking pill, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Watch it, bro.
because this is why I'm saying this.
Are you saying
Yeah,
that
let's get a
the
model
lights in
on that real
the
quick.
sky are photoluminescent, like basically like bacteria,
There's
or
speculation, man.
Hello.
I'm just
So
trying to
the reason-
understand your actual picture. Like,
bro,
what do you
I don't
think
want to
is
have to change my
causing-
mic and moderator.
What do you
Eli
think is
talk, please?
causing the vibration? Like,
Hey,
is
Smith,
it? Is
we're
it
gonna let Eli talk, man. Everyone gets to talk here, bro.
But he interrupted me, so he clipped me in the middle of my
No.
question to you to talk
No,
about
he
something that's
didn't.
completely different.
No,
point.
he didn't. You
Come on,
interrupted
guys.
him.
All right, come on, guys. Come on, guys.
No, Leflin, when you say "come on, guys," you need to say "smooth." You interrupted
Well, no,
him.
sort it out, man. Just sort it out. Eli,
Okay,
what do
That's
you
what
sorting
I'm
it out.
saying. I would like to
You
finish my
interrupted
point
Eli.
before I'm taken down a rabbit hole. So I'm actually trying to connect with him. Someone said I'm not, which is, a lie. I'm trying to understand what this true idea is.
Yeah, you'd
and I
have to
don't
let
want
him
to
say what he was saying, Smooth. You don't run the whole room.
It's
Yeah, but I deserve to be able to finish my point.
You
I don't
did. You
deserve
said.
to
You
be
said. I'm just trying to.
interrupted.
You're not answering my question. I'm just trying to see where you're coming from. Then you paused. Then Eli said, "No, I don't think you're trying to see where you're coming from." And then you wouldn't let him explain why he said that. You just started interrupting him.
Yeah, because I'm being very civil to you. I'm asking you, like, what is it? What are
It's not a matter.
these?
It's not a matter of civil.
Yo, just let Smooth finish. Eli, you're next. You're next.
So what's it?
No,
In your mind, right? I know you're trying to understand the world you live in. What is your current idea of what causes shooting stars?
I think the shooting stars might be electrical discharges. I'll let Eli talk.
Okay, so you're
Let
not
Eli
going
say
to
what he was going to say.
Eli's
man.
next, bro. Eli's next. This isn't where I say Eli's next and then 3-4 other people go. Eli, go ahead.
So the reason why I said that you're not trying to understand him is because what he's trying to relay to you is that there's supposed to be a phenomenon that no one has ever observed. That is that the stars come up from the horizon. You see the horizon, and then you see a star shoot up from above it as if it's cresting a hill, as if you can actually see it because it's not obstructed. This is something no one has ever seen. This, if you want to understand him, you would be talking about this, not asking him about what stars are.
Well, I'm curious to what I'm not asking what stars are. I'm saying the observed phenomena, which we colloquially call shooting stars. What do
They're
you believe?
electrical discharges.
Okay, so they're electrical discharges from
That's what I think.
Okay, so why are these electrical discharges having a tail? Like
That's what a discharge does. You can look at them on the Earth.
right, but when you see a discharge, they're between 2 points of contact.
Well, yeah, we
So-
have two Gaussian surfaces. We have a Gaussian surface at the top, which is what gives us the electric gradient, and the system discharges excess energy, and it's usually. And I'm not positive about shooting stars. I'm much more sure that that's what meteor showers are because they're cyclical, as if the system is like a very intricate battery. It gets overcharged and it discharges the excess periodically. Shooting stars, I don't know. I'm like all over the place with those things. I don't know exactly what they are. They could be. You're gonna think this is crazy, but like if there's some type of sentience to the stars, it might be it might be stars moving, like literally just sentient entity moving. It could be electrical discharges also. So I don't actually know what they are. It looks like we're in a fluid-like medium of like something that acts like a superfluid. So yeah, there you go.
All right, let me jump in real fast. So he said that you need like surfaces, like to arc on. What would be the surface for the aurora borealis if you need a surface to actually arc on things?
Oh, we're talking about the discharge. The borealis is the interaction.
It's the same thing. It's plasma.
The borealis, in my understanding, is the interaction between 2 fields that causes that.
You don't
not.
need a physical surface.
It's not. We're not just.
The sun is discharging on the Earth's magnetic field. What is the surface?
Okay,
don't
so
need a
I think we're using the word discharge differently.
Well, we're using it properly, so I'm about to drop the definition of electrical discharge for everyone.
Oh, that's fine, but
Here it is. An electric discharge is the release and transmission of electricity in an applied electric field through a medium such as gas. There's pictures of them.
Where's this
Describes the
picture?
aurora borealis to a T. Also, any kind of lights that you would see in the sky, if this is an electrical system with magnetic fields and all that stuff, I'm assuming that you would actually see these sort of plasmoids from here and there. They might get described as Foo Fighters or orbs flying over the mountains, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So, do we have any shooting stars going straight up? I don't know if we need to go into what straight up means. 90 degrees relative to your position where you're observing it at the horizon. Because
Why?
that
Well, so I think we can't get to that point, Jeremy, because
why?
well, simply because our
Dude, it doesn't.
our understanding of what we're observing does make sense. Like, I mean, it is important, right? So, like, what we're saying is that how do I say this in a way that is acceptable? We differ, you and I, and many people in this room, on what the observed phenomenon of shooting stars is.
Hold
Right?
on, let me stop you. I don't think anybody disagrees on what the observed phenomena is. We're observing a light in the sky moving. Right?
Okay.
We all agree on that.
Cool. We can all agree on that. Perfect.
We don't need to go any more into depth into what a meteor is or what it may be or what it could be. Like, the observed phenomena, lights moving through the sky.
Well,
So we're past that now then, right? Or no, are we still stuck on that?
No, we're past that first point, but
All right.
you did say something there that is important. The method of action is important because that's what leads us into our next point, right? So, like, the method of action is important because why does it matter, right? Like, I want you to tell me, why does it matter to see it going directly straight up? Because in my model, or in my belief system, shooting stars are objects burning up in the atmosphere, right? Which means that there's a lot of, huh?
Let me explain.
Prove it.
Okay, so the way that
Right.
gravity works,
I'm not gonna
right?
be. I'm not gonna prove. I'm not gonna prove
Hold on.
anything right
He's
now.
right in the middle of
because-
this, guys. What's going on? Finish it up, Smooth. Hank,
I
you
heard
could
him
go
ask a
next.
question. Sorry.
You could go next. Yeah, but people ask questions and then keep going all the time. You got to just expect it. So let him finish up. Hank, you're next.
So I'm not going to really prove anything right now because we're not going to go on that whole back and forth. Basically, I'm saying that, like, as things burn in the atmosphere, there's different interactions on them. So I'm trying to understand, why does something burning in the atmosphere have to go directly straight up, and what would that even look like? Would it curve around the top of your head? Would it swing off tangentially? Like, what is the expected vision that you're looking for?
It would go in any and all directions randomly because we're a ball spinning through space, and the shooting stars or the debris is literally going every direction. And so we would see them coming up from the horizon, which is the Earth curvature blocking it randomly, but we never see it.
So in that video,
hold on, man. I told Hank he could go next. I know you guys heard me say that.
So, Jeremy, you're not modding very well because if someone asks a question, then what you're saying is if someone asks a question in the conversation we're having, we're supposed to not answer the question and then someone else go talk about something else. I don't understand.
Well, I don't know. I thought Hank was going to answer it.
Okay,
But if somebody asks a question in the
Yeah.
middle of if somebody asks a question in the middle of their thing and just keeps rambling on, that just makes them look stupid. Because you know what I mean. So.
Thank you. All right, so just to be clear, his question was, why do you think that you would see this? Because in order for something like this, a shooting star, it would have to be a rock or whatever that enters the Earth's atmosphere, and that would be the only time that you would be able to see it. So his assumption there, baked into the question, is if it goes in Earth's atmosphere, then it has to be like heading towards the ground. So let me explain something. Let's say you have a comet, or let's say an asteroid or whatever, like a little tiny rock floating through space, and it's got a high velocity, right? This high velocity, let's say that it's kind of headed towards the Earth, but the Earth is moving away from it. So the gravity from the Earth is going to be pulling it towards it. But let's say that it has 90% of the gravity needed to pull the rock into the surface of the Earth. Well, that 90% is going to leave a gap. And because of this high velocity, it's going to have enough escape velocity to enter the Earth's atmosphere as away from it and go back out. And from someone at the right position of the Earth, they would see it go in from the horizon, right? It would rise up and then never actually hit the Earth. It would actually go back out of the atmosphere and never actually.
To be honest,
Thanks.
Hold on 1 second. To be honest, we're not going to get anywhere with people. If people, like, I say something and then Smooth answers, and then you say something and then somebody else says something. Like, we're all over the place. If somebody wants 5 or 10 minutes with Smooth, feel free to speak up. We'll give you the space.
What are you complaining about? People just talking randomly?
No, I'm just saying we're not going to get anywhere if I ask Smooth a question or I make a point to Smooth, he responds, and then Hank makes a different point, and then we're just not going to get anywhere like that. If somebody wants 5 or 10 minutes with Smooth, we'll give you the space.
I mean, this is what happened. So what I was saying, Jeremy, is you were like, Hank's next. So then he was asking a question about the point I brought up earlier, and then I was just going to answer very concisely and say, okay, Hank, go ahead. That way you facilitate the conversation with some coherence. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, but then Smooth went to go again. And I was like, hold on. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, fair enough. But I mean, like, okay, it's whatever. So like, everyone can just talk, just be concise, and don't interrupt each other, and be respectful.
There you go. Good idea.
Glad we solved that. Is somebody like chopping broccoli?
test.
Who's chopping broccoli or something?
Mute
they're putting
SE and
Legos
Smoothie.
together.
Just mute SE, Smoothie, and Left Lane. Drug test everyone else. All this will be taken care of.
Drug test everyone else.
Yeah, no mods.
I would definitely fail a drug test.
I drug tested last week.
Nice. Did you fake it though?
No, I don't need to.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, he only fakes his logs.
Yeah, I do. I do that. Shit, fire. You don't want to see that right now.
Oh, if
feel
I
like
only had a contact in the DOT.
Do you ever feel like you're gonna fall asleep?
They're usually cool with it, believe it or not.
With your logs, really?
Yeah.
Evan, you ever feel like you're gonna fall asleep when you're driving?
No, never
not in a
close.
long
Never
time.
even close.
Oh, okay.
But I used to chew sunflower seeds whenever I got tired.
Or you drink like energy drinks?
No, I just
Red
drink
Bull.
coffee. No, just coffee.
Does Bozo have a mic?
I just
I'm
bought a
always
6-pack of 20s.
Okay, yeah, nice. I'm always impressed that 18 wheelers can drive that long. I'm like, my God, like when I drive like 8 hours, it's like torturous for me, bro. And I'm like trying to stay awake.
Yeah, next time.
Bro, I just drove.
Next time you have to drive a long distance, get a bag of sunflower seeds and spit them. That'll keep you alert and awake.
I have a question.
I can we just go off of Bozo's because we're having a conversation in the chat. Can we all scroll to Bozo's picture at 12:12?
Somebody's
Obviously,
got an somebody's
you
got
didn't
an
hear
open
Rakia
mic that's
before you
annoying.
saying he has a question.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask it, and then y'all can go do the Bozo the Clown thing or whatever. Why is the nearest star so far away?
They couldn't
Why are
decide.
oranges orange?
What was it, like
You know?
4 light years? Well, the nearest star is 93 million miles away, yeah.
Well, my point is, why isn't there stars closer?
Rakia, like your question is.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a dumb question, but what's the easy answer to it?
The mass of the stars would destroy what we know as the solar system.
So
Yeah, but there are
they'd
binary
be so massive.
There are binary star systems.
Yes, Jeremy, there are binary star systems, and we do have a star in the center of our solar system, or the vision of our solar system. That's the closest star. If you're asking me why things are farther away, well, I mean, there's two questions. One, space is just vast and massive. But secondly, we can't have a star at the same place as the moon, right? If in our model, if we were to say that the moon was the same size as a star, or was a star, the Earth would be vaporized. So
why not a small star?
Huh?
Why not one tiny little bitty star?
Well, a little bitty star that we can call a black dwarf or a white dwarf or any star. If it would be a dwarf star, it still has that mass. Most dwarf stars are results of supernovas as they shrink back in and collapse in on themselves. Or maybe I said that wrong word. But it would have enough mass to still rip the Earth apart. That's why. We don't see stars closer because there wouldn't be a survivable region. We are basically as close as we can be to a star and still survive.
There's to be a Goldilocks. There's always a zone, right? It's dependent on distance. Yeah, hang on. I've let you get away with it like 3 times now. 4th time, I'm not going there. I'll go on mute when I'm done. Please don't clip. So it's a relative to distance and mass. So why not have smaller stars, less mass, closer in distance?
Great question. So, for a star to be able to function the way it does, it needs to have that mass, because that mass allows for the fission inside the star. That's the power plant. That type of fission can't be developed without the mass that most stars have. So that's what I'm saying. Like, the way we understand stars, they wouldn't be able to function as mini stars. You wouldn't be able to make
I
like
got your answer.
miniature
It's a
one.
very good. Am I back here?
Yep.
Yeah.
How do we know it's the fission that's dictating the distance and the mass, and not the mass? You know, if it's not fission, then it wouldn't matter. You know, how do you know which one is dictating which? Like, do you know it has to be so far away because it's fission, and if it was closer, that wouldn't work because the mass would be too small? Or you get what I'm asking? How do you know which one is true?
Yeah, well, it's hard because, you know, the idea of proof and the idea of truth is going to be hard to, you know, definitively say. It's our understanding, it's our belief that this is how stars operate, and to our understanding, as we try to search for permanent answers and truth.
Hold on, Rocky. My bad. Go ahead, Smooth. Go ahead. I want to.
Yeah, no problem, bro. We believe that for fission to occur, you need to have an extreme environment, and that's what we're trying to replicate with some of the colliders that we have on Earth. We try to replicate extreme environments. So we don't believe that. Yeah, we don't believe that a star would be able to function smaller than a certain size. There's a size below which it wouldn't be able to function as a star.
Because
Rocky,
it has to be fission, right?
Please, bro, let me just say something real quick. I think Rocky was asking, how do you know we haven't created mathematical models that we wander through and that have no relation to reality?
Well, we certainly have created mathematical models that, you know, don't completely tie into reality. The pursuit of understanding is still going on. We don't understand everything perfectly, and the reason why is because basically it's kind of like a crossword puzzle. As we discover things, these things fit into these boxes, kind of like we predict. And I know you guys have played with crossword puzzles before, so you know that it's very important that, you know, when you have one word, it works with the other. And that's kind of our main thing, is that, oh, it works this way and it works that way. This is our best understanding at the moment.
Go ahead, Rakia. My bad. I didn't know he was going to talk that. That was a quote from Tesla, by the way. Go ahead, Rakia.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, you're saying they have to be so far away because it's fission. Then you're saying we don't know it's fission. So if not fission, then they could be closer, blah, blah, blah. But if you don't know, I just don't get the point of. Yeah,
they don't.
I'll go on mute now, I guess.
Well, I'm answering your point. It's not the fission that's dictating the distance. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The power plant of the sun is not why the sun is far away. We won't experience a sun closer to us at its current size because it ripped the Earth apart, and we won't experience a sun smaller than a certain point that could be close to us because the density of that star, in order for it to be a fission reaction, would be so massive it would rip the planet apart. And yes, I can't prove to you that fission is how stars work, but it's the best way that we understand how stars work. We can't find another way to say what powers it except for saying that God does, you know? And if that's your choice to believe.
Listen, whoever's scrambling eggs, go on mute.
Yeah, I think it was me. My bad. Smooth, try to be more concise, please. Talk.
Yeah, no problem. No worries.
All right. Everyone, be more
scramble your eggs, bro. Scramble your eggs, all right?
What up, Craig?
So what's the overall point that you're like trying to make? Maybe like give the refined point now that you've laid out the format, bro.
We wouldn't be able to experience a sun closer because for a sun to work, it needs to be of a certain size, and the smallest size sun or star that we could have, if it were any closer, it would rip the planet apart.
That's presupposing that you already understand the thing that it's made of, right? The problem
Yes.
with this is that you're presupposing, remember, that it's a nuclear reactor that's hydrogen powered, right? We obviously understand the magnitude in terms of what that would mean on a scaled down version here on Earth, right? So then based upon that, right, we can say, oh, it would be too much if that existed here or closer, right? But then, like, realistically, again, you're just reifying the idea that that is what it is, right? Like, it's not something.
Yeah. You're completely correct. Like, in terms of like logic, it is hard for me to prove to you that this is the reason because I can't show you. I'm supposing this is how a star works. 100% correct.
I need to get in there for a second. Just real quick. So you said that how dwarves are made, dwarf stars are made when a supernova happens and it recondenses into a dwarf star. That's actually incorrect. Sorry, in your model, in your worldview, dwarf stars are made when the star doesn't go supernova and it actually grows and grows and grows and expands and expands and expands, and then eventually it shrinks into a dwarf star. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that input. And I wasn't comfortable. I don't know if you were listening, but I said I'm not sure if that was the right terminology. I forgot the exact terminology used for when a star grows in size and then grows so large that it collapses in on itself. I don't forgot what that term was. So thank you.
For the record, I'd like to point out that a lot of stars actually form in binary pairs. So the fact that the sun is by itself is actually a rarity compared to it's not.
Oh my God!
unheard of,
Who's
but
got an
just
open
rare.
mic? Make it stop.
Mic discipline, gentlemen. Mic
All right,
discipline.
my bad. That was my fault. All right, at least I know you guys can hear my AirPods.
Somebody mute Jeremy, please.
We can still hear Jeremy. If you can turn yourself down all the way, we'd appreciate it.
You're wrong and incorrect, and not true, false.
You're fake news, okay?
I want to know who says that a sun is a star. Like, how is our sun anywhere near similar to a star other than they both produce light?
Good question. That's exactly what I was thinking while the other guy was saying it.
That's a hell of a leap.
How about the spectrograph reading for the stars are similar to the sun?
That's an idea.
And then they also give off the same
light.
color, same temperature. They have a lot of the same, like you can took the gamma rays, the X-rays. A lot of them have a lot of similarities in the type of radiation they give off.
Well, you guys give off gamma ray radiation all the time too, but I don't go around calling you stars.
Right. So what?
If you got, hold on, can I
Wow.
respond to extremists, please? So if you have a few objects and they both have a few of the same similarities, we just call them all the same thing. That's how you want to play it.
No, Jeremy, you're 100% right. That just because two things share similarities, that they don't have to be the same thing. 100% correct. But it's the same way that we estimate that people are part of the same family. We've all done this. You see a couple of people out at the mall, and you're like, I wonder if that's brother and sister. So you look at the facial structure, you look at the hair, you find similarities, and that's what we're saying. We've looked at the radiation given off by other objects of light, and we've compared that to what we call the sun. And we said there's enough similarities between these two to say that they're related.
Right.
No, you're saying they're
Yeah,
the
but it's kind
same
of like
thing,
saying
not related.
lightning.
How much do
Right.
you know about spectroscopy?
No, we're actually, Jeremy, we're actually saying they're related because there's 1,000 types of stars. So to say it's a star is to say that you're an animal. Yes,
Okay,
that's
do you
true,
have
but
the
it's not accurate.
All right, do you have a star that's classified in the same category as the sun out in space?
Yeah, they're. I mean, yeah,
Okay, so
they're.
you're saying they're the same thing.
Yeah, I'm saying that they're similar. They're not the same thing. They're not the
I know
same
you,
star. Every star is unique. Like what I'm trying to tell you, every star has a unique signature, but they're close enough to say that they're of the same family. That's what we're saying. We're saying stars are part of a classification, just like animals, but within that classification, there's a ton of different subtypes. You have white dwarfs,
yeah.
mega,
Well,
all these different kinds of
I know.
stars.
I know, and you look at the sun, and then you can look at some other star and say, "Oh, these are the same subtypes." You're
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to play some weird word game with me right now, and I don't know why.
Yes, we can say that they're similar subtypes. Yes.
And yes, and you can look at the sun, and you can look at a star and say these are the same type of stars because they
Yeah.
have these. Yeah, okay. That I'm glad we got that over with. So now that you're saying the sun and the stars are some stars are the same thing, not all stars, some stars, because they have the same similarities, some of the same characteristics. That doesn't seem even logical.
Well, remember how I just said, like, how do you figure out if people are related? You use logic. It's not we're not always doing DNA testing, but we look at two things that we can test. So we can't go and ask these people, are you related? We can't go prick their fingers or ask their genealogy.
Listen,
So
you're saying with your model, you're saying, hey, this person has similar hair to this other person, so they're 100% directly related. Like you
no,
need to get
that's
all of the angles.
that's
No,
not what
they're
I'm
just
saying.
both people.
All right, can we rationalize this for a moment, right? So let's take, for instance, the presupposition that the sun itself is very similar to that of a nuclear reactor, right? So then let's break down the processes in which we have and what we know about in terms of what energy is received and how energy is converted, right? Would you then say that the similarity would be akin to a ginger versus a brunette when it comes to the way that, I don't know, let's say solar energy is connected, right? We know how
I
this
don't
is connected.
understand. Can you rephrase
Well,
this for me?
the point is that, right, if you're presupposing that the sun that gives us energy, right, okay, is a nuclear reactor of some sort, right? Remember the
Yeah.
idea of like this similarity, right?
Yeah.
We also collect energy here from the sun itself, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Would you say that that's a broiled down, smaller version of the very collection method of energy that we have in a nuclear reactor? Is collecting solar rays and converting it into electric energy in any way similar to the process in which a nuclear reactor is powered on and then thus from that propellant then converts things into other forms of energy? Is that process
It's similar, yeah.
Is it though?
Yeah, so basically like a nuclear reactor works by like the reaction heats surrounding water.
Yeah.
And then that surrounding water is used to go ahead and build, power steam turbines. But you could collect energy different ways. It's just that's the most efficient and safest way for us to collect the energy.
You know what Einstein said about that, right?
Yeah, but that's nowhere near the same in any way to the.
No, but that's what I'm
solar
saying.
energy.
That
Well, and remember, does large amounts of water exist on the sun, for instance? Would that
but
be able to exist next
no,
to
but
it?
see that here's a
We're
fundamental
talking about
issue.
similarities. That's what I'm
I know,
trying to get at.
but what I'm saying that there's a fundamental issue here because you're comparing fission and fusion.
Right.
Right.
I know I am. I'm looking.
Right,
I'm not claiming that they're the same thing. I'm looking at attributes, right, of a thing, right, and then I'm trying to basically show you, right, that if we have a nuclear reactor, according to you, that the sun is something very similar to that. So if we
No,
have a
the
nuclear
sun is
reactor-
completely different. That's what I'm saying. Like the sun and a nuclear reactor are as close to you and a pizza, like the method of action between a nuclear reactor and the sun we may say is similar, but they're completely different. One is tearing atoms apart and harnessing the energy between the break of the bond.
Thank you.
And
You made my
one
point
is,
for me.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So then again, would you say that the Earth, for instance, right? Or let's say Jupiter. Would you say Jupiter would be akin to something even more different between me than a pizza, for instance? Like, let's say Jupiter to Mars.
Yes, of course. Yeah, they're completely different entities, completely different planets, completely different makeups. Formation was completely different. Yeah.
They're still both planets, though.
Yeah, but I mean, one's a gas giant, one's a mineral-based planet. You know, their formation. I mean, yes, they're planets, but again, it goes back to the idea that we're all stuff. Like these words lead us to think that they're the same when they're not. Yes, they're both planets, but when you look at the differences between Mars and Jupiter, what they really have in common is that they both go around the sun, not so much about themselves.
How do we look at those differences? Like, you know.
Well, I mean, so in our model, what we look at, we use the probes and stuff. So the fact that we have landers on Mars, and we look at the different materials and we drill into the crust, and we try to understand what the makeup and the different mineral types on the planet are, versus the probes that went to Jupiter. We understood that Jupiter is a gas giant, so there's not really a surface there, and that the materials and gases there are completely different. So that's what I'm saying. Those are not two. I mean, they're just completely different animals.
So is that the same way that you can tell me that the sun being a nuclear reactor is completely different to a nuclear reactor here on Earth? Like, you have the
Right.
same.
Well, because what I was saying when I said a nuclear reactor about the sun was that the sun is fusing hydrogen atoms together, and the fusion, the creation of that bond, releases light and heat.
What's
And
the name
here
of the
on
probe?
Earth,
What's the name of the probe that proved that?
the probe that no, that's what we believe. I'm telling you that.
Oh, so it's
I'm
not the
assuming
same.
that's how it works. Yeah. I'm not going to tell you that I've proved that fusion is what happens in the sun. It's just that's our understanding, which is why suns can't be below a certain size, because they need the mass to fuse those hydrogen atoms together.
And your understanding.
The mass in order to get the lumpy
whole
gas.
point. The whole point of what I just did there was more to sort of say you're saying that these things are similar to one another, and it's akin to the difference between a blonde and a ginger. And then,
Yeah, but
like,
then not.
when I pry into it, it's like apparently that isn't the case. And then
Right.
the way that you would verify one thing similar to another thing actually isn't able to be applied to that place, but yet you're still going to tell me it's different.
Okay, so here I see what you're saying. So what I was trying to express is that we have some understanding of what our sun is, and we think that it's similar to different stars because those stars look to be of the same subcategory. So the same way that you can tell that certain breeds are from a certain part of the country, or whatever, certain accents are from a certain part of the country. That's a much better example. So we see a lot of similarities between the two, so we assume that for all intents and purposes that they're the same. So
My God, it's not getting better.
Your logic is very flawed, dude. It's my
I don't think that the logic's flawed. Like, let me ask you a question. If there was no name on a car, right, and you went to a parking lot, let's say you went to.
No, this is not going to work. Listen, hold on.
I have an idea. Let me just try it. Let's
You
say
can't get to the sun. You
I
can't
know.
get to the sun. You can get to the car.
I'm not saying we are. I'm just making a point of logic. So let's say we all play a game. We go to an airport parking lot, and we're on Discord. Someone's going to start talking about a car, and the game is, can we find that car? You're going to find similar cars. Someone would say it's a blue car, there's 4 doors, silver wheels. Eventually, we're going to find some similar cars that all fit that description. You know?
All right, let me. I like this car thing. So we got a car, right? We'll put the car for the sun.
Yeah.
We'll put a car for the sun, right? So we can.
Yeah.
Let's say we're really close to this car, and we can look at it really good, right? You're saying, all right, this is a car. Then we got a car 1,000 miles away, and you're like, look, another car. They look the same.
Yeah, so the cool thing about radiation in space is that it's not really flowed. So what we're saying is that the signal given off by that second car 1,000 miles away looks to be the same signature. So it has the same peaks and valleys as the radiation given off by the car right next to it. So that's why we assume that they're the same, is because their fingerprint looks very similar.
And then you guys get all frustrated with us when we talk about black orbs of the sky being the cause for eclipses. Okay.
Another distinction to make with what you think are suns, right? So we have our sun, right? Now, you claim it's a nuclear reaction, right?
Yeah.
So this nuclear reaction is supposedly responsible for plant growth.
What?
In the form of light, right?
The output of the nuclear reaction, yeah.
Right. Now, do you think that you can reproduce that kind of growth, like a nuclear reaction, the light coming from it? You think that you can reproduce plant growth with that?
Unfortunately, no, because we can't replicate the extreme environments for longer than a few microseconds. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we can't create a fusion. Well, at this time, we don't believe we can create a sustainable fusion reaction on Earth.
Yeah, but if you
That's
did,
not the
what kind
reason
of
why.
light do you
Hold
think
on, from
you would get from it?
I'm trying to answer your question, bro. He's wrong. So the reason why is because bumping particles in the sun bump around in the core of the sun for millions of years, right? And we can't reproduce that. So when these particles eventually make it out to the surface, right, they're glowing hot and produce light. So because we can't reproduce that, that would be his answer.
That's not how that works.
No, I get that.
That's not how sunlight works? Okay, sure, buddy.
No, it's not.
That's
In
not
your
how
model,
it works.
that's how it works, dum-dums.
No, it's not random bumping around that escapes because it's been bumping around a long time. It's the formation of the bond releases heat and energy. It's not random molecules escaping that are just frustrated.
I think he's talking about the
I don't see
photons and you're
frustrated
talking
shit.
about the atom.
Okay.
I'm talking about the end result of light being produced by a nuclear reaction.
See, light, photons.
So light can
cannot.
Yes. Well, here's the thing. On Earth, we can replicate the light being created by a nuclear reaction. We see
Right,
this
and
when
what
we
color
do
is that? What wavelength is that? This light?
Across the whole spectrum.
Yeah, I mean, when you release a nuclear bomb, there's a light.
Not
And
talking about
X-rays
a
and
nuclear
gamma
bomb.
rays and everything.
Look, dude, let me get down to what I'm trying to tell you simply, okay? We can reproduce, because we're having a communication problem. We can reproduce the light that we think comes from, that we know comes from that thing up in the sky that can make plants grow, right? We can reproduce that light electromagnetically.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
But light coming from a nuclear reaction cannot grow plants, as far as I'm aware.
You see, that's where you're wrong. So I can explain it two ways. First of all, just because we can make bird calls with a speaker doesn't mean that birds have speakers in them.
We're not talking about birds or speakers, dude. Stay on topic.
I need you to let me finish my point because it's an important distinction. Just because you can grow plant life with electromagnetic light doesn't mean that that's the source of the light. And
no, I'm not saying that it is, but I'm saying it leads one to believe that it's electromagnetic as opposed to thermonuclear or fission, fusion, whatever you want to call it. It's a nuclear reaction either way, right? One is splitting and one is squeezing.
Yeah, and I see why. So you're saying that because we can grow plants with light bulbs, we believe that the sun is going to be similar to a light bulb. Completely
I'm
get
speaking
that.
for myself. What makes logic? And I'm telling you, can you reproduce plant growth using light from either a fission or a fusion reaction?
Yeah, and I'm trying to respond to you. So the first point, I just want to talk about your method of reaching your conclusion, and I'm saying that just because I can replicate the sound of a bird with a speaker, just like you can replicate plant growth with a light bulb, doesn't mean that there's a speaker in the bird, and doesn't mean that the sun is a light bulb. And we cannot replicate plant growth with nuclear experiments because they're so short. We can replicate light. When we launch a bomb, it will create light, but that light is for a moment. So, it's going to be hard to measure any growth. That we
but hold
don't
on,
have
hold
a
on. Let me stop
sustained
you there.
reaction.
Let me
Okay.
stop you there. With the light that you claim from a nuclear bomb, there's a lot of harmful product, radiation that comes from there, right? So you think you can grow a plant with that kind of radiation hitting it? Really?
There's a lot of harmful radiation from the sun too.
Yeah. So
But
that's
the
a
Earth
great
has
point.
shields.
That's how we get skin cancers. We're in the sun too much.
No,
So
no.
Come on, guys.
Yeah,
Can we try to be honest?
What's wrong with that?
What was
Overexposure
dishonest?
to sunlight is bad for you. But going out
Yeah.
15 minutes a day and sunbathing on each side for 15 minutes, that's not bad for you. That's not going to
Well,
give
no.
you cancer, right?
Okay, so Larry, that's the
So
problem.
it's overexposure.
Now try
No,
exposing yourself to a nuclear
no, Larry,
reactor.
that's the problem. So the way current understanding is sunlight is good for the body, but having sunscreen is important because the gamma radiation and other radiation types coming from the sun are able to disrupt your DNA and cause abnormalities that lead to cancer.
Not only is it good,
Right, 'cause
it's
hold on,
essential for the production of vitamin D as well. You know that, right?
Right, which leads to a whole bunch of other hormones like testosterone.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm not arguing that.
Hold on, bro. Relax for a second. Right, you're trying to say that sunlight is bad, essentially. It's no. Didn't you
No,
just say
I'm
that
saying
we need
I'm not
sunscreen to protect us
saying
from the harmful
sunlight is
radiation?
bad.
Oh
I'm saying
my God!
sunlight
So the harmful radiation is good for you now?
No, let me finish. Let me tell you exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying sunlight is sunlight. That's what it is. It has negative and positive properties. And the interaction with both the negative and positive properties is what we observe on Earth. So I'm saying that if you were to go out every single day of your life never wearing sunscreen and you were to sit there, I guarantee that if you had a twin, you would have a higher likelihood of getting cancer than your twin who sat inside all day.
Nope.
Guess what I do for a living? Guess what my brother-in-law does for a living?
Probably
I'm
some type of
outside
landscaper.
all day long. Hold on, bro. Can you be quiet for a second so that I can speak for a turn? Because you've been speaking ever since I woke up this morning. Right. So overexposure to sunlight is bad for you. And yes, there are harmful properties to sunlight, but for the most part, it's almost like we're designed to be here. Right. So yes, there are harmful radiation, right, that can be like a, what do you call it? A carcinogen, right? Can cause genetic problems, right? Maybe even cause cancer, right? But think about it. You said we need sunblock. Sunblock has aluminum in it, which is a neurotoxin. So at least I ain't got cancer, but now my kids are dumb, right? Does that really sound like the answer? Like, oh, you should be careful because the sun is natural, right? And it might cause you harm, but nanoparticle size aluminum, don't worry about that. Just rub it on your skin. You'll be okay, right? Is that really how you believe? And aluminum's a neurotoxin, right?
Pretty sure most. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know. I don't think that most of it is. Some of it is zinc based. The sunscreen nowadays. I don't know that it's based on aluminum, but I could be wrong.
So you don't know, so it's an argument from ignorance. Thanks.
So, Larry,
I don't think you're right, is my point. But I don't know that you're wrong. So my question
It's
is,
an
are
argument
you
from
right?
ignorance.
If I go and look in my bathroom right now, will I find a tube that says it has aluminum on it?
You think they're going to tell you that they put poison on it?
It doesn't even matter that it's only aluminum. Any chemical that you put on your skin is going to end up being a toxin in your body at some point. One of the most natural skin sunblocks, if you wanted to use sunblock at all, would be coconut oil. as well as more of a zinc based.
Ooh,
That's very
coconut
interesting.
oil
But
as
we veered off
sunscreen.
topic, guys. You
Yep.
know that, right?
Yep. But you know what happened for the past 5,000 years? Like, did people die of skin cancer from sunburns? I don't think so. I think that if we looked at what happened to our cultures since World War I and World War II, I think that we would see that cancers came about much more prevalent due to the fact that we've changed the way that we diet and the way that we medicate.
So back to plant growth and light under fusion or fission conditions. We all can agree that's ridiculous, right? I hope.
No.
No.
Because, all right, what you're saying is that because I can't replicate something, I don't have the ability to have a constant, regulated nuclear reaction, like a bomb going off, constantly producing large amounts of radiation and energy, that these two don't coincide. What I'm trying to tell you is that we can create the same kind of light that the sun creates through a bomb, but we are not going to sustain that. So we're not going to perform a test to see if we can grow plants with a bomb. But that's one of the only ways that we can replicate that light.
And that light obviously kills in many ways.
Yeah, and
so you're saying that light can grow plants?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that the distance from our position to the sun in my model is why we are in the Goldilocks zone. That's why if we were much closer, the Earth would be vaporized because the sun is a lot more powerful. And if we were too far, the Earth would be an ice ball because the sun would be too far away to heat up the Earth. So, yeah, what I'm saying is that although the light is detrimental, you can find a perfect position where it could actually be beneficial.
Just right.
Distance.
Goldilocks.
You know, all you have to really do is eliminate the Goldilocks bullshit and just understand that the sun is electromagnetic and that's what grows and provides light and health to our world. You don't have to make up the other stuff that you can't prove.
But if you're too close to it, it'll burn you up. If you're too far away from it, you'll freeze.
No,
so we're in the Goldilocks zone. What's wrong with that?
No. When I climb a mountain, I don't get hotter closer to the sun. No.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's exactly right. Because so in your model, in most flat Earth models where the sun is, I think it's 17 miles wide, right, or 32 miles wide, and it's much closer to the flat plane, right? As you were to ascend, you would get hotter, right? But
no one says that.
No, I'm
actually they do.
I'm explaining to you how like energy works. The closer you get to the source of energy, right? The closer you get to the source of energy is the hotter things get, like a heat lamp, right?
Yeah.
That's a good point. Smooth.
You're interpreting. You're conflating your concept of the source of energy.
Hold on. That's a good point, Smooth. But do we see that when we get 3 million miles closer to the sun, when it's the southern summer?
Not 3 million, 1% closer, and that's not the biggest factor in the temperature changes, southern versus northern hemisphere.
I thought it was 3%.
I think it's okay. Maybe it's 3%. Whatever, small percentage.
About 3 million miles closer. Do we see us getting hotter in the southern summer?
I don't
when
know.
We're closer.
I don't know anything about that. No.
I mean, would you notice a difference in 3% hotter? If it's 120 degrees, will you really notice a difference of 120.5 degrees or whatever?
Well, 3% of 120 would be like 100 over 123.
Whatever. Will you notice that much?
we have thermometers that can distinct between very small amounts of degrees. Yes, I would expect to be able to measure that.
And that's actually, as I said, that's not the biggest
No, the
factor
answer
in
to your own
determining
model.
what
The
the
answer
temperature is.
is. Oh, I'm sorry,
Considering
just
they
real
say
quick.
that a few degrees of tilt is what causes our seasons, I would think, yeah, it should be a super big deal. If what they claim is true.
I'm going to help the guy out for his model. The reason is it's like a solar panel, right? So it's all about the tilt. If the solar panel isn't facing the sun, you're not going to get the most efficiency between the dispersion
That
of
is correct.
sunlight. That is correct. That's the real answer to your model. Come on, bro, step it up.
Okay, but nonetheless, in the southern summer, we're 3 million miles closer to the sun. We should see an increase in temperature from the northern summer, right? Because this is supposed to be happening on a globe. This is supposed to be happening on a globe. So every pole's getting the same
But
amount
Jeremy, sorry, I
What?
didn't mean to step on you, but I know exactly what you're saying, and I would love to respond to it. So I hear it, but like, what's the hottest place on Earth? Where do you think that is?
Ecuador?
Death Valley.
Yeah, so it's going to be Death Valley. And if we were to follow the... Guys, please help me. Is it longitude or latitude that goes horizontal?
Latitude. Two T's.
Thank you.
Two lines. Think of the T's as the lines. Latitude.
Okay,
All
so if at the Death Valley latitude, the hottest place on Earth, right? If you were to follow that latitudinal line around the globe, you would see that that is not replicated. That's not just the hottest sector. So what I'm trying to say is that even though what you're saying is like it has a point, there are other environmental factors that go into the temperature experience in a location.
Sure,
Death
but
Valley is
overall,
below sea level, which contributes the most to its temperature.
overall as a whole, the South would be hotter in the summertime than the North would be because of its closeness, proximity to the heat source, right?
That might be true, except there's a lot more ocean that dissipates the heat in the southern hemisphere, so it spreads out the heat more because of the ocean.
And that's a great point, Jeremy. What we're saying is that theoretically, you probably are 100% correct. However, there are other environmental factors that we, at this moment, like us as a group, are not including to understand why there would be a change seen or not a change seen. It's not as simple as we're just closer to the sun. There are other factors, like someone said, the ocean. The ocean has a cooling effect because water is a heat sink. You can put heat into water and it won't push it back out.
As I said,
yeah, but let's get this straight. Let me go through the little scenario. What you're telling us is we have a campfire, right?
No.
Let me finish. We have a fire, a source of heat, and we have a bulb. Okay. Now, you're telling me that I'm, let's say, 20 feet away from the campfire. The bulb is a certain temperature, right?
Yeah.
You're telling me if I move closer by a few feet and tilt the ball, that there's going to be a difference of heat from the top of the ball to the bottom. There's going to be ice on either end of those poles.
Great question. So you're assuming that in this example, is the ball made of only one material?
Make it out of any material you want.
No, but is the ball made 100% of one material?
Like I said, any material, it's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant because on Earth we have water and land, right? And water and land accept and reflect energy differently. Water and dirt do not have the same type of energetic properties. So,
okay, fair
in
enough.
your example,
I'll give you. Okay, listen. Okay. I know where you're going. Don't waste your breath. Fair enough. I'll give you any material you want. Can you recreate that scenario?
Sure. So if
showing
we
us a heat. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we were to take like a probe and put it in this like center of this ball, and we were to have like part of the ball be, I don't know, steel and other parts be copper, right? If you were to perfectly replicate the heliocentric model, yeah, you wouldn't really experience too much of its change because, as someone said, like there are other environmental factors. So if we could address every single environmental factor and put that into your ball around the campfire, no, you shouldn't experience a change.
What?
Well,
Dude, that's not what I asked you. I asked you, I'll give you a vacuum chamber. I'll give you a ball. Put it in a freezer, form ice on either end. Now, I want you to move it closer to a heat source and show me that it gets colder and that the ice remains frozen. You think you can do that?
Well, that example doesn't really. You're.
It's nonsense, right?
No,
It's nonsense, right?
The example doesn't fit. I'm willing to
But that's
speculate,
your model, bro.
No, it's not though. That's what I'm saying. That's
Yes,
not my
it
model.
is.
No, it's not.
Yes, you have a giant ball of heat. Yeah.
Mhm.
Then you have
Yeah.
another ball with an ice
Yeah.
cap on the top, an ice cap on the bottom, tilted.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when it moves closer,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
One side gets colder.
Yes, I mean.
Do you think you can reproduce that?
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's not insane that
Okay,
you
show us.
So what you're saying that the idea of uniform heating, like you believe things should heat uniform, and you can experience this in your daily life when you microwave leftover spaghetti or food. You will notice
Look, just
a
get together
gradient.
with Left Lane and the boys and make us a model. Show us. You just said it could be done, right? And Left Lane agreed with you. So get together and make us a model and show us, prove it to us.
I'm not going to prove anything at the moment. I'm working. But I'm telling you, like,
take your
that,
time.
No, I'm telling you that uniform. So you're saying like, well, how can an ice cap exist while something's being heated? I'm saying that things are not heated uniformly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That like you can experience inputting a constant source of energy, right, like a microwave, into food and see that different parts of the food are hot and cold depending on what the food is and how like crunched up it is and whatever. So
are we in a microwave?
No, of course we're not in a microwave.
So why are you bringing up a microwave scenario?
I'm trying to show you that uniform heating is not accurate. Like the sun is not going to uniformly heat the Earth if the Earth is tilted and spinning. There will be different gradients of heat, and I'm saying that
but
you
that's
can
only part.
experience it.
Yeah. That's only part of it. Now you need a vacuum. You need a ball of gas forming fire. You need the Earth ball
I'm not going to.
polar cap and a north and a south cap
Montreal,
frozen.
that's just what
and
I
you
believe.
need don't interrupt me, please. I'm at the crescendo. Then you have to move it closer to the heat source and show that it gets colder on one side.
Okay, I mean, fine, man.
Without the caps melting.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, it's what I believe. I'm not going to prove it to you. I'm trying to tell you that things are not heated uniformly. One input of energy does not mean that something's heated uniformly.
Right, and I think I showed you that your model is nonsensical. In real life physics, it cannot be reproduced. Therefore, it's ridiculous, bro.
Well, that's kind of a weird way to look at things. So just because you can't replicate a human, you can't build a human, that doesn't mean that humans don't exist.
You think that's a good analogy?
Well, that's essentially what you're saying. Because I can't build a star in a vacuum in the Earth, and because I can't replicate something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That's what you're telling me. You're telling me that
he's saying you can't declare what it is or isn't because you can't actually make that determination. If we couldn't get to human beings and actually experience human beings, that would be a valid argument that you're making, but it's not.
Okay,
we can get to humans and experience humans. We can't get to stars and experience stars.
Yeah, 100. I agree with you. I agree that there is leaps of faith on my side. I'm saying that for me, this is what makes the most amount of sense. If it makes more sense to you that the light is a light bulb, that's fine. But I'm saying how I got there was through these supportive ideas. That's how I reached my conclusion. I'm not saying that it's foolproof or there aren't holes, but logically, to me, it makes sense.
As long as you're saying it's a belief and it's your way
Maybe
of
not.
thinking, fine. I won't, fine. That's good on you, bro.
Like I don't understand science completely, so it would be pretty poor for me to say that this is known. This is suggested by scientists who I respect. So yes, I will take it as their word. But in all actuality, it could be exactly what you said. It could be flat. But it's not what I choose to believe.
And Smooth, I'll be the first one to say that I have no clue as well as how it works, right? But I'm sure as hell no, it doesn't work in that manner because it's illogical, it's unreasonable, it's not physical, it's not it defies every law known to mankind.
Well, I mean, I get it, man, but
Robot.
your mic, yeah, your mic is clipping. While we wait
SC
for
Montreal, do you think that the powers that be who gave us the bullshit, gave us the nonsense, know what actually is? And do you think there might be an onus on us as individuals to come to terms with what they might know, what they're hiding from us in terms of the true nature of our reality?
As a matter of fact, I've said that before, Pete. Yeah, I think there's a couple of generals, because of the rocketry we have, that we went up high enough. There might be some individuals, and it pisses me off to say this, that they might know a lot more than us, yes, because of the height that they're able to achieve with rocketry, yes.
Yeah, I agree. Not just a couple of generals here or there, all the top government officials across the earth to know the truth of our situation.
And so the rocketry doesn't matter. Just because you own a rocket doesn't mean you know the ends of the earth or how deep it is or certain jungle lands or certain lands of ice or certain deserts you haven't been to. So, yeah, just knowing that they got a rocket doesn't really mean anything. That just means they can go higher and we can and see that there's no stars.
No, he said if I think that some people know more than us, and obviously, if you were intellectually honest, you would have to say yes, right?
Yeah, there's always someone that knows more than you. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but this isn't
depending
just
on what
one.
it is also.
Well, this isn't just someone. This is the ball Earth was nonsense from the start. We know it now because it has no foundational sort of aspects to it. So therefore, the people who delivered us this lie, they definitely know, whoever they might be. So the truth of our reality is known, at least to some much greater degree, going back, whatever, how far you want to go back to the beginning, if you want to go back thousands of years.
I just want to say 24 people made it up, right, to this height that no one else can go, right? No one else has been since, right? These 24 people. And that just isn't really enough for me to believe it, right? Like the Fatima incident, right, where the three young maidens saw Mary, right? I'm not really into that. Like that's just what a whole bunch of people said, right? So, I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but the Fatima incident,
yeah,
it's not something that I hold to be true, right? But if I were Catholic, maybe I might be persuaded otherwise, right? So that's how that works. You guys are like Catholics for the globe.
Do you want to explain the Fatima incident for other people?
Yeah, so three maidens were at the place where everybody went. It was like a Catholic thing. The Mother Mary statue, I think, is where they went to go. And they had an apparition. Mother Mary appeared to these three girls, and other people were believing in it and saying that they witnessed it, in my opinion. And it was a well-known incident throughout history that was noted because so many people believed. But this happened in a Catholic country. So it's kind of like one of those things to where, did it really happen? Or is
you
that
have to
just
be
like
skeptical.
propaganda?
Yeah, you're forced to be skeptical, especially considering the sort of sway and power of the Catholic Church, and how such sort of fabrications, if they might have been, would only serve to sort of garner more support and strength for them. But along similar lines, I'm not sure if it was one of the miracles of Fatima, but wasn't it said that the sun stopped in the sky for a short period, and there was hundreds and hundreds of witnesses? How would you deal with that, Hank or Larry? How would you deal with that? I mean, if it's not just hearsay, but yeah, there seems to be a collection of people who witnessed the same thing.
Well, I would say it's just like Joshua chapter 10, right? But it lasted for a whole day in Joshua. Except for Joshua is kind of my foundation of my faith, which I openly admit because it's in the Bible. However, these Fatima people, like, they're not trustworthy because of my belief. Just like a flat earther like Eric Dubay would be trustworthy for someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson, right?
Well,
And there's a lot of
but if
stuff
it
they
was
don't know
Newton,
too.
sorry, Mark, if it was Newton who said it instead of Eric Dubay, Neil deGrasse Tyson is like 95%, random number, more likely to believe in what it said because it came out of Newton's mouth.
I would disagree. I would say that because Neil deGrasse Tyson is an actor and he knows he's a fucking actor, he would know Newton was also a role player. Whereas Eric Dubay, he mightn't be so sure of. I hold myself that Eric Dubay is acting his part as well, but Neil deGrasse Tyson might be more wary of him because Neil deGrasse Tyson already knows he's engaged in a lie, and he's not the only one. He's been put in place because the lie is so prevalent. That would be my thinking.
Fair enough. But you would think that, right? Knowing you, right? The way
Yeah,
that
but
you are you're a real
what?
skeptic, Pete. I'm not giving you a
Yes,
bad
but
name.
what's wrong with that? I just don't think that right now that Eric Dubay and lots of other flat earthers are put in place. I don't think that just right now. So I'm happy enough to be there. It's not what they will continuously talk about, it's what they won't talk about that gives the game away. That's as far as I'm concerned. And by the way, Larry, if we're not hyper skeptical at this stage of everyone, hyper suspicious of everyone, well, I don't think we've learned enough. Do we have we?
Well, it's difficult because we got to go through the misinformation, the disinformation, and just information. So it's one thing if you're dealing with the opposite of the truth, right? Those are pretty easy to figure out. It's when people believe the story that they're being told, like the teacher teaching the child, look, Timmy, you live here, right here on this globe on my desk. And Timmy's like, what the fuck is this? What are you talking about? I live at home, right? But he eventually starts to believe it, right? And that's the more dangerous part, right? The disinformation is bad, but sometimes the misinformation is even worse.
In such circumstances, this is what gives the bowlers away as well. Such circumstances. In life experience anyway, is to break everything down or to be ultra critical to its ultimate degree. Of course, we notice all the ball earthers, which most flat earthers have done, but we notice all the ball earthers, the opposite is what they do. They come in day out passionate and defensive about a model that's already in place. There's no questions to be asked. I don't believe I've ever heard any ball earther asking a question. They always are just there for answers. You know what I mean? So yeah, very suspicious.
I want to know who you got to be to get anything written in stone, like who you got to be to write something down, and it becomes Einstein when Einstein wasn't around when this stuff was written. Like so you got to be dead, and then 200 years later, somebody's gonna be like, oh look, Demach wrote this 200 years ago. All this has got to be totally right. Forget everyone else in the whole world. This has got to be right. I'm like, how does that work out when there's no evidence of any of it? How do you pick up somebody's paper and be like, yeah, this makes sense, and I can't see it happening? Who did that? Well, the equation 2 + 2 equals 4. This guy's got to be right. I'm done.
So Darwin didn't write his book in a vacuum, right? There was already this, anti-Reformation going full swing from the Jesuits, right? Because they wanted to consolidate power under the Pope and have the empire back, right? So when Darwin wrote his book, it was kind of like they needed, another explanation as to, well, okay, maybe the Bible was wrong and maybe the world is heliocentric, but surely God created life on Earth, right? Maybe he didn't create the Earth the way that we thought about, right? So Darwin came about to explain this, and every now and then you'll just find someone else like, oh shit, Michelson Morley, what are we going to do? For a moment, the Earth is, geocentric again. And then Einstein comes up and is like, nuh-uh, time dilation, Machian principle, and a few other things, and shake it together, and we got space time.
Well, can I ask you a question? In the vast amount of possibilities, right? There could only be one possibility where there's a God, right? Can you grant that it's also equally as possible, right? Like, in the number of options that there also could be our way?
No.
No.
Well, in
Not at
the
all.
way he worded it, like magic, he said in the number of options. So the answer to that is yes. There's only 2 options. So in the number
We're
of
talking about
options, they're both
fakes.
equal.
That's legal, isn't
But if
it?
you would
Yeah.
rephrase it without using magic and say, is it possible that it was done by another way? Is it more likely? Ask it that way.
No. I'm just asking, like, if we had a bag of realities, right?
Somebody's got a
T-Mock,
hot
you're
mic.
hot micing.
Yeah, Smooth. The easiest answer for you is no.
Okay.
No.
All right.
And I'll tell you why.
No, I don't.
Irreducible complexity.
Impossibility of the contrary.
No,
Only one thing
impossibility.
can happen.
Hold on. Let's be clear. The impossibility of a mechanism, of a machine, being able to operate without all its parts correctly. This is what killed evolution.
The flagellum alone
And the possibility that
makes them
only
work.
one thing's happening that can happen. If it can happen, it happens, and that's what happens. And not anything else, not anything extra, not anything more, not anything less. So if you say, hey, man, I got a bag of something that's going to happen, like that never happens, that's not ever going to happen. So if you say like a miracle, right, for example, miracles aren't possible because a miracle's definition is something that should not or cannot happen. So if something cannot happen, that means it cannot happen. So,
Okay.
like,
So how do you
yeah, so there's
address?
only one physics, right? Hold on, I'm almost done. There's only one physics. So you claiming anything else would be the miracles that don't never happen. So if we could see some miracles, then I'm with you.
Okay. So how do you address Schrodinger's cat? How do you address that idea?
I got
Pavlov's
next.
dog chased it up a tree and ate it.
All right, that's his address. Okay, so I got next. So here's the thing, man. It requires a great deal of faith to believe that this place wasn't created, and I don't have that kind of faith to believe it. For me, I see creation, right? If I think back to like Native Americans, they get in a fight with their wife, right? Because there's no food. So the man goes outside, and in the forest there's a river, right, to provide water and fish. And everywhere he goes, there's like deer and berries and nuts and all this stuff that he can eat. Like we don't know about it these days. Like there's flowers that grow on the side of the road that you can eat, and you just don't know about it because you don't know what you can and can't eat. You just think that it's one of those non-edible plants. Like, and this place has so much medicine, like everywhere. Not like at the pharmacy, right? Not the people practicing pharmakia, but like natural medicine everywhere you go. In every region, they have their own set of medicine, right? And some of the medicine is so it could take like you're hooked on methadone. Kratom can help you get off of methadone with crazy side effects. Just a little bit of crap.
Let me ask you a question, Hank, if you don't mind, or Larry. Apologies for calling you Hank. Question is a problem with me. I born in Ireland, Catholic country, all my life. Brought up a Catholic, early life. Went away from it. Atheist, came back to flat Earth, and religious again, or spiritual, whatever, religious again, but not
Yeah, it's a story of most of you Catholics. Like you started out Catholic and then ended up atheist and then maybe figured it out a little later.
Well, the question I was going to ask is, I've come to find out pretty much everything is a lie. Everything. I've been taught Bible literalism from a very early age. I have great memory, and I remember all. I went to Catholic school, Salesian. Interested in looking it up? I went there.
Catholics don't teach Bible literalism. They say it's a scourge. They say it's like a virus that needs to be wiped out. So what are you talking about? I mean, am I right or am I wrong? I've heard like high up Catholics say that fundamentalism is like a virus that needs to be wiped out. So I don't really think the Catholics taught you like the Greek New Testament. I don't think they have.
Oh, I didn't hear you say that.
Yeah, the literalism aspect of
Okay,
Christianity came.
Well, hang on, Travis. Can I make my point, please? Because it does tie in. Just give me another few seconds. I don't. But okay, yeah, sorry, Travis, and then you can jump in, right? Because this is what I'm saying. I was going to ask Larry that. Yeah, I was taught Bible literalism, whatever the denomination. That's just the way I was taught. And when I came to Flat Earth, I found that everything was in line. I had to overthrow everything I was taught from a very early age. I did overthrow Bible literalism. I think the greater value is in beyond that. Have you considered the same route, Larry? That's the question I was going to ask.
Of course, I've studied all the main religions except for Islam, and I've worked out my own understanding that this isn't really a religion in your typical sense. Like the whole story of the Messiah in Christ, in my opinion, it's one of those things where it teaches you to like, go ahead, test it out for yourself. Like, go ahead and, challenge God, see if he's real, see if you can, and when you really, really do the homework that nobody wants to do, there's no other way that it could be happening, right? And I'll explain later more in private setting. Most people probably don't want to hear about this, but there's only one way it could have happened.
What could have happened?
Creation, salvation, the rest.
Well, that's in the mind of the hearer, the mind of the considerer. I mean, I don't see how that there could only be one way. Fred Hoyle, who was the originator of the term the Big Bang, he talked about a state of existence that existed forever, outside of time. So, I mean, it's not as if this can only have happened this way. This is my point. I mean, it's about questioning what. Okay, you're familiar with the story from the Bible.
I did question it, but if you want to know why, right? So men are continuously wicked, right? Practicing iniquity and all sorts of weird things, going against nature, natural law, and God's law, and everything in between. And we're totally not worthy of, some of the graces that have been afforded to us. And the only way that these graces could have been afforded to us is if there was a reconciliation process, right? Like when a woman and a man go through like a really badass divorce, right? They may not reconcile their friendship for like 10 years, right? So just because we were divorced from the Creator through our wickedness, right? Because it separates us from the Most High Creator, we had to have some sort of redemption process, right? The price had to be paid. And if it wasn't paid, we would still be under like the old ways of doing things, sacrificing animals to, set our sins aside, right? But now it's different. Everybody has an equal opportunity. We're all equal under the Most High God. And this is the only way for things to move forward towards the future, because any other way just possibly cannot work. Think about what I'm saying.
Yes, and I actually agree in my own way. Can I ask you a question? Am I a son of man or a son of God?
Well, you're a man, right? So that right there, like, makes you, the son of man, right? But in a way,
Jesus is the son of man as well, also, isn't it?
No. Like, you are the son of Adam, right? That's man. Adam, man, same thing. So, in a way, you have the opportunity to be a son of God if you were to take up Yeshua's offer, since he is the priest king. He's the priest of the Most High God, according to the book of Hebrews, after the order of Melchizedek forever, after the book of Psalms 110. So this guy, Jesus Christ, is offering reconciliation to be married back into the family. You know, that's not literal. You're not literally marrying him like in that type of traditional ceremony, but you're getting the name, right? The last name. You're getting the title, right? You'll be part of L's family, right? In my opinion, it's all about, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that, dot, 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 a reconciliation process could happen between man and the creator. And that is the true love story of the New Testament. It's not so much about Christ as it is about God sending his son for reconciliation to mankind, because he wanted to set us back on the pedestal so he could love us and not be angry at us anymore. And the only way to do that is to say the wages of sin is death and the price had to be paid. So you were literally purchased like a pre-purchased hotel room. All you got to do is check in and, don't smash the hotel room. In other words, it's one of those contracts where it's conditional acceptance. You accept this and you do this, then okay, I'll do that and you can have that. Right? And that being eternal life through salvation. Because I don't think that we're just like clumps of clay and bumping atoms walking around, this place going, oh, wow, what are we doing here? I don't know. Let's fucking then, drink beer and then die, right? I think it's a little more complicated than that, in my opinion. I think it's like more like each individual person gets like 100, 120 years, if that, to figure it out, right? And what are we trying to do? What are we trying to figure out? What is the meaning of life? Well, the meaning of life is that all of us, mankind, right? We're symbiotic, right? We're absolutely 100% symbiotic. But the powers that should not be want us to believe that we're running a race against each other, and people that have different pigment in their eyes and their hair and in their skin are somehow the enemy, and that we need to make sure that we wage war on each other rather than the ones that are waging war on us, so that they can constantly win. Because if the shirts pass to the shirts, but the no shirts pass to everybody, who's going to win the game, right? So they're making people think like this, like collectivism. It's a basketball term. If the shirts pass only to the shirts, but the no shirts pass to everybody, who's going to win the game? It's going to be the ones that only pass to the same team, right? If the shirts only pass to the shirts, they're going to score points. If the non-shirts pass to everybody, they're going to lose the game.
Okay.
That's clear, right? So they want us to think like this collectively, but there is power in fascism collectively, I'll give you that, right? But there's more power in individualism, right? Because you might be able to defeat the guerrilla army, right? You might catch them coming in, catch them off guard, but you can't defeat every idea in everyone's head. Thanks.
My former life as a Christian is like my former life as a globe believer. I can't believe I used to believe that stuff.
So, Travis, you threw it out completely. Oh my goodness, you can't throw the globe out completely, nor can you throw the written word out completely. You just look at it in a different way, and that's
No,
what I say.
yeah. It's not that I threw it out completely, because I do believe that the Bible is worthy of study. I do believe that it's true. I just don't believe that it's literal. I believe the world is worthy of study. I just don't believe that it's global or heliocentric.
Right. So, if one is metaphor, if one is analogy, or one is sort of storytelling through the crafting, why cannot the other be? So, with the heliocentric big ball spinning ball model, if we throw it out completely, then we might potentially fail to realize that it itself was fashioned on the truth of our reality, that we're all free to go out and observe with the mind that was given to us by the Creator. So yes, that's what I just mean, that if you throw either out completely, you will lose the value in it. So yeah, we have to almost embrace both, and we did, and then reject them in the literal sense, but then see that there's a deeper encoded meaning into the creation of the lie.
Yeah, like I've read the Bible several times with like several different, well, not the whole thing. Okay, I've read parts of the Bible several times in several different filters. One like a child, one like a man. Once I read it like an ancient aliens guy. Once I read it like from an atheist point of view. And I find out that every time you go to read it, you glean more and more information out of it. And once you read it like a law book, there's no going back. There's absolutely 100% no going back, because once you understand that all law is like based off of this, and this is like how law began, and there's different types of laws, right? And there's a difference between breaking a code violation than actually committing a crime and a victim, right? And once your understanding grows and you read the Bible, it's like if you don't find any value in there, like I'm kind of wondering, like, are you really reading it?
Why are you
Now,
limiting yourself
Hank,
to
you said
just the
something.
Bible? Why not read the Quran the same way and the
I
Bhagavad
I
Gita the
do,
same way?
I do. I just haven't got to the Quran yet because I'm not finished studying the Bible, and I think it's more important for me to get a better understanding of the Bible than the
Well,
Quran
what
at this
about like
point in my life. I have studied the Bhagavad Gita, and I did read them like they were literal. I do think that there's a lot of truth in Greek mythology. It's just being interpreted from a different point of view from the neighbors of the Israelites, and the Israelites have it from a different point of view, and the Phoenicians have that from a different point of view, and the Enochian story. What are they called? What are the people in Ethiopian? The Ethiopians have like a different point of view, but it's all the same story in a lot of ways with different parts left out, just like the story of Noah. All continents believe in a great flood. Each one has a different story, and this part of the story will be like 15% agreed upon, while the 8 people is like 75% agreed upon that part. And the part with the dove, like 50% of the stories have the dove, and then 25% have the dove coming back with an olive branch. And this is like well known. I might be wrong on all the
You,
arbitrary numbers that I
Larry, you
tried to
said
remember.
okay. No, but that's it's sort. And that's a sort of a difficult point as well, because just to talk about us as individuals, because then the question is, who do we trust? Which story do we trust individually? And that's an individual choice. But I find it interesting that you said that the
You're cutting out, dude.
L am, right? So that's what I want to sort of reconnect to. Well, the heel, Heel, is that at the close to the ground, right? We all know where the heel is. When we go, I think this is interesting now as well. When we go to the other aspect, we get the head, or Head am. I'm going some places with this, but Head, I'm sorry, he Adam, right? Now, when we get to the heart, which is the third sort of aspect to our being, we have art. Now, that's so interesting because I immediately thought about Arthur. So he art, you are. Now, I'm thinking everything is connected, and when can I? Okay, just that's just something to bear in mind. But when it comes to El, how do you know that El is the only God? I think El actually appears in Genesis 2, and it's a different, as donated by the capital letters suddenly imposed upon us from the God of Genesis 1 with capital letter G, small o, small d. How do you know that El is the true God? I don't mean this in any derogatory way, just an inquiring
God
way.
is not
How do you know that that's the true
God is
God?
Can I jump
God
in
is
for a second, if
God is
possible?
a
Next.
title, it's not a name. I was trying to jump into. Sorry
Oh,
though.
yep. Yeah,
Because
sure.
all I wanted to say was God is a title, not his name.
Sure, sure, absolutely agree. But here's my question again: Genesis 1, Genesis 2, and the standard version of the Bible, King James version. And I know that's not the only one, but we do have this God in Genesis 1 with a seemingly different story. We're different. We're in a different setting. We are different ourselves. We eat different things. We live differently. And then Genesis 2, where there is no clear Genesis 1, Genesis 2. There's just a vague divide. And then suddenly we get this Lord God and all of these imposing capital letter characters. That's all I'm saying. I think that's L. I really think that's L. But I was just asking Larry, does he see any distinction there? Is L the true one and only God, or is God
Okay,
something different
I
from
want to
Genesis
go.
1?
I want to go first,
Yeah.
and then I want to let the lady go. She wanted to answer the same question, so we're going to let her. You asked me, right? So here's my best
Yeah.
answer. L is a title, right? But it seems to be um, like the family title, right? It appears to me that way, right? So I think there's one Most High God, right? He goes by many names all over the place, but if you're talking about the heavens, creator of the heavens and the earth, the one Most High, true God, right? That would be him, right? It makes sense that there would be, a source, right? For me, I don't put connections together the same way that you do. So when you start breaking words down the way that you did just now with, 2 letters out of this word and 2 letters out of that word, if we were talking Hebrew, that would make sense, ancient Hebrew, but it doesn't really make sense to me. Did you want
We're
to
not
say
in a
something?
Hebrew. Yeah, we're not in a Hebrew
Wait,
forum.
wait,
We all
wait a
speak
second.
English. Trust the language
Hold
that
on,
we
hold on,
have.
Pete. I think there was a
Yeah,
lady that
everyone.
wanted to chime in.
Okay, but just before the lady comes in, I will just say I mentioned the words heel, head, and heart. So yeah, off you go, the lady. How you doing?
Hi guys, how you doing? Thanks for letting me chime in. And Elijah, thanks. I like that because our creator does have a name. It seems like through the scriptures. And Hank, Larry. I don't know if I'll ever get used to calling you Larry, but I love how you're sharing that. I want to bring it back around to the shape of his earth a little bit. So, Jesus, is that your name? Who was speaking?
Just don't call me that. Just sweet Dodo. You can call me Dodo, dear, or PJ.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get your names. It's so hard to look on a phone. But
Yeah,
anyways, so we can agree everybody maybe has a different source of who the creator is and everything, but it also appears to me through my studies that our creator has an adversary, right? That's kind of how he brought in free will because he didn't want robots just saying I love you and and that I mean everybody has the choice. I believe that he gives us free will to bring it back around so that we can freely give it back to him. But the thing is, back to the adversary. So for me, I'm trying to learn scientifically why I believe the earth is fixed and immovable, because I came at it a different way. But when I go out in real life and open my mouth, sometimes I don't have the the exact technical skills. So that's why I'm here. I'm spending a little bit of time. But back to the adversary. Do you agree, first of all, that the creator, whomever you believe is the creator, would have an adversary per the scriptures? Yes. Did you say yes?
Well,
No.
okay. Let me answer, please, because you, Blaze, how you doing? I will answer. Well, according to the scriptures, yes and no, because yes, the devil is the adversary of Lord God for the most of the scriptures, but then we have the book of Job where they seem to be acting in unison, and we're also told that the book of Job and its authorship predates the authorship of Genesis, which was via Moses. So yes and no. I hope you get my answer.
Okay. Well, I mean, he gives us.
Not as clear as
I
that.
would
But
say he gives them permission, right? So, what would be the best and most powerful way to attack the creator? I don't know. For me, I like attack the creation. Boom. You've got, there was a time when there was the shape of the earth. Everybody believed that there was, in all different cultures and times, there was a common thread in all of those depictions of the earth. And I'm pretty sure that you can agree that our creator had a more hands-on like interaction with the people that were our ancient ancestors. And so don't you think that would be
No, I
possible
don't
when you
agree with
said
that.
why wouldn't there be why wouldn't you believe a little while ago, why wouldn't you believe that the creator would have a spinning ball? Well, I mean, never in a lifetime have we had so many atheists and non-believers, agnostics, and never in a lifetime have I ever heard about has evil been running the world under so many of like equality and you're a bigot and separation. And see, it seems to me that, you might believe in the New Testament that Jude talks about where the fallen watchers were in Tartarus or in essentially jail. I mean, like, why wouldn't you? And forgive me because I don't know if you have or anything, but why wouldn't you be open to the fact of considering that an adversary might just tweak out things. I mean, like, why are all the NASA, and I'll be done in just a second, why are all the NASA trips named after mythological, entities, fake gods or goddesses? And Helio, like, I mean, that's a sun god. Like, why is it so challenging for you to just go, you know what? I like these guys here that believe the Earth is different, and apparently they believe that the Earth was once a sphere. Why wouldn't I take a new look at this information and question the scientists? Because that's what I don't understand. And I'm really almost done after this. We always talk about the science, right? Let's expose the sinister side of science. Who were these people? Like, I mean, let's start at NASA. I mean, who was the guy? I forget his name. That they, no, the other guy, the really creepy guy. I have it somewhere. I just ran a while.
Jack Parson.
Jack Parsons.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why don't we expose and try to get on level grounds? Like, hey, you guys, did you know this about the white coats? Did you know that? Like, because they're so entrenched in the indoctrination of science is great. Yeah, it is. But when you're trying to science the creator out of it, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, you might be under the misunderstanding that I'm a globe earther. I'm not a globe earther. I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, I guess I was because of what you said. Why wouldn't it work for both? Yeah, okay.
I would love to.
Can I say more directly? Yeah, 1 second, Lael. Can I say more directly, Blaze? You talked about the Creator's creation, but even according to the Bible, we're told that we live in the detritus of what was previously there. All the trees were cut down, according to the book of Ezekiel, where God gave the order to the angels. So no matter what setting we find ourselves in now, it can't be natural. It doesn't reflect directly anyway on what was prior to the destruction. So I think this is something we have to come to terms with as well. And here we go as well. It's not as if, Blaze, we are free from evil now. We are free from trouble. We are much diminished in power, it seems. And the last thing I would say as well, if you read the book of Job, look at how Job was challenged. Look at how he lost, and look at how he was refound and reimbursed or whatever. Yeah, what challenges were we put through? If God is capable of putting or allowing the devil to put Job through these challenges, well, is he not going to do the same for us? I almost welcome God or the Creator to do the same for me. Because,
I think that a lot of the stuff that we read is just man trying to have an excuse for everything they do, just like the globe needs an excuse. Everything needs an excuse. There's the most known unknown, right? And that's like everybody knows it, but they don't know it. They're like, hey, man, something is something, but we don't know what it is and we don't know how. But then you got this group that knows everything. Then you got this other group that thinks they know half of it. Then you got another group that knows a fourth of it. And then you got a group that no one's ever came across that doesn't say anything of what you guys say at all. And never.
Well, what's your problem with the?
So like, hold on. I wasn't done. So
Sorry.
when man writes, I know because I had to breathe. When man writes stuff. Why are they always equating it to anybody else but the retarded ass man that wrote it? Like the personal man who wrote in the book who we wrote on. Like that's from him. So when they keep saying this is from God, how do you prove that other than just saying, oh, it was?
Well, the thing innately either holds value or it doesn't, and then it continues to hold true through other examples and lived experiences, right? And for instance, right, we could take the words of Yahushua HaMashiach, right? We could say, his forewarning about, for instance, not releasing from us, hatred or anger, or that, the idea of, I don't know, maybe that what's conducive to the, the continuation of the human race even, right, would be that, we, I guess, in terms of not just being continued in the sense of reproduction, but continued in a continuity of joy type way, right? The resistance of walking forward into instant gratification. This has been scientifically proven now, right? That the release, i.e. stay away from things like pharmakeia and drugs, right? Well, why would that be? Why would it be that it's probably good for us to resist instant gratification, not just on a alchemical level with drugs, but also on a psychological level, adultery, all of these different things, because these are the things that allow us to trust other individuals. These are the things that if we do them wrong, we end up widening our very pathways and receptors of our brain. We disequilibralize our endopleasure system, for instance, right? Like, these things can be proven, these not just philosophical points, but this theology, when applied, broken down, looked at, even through the lens of science, right, we start to realize there is inherent truth to these things, right? So the word itself isn't to only be taken for the ass that wrote it, right? Or even the ass that spoke it, right? Because remember, that actually did happen. But the point is that the
You said
thing...
the arse that spoke it.
Yeah, because, I don't know if you
I
know
like it, bud. Arse is Starkism.
Yeah, just real quick
But
to
the point
say,
I'll finish it up very quickly. The point is that, yeah, if we take it only from the ass that apparently spoke, or the man that apparently said it, well, cool, that's all well and good, but then that would be to ignore the very context and the information that's in what he says. Is this something that innately speaks of a truth that previously people didn't have? Maybe.
in the same way that I came from the system of the globe Earth model, and I have stepped back and evaluated that system and have changed my mind, I've done the same thing with the 40 years I spent as a Christian. I've looked at the text and I've allowed the text to lead me in a different direction that's contrary to the tradition that I was raised in, so much so that even as a flat earther and a former Christian, I could also stand against that the position that the Bible is a flat earth book, which it is not.
Travis, do you think you're
I think all books
heavily
written before
involved here?
1500s were flat earth books.
Yeah.
I don't think that Job was like wondering, like, man, I wonder why the sun hasn't blown up and like totally wiped me out yet, right? Because that's what I used to literally think when I studied about the sun. Go ahead.
Don't misunderstand what I said to mean that I don't believe that they thought that they lived on a stationary plane. I'm saying the text itself is not about the concept that we're discussing here in terms of flat earth. It does not describe the earth as a whole system. The Bible's focus is on geographically local land references.
Right, but we do have the
Travis, do you think
Hebrew
you're too
cosmological
heavily
model, right?
invested here?
We have the Hebrew
If you
cosmological.
okay, but look, so if you go to I'm sure any typical Bible in a Christian bookstore, you're not going to get a hold on. You're not going to get
Make
a
up our own
cosmos.
minds as flat earthers.
Pete, come on, man. You're not going to get.
I agree with you though.
You're not. I don't know why. Look, I'm trying to answer your question. You're not going to get a fold out. You're not going to get a fold out picture of the Hebraic model of the earth. That doesn't exist. So if you want to pick out a particular text, a written text, and try to present what you think that's saying about a model, if you will, then you're free to do that. But the Bible, again, does not depict the world as a flat earth.
Well, the whole Old Testament, in fact, is before it was language, was a pictographically written book, and those pictographic, even in Paleo Hebrew, and this is why I started to study it. I don't actually call myself a Christian. It's not really a word that's found in the Bible, other than maybe under the writings of Paul in Acts, right? But I don't really ascribe that to myself either. I feel like the way that these things are looked at may be slightly wrong, and I don't know. I would sort of say to you that there are directly drawn out images and explanations just through the pictographic nature of the text in its original form.
Well, again, that's a questionable.
Sorry, bud.
That's a questionable perspective to take. I've got a friend who's got a PhD in Aramaic studies, and his view of the Paleolithic or the Paleographic or the Paleo Hebrew argument to him is just not even applicable. Like, they don't even talk about that aspect of ancient Hebrew, so that it's not pictorial in most of the circles that discuss this.
I don't know
Let
what
me
you're
get back
talking
to
about, bro.
crack
I really don't. We got to address that.
Yeah, but 1 second. 1 second, please, because I'd like to get back to Crackvillain's point, which is more important. I actually thought you were. I don't mean to say it's more important, Hank, but he's the one who made the point originally. But I thought you were actually crypto, so sorry about that. I put a link in the chat there for crypto, but it was meant for you. Then Anus is a son, right? So let's leave that beside for a minute. But ultimately, here we are in our shells, right? Here we are with our different component parts, trying to understand everything. Is fundamentally the story of the Bible, the story of the God, a God about our story, crypto, our crack villain? Can we not be separated as individuals from God's story? Is this the new interpretation that we must have coming to flat Earth?
Well, I'll leave that.
but
I'll leave that for someone else to answer. If someone's just knocking on my
Right,
door.
we're
no one
supposed
will
to work
answer
out
it
our
though. You see,
salvation
no one
with
will
fear
answer
and
certain
trembling.
things.
Well, maybe he didn't know the answer, bro. We're supposed to work out our own salvation with fear and trembling, and those who finish the race shall be saved. So it is kind of an individual thing. We're told to pray, quietly in the closet, not out on the street corners. Right? We're told to kind of give someone the opportunity once about the Messiah, and then swipe the dust off our shoulders, with a little bit of swagger, and move on. Right? We're not supposed to force you into heaven. We're not supposed to bring axes and swords and bring you to heaven. We're just supposed to say, hey, you heard about that carpenter who died on the cross, forgiveness of sins, resurrection 3 days later? No, you don't want to hear about it? All right, see you. Good luck with that. I think it's an individual thing. We're supposed to tell people if you don't know, but if you already know,
All right.
then we're supposed to show with our actions,
All
right?
right.
And that's the thing that's important. The light of someone who's following the Messiah is supposed to
Okay.
show you the way, not force you the way, not tell you the way, not make you the way, not chain you up and enslave you and make you
Okay.
go that way. Just show.
I know that I've said this before.
Can I?
Sorry, Pete. No. I know that I've said this before, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. It's difficult to undo our indoctrination, whether or not it's religious or social or scientific. Okay, it's very difficult to take ourselves back and start over again. But my hypothesis that will never be able to be tested or proven is that if we give someone the Bible who's never read it and has as little information about it as possible, they would never come to the conclusion that the Bible is applicable for anything today.
What are you talking
Well,
about,
here's
bro?
the problem.
Matthew
Let me respond,
Matthew
please. Here's
5,
the problem.
when he's
Okay,
talking
go.
about agree with your adversary quickly on the way to court. You know how much it
Okay.
costs to do that? To just
Okay, look,
agree with
Matt.
the
Okay, look, Larry. I've heard you give this presentation before. I didn't say that you couldn't find nuggets that you would like to put in your back pocket. I'm saying that in terms of applying the entire message of the Bible, like you did about the Messiah and working out your salvation and all that stuff, that message, no one who would read the Bible for the very first time without any preconceived ideas, no one would ever think that message about salvation has anything to do with today.
Okay,
No,
I'll give you
hey,
that. Whatever.
Travis, how
I'm
can
not
you
going to
say
argue with you
that?
over that. Just real fast.
But how
I'm
can you
sorry.
say that though? How do
Hold
you
on.
know
Hold on.
these things?
Hold on, bro.
Hang on,
I'm
bro.
not going to
I was
argue with
trying
him
to.
on that one. You
Okay,
can
calm
argue with him
down.
on that. I just want to say it's one last thing and I'm done. For real, I promise. Okay, so I don't care whether people read it and say that this is how I should act out my life. I saw my grandmother, the stoic of stoics, act out her life with extreme love and compassion and care and focus. Meanwhile, everybody else around her was like a piece of shit and abusing her and taking advantage of her and this, that, and the other, neglecting her and all that. But she still showed up every day and did her fucking job, right? And took care of everybody that
Right.
she could take care of as wide as her influence could grow. And it's because of her, not because of the book, that she followed the way, right? And I see her following the way, and it makes me want to do that
Right.
but better. Thanks.
Brilliant, Larry. And this is why your advice is settle with your adversary before you get to court, because your adversary will have probably a slick lawyer. You will be the best. You'll think that justice will prevail, but we're told in the Bible about the legal name fraud. Actually, remember Jesus was registered. What is it? I think it was in Gospel of It's one of the Gospels anyway. Obviously one of the early ones, maybe Mark. But Jesus was registered, and yes, they tell us about the legal name. The distinction between the man, the whole legal system is laid out before us. So yes, you are going to get taken advantage of. Your grandmother is going to get taken advantage of if you go through these systems, which are already at their core corrupted. We already know these things right now. Right, we're coming to find out about all of these other sort of slippery, slidey aspects of our reality. But
It's
yeah, I
actually
forgot
Luke.
my original point.
It was Luke, not Mark. Luke.
Luke, thank you. Yes, so Jesus registered. And here's my point. I swear to you, my friend, I really think time is short. We're all one. Hey, I think we all get to heaven in a sense. I really do. We all know when we do right or wrong. And if someone is persisting in doing wrong, the chances are that they've been brought up in horrific circumstances. And should we be put in the same position, who knows what way we might turn out. But the one thing I recognize is we're told not to adorn idols in the Bible. Jesus can only and ever be an idol for us, put up on a pedestal. And when you say about passing on the message of the Messiah and then just leaving it there, well, why are you going to ask people to believe that a man was capable of the impossible that no other man could do, and that's what you got to put your salvation into? It can't work that way. That's the ultimate idol. That's the ultimate idol. It has to be.
An idol, a false idol, is just something false, fake, retarded. So, like a real idol would be like your mom and dad and grandma.
Well, even
So, like
them.
a
How?
real
Why
person.
should you idolize them, Democ?
There's a difference between
Why should you
idolization and
idolize them by okay? Yeah.
Because idolize just means going their way. That means they're the ones that teaches you how to talk usually and walk and change your diaper and shit right and do certain shit. See, now if you're in the wilderness, you don't need all that because you just run off and go do your fucking thing. But in society, the mom and dad keep you for like ever. You know what I mean? And teach you how to do everything. So the
The mom and dad are
idolization
the ones
really
who
is
lie
just
to us, Dem. The mom and dad are
what
the
the
ones
hell
who
are you
lie to
talking
us,
about?
but we have
What
to
are
be
you
born
talking about?
again.
What are you talking about?
They're the ones who
No,
lie
they
to
don't.
us.
No, mom
Okay,
and
I'll tell
dads
you
don't lie
why.
to you.
I'll tell you why, Dem. I'll tell you why.
Yours lied to you?
Yes.
Mine
They
told me the
lie
About
to us.
truth.
They
indoctrination,
send us
dude.
to
He's
school.
talking
They
about
tell.
indoctrination.
Can I
Well, you
answer,
keep. Well,
please?
hold
I
on.
know
I
that's
can't even
controversial.
get my sentence out, Pete. Hold on, buddy. So your mom and dad are the idol. The false idol would be like a brick, a piece of gold, a piece of paper with words on it that you didn't write. Yeah, yeah, that's a false idol. A real idol is a human being that's real that you can touch and talk to. So you're not supposed to have any false ones. So if you're looking up to somebody like Larry said, his grandmother that was really good, that would be a real idol to look up to, not a
well,
false one. Do you
there
understand?
is a pitfall though in the
Answer with
idolization of
questions. What the
people.
heck,
Wait one
man?
second, let me just address something. There is a problem when it comes to the idolization of people. There is a difference between honoring somebody, right? Honoring their
That's
wishes,
my whole
honoring
point
that,
here.
right? And but to idolize someone. So like, would you say then, Democ, you should idolize your wife?
Anybody that you think is a good person, I guess so.
Yeah,
Right,
well,
Dem.
again,
Fathers
to
and
make
mothers
an
aren't always
idol.
good people.
That's to ignore that. Like, remember that every person innately, in some way, isn't entirely good, right? Like, it's like to look at it that way, right? Like, how do I put it? To idolize, right, a person, to put them up on a pedestal, is a problem because it's like then a limitation in which you yourself are not to be able to reach. Like, and then again, like, should a person and again the confinement of a person even be something that we should try to get close to? We should move further past it and understand that that's something, in fact, that is in no way on the level of even being able to be something that is an idol, right? That it would be
You can
fruitless.
idolize the perfect spirit within all. That's more to the point.
No, that's fake. You can't touch it. You can't do nothing with it. It's supposed to be a human like your mom and dad, and then your grandma, and then those grandmas, and then those grandpas, and then those
So
dads.
how do you
and moms.
idolize?
You
So
say,
how do
hey,
you
that's where I
act
came
it out?
from, and you're supposed to be in a group with them still, in a certain sense. You're not supposed to be talking to the government or the judge. Your great grandma's supposed to be the judge. That's how. Your dad is supposed to be a judge. Your mom is
But that's
supposed to be a
honor
queen.
them.
Your dad is supposed to
Everyone's
be a king.
misguided.
Every one of you are supposed to be kings
Born
and
into
queens from
hell.
kings and queens on an earth that
That's
everything
right.
is yours. So everybody is Jesus and Lady Jesus and Lady God and
Oh my
God,
God!
and
Shut the
everything on
fuck
the earth
up.
is theirs.
That's
Can I
wrong.
You shut
respond,
the fuck
please?
up. You talk for
Come on,
1,800
Dan.
hours, dude. I've been talking for 2 minutes. You shut the fuck up, Pete. If you don't like what I say, that's too bad. You got your opinion, I got mine. And I think that's exactly what you're talking about. Your
Why are you
fucking opinion
fighting with
over
me,
my
though,
opinion.
man? We're not in
So
gem
your
pandas.
opinion's probably trash and mine's probably right. So that's how everybody goes with their opinion, right?
I never said that, man. Don't wrong me, man.
Well, how about shut up while somebody's speaking, dude? Have you ever been able to do that?
Yes, I have.
No, I don't think you have. Show us. Prove it.
Oh, wait a minute. I actually didn't think it was Pete that interrupted you. Pete, did you interrupt Demok just a minute ago?
No, no.
Yeah, I didn't think it was Pete,
I think
Demok.
it was me, Demok. I was agreeing with you. I think it was me, Demok. I was agreeing with you that we're kings because Jesus is King of Kings, Lord of Lords. So we are servant kings as opposed to serving ourselves like dragons.
But that's supposed to be that. Or remember, that comes from the Levitical line of the Melchizedekian priesthood. Remember when Yahusha, or Jesus as you would call him, was baptized, right? He was baptized by John the Baptist. Okay, there was a representative also that was there. You got to remember the Melchizedekian order, right? Which is the idea that comes from the city of El Elyon, right? And this is the idea of being the king and priest of your own home. Now, in the past, it was king and priest of that land. Well, the Melchizedekian order, the idea that every man is a king and the priest of his home, is what? You are to be the king, which is the headship of the house, right? And remember, the headship of the house, and then the priest of it would be that you're responsible for the spiritual welfare and well-being of the family, right? But the idea that the king and priest in some way is also the king, is the god, is wrong. Why is that wrong? Because those two positions are the ones that are supposed to teach about the god, okay, and are supposed to be the things that keep in continuity the family to the God, the bridge and gap between, the same way that Yahusha is the mediator between us and Yah. That's the whole thing between that, right?
And this is why I said that the father and mother lied to the children. It would require expansion upon Demok, and you came in with your objections, but you didn't hear what I had to say by that. Just briefly, I know lots of people are trying to get in. Can we keep it calm in a sense? We're all trying to find out what the hell is going on. But Demok, you are a flat earther now. If you send your child to school to learn about globe Earth and all of the different shit that's taught, but then you are the one that's lying to your child. Okay, you can take them out of the system, and or you can advise them when they come home out of the system about a different reality. But at the same time, they're in your hands, and you have corrupted that wonderful, pure, innocent being. You know what I mean? That's the sense I mean it in, and that's the world we're born into. We have to be born again, away from our mother and father who might have fucked over a fucking drunken Friday night. You know what I mean? This is the greater significance, which is encompassed within all of us. All of us. That's what I mean.
I think, and sorry about, I thought you were the one that cut me off. Sorry about saying that to you. But I think we need to be more together, more instead of pushing apart and dividing, right? Dividing and conquering. We need to be together and conquer each other's bullshit. So like when you see everybody do some crazy stuff, instead of like beating them up, go running everybody give them a group hug of 1,000, and then what can they do but sit there and cry and get better? You know what I mean? What are they gonna do? What can anybody do? So if you do the good thing instead of a bad thing, and then what is bad and what is good? What the hell? Hold
Good
on,
is
let's get
bad.
down to
What's
the bottom
bad
of
is
this.
good.
Yeah, what? No, hold on. What is bad? What is good? What is evil? What is not? These are not. Are these not
I can
opinions
answer
of
that.
man?
I can answer that. All right, so here it goes. You asked the question wrong. You should have said what is right and what is wrong. Okay, you know what right is. Right is the thing that you have to do that doesn't cause any other person, man or woman, harm, injury, or loss. Wrong is the thing that you know that you ought not do, because if you do it, you will trespass on your fellow brother or sister's rights and cause them harm, injury, or loss.
Do you feel someone else's loss and harm, or do you feel your own ignorance, or like that feeling you get, like an idea of a conscience or karma, right? Like when you do that, is that you really feeling them, or is that you feeling right or wrong? Like, do you have an innate, like, so if I step on a grape, am I like, oh my god, I killed that grape? Oh my god, I killed the ant. Oh my god, I killed the worm. Like, or am I like, fuck it, there's 8 quadrillion worms, and that's just gonna happen because so. I mean, so what? How
Is
do you?
it
You know what I mean?
quadrillion
Like,
people as well?
right. So I'm saying, like, is it like a statistical thing that like bad shit's gonna happen and we just call it bad? Like when the snake eats the fucking mouse, it's eating a baby or a mom mouse. Like, who said that it's bad? Where is this written that it's bad for the snake to do that when that's all it knows?
You're
Well, it's
forgetting about
F-Path.
the idea of a contract, right? Which is that there's no contract between the snake that it is to uphold the family of the mouse or the rat. The difference is that within the human being, within human beings, right, we treat others as we wish to be treated, right? You got to remember that, like, we, as a husband, for instance, right, like that's an agreement that you are to protect your wife and your children, right? Like the way that you act then to something else, is, in my opinion, unrelated in some way, you know.
Well, it's backwards. Because look, if you look in nature, animals don't mess with their kind usually. Most of the time,
Oh,
not
God.
for like
Nature,
no
you
reason at
said,
all,
them.
right? Hold on. Like a snake will sit there and be cool with snakes. A cat will be cool with cats. A
What are
dog
you
will be cool
fucking
with dogs.
talking about? That's so false.
Listen to
Okay,
what I'm
take it
saying.
easy.
Snakes
Listen,
eat other snakes.
lions, tigers, right? That's all they eat.
You're just
So
I
a snake,
can't,
hold
dude.
on.
You're going
Take it
off
So
on
a
a
easy.
snake
crazy.
goes
Let
around and
them
only
finish,
eats
please.
snakes only. It doesn't eat other shit.
Yes, it
On
does.
the Animal Planet, I haven't seen snakes just go hunting out snakes to eat them. I see them
Yeah.
eat other
Are
shit.
you? Oh my
So
But
when I
yes,
see dogs and cats and birds of a feather flock together, what was that saying made for if that didn't happen? So what I'm trying to tell you is maybe stupidity took over, right? And anybody who can't see that you're not supposed to hurt your other kind, and like, because you see that, like, okay, same. And in nature, that's the way that they know not to fuck with each other. And as long as it's not the same, I don't think they really care.
Well,
Right?
Demok, an
Okay,
immediate
so
objection would be
you're
an immediate
completely
objection,
wrong
Demok, would
that
be that
same
a
animals
pride of
don't.
a mother lion who has given birth to two cubs, nurtured them for
I
2
said
years. They'll eat
usually
her
don't.
alive from the
Hold
legs
on.
up.
I said animals usually don't attack each other. They usually have
And
other
and you're
food, like they're
flat
eating,
wrong.
like a
Now,
You're
hawk.
someone else is
flat.
trying to
Hold on.
get
How many
in.
You're
owls eat
flat
Okay.
owls?
wrong.
How many
Okay,
owls
you
eat owls?
clarify. Someone else is trying to get
How many
in.
owls eat
Okay.
owls? Hold on.
Okay.
We'll go
Dude,
through the
Fair enough.
list. How
all
The
right.
many?
one question, the one thing I have a problem
So
with before I let
How many
I let
dogs are
the other person
outside
to come
eating
in,
dogs?
Demok, the one
How
problem, the
many
word I
cats
have
are
the question,
outside eating cats?
and
Hold on. Let's go
I,
down the
this like
list. I'm so stupid.
one
Let's
problem,
go
the
down
one
the
word
list
you
of what
used,
animals eat and let's see if
Demok.
it's their self.
Can you take it easy, man? The one word I have a problem. I'm going to go on mute
Bro, you
then.
talk for 100 million miles an hour. I'm
I'm
asking a
sick
Wait,
simple
of this
Mark,
now,
question.
Mark,
man.
Mark,
You're
Mark.
Go down.
Is it?
Hold
okay.
Wait
on.
there, wait
The
there. Is
one
this based
word
on
I
what I
have
Go
a
just
down
said?
the
problem
list in
with,
your
Wait
mind, is I'm
there.
saying, guys. Go
No,
down the
wait a
list
minute.
in your mind, and that's
Okay,
all you got to
Demok.
do. I'm
I'm
done.
asking you.
Hold
Let me
on, I'm
ask
done.
something. Let me ask you something a
What the
second,
heck?
dude.
No, you won't ask something till I get the
Yeah, I
word in. I
will
was going to
because
say it and then
I
I'll
feel like
stop.
this was based on
Demok, the
what I
word I
said
had
there.
a beef with was nature. That's
Oh
all. When you
shit.
said it's nature, I want you to explain that. But off you go, whoever's going next. I'm
No,
done.
no. I'm asking him
It was
was
about good
is
and
this,
evil.
I'm asking, are you making this statement you're currently making based on what I just said a minute ago, which was about the contract between humans and how we treat one another versus, like, if we interfere with an animal's so-called rights, right? Like, we haven't created a contract with them. We don't necessarily have
Evolution is
an
meant for.
obligation.
I'm saying some animals have that contract that they don't touch the animal that looks like them usually. And then other than that, I don't think it matters to them most of the time unless a fight ensues or for a certain reason, like don't mess with my babies or I think something weird, or maybe the animal could be fucked up too, like a drunk or something. So you never know really at the end of the day. We get drunk too, and we'll sit in there and fight for no
I
reason.
think maybe you're a crack
Is there a
villain,
reason
Demok,
for two guys
because you
to sit
can't
there and
stop
punch
talking
each
and
other
say
in the
nothing.
face? Do you think that would really solve the world's problems? Two guys sitting outside in a muddy fucking field of the jungle just punching each other and then they both walk away and sit down hurt? What about the snakes that bite? Like, it doesn't make no sense for you to
Listen
fight
to
your
how
own kind.
insistent you are. You have to make
Doesn't make
everything
sense.
angry, don't you?
All right.
No. Hold on, man. Nothing's. What are you talking about?
Talking
This is my tone.
angry,
If
you
your
dickhead, and then you
if it's
insult me at the
angry,
drop of a hat,
that's your
even though we've known each
opinion.
other for years.
If your opinion, I didn't use salt or pepper. If your opinion is that I'm angry, then that's your opinion. I can't help you, buddy. I'll agree with you or disagree. I can't do nothing else. So what I'm saying is the
You're an
contract
angry man to your friends and enemies. Fuck
animals,
off.
yeah, you're the one saying all the fuck offs, but I'm angry. Yeah, you make a lot of sense. Thanks, Pete. So animals, right, innately must have this idea of a contract by the same. So if I look the same, that's
Not
the
all.
contract.
Not all, because like crabs eat one another, right? We have animals, in fact, that do continually commit cannibalism, right? The rats and mice in which you spoke of, that a
Well, is
minute
there
ago,
a
they do
reason?
that. They do
Is
that.
there a fucked up reason for that? Like, are they forced to do that in this situation? Like out in the jungle, would they be doing that? I don't think so.
What is
I
your
think they'd
point?
have enough.
What is your
Well, when
point,
you're
bro?
forced, okay, if I put you in a room with 8 million humans and don't give you no more food, yeah, you might end up eating humans. But
But I
if I
also
put
may
you out in
not.
nature and you're living right, you don't need to eat humans, is my point. You got nature, you got a billion other things to
Yeah, I
contend with.
think you've been talking enough now,
What I'm saying is
Denmark. Shut
what's
the
this
fuck up and
code?
let someone
Where's
else
the
Bro,
talk.
code at?
okay, wait there a
Crackville,
Where's
you
the
want to
second.
come
code?
in?
The code we're
Animals,
looking for, bad, good.
Denmark,
What
shut
one
your
says
mouth,
good,
man.
what one says bad. Shut
the
the fuck
difference
up.
is
We're running.
this.
We're running
The
from
di-
this question. It's an
okay, I'll
opinion,
answer it.
bad or good.
Okay, wait there a second. The difference in like your whole analogy there, the difference between, and I'll just state on the nature of humans versus animals, right? Animals may sacrifice themselves for their young, but they don't necessarily do so for ideology or ideals, right? Or for the idea of a truth, or good or wrong, or bad. They do so for survival. Whereas humans, time and time again, have shown that they're willing to sacrifice their very flesh for the things that they believe are good or wrong. This inherently gives value to these things because the physical world itself is something that eventually is changed due to the idea around the idea of good or bad, right? The physical things that we have around us are informed by our review on what is good and bad. The very existence of my body may continue or cease to exist based on my opinion of what's good or bad, right?
Yeah, everything's an agreement. Science, good, bad, up, down, all around, no, yes. Yeah, free will, non-free will, fucking what? Like it's all an agreement of man. So you and I have to agree, right? Either agree or agree to disagree, and that's how we get along. Like at the end of the day, we can fight over it, but that still didn't make you right or me right. That just made me win in the fight or you
You
win in the
fight
fight.
with your shredder voice with everyone. You fight with your friends. You fight with your enemies. When you don't get your way, you don't stop talking and you accuse all others of many
I
bad
wasn't done
things.
talking, and I don't know
Yes,
who you're
but you're
talking to.
talking.
You're the one
You're
sending
not
me
actually
bars
saying
all day,
anything.
bro.
You're not actually saying
Bro, what
anything.
are you talking about?
Crackvillain went into a
No,
very
nobody
deep
knows what you're
point, and
talking
you
about.
just
You're
brought it
half drunk.
shallow. That's all.
Stop. Hold
But
on.
you have to
Stop
keep talking
drinking.
now.
Stop
But you have
drinking.
to keep
Stop
talking
drinking.
now. Once again,
Stop drinking and make some
can you
sense,
answer
Pete.
Crackvillain?
Have you ever talked to anybody out of a bar, Pete? Like, get out of the bar, quit drinking, stay sober for one day, and then we'll talk to you. And then you might have a point, okay?
I'm sober
Or
now,
go
man.
heroin. You
I'm
are?
sober
You
now.
don't sound like it because nothing you say makes
No,
any
no,
sense.
I'm not
You sound
argumentative
like the
with you.
weirdest
You've been
globe,
making the
flat
same
earther,
point.
religious, non-glober,
Listen,
non-flat earther, non-something other, something nothing, EIOTPQ to the V, a bird.
Bing bang, walla walla,
I think
ding dang.
you're on Gem Pandas right now.
Yeah, Demok, just chill, man.
Fucking enemies within.
I muted
Answer
him.
Crack
All good.
Villain's point. Crack Villain is a keen. Okay, I'll finish by saying this. Crack Villain is a keen mind. He knows what he's talking about. He mentioned a very specific point, and you failed to answer it. Now continue, Demok, with your deep voice, Shredder's voice. I'm gonna shred you.
I'm gonna get you, turtles. You know that was Uncle Phil off of Fresh Prince, right?
So quit being afraid of a man's voice, Pete. And anyway, is good or bad an opinion?
Yeah, that's interesting.
So back to right and wrong. I think that's a deep philosophical thing. Would anybody else like to add on to that?
Well,
Yeah.
Demok just asked if good or bad is an opinion.
I think you mean like is good or bad subjective?
Well, that's the way I would take it, but you'd have to ask Demok if he wants to specify.
No, Demok's got a 2-minute mute.
Okay, I'll give you one way to think about it. Each country, each like group of people, they have like this thing called common law, right? So the common law of like New York City, it's not normal to see a guy walking around with like a fully automatic machine gun or AK rifle strapped to his back. However, It's not exactly normal here in Texas either, but it's legal, right? And some people might say, "Oh, that's wrong. You're scaring people." Well, some people are scared of a guy with a camera, right? So is it really wrong to show up with a camera in a public building and, document, right? Because you're an independent journalist. Is it wrong to exercise your right carrying an AK, right? But it's like different cultures have different common law, right? So the people, the Inuits of Alaska, they don't have no pen and paper. They didn't write down their laws. But if you were to harm one of their little ones, I bet that you find out real quick that they all do have their common law that they refer to. So different times also have different common law than different places. So place and time. Go ahead.
It's not right or wrong. It's accepted or not accepted unless there's a law against it. And then it would be wrong according to the law, but maybe not morality. So there's different stages, right? It's legal to carry an AK open carry here in Louisiana, but no one really does it, just out of, societal norms type thing. But it's not wrong to do it.
So I seen
Yeah,
the guy
I think
riding his
there's a
bike with
difference
an AK.
between.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say I think there's a difference between seeing someone with a camera and someone strapping.
Yeah, but they're
You wouldn't
freaking out
think
about
so.
cameras.
You wouldn't think so. I dare you to watch Audit the Audit, and you'll
Right.
see that like when people go in there to like audit their government buildings to see if they're
Oh no,
respecting their
yeah,
rights.
I get that part. No,
It's
no, I
like he
mean,
has an automatic weapon.
no, I mean, I'm saying that the difference. I would say the difference would be a fear factor where a camera doesn't threaten your life,
Yes, it
whereas
does.
the
The cops
gun
are
does. So
terrified
that's what I was
when the
trying to
guys
say.
back there. When the guys back there recording their personal vehicles, it's almost as if they're threatening the children to cops.
Okay, when you're putting it in the context of federal issues with cops and stuff like that, I get what you're saying. I thought you were talking more about like general people on the street.
Yeah, it's time, place, and manner, right? Like when a cop gets behind us, like we get really scared. When you're in the public parking lot of the police station and you're kind of in the back, that's not restricted. There's no signs or anything. It's public parking. So you're recording their personal vehicles. Dude, you can see it in their faces. Like if you can read body language, they are terrified. They're like, "What are you doing back here? Why are you recording?" And they know they can't do anything about it.
Well, come on. I mean, I get what you're saying, Hank, and I'm all for Audit the Audit. I love that channel. But if you were a cop and somebody was just filming your vehicles, right, you'd want to know what they were doing there, right?
Audit the Audit sucks.
I'd be curious, but there ain't nothing to do about it.
No, if I drove a public vehicle and I was a public servant, I would know the law, first of all, and I would respect the public that I'm serving to be within their rights. And if in their rights is video in my car, I would smile and wave.
Yeah, but
Well,
you'd also want to like. There's all sorts of reasons for people to go and act like that, and some of them could be nefarious. I'm saying if I was a cop, I wouldn't give a fuck. I'd be like, "Who are you, and why are you filming this shit?" Absolutely, I would ask.
Well, you can ask, but you can't demand their
There you
ID and
go.
arrest them.
No, I wouldn't.
Right.
I wouldn't do that. But I would definitely. I would take my own. I would videotape them videotaping the cars. Because let's say you see somebody videotaping the cars, and you're right. You just smile and wave, whatever. And then a few days later, a cop dies in a car bomb. You might want to have.
Yeah, let me address
who
that.
knows?
Let me address that. That guy scoping and videoing your car to plant a car bomb, and you ask him what the hell he's doing. What do you think he's going to tell you, sir? You think he's going to tell you he's videoing to put a car bomb in there? Come on, man. You got to be smarter than this.
It wouldn't matter whether or not he says he's planting a car bomb. You would want to know who your suspects are. Dude, the police are a target of all kinds of people. Crazy people, hateful people, people on left, people on the right.
Why? What did they
Not
do?
really, though. Cops don't really
What
get
did
attacked like that. That's not
Did they
real.
kill somebody who was unarmed?
Cops
or
don't really get attacked
what?
like that.
I mean,
That's
what?
not
No,
real.
not
I
really.
mean, my
Gun
buddy
up
got
and hurt.
shot. My buddy was a fucking highway patrol officer, got shot in the
That has
chest.
no bearing. They sign that dotted line knowing there's the risk, brother.
Okay,
Sorry.
but that's just anecdotal. Like percentage wise, like most people don't go after cops. They know you get punished way more, and there's way more people with them ready to pull all kinds of guns out. So it's only like when they maybe get caught doing something and try to get away. People don't just go out of their way to find cops and attack them. That's not like a real frequent threat that happens.
Yeah, I really want to talk about that for a second, if you don't mind, right? Because I see all these like desecrated flags, which really pisses me off with the line in the middle of it, the blue line flags. That shit really pisses me off, right? So when I see this, like I ask them, what is this about? Or someone else might ask, it's about our fallen like officers. Like,
you're cool. I'm good,
they
man.
really care about the fallen
Oh, yeah.
officers, right? But the pizza guys get
I don't think
together and
they're
like,
open, but
You got a hot
sorry,
mic, brother.
got a hot mic,
run it back real quick. Yeah.
hot mic.
Thanks, buddy.
So us pizza
Where you going,
guys, we don't
Flo?
like get together and talk about the fallen ones who had their heads blown off in the pizzerias that got robbed, and we don't talk about the girl that got her face blown off in a shotgun gang initiation type thing. Like we don't get together and do all that shit. But cops are like extremely fascist, and they only care when one of their own get hurt, right? But on their cars it says protect and serve. Well, protect and serve who? Not you. The corporations, including the courts, which are actually privately owned, just like the prisons that are privately owned, like a McDonald's chain, right? This is the reality of what's going on, and these people are slavers. And for the most part, they're not so bad, right? But what happens is that there's bad apples that ruin the whole bunch, and when the good apples hide the bad apples and protect them, that makes them all guilty by association. So there's three types of cops. The first type is the bad apple. He's a very small percentage. But the second type is the good cop who doesn't say anything, so he's a bad cop too. And the third cop is the one that does say something and gets blackballed and his license taken away.
Yeah, just to be fair, so these are very generalized sentiments, right? Like the cops don't care unless something happens to their own. Okay, like cops aren't just intrinsically bad. They're set up to fail because they're asked to remember like tons of laws and stuff, which they never do. They normally don't hire them if they're too smart. So they're asking people that aren't that smart to remember tons of laws and do an incredibly hard job. And there's no real accountability. And like you said, they'll get fired really quick if they don't just go along to get along. So the system is what sucks. I don't, they're not like our enemies or something like that. Just the way it was set up is the problem. I mean, that's my opinion.
I'm pissed off because I just watched a video this morning of a cop who pulled over a motorcyclist, and he said, and I quote, if I could, I would shoot him. I need a paid vacation. So, I mean, you can think about what you want, right? I'm an individualist. I don't join any groups. Right, but they all back each other. They all back each other. Like the cop that was with him didn't turn him in. Do you know how they got found out? He thought his body camera was off. So the fact that his other officer didn't turn him in, isn't that like a conspiracy of crime to deprivation of rights?
Well, it would just
Okay,
be
but
that he wasn't.
I mean, if you've been on the job for a long time and you're more comfortable with the situations that you're dealing with each and every day as a police officer, I could absolutely see myself making that joke and laughing about it 100%. I could use a day off. And then just like literally never ever having that intention ever in my entire life.
Right. This is like me judging all Globers because some of them send me like death threats and talk about how they're going to like rape my wife and all this crazy stuff. It's like me saying all Globers on Discord are psychopaths and suck and blah, 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 because like a couple of them send me these crazy emails, right? I mean, like, Kosho, why are you not going and checking all these people that do that? If you don't go check them and tell them they can't do it and prevent them from doing it, then you're just as bad as them. And I'm just saying, it seems a bit disingenuous. Like, you have some validity to your point. I'm not dismissing in entirety. It's just the way you're saying it is like way too generalized. You know what I mean? Like, it's a bit more nuanced. If say you go train for many years and you find out, oh shit, I'm like stuck, and you can't really do what's right too much, and tons of people are corrupt. You either face like them setting you up like setting you up in a crime, like not having your back in a crazy dangerous situation, like all coming at you, whatever it is. So it's like I don't justify anyone not doing what's right, even if it's difficult. But I'm just saying, like, generalized lack of empathy is never the way.
Like a fraternity, right? Were you in a fraternity when you went to college?
No, hell no.
Well, I mean, but you can relate because you join one of these groups and then you turn your back on them. That's worse than not joining the group at all and then talking about it's just not easy to do, right? And when someone does do it, they're going to be, taken care of because that's part of the fraternity.
You're not supposed to go like snitch on all my college football teammates when
It's
they were doing something
exactly,
wrong. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
exactly. Now you might go to that teammate and say, "Look, I'm your brother. I'll die with you, but we need to take care of this together, right?" But you're not going to go snitch on them, basically. I mean, you might have to, but you don't. It's definitely a lot harder. It's going to take a lot longer. I definitely understand. I know cops that are my friends, and I know some bad ones and some good ones that I know personally. It's just one of the things, a part of being a group.
Yeah, like
Any group has that, right? Yeah.
I would never go to the football coach and be like, yeah, John, the slot receiver, is like addicted to cocaine and blah 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 blah. Like I'd be like, bro, you got to stop doing coke, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
Let me,
if
let me
I saw
respond
him about to
because
get caught, I'd be like, bro, watch out, because I don't know. It's just like you got to have context. I mean, I don't. I have the worst experience with cops ever. If I told you guys what happened to me through my life, you would almost think I'm lying because it's just such terrible luck, so unfair. I've had terrible, like the worst you can imagine, like pulled around a corner and kneed and put up against a brick wall on
I
purpose,
believe it.
making sure their body cams are off, and like intentionally lying about stuff to set me up and lying in police reports and all crazy stuff, right? But I'm not going to generalize all cops are just evil people because of that.
Hey,
that's not
everybody.
what I'm doing. I'm not saying that all cops are evil. I'm saying there's a small group of them, but because of the fraternity mindset and that blue line mindset, that the other ones are guilty by association. And if that's something that you can't really relate to,
Well,
I
I
don't know what to
understand
tell
it.
you.
I understand it. I don't necessarily disagree, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, you were 100% saying generalized sentiments. You were saying like you were saying cops only care about themselves and their own and stuff
He's
like
saying
that.
the way it
That's
came
not true.
across. I think we all get your point. I think he was just saying some of the ways you said it came across wrong, but it
Yeah.
might be like, I understand what both of y'all are saying, so
Hey
not
guys.
in
I agree
contention.
with your
It's just,
point.
Hey everybody.
I've
How's
been
it
saying
going?
that for years.
Hey everybody. Hey,
hey,
I
what's
was
up?
just, hey hey, good to hear you all on here. Hey, I was just listening to the conversation, and I just wanted to say, think of how hard that would be if you were in that little group and to get out of it, right? Like Witsit was saying, like that'd be like snitching on your teammates, but you're still going out and drinking beers at the bar every weekend with them at the same time. Like that would be really a difficult situation, right? To get out of.
Well,
But they
you're
snitch
less
on us
insensitive
every
than
day,
the
all day
person
long.
actually doing the bad
Mhm.
act. Like, if you're snitching on someone who's doing something bad, you're going to be viewed worse than the person doing the bad act.
Or anything else,
And
yeah.
that's called corruption.
Yeah, so there probably are people, but they will not say anything because of that reason. They're not going to. Like they're either going to have to like make a clean break, but they're not going to be able to like try to change that system from inside at all. It's
Larry is still making a valid point, though. Like, the system is super corrupt. It's set up to allow corruption. Corruption flourishes. It's the norm that they go around and they break the laws. They do whatever they want to. They lie to people, intimidate, cut their body cameras off tactically, cover for each other. This is the norm, and it is not okay. And this is a job that should be held at a much higher standard. You should honestly get paid more. You should have a higher IQ as opposed to the opposite. You should be like punished severely when you lie, and everyone should be holding each other accountable. So yeah, there would need to be a huge paradigm shift for it to be the right way.
Yeah,
And
isn't there a
not
way?
to eliminate it or to generalize them.
Yeah,
And
isn't there a
Whitson
way
is
to
also
tell if
correct
somebody?
with the generalization fallacy. There are good sheriffs out there that are like constitutional sheriffs that refuse to take federal funding, right? And they kick out the foreigners out of their land, saying, if you try to enforce that bullshit here, I'll have you arrested. So there are good cops. Thanks. Sorry.
Especially sheriffs, because they have to be voted in. So sheriffs are actually the most likely to not be corrupt because they actually have to be. The people have to approve of what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways of telling if people are have empathetic traits. I mean, they know enough about human nature to be able to tell if somebody has empathetic traits or not. I mean, there must be a way to tell. So you have people in there. It's a mostly left brain, narcissistic kind of associative group. So they're all kind of like in the same mindset. To break from that, which I was saying before, would be
almost impossible. But yeah, I understand what you guys are saying with it, and Larry, definitely you both have great points on this. There's no easy solution, but it isn't right. You're correct about that. That's what I think about most.
It's a necessary evil, I think.
It could be. That's possible.
Well, of course it is. Remember,
yeah.
the police as well. We also don't want them to be people that are, again, distrusting of their fellow police officers, right? So we have that whole element of brotherhood within that, inside of their fraternity. Why do they need to have that level of brotherhood? Because they need to be able to trust one another, that if something does go wrong and they need to protect other people, they need to not be afraid that this person's not going to stand by their side, right?
Yeah, it's like a crew on a ship. It's like a crew on a ship. If you're not tight,
Exactly.
like it's life and death is at stake. And there's
Yeah,
that's
a great point.
And this is where the necessary evil comes from. It's like, we don't want these men to be distrustful of one another and thus not be able to commit their actual duties. We need these people to be involved in dangerous situations, right? People in dangerous situations have to trust one another. And unfortunately, that level of camaraderie and brotherhood, it will eventually mean that they may end up geared toward the public in some way that they shouldn't be. But it's a necessary evil for them to operate under the umbrella of what we're asking them to do.
Now, just as like I consider us here in this community as like a wrench that we're able to like kind of throw a wrench so at least the gears stop for a second so someone takes notice. Well, there may be wrenches in their groups too. I'm sure there are, and I think I've even met some of them at times, that are trying to do something different, or at least they appear to be, and it seemed authentic. So, like, I believe that is true, like in the other larger groups, like the militaries and things like that, and also possibly the intelligence communities. Like, there's smart people everywhere that know how to think for themselves, but they are mostly in situations that are impossible to change once they're in it. So, this is the problem, like how people get stuck in life. So they get stuck in these groups too. Like they may even. Yeah, go ahead. I don't want to ramble.
Well, no, because like what you're saying is very true. So, like again, like how do we change it to where they have more authority that they can actually decide once they're in a bad situation that they might not continue it, right? These people swear like oaths and allegiances, right?
Yeah.
So then once you've done that, it's kind of like you're not worth your salt if you don't commit and work out the act or do the act that let's say Parliament has handed down that you are to then do. Well, maybe if we make a bit of a dispensation for this, right, which is that like we understand that the oath that they swear is maybe in one way stronger than what it should be toward a certain directive. And it's like, okay, I've met police officers that actively, because they don't believe in the war on drugs anymore, will avoid trying to look too hard into what you're doing when you're like taking, if you've got drugs or you're growing cannabis or any of this stuff, right? Because their own ideology and what they've done and what they've worked out tells them different. Well, like, what if we were to put into like the very makeup of what they do, of like a thing where it's kind of like, I feel like there should be a bigger proportionality of like officers being able to get together and go, wait a minute, we're in a unique situation in a community that's very different. There's a multivariant sort of analysis that has to go on in terms of what we think is right to police an area, right? Well, okay, if that is true, therefore these ideas of very like rigid statutes, right, and the way that the police should act toward certain crimes needs to change based on situations. How would you achieve that? I don't know whether it would be like like an oath type deal also toward the public, whether that is actually stronger and then is constitutionally backed up if they do that, right? If they decide to not follow an order, right? There's got to be like a framework though of law that is stipulated so that they're within inside of a law, so the law itself doesn't get too stretched and warped, right? There needs to be like an overlay that's created. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I agree with that on the strictness of like what they're actually doing and what they're upholding. But what was I going to say about that? Yeah. So I think part of the biggest problem may be that there's no ownership or personal responsibility for these agents or officers in certain areas. So most of the time, they're from different social classes, you know, and they don't live in the areas that they're policing. So they have, so that I think would be a good thing. And I don't know who's going to want to do that, right? Like in those places that are in, or those groups that are in place now. No one's going to say, let's do this. Like it's going to have to come somehow from the whole structure, but like there should be more ownership, that people that live in neighborhoods, there's people that care about their own neighborhood. So, but most of those people are in a situation where they can't get out of Maslow's pyramid. So they're not thinking about protecting, they're thinking about protecting themselves too, you know, like a family trying to keep it afloat. And that group we're talking about, the police forces, are trying to keep their ship afloat. The problem is they see everybody else, it would appear, and I could be slightly off in this, but maybe not, that everything outside of their vessel is us. They think we're trying to poke holes in their ship, right?
Yeah.
So preserve and protect, they're trying to stay afloat on this ocean where they're a hammer, like they only have one tool, hammer everything, looks like a nail head. So they think we're trying to poke holes in the ship. So they're just trying to float. It must be horrifying.
That's very, reminds me very much of like my whole argument against this like thing of so with like especially municipalities or government agencies, right? You have people that are working in these agencies, and they must realize at some point a certain part of their work or their, you know, a certain thing under their job title is redundant, that like it's either been completed or fixed, or, you know, this sector of work no longer needs to exist, right? And I always say that like the NHS, I believe, is operating in this way, right? That like a lot of it's become redundant, or should I say in proportionality of the size of the department, maybe even need to be changed, because it's like it's not the way it was before, right? Well, but then what's the incentive for someone to call out that, oh, okay, you need to fire me because my own job is now redundant? Who's going to do that? They're trying to protect their own living, right? So like I feel like when we have publics that are meant to, servants that are meant to serve the public, right? I feel like we need to have the ability for them to turn around and say that, guess what you're doing is redundant. Here's the reason why. And they're not afraid to do that, right? And the only way that we could make it to where people are not afraid to call out a certain sector of work as being redundant and not feasible or needed would be where there's a guarantee in legislation that if you do so, you will either be rewarded for doing that, or you will at least be retrained and put back into a position that's either higher paying or at least the same, right? Like there needs to be more of that going on.
You know what I think is the whole entire problem with this entire thing, and it's much bigger than just this one area.
Education.
Of enforcement. Yeah, and it has to, and it has to start from the very beginning of like finding out which personalities in the group, in the education center or whatever. I hate to say that because that's what they are. We don't want education camps. We should have something where people want to learn, and they do by nature want to learn. So the problem has been misguiding these people's talents and unique abilities. They're not checking to see, this is not being, like this needs to be done starting with the family to find out which children are really brilliant at certain things, and they all are. Yes. It's just that they haven't been utilized to their best advantage for themselves, for their area, for their family, for their neighborhood, for their city, town, whatever goes on. So it would be like you would find out. What I want to say real quick to make it short.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Is that it should be inherent, like to find out, okay, which one of you would like to help protect our neighborhood? And there's going to be people that are going to be good at that. And then there's also a way to check to, like, when people are saying things, now, do you really mean that, Johnny? Like, how do you mean it, Johnny? Do you think you would really like to go? And then some of them would go, no, I don't really mean it. I don't want to do that. But see, some of those people would end up in the forces, and that's what we have is people, they didn't really want to do it. They did it anyway for various reasons. There's tons of reasons. So it would be somebody that really inherently is like, what I feel inside is that I want to protect these women and children and others elderly or whatever in my town, in my neighborhood, that seems like something noble for me to do. Like this one person would say that, and several would. And those people would be the ones that truly would be good at it, because in their heart, that's what they want to do. That's what they're good at. And when people love what they're doing, they generally are very good at it.
Right, so this speaks of an example I'd like to bring in, right, which is that, like, they tell the poor people, right, that, like, if your child is very good at literature, for instance, right, but is really falling behind in mathematics, right, well, what do? They tell you to hire a tutor to teach him about mathematics. Well, okay, well, he's struggling with that, and then let's put more hours of work into the thing that he cannot grasp, and in doing so, let's fill his mind with, not only that topic, but the other multitude of topics that we're taught in linearized academia and curriculums, right, like, okay, let's fill this kid's mind with so much shit that the thing that he is extremely good at is something he doesn't have a lot of time to, involve himself in, practice at, and really exercise and, like become creative with inside of that sort of field. And it's kind of like, well, the rich have seemingly understood this for a while. It's kind of like, okay, your forte is this. Let's really nourish that forte, right? Well, this is an innate thing that's completely true. Look at Israel, a small nation, right? But they've got a very good military. Why is their military good? Well, their military is good because they have 3 years of national service per minimum, right? And then based off of the back of that, right? Like, do they just let people go, oh, I want to be a sniper because, like, I like Call of Duty, and no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work.
You're onto something, really.
So they don't.
Yeah.
So they don't do that. What they do is they go, wait a minute, this motherfucker here, his forte is clearly this. He's clearly good at it, right? In basic training, he showed an aptitude for mathematical understanding. He showed an aptitude for stillness and the ability to, like, be patient, right? And they go, okay, well, what does he perform well at? Well, we understand he wants to be a grunt and he wants to be charging in on the front line of battle, but, like, hang on a minute, this guy is a natural leader.
Yes, but also aptitude. I think you have to put a caveat. It's not just aptitude; it's why they want to use that skill too.
Of course.
So that's kind of a missing point right there, right? Isn't
But
it?
that's the education part that comes in. So
like the
in Israel,
why the individual wants to do this is extremely important, because, like, you could just have a great aptitude for it and say, I'm really good at this and want to do this, but I think the why needs to be explored when these choices are being made, just for the individual's own benefit.
But there is also an innate quality to being good at something, which is that what we're good at, we often enjoy, right? That's the difference between that's the difference between, like, an ideological framework that would be the dispensation as to why, or a philosophical and ideological level as to why this is good for me to do. It can be very different to what we're good at. So there's got to be a connection and a bridge made between that. I agree. So it comes down to the education, right? You want to be a sniper, but your aptitude makes it that you're very good at being this sort of role as a leader, but you don't necessarily understand why it is that it would be good for you to be a leader, and you can't see how you would enjoy it. So then that becomes a cipher that we must educate into people. We have to cipher.
Yeah, exactly.
We have to show how they could enjoy it. We need to look at what is a way that a person that's predisposed to this type of work and is good at it, how could we put a cipher in there to show them how they could enjoy it, maybe, like, and Israel's military does this very well.
Yeah, that it's really good to talk with you, Crackville. It's been a while, and that's really important. Like that deciphering, like you said, determining like the whys about why this person wants to do this, and maybe certain abilities or skills that others can see, which is always true, right? Like, it's not easy for us to see. Others could go, well, look, you're really good at this, so have you thought about this kind of track? And then that opens up other things. And this is something that was never done when I was growing up. Like, it was a big failing, because, like, I had really strong desires to do really technical things, and I'm really good at those things. And it wasn't explored fully. Also, the social aspect of going out and fending for yourself and being responsible and true to oneself, and being responsible with those skills, and being, like, like being able to go out and knock on doors and say, here's my skills and I would like to work for you for these reasons. So you know, like that wasn't really explored, and things people get cut off at the knees right about then when they're about to go into the world because they really haven't explored, and nobody really has cared enough to like find out what this person is truly good at, and then why don't we align those people's skills with what they're good and what the general society needs. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
I came up with that idea. In class, online, everybody on YouTube, everybody online be the peer review while you're in school for all the science and everything. All the
Yeah.
Maybe in a sense, this is what life is about, Sonny. Have you considered? I take it you automatically you're sort of
to grade
a
12.
skeptic and beyond.
Wait a minute. I couldn't hear you. It cut off a little bit. What'd you say? Is it Jesui?
Yeah. I was going to say, well, Denmark is cut off a bit. I would like to
Yeah.
hear him finish, but I'm
Yeah.
just breaking
Also.
up a bit.
Yeah, me also.
But I don't recall speaking to you before. You're at least a globe skeptic and beyond, but maybe in a sense that this is what life is all about. We are thrown into this sort of ultra individual experience, and in spite of what others say, we come to learn what we are best at.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
Sonny's
that's
actually a
You
very
know,
ardent
I will
flat
just,
earther, by the way.
hang on. I will just say because we're given a sort of a mirror in a sense. We have heliocentrism, Big Bangism, where our life means ultimately nothing, and any
Yeah.
wasted opportunities in the past are gone and lost forever, my darling Clementine. Or else coming to flat Earth and beyond,
That can't be
then
overlooked.
there is a greater existence, eternal existence to us. So yes, maybe that's what life is about: to be thrown in the deep end, separated from everything, and coming to find out what you're best at as an individual. I'm
Yeah, I
done.
think maybe that's why we're here in the first place, right?
Well, I think actually that speaks of a bigger point of like, and I spoke about this literally yesterday, which is really weird that you two just brought that up, right? Like, why are we here? I feel like why we're here in terms of like, why do we build houses, right? If you're a believer in the Bible, for instance, right, you would know the fallen nature of man necessitates that we eventually needed to learn how to build houses, right? And to refine our skills. Why would that be? Because now we effectively have to eat off of the sweat of our brow, right? We are stewards of the land. The land does serve us to a certain extent, but it doesn't serve us in the same way as it did before in the Garden of Eden. Before, if you were tired, you know, you would just you weren't necessarily ever to be tired. You could probably stand up for 25 days, like who knows, right? If you were comfortable, maybe you go and lie up against a lion, right? You know, you're not ever feeling like you're being rained on or exposed to things that you cannot cope with, because now we're fallen and now we work by the sweat of our brow. The land no longer serves us directly like that. But like, well, why is it that we, you know, the very knowledge that we took from the tree, right, of wisdom and good and evil, and the knowledge of good and evil, that
we were
stuff.
Pinocchio.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Were
think
we Pinocchio, and we have to
Yeah.
make our way through? What do you reckon? And Pinocchio was made of wood, right?
And then they ended up with the asses, right?
Well, Pleasure Island. Pinocchio is Italian for pine eye, the pine tree. I'm sure you have a lot to say about the pine tree crack film.
Do I?
Do it, yes, but do it in a Tinker Irish accent. Please do.
I would do so, but I really can't be doing it right now, you know. I really can't be doing it as we speak right now. My Tinker accent's not so good right now, actually, but
Hey, so listen, I was going to say, because this brought up something really important for me, I think. So I think that's why some of us that our position about, or our feelings about what Glovers feel, what Glovers are, like that belief is like us, I think a lot of us like that know Earth is flat and stationary, which it is in our experience. No one can deny that. So it is what it is, but that we are stewards of this place. Like we are the stewards, and I think in some ways, some of us feel that could be how my feeling. I'm just like using this as a third-party observer, trying to, but that we feel that the globe is like, once we found out these informations about the nature here, that like the globe is like you've given up your stewardship, like you're giving away your stewardship, and now it's time to go somewhere else. No, like that's like this. We have everything we need here. It was made for us. And so I say today, for a message for today is don't give up your stewardship. You take ownership.
You
of
will
this
be
place.
asked.
Yours
Hey,
as much
Sonny.
as it is mine and everyone else's.
Hey, Sonny, you will be asked a question at the Bifrost Bridge. So, depending on what we come to learn, I'm not speaking from any particular point of view here, but yes, the Queen has just died, the Queen of the West,
I know.
who was the steward. And I would ask you a question. Why did the Queen have no passport? And why is the Queen Elizabeth II, it has to be the second as well, who died, all the twos surrounding her in the year 22. Anyway, why did the Queen have no passport? And also, why did the Queen have her personal car, which had no license plate?
No driver's license. I can answer that. I can answer that question.
I was hoping Sonny might, but okay.
You go first, Sonny.
I could answer. Yeah. Is the word because she's a living spirit and they know that she's superfluous? Is that the right word?
Superfluous.
Yeah.
I mean, extraneous.
Yeah, that means they know this, and she didn't need any of those things.
But hang on, a steward. What does a steward do? Hang on, please. What's the job of a steward?
What?
What's the job of a steward? What's the task of a steward? What's a steward held to?
You're like the governor.
Place in waiting,
like
isn't it? Isn't it a place in waiting, bud? It's a place in waiting.
You're like the gardener of your garden. You do the perimeter. You set the boundary. You make the rules inside for your garden.
The steward is only a place in waiting for the true king. We are all true kings and queens, but Jesus is the King of Kings. We are not of this earthly realm. So if you claim authority over this earthly realm, then you can have it. You can shove it up your arse.
Can I answer that question now?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so I'll go over here. The reason why she didn't have a driver's license is because she could afford to be educated properly and she knew the definition of driver. So, according to Black's Law Dictionary, here we go. Which cops, they don't know the answer to this. Right, but if you ask me any definition about my job, I could define it for you. But here it goes. Driver, one employed in conducting a coach, carriage, wagon, or other vehicle with horse, mules, or other animals, or bicycle, tricycle, or motor car, though not a street railroad car. Right? One that's employed. So you need a license to be an electrician. You need a license to repair. Right, a license in commerce,
Larry,
right?
What about
Because
a
it would.
passport? Why doesn't the Queen have a passport, Larry?
Because
she's sovereign.
That goes to
But
what
she
I'm
was.
saying. Yeah, listen.
Thank you, Larry. That's perfect. That's the answer I was going to
Yes,
get.
that's what I was saying. It got right back to the heart of the whole thing. I was saying yes, because they know this. They know they were above it. And so that's it. So she was completely free. Think about that. Whatever she was, whatever that thing was. I don't know. Excuse me, Your Majesty. But
Yes, but what if
rest
she's
in
a
peace,
steward
but-
and waiting for you to come into your own kingship, What if she's waiting for you? What if she's the best person in the world, waiting for you, sick and tired of it, waiting for you to wake
How
up?
would I know? Yeah, how would
Actually,
I know?
I believe that would be the case, and maybe the truth even with Elizabeth, and that's a very like fucking mad opinion to hold. And what you just stated,
Oh, you Brits! Oh my God, you Brits are.
well,
so...
I hate the monarchy in a sense, but
so
Queen,
attached to this woman.
listen to this. I'm not attached to her at all. Actually, I'm a complete opposite. But there were qualities about her, right? And her addresses at Christmas and stuff like that, and the way she talked about Messiah and different things that she said. Some of that stuff is valuable, right? I can't take that away. It had inherent value.
Yeah.
Then there's the Jimmy Savile stuff, isn't there? The
Listen, there we go. But then we go. It's like, are the fruits of these people what they purport with their mouths? Maybe not.
Yeah, listen. To be honest, for myself, I'm not that educated in like what Her Majesty may have said, statements she made. But what I do notice is that she did have a different glimmer in her eye when I see the younger pictures of her. Yes, she looks stunning, and when she was younger. But I don't know like what goes on in those halls of power. It must be something
Definitely
that we can
No one
never
does,
even
bud.
totally imagine.
Hang on, don't
maybe
denigrate yourself in any way whatsoever. No one does.
No one has a
does.
clue.
it might be supernatural what they are doing in those halls of power.
We live in a metaphysical reality. Do you believe that the Creator is real, Sonny?
Yes, absolutely. Without a
But then
doubt.
we're in a supernatural reality. We're in
I
a
know. I know.
metaphysical
I
imposition.
wake I wake up to this every single day,
I
and my
smoke.
new question is this. Like, so once we find out what this place is, right? Now what I start asking myself, and I got in this big, huge
Who are we in
argument
it?
with Helio last night because he wouldn't let me finish explaining what I meant. And this happens to me a lot in life. Most of my life, people do not understand where I'm coming from because they're not even in the same color. You know, if that makes it more
You fucking racist.
No, so listen, no, the reason I say the
Yeah,
color, like
Julio, down by the schoolyard.
no, the spectrums of the color of like which realm I'm talking in. So sometimes it takes some time to
I completely
explain
understood you, don't worry.
perspective changes, like
Yeah.
like what my perspective is, and for them to understand, I'm not talking about your perspective. And actually, my question out there is, what this place is not that, because we know what it is more now, the more than I ever have, and all of you guys show me that every day, and you as well. But where is this now? I asked this last night. Got a huge argument from Helio, and God bless him. I love Helio, but that's not the point. The point is, I'm saying they said Earth is here. And I said, that's not the answer to my question. What I'm asking out to the ether myself is, we know this whole earthly system, whatever it is, it's on foundations, it's sitting there somewhere. So every here has a location. So, and it's not, it's a rhetorical question, really, actually, right? It's just a question that I'm asking.
Right?
You know, and I'm
So
just urging others
let
to
me,
like,
okay,
because
could
like
you ask the
that's
question
like
to
we
the
don't know
ether?
where this whole thing is.
Yes,
We're in a
okay.
weird place.
So, okay,
Where
Sonny,
is
take it
it?
easy. So, because you asked the question to the ether, consider my answer to this. I refer you to the Gospel of Thomas, where the disciples asked about heaven. He said, if you look for heaven beyond, in the skies, the birds will precede you. If you look for him beneath you in the seas, the fish will precede you. Rather, heaven is without and within. And when you come to these
Okay.
recognitions, then you will not taste death. I didn't quote that
Okay,
exactly.
okay, now
Just say
I'm going
it's
to get to,
intelligence.
I want to get
It's
to
just intelligence.
I want to get to hypercritical explaining
Yes.
now what I'm asking, because this is the
Okay.
problem I had, and it's not, you're not wrong in your answer, but
Everybody's
I'm going to
here.
make it very
There is
clear.
no here.
I'm going to make it very, very clear what I'm asking. God or the Creator went to work one day, right? Before day one, in the beginning,
No,
right? God went to do something, right? And
no.
right? God
Hang on,
didn't go
hang
to
on.
do anything.
Just
Could
continue,
you let
I'm
Sonny.
me
just
finish?
answering him. He asked the question. He gave
Yeah,
a
but
pause. I said
let him
no.
get it out, Demok. This is
Let
all
me finish.
flat earthers and beyond
Well, why
here.
is he pausing? Why
Could
is he
you let
getting
me
a
No
finish?
pause?
one has any
Could you
answers,
let me
Demok.
finish, please? Could you
Let
let
him
me
ask,
finish?
ask the question.
I didn't finish yet. So could you let me finish?
Yes, please continue, Sonny.
Okay, so whatever happened on that day, if it was a day, it doesn't matter. At that point, there was a location, was it not?
Why are you trying to ask these
No,
questions?
See, it wasn't a
Why are you trying to
location.
ask
Okay,
these
so
questions?
Earth
He's
was
not
made
no.
where?
Show us
Where was
where.
Earth made? Where was Earth
Show us
made?
what location.
Where was
I'll wait.
Earth made? Where was
What are
Yes,
Earth
you
it is
made?
talking
true.
about? Don't know
I'm
what you're
ask,
talking about. You're
I'm
making a lot of weird
asking a
stuff up.
rhetorical. I'm
Okay,
asking a rhetorical
okay,
question out to God Himself. The
So you'll never
question
get
I'm
a real
asking.
okay,
answer. You're
okay.
just
Let me
getting
answer.
rhetorical
Okay, but you're
Demok,
bypassing my question.
I have an
You're
answer.
bypassing
I
my
have an
question.
answer, bud. I have an answer which will coincide with what the question you're
Okay,
asking.
so let me ask
Because
it
I
once again,
mentioned it.
in a
Okay,
couple of
but
words.
Demok,
Where
please stop
is
interrupting,
this
bud.
place where Earth was created?
Okay,
Where is it?
yes. Is the question. And I would say I've come to terms with it as well because what you ask is such a pertinent question. Descartes got it wrong with his cogito ergo sum. He got it wrong. He left out a little bit, just one two letter preposition. I think, therefore I am. he left out, a fundamental aspect purposefully, because it's all a bullshit story. He never existed. What, he got his inspiration inside an oven? Let's look for the clues. But here's the point, bud. My answer to you, Sonny, would be, well, in the form of this, what I'm going to say, I think, therefore I am at. We have to decide where we're at. And the only way we can be anywhere is because or think anywhere is we're at somewhere.
Your imagination is the
Okay, I
real
got.
answer.
Yeah, that's pretty close, Demok. Actually, that's pretty good. First in the mind of God, and then by the fruits of his lips.
So look, this is just a real casual question I'm asking, like in my heart of hearts, like I'm just like a child and I'm just asking this question myself, not asking you. I'm not insinuating anything of you guys.
We
I'm
should talk lower.
I'm not like making real like solid delineations of any of the language or anything. It's just my question is like, God, like look, it's like a prayer. I'm saying, God, where am I? You know, where is this whole place, the whole system? Where is it?
You
Like,
remind me
is
of
it in
someone.
God's realm? Like, is it in heaven? Is that just where He is always? And that's where He
No.
started. So okay.
There's a war in heaven, Sonny. There's a war in heaven. I'm a literalist. Is there a war in heaven right now?
No, I think I've like been. I think we came from there. Yeah, I know.
Okay, bud.
No, there's a war in your mind, Pete.
There is
Okay,
that.
Demok,
Yeah,
I'm
there is
interested in
that.
what you have to say, of course. Sonny, can you take a break a second, please? Because we've all been here a long time talking about these things. But Demok, so you're saying that heaven and hell are in my mind, but I'm in my body. So is there a division
everything that
between my
you
body
guys
which
talk about.
represents heaven
Well,
and
can
hell?
I answer you?
Yeah.
You're
Once
just
I get my
gonna talk
question
for
out,
15
Dan,
hours.
that was only 10, 15
15
seconds.
hours of Pete. Give you a second every 15 hours. We know. So it's in your mind. Everything
Don't
you
try to make me
speak
feel bad,
is
bud.
what.
You don't know
Holy
me.
mel- Can I get 3
You
seconds
don't know
out?
me.
I'm
Yeah,
muted,
don't try
but
to
these
make me
guys
feel
get to
bad,
talk
bro.
over me all fucking
Seriously,
day.
come on.
That's
Seriously,
weird.
let him. Come on.
Yeah, I
Shut
want
up.
to hear you, Denmark.
Shut
Denmark, I
up.
want to hear you.
All
Yeah.
right,
Let him
I
go.
am
Let him.
listening. I see what's happening here, Pete. Maybe you need to take like a 5-minute break or something. Is that what needs to happen? Should I give you a warning? Yeah,
No,
I
just
think I'm gonna just give you.
just let him go for it. Come on.
I'm saying that everything everybody says, just like me from a child till now, it's what I've attained in my own thoughts, my own personal thought idea. So whenever I express anything that I've gained the information, no matter what I got it from, a Bible, my grandma down the road, the cop, the judge, a little kid, a snake, it doesn't even, a turtle, it doesn't even matter. A cat, I'll just keep changing. It doesn't matter. So at the end of the day, everything you're doing is from what your interpretation or whatever your comprehension is. I mean, it's from you.
It's
Pete,
internal.
Pete,
So you're saying
yeah.
it's all internal. Now, look, I agree with you also there.
If we're in our body and our mind, where, or who has just said that that's where we are? Where are we when we're dreaming? Are we in our body then?
I'm more asking where we are in our like where this whole place is physically, where it exists.
Yeah, but
I want to answer that one.
defining physical at this point?
When we're dreaming,
Yes,
where
you're
are
in your
we?
body when you're dreaming, because when the significant other's sitting there and you smack them accidentally and they wake you up and say, quit smacking on me while you're dreaming, and you're like, man, I was just falling down this rabbit hole. Like, sure, you're still there.
Okay.
Yes,
Can we be
yeah, I'm
more
with you. I'm
intellectual
with you,
about
Denmark.
this and responsible in our conversation? Is that okay? Is that too much to ask at this late stage of the game?
Pardon me. I'm sorry. I didn't hear.
I said, can we be more intellectual and responsible at the tone of our conversation? Is that too much to ask at this late stage of the game, Sonny?
It's not too much.
No, it's
Okay.
not too late.
But that's what I'm saying.
Well,
It's
to
not as
be
if
fair, hold
anyone
on,
has
Pete.
nothing to
Really, to
say
be
about
fair, he
this.
did say when Sonny posed the question, he said, "I'm just asking this in my childlike innocence."
Yes.
Sure, but I was the one that got muted then, and I'm trying to answer it responsibly, reasonably, heartfeltly, and lovingly.
Yeah, just sweet. You are, and we just need to take turns, like myself
That's
too.
okay. I might take a break. I can go over to IPS's channel and have a great conversation with people all night. No worries about that.
Jeremy. Oh my God, Jeremy.
But
What are you
we're
doing?
trying to get
Breaking
places.
code?
The reason I mentioned
What's up?
it hard.
Someone mute the moderator,
Bro, what the fuck?
Okay, continue, just
Odd
sweet. I
did
couldn't hear
that.
it.
Odd did
Guys, you
that.
can go to.
Expressing my
Hold on
frustration
one
and
second, please.
fury.
Pete, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Jeremy, you were hot
Go to
micing like
IPS.
crazy, Jeremy.
And that because I tried to jump in and say something. Pete, if you want to go to IPS and have a conversation and talk all over everyone there and make it so no one can hear anything, go ahead. But when you're here, you need to control yourself and not talk over people. Thanks.
Can I answer that question with the where are you when you're dreaming?
Where is IPS?
Before you do that, Larry, can I at least have the courtesy of allowed to be responding to Jeremy? I tried to be courteous, Jeremy.
Yo, there ain't no response needed for what I said.
You're a big powerful man now with your moderator button. Off you go, whoever is next. Fuck Piche. He's only an Irishman.
It's okay, Just Sweet. Could you just go ahead, man. I think you got the floor for now. Please.
Yeah, Pete, if you got something to say, bro, go ahead. I'm not gonna stop you.
Okay. I was trying to say something, but I got muted, and Jeremy accuses me of talking over everyone. There's a very deeper conversation going on here. That's all I'm concerned with. But it's a difficult arena, right? When I said to Sonny, that was my direct answer, Sonny. Your question was, where are we actually? What the heck is going on? We're replacing a specific spot. Are we located somewhere in a material universe? This is why I referred to Descartes. That's all. It's all about where we're at. We have to decide where we're at before we can come to know where or who we are. That's my answer to that. And of course, I can I can write a book about this. Not to mind develop my thoughts to you here. I'm done now.
Is your name Pete, J-Sweet? Is that what people are calling you?
Yes, bud.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Piche, I have my own channel, Piche, I'll put in chat. But just Sweet Dodo, which is I am Dodo, is my screen name here.
I know a little bit of French. So I was just going to say, nice to meet you. My name's Sonny. Good talking with you today. And
Likewise, Sonny. Excellent, bud.
For me, listen, it's very emotional because it's the conversation that is so empowering for me. And so fundamentally like spiritual nourishment for me, you know?
So wonderful. There's a connection between us all.
Yeah, like, wow, I'm so grateful. Like, I have tears in my eyes now because I've had some just amazing experiences with other flat earthers, like at the meetup, and then I went sailing with a flat earth dude for 3 days over the weekend, and I haven't been on a boat since 1988. You know,
fucking
so like I'm
brilliant,
crying
bro.
right now. And you know what? I'm as good a fucking sailor as I always was. And
Yeah,
wow.
buddy. Flat Earth, dude. I'm so happy that you two got to do that together. That's
Hey, Sonny, how long are you a non-glober for? I mean, is it a recent sort of
Listen,
revelation?
I spent a whole lifetime, actually, in your perspective, a whole lifetime, but in my perspective, several different lifetimes, 58 years until I found out the earth was flat, even though I'd sailed thousands upon thousands of miles on the ocean.
How long ago, though?
5
years
6
ago.
5 years or 6? Oh, that's unbelievable, Brad. Brilliant. That's so brilliant. But it's to show you that we can be fooled our whole lives.
Saved my life.
Something's before our faces and we refuse to see it.
Well, guess what? I often struggle to understand the plight of a lot of you flat earthers that feel like you were very much lied to, and I had people attempt to lie to me about this shit. But like, I'm a little bit different in my story, aren't I, Sonny? Because like, I wasn't brought up as like a typical Glover, right? I was brought up as a geocentrist, right? Like my whole life.
I know, and that's why I appreciate Crack Villain from the very beginning. I'm like, holy shit, really? Wow, someone that like I never knew. I want to be perfect, come clean. You know, like I was born in 1958, and NASA was created in 1958. NASA's been lying to me my whole entire life since I was born, the same month actually.
Wow. Sonny from Somerset. What a fucking enigma that is also.
What? How did I get here? That's why I said I'm from Somerset. How did it fucking get here? I'm in San Diego.
Somerset.
Well, the problem is the sun. The sun is always set in Somerset, and it's often not feeling like it's summer in Somerset, right? And everyone
said in Winterfell,
Crackville. Yeah. Well, you know that's the point. Is that like sunny from Somerset? It's never fucking sunny in Somerset.
I think of the day when I'd sail to Somerset in the sunny summer days in southern England.
Now, 1 second, please. Sonny, My pleasure to meet you, my friend. Are you ready to go to the next layer, the thing that you have overlooked? Because you've understood now, you've awoken to, you've been a sailor all your life, on the sea all your life. You just didn't have the context for your thinking because all of the giants of science, your parents, all of the community couldn't be lying to you. And then you came to realize 6 years ago that the earth was flat, the water was flat. We just had a limit to our vision because we are, fallible human creatures, of course, created definitely that way. But here is the next layer. It's like an onion. Remember the Beatles told us layers of the onion. Have you now decoded something else? When you look elsewhere, you can look down or you can look up. Have you decoded anything when you look up? And here's my cryptic question to you, Sonny, specifically, which is what is the closest thing that you've decoded when you look up? That's a bit cryptic.
I see the star clock. Like I see it. The clock is there. It's amazing to me because these
Okay.
following us over us for
You
all
immediately.
Okay.
You forgot about the clouds, bud.
I want
You
to
forgot
talk
about the
about
clouds. The
depth
clouds are in
perception.
your feet. The clouds are above your head. The clouds are in the air.
Right. True.
The
True that.
perception of depth. When you say this, the sun and the stuff's 240 million miles away, but yet we can never see them down below the horizon at 33 degrees, 18 degrees,
Yes.
20. Like looking
Yes.
back, there's a
Yeah.
really big problem. Here's another thing: the sun is supposed to be 93 million. So, at what point, from the perspective of being real big on the horizon, like looking like super huge, do we ever see it actually appear to be like what it's supposed to look 93 million miles away? Have we ever even seen that distance, like what it would look like compared to how it looks close to us?
Yeah,
Like,
that's a great
so
point.
I have it right above my head, right? And perception of the
Uh-huh.
atmosphere and everything, bring it into my perspective, right? Now, when it's horizontally out or it's nighttime and the air is clearer and everything, why can't I see it down below the thing? I mean, it's 93 million miles away, and after all, it is the sun. The Earth is like a grain of sand to it. It should appear to be itself at some point in time, but it never does. It's always just a great, the ball, however big it is, above our head, a certain millimeter or whatever, and then you get to the horizon, and it's like 3 times that size, right? Which is weird, opposite of what's supposed to happen. And then why doesn't it get bigger and bigger still as it gets back, or like appear to be itself away from the curve, like
All
away
of
from
that.
us?
Yeah, Denmark, all of that. Like how it light is on west-facing windows at sunset. How that light is responding to the angularity of your perpendicular walls and
Yes,
horizontal
and you lose
floors.
all depth perception at the stars
Right?
and the sun. You lose all depth perception at a certain distance. It all becomes one depth. It all becomes like you have one eye at a certain distance.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
close your eyes. Yep.
They can't claim that this thing is that far away and still is acting like as it is a local light source, and everything we can see empirically about the way light works. Like I mentioned, west facing windows, the sunset, how that light and shade or light and dark is traversing on your, like how it actually occurs is from top down, as we all know. Well, if it was going beyond a geometric curve, then that light would click off at a point and it would be going the opposite direction. Like it wouldn't be how it is from above.
We would see angles of light instead of like any straight form of light coming horizontally, and then as soon as they hit that point down, we would see the angle, the 33 degrees of light coming up the angles, and that's what we
it
see
would go
anyway. It's
up.
33 degrees above our head. We see directly above or 33 degrees of light, and that's it. That's
Yeah,
how
so
it works.
here's my take on it. That like on your floor, if you're a west facing window, that if that was a globe, that light would go up, and behind it would be a clear delineation of dark, and that would go up, then up the back wall, and then forward on the west facing wall, and it would just click off when it got to the geometric end. It wouldn't. There's no way if it was that far, if it was able at that distance to produce that much light. Like it would never act as it does. It acts as a local light source. This can be tested, right? This is testable.
And can you see the sun like reacting with stars? Like, does it react toward the day and the night? Like, do you see them get brighter or dimmer or anything? Like the moon reacts, right?
No,
Does the stars
yeah.
react to the sun? No.
We saw the moon coming up 2 nights in a row over the weekend, and it was coming up right in the middle of these clouds. Now, the first night, the lit portion, it was a kind of a tilted at a 10 o'clock and 4 o'clock kind of. but the lit portion was on top, and the whole thing was coming up amongst clouds with clouds in front and clearly in back and lighting up this whole thing. So
Yeah.
now the next day at noon, we spotted the sun. It was almost directly, well, not west, but northwest, and it had clocked all the way around. So the lit portion was now on the bottom, and it had like actually shifted from southeast to northeast. It like in 24 hours, it clicked, boom, and it ratcheted clockwise in its orientation. So the lit portion was now on the bottom in the daytime the next day. That was only like 12 hours difference. That was
Well, did you
crazy.
smoke the crack in the pipe, or did you put it up in a cigarette? Did you roll it in a doobie? Same night, I mean.
No, man. Only cannabis, only cannabis, and a quarter of a teaspoon of my moonshine I make myself. And
Well,
maybe
don't worry
some
about
beer.
that. That
Yeah,
takes us
my
to the
friends drink
truth.
beer. I had a couple beers. I don't drink. I'm not a drinker anymore. So, but I could have a couple beers.
That sounds so.
Yeah, it was fun.
How could? Yeah, science will not be able to relate that. There's no way automatically. So we're beyond official science. But Democ, if we take his testimony to be so, is there any way of explaining this in your mind? Because you brought up the question about the stars, and of course I agree with you, bud. But what's going on there? I have thoughts in it myself, of course, as you know. The moon, all the stars, all the skylights are just reflections. We get to see them through the medium of the atmosphere, which is mostly the water and different degrees of water, but it's also, everything is observer dependent reflections. The same pinpoint source is emanating, but we get to see it through differing and various and sundry degrees.
And I wanted to answer, to be fair, Pete, that I didn't answer your question. I've always striven, is that a correct word, to try to be ready for the
Strove.
next
Yeah, you've
layer.
always strove.
I've always
Strived.
strove to be, I've strove.
Thrived.
I've strove in my life to be prepared for the unwrapping of that next layer, whatever it may be. That's the type of person I've always been. And I believe I'm a recorder of sorts because I recorded everything in this experience, and I can recall it as
Excellent.
a full immersion 3D full motion picture as
Okay.
memories, things that happened when I wasn't even walking yet. So I still have all of those in clear picture, full color films.
I have
And
a
they get
similar story
feedback.
myself. I
Now
remember,
listen,
I
some
reckon,
of
when
listen, some of the
consciousness-
traumatic things, and I know I go ramble off into other subtopics, and I'll stop after a second here. But like all of those experiences. What was I going to say about that? So yeah, I think I'm here. I think my purpose
Strive,
is
striven.
to record. But I've always been trying to or willing to go. Like I could be wrong, and at first when I was younger, I had very little security about myself, like because I didn't understand like who I truly was, and it took, like some of us are late bloomers, and I feel like I could.
First name, bud. Bunny, what's your first name?
My real first name?
Yes, your creator, your parent given name, your creator given name, if you don't mind.
Oh, Gerald.
Gerald, nice one. That's a fine Irish name, Gerald. I'm Peter, of the Sheehan family here in Ireland, King of Era, highest authority on the land. The problem with us saying that, we recognize maybe the legal name, and that all the governments, all of the higher authorities work for us. If we say, I'm the highest authority on this land, and you point to a globe earth where Ireland is, they'll go to you, well, that's okay, we'll fucking go along with you in all of your fantasy because they know better. We live on hang on, I'm getting to a point, we live on a flat stationary earth surface, right? So you're a highest authority on the land, flat land that juts above the invading waters, but that makes all of us of the same kind. Now, I posted a video to you, Jared, in chat, and I think Jared, particularly an Irish name, this is coming from an Irish man, that's talking about the skylight, that's talking about the moon, that's talking about the far beyond. What I mentioned earlier on was, remember, you came to the realization, sailing all your life, that the water was flat. I'm finished now, the water was flat, now you got to look at the intermediary and where the clouds are. And here's what I would say to you: at every step of the way, you have to question yourself and assume that you're wrong to the best of your ability. And it's only when you can't find fault then you move forward.
That's the only way I can capture. That's the only way we can capture what is true. What is true is if I get rid of what I think is true first. That way I can be open for what is actually true, and reality becomes more clear to me. And it's just a
You
gradual.
already knew the truth, Gerard, the minute you were born. You knew it all. We were just expanded. We were born into a foreign land, taught a foreign language, led away from the truth, fed a foreign food. Now we're coming back to it. So you got to come back to something, a knowledge within yourself.
I don't think you're really Irish, Pete. I mean, your accent's not even that good.
Well, Jeremy, let's hear your Irish accent.
I can't
My
do an Irish
Irish
accent.
eyes are
Yes, well, I can do an
small.
Irish accent. I can do a Limerick accent as well. I'm not typical Limerick or typical Irish.
Yeah,
Potato.
listen, there's an Irish branch of our,
Hey, listen, that's racist. Whoever said potato, fucking at least put him on mute for 20
listen,
seconds or something.
listen,
That's
I have a-
racist against the Irish.
I'm sorry. I'll become completely transparent here. Look, I have a very regal name, and I've always questioned that. So here it is. I'm Gerald Francis.
You say you were a transparent Gerald?
The third. Don't forget the third. You wait for the third. You don't speak in between. I'm sorry. Shit, where'd that come
Just
from?
sweet potato.
That's funny. That's funny. But I will say to you, anyone who's listening, and this is a wondrous sort of platform we're allowed.
Yeah.
And we're all living in her now. We all have our own story. Fuck knows what anyone else would make of our own story if we had the time, the inclination to tell it. But yes, we never know we're going to get our next clue. Life is emergent. And this is what I hold to, Gerald. I remember, I'm not going to dwell on it, but I think back to when the moment of consciousness came into me. Clarified something with my mother. But the point I'm making, I had the distinct thought, where am I? What's going on? I was always aware of myself, you know what I mean? But the lies and perpetrated around me, the reality encompassed around me, it's the same for all of us. We sort of got lost, and maybe that's what life is about, as I said at the start. And remember, life is lie of F. Lie is in the word life. It is also if L or I fell. If we're in a fallen state, I think we can all remember back to the lullaby, Rockabye Baby on the treetop, when there was massive felling going on of trees. And also, last thing to say, beautiful melody, horrible fucking story, horrible tale of falling from grace.
Falling. I heard you. I like. That's awesome. But listen, I go by Sunny because literally my mother almost died. She hemorrhaged after she had me, and they brought me into her for the first time in the sunshine, and she named me Sunny, my little Sunny, and was my childhood nickname.
Sunshine.
And I went back, and that's so much more powerful. Listen, know that this earth is flat and I'm sunny, the sun shine in on me, and it still does, and I'm here to report on it. It's beautiful. It's like I don't know, man. I'm like having this new awakening where
It's
I'm
not
just
you
like
though.
open, I cry out, and the maker
as well,
gives
bud.
back to me, and I can just forget myself because and just live life and it's so beautiful, and I'm discovering things that I knew in my childhood, and I'm going back to those connections with my nature and the nature
That's so
around
wonderful,
me. And it's like, wow.
Well, that's what I'm saying to you. There's more to go, bud. There is more to go, and I don't think you've met Pete Shea yet. So definitely, everyone here will know that I speak in my own language in a sense. But
And you know those tears you get.
I always claim, Jared, that yes, we all knew this stuff from the start. There's no one here exceptional outside of anyone else. We're all the same kind. You represent Adam, the female represents Eve, and the greater story is scripted out for us. We are greater than the material story because we come to recognize we're greater than the material. That's all.
And you know the maker tells me that I'm forgiven every day, and I tend to not believe it sometimes. Like, how could I possibly be forgiven? And I am, and I get washed clean. Like, I don't know how that happens, but I'm so grateful because I get to I get reborn every single morning. I wake up, I'm still here, and now instead of not wanting that, I rejoice in it, and I'm so like I could be reborn. Like
Listen to this, Jared. Listen to this. Listen to this, bud. As I'm speaking in the now, where all there is the now. I don't know who I'm talking to, but listen to this. I haven't seen my beautiful son Stephen in 8 years. I take now the quote from the Bible from Jesus' own lips, which is, if you diminish the children, if you offend the children, it's better that the millstone be tied to your neck and you're thrown into the deep. That's not literally about physical abuse. Obviously, that's terrible as well. It's also mental abuse. If you send your children, I get to the point as well. If you send your children, I don't mean to put this so forcefully, but if you send your children to school and you know that they're teaching them a lie, well, then that's on you because you have diminished yourself, being the parent, the most prominent, heartfelt carer, creator in a sense of that beautiful, wondrous entity. But then that is the biggest crime on you. And you know, Jared, I haven't seen my son in that amount of time because I wouldn't do it to him. I wouldn't do it to him.
Wow. Yeah. Now that like grace has been given to me, you know, that I can we're not able to transmit something we don't have. So now that I've been giving these gifts, I can give them to others around me and be kind in any circumstance. And it works out for me because I go into the world intuitively, and I've been harmed terribly because of my impulsiveness and my intuitiveness to get reckless. And I'm glad I've survived. I've had a rough time, and it's all been by my own hand, of course, which it always is, right? In this learning process, some of us have had to have some brutal lessons learned, and I think that's just because of who we are inherently, that our Creator knows me so well that I think now that I'm getting the message, it's taken many, many decades for me to get the message that I must have been such an impetuous child. Like, I know my character, you know, and I don't stop. And I wasn't probably incorrigible as a spirit. So I had to be taught, and I think I'm being trained here to be responsible with my skills and my gifts. Like, that's uniquely inherent to me and for all of us as well. So it's put me into another realm of existence where I don't, most of the time, I don't worry about anything. I don't worry about being substance. I am being provided for, and I can just let free. And it's like I am falling through the air, like I'm being carried. There's a buoyant force that's keeping me afloat. It's not me. So I'm grateful for that because I have to give up the steering wheel. I can't be the one that's driving it. Like, yes, my own life. Yes, like you said, we're the authority within ourselves in this place we are. So yes, we're the stewards of the land, and where we are, that's where it is. It's not somewhere else.
You're not. No, you're not the steward of the land, Gerald. Get it right,
Maybe I'm
bud.
using the wrong term.
You are the king of the land. The steward awaits the return of the king. Now, the thing is, though, don't be trapped. You can be king of the material. You can live forever. But who wants to live forever in the material world when we're not material? We are strangers ventured into a strange land.
Exactly. That's why this question, and you hear the tears coming out of me, and it's a wonderful
Well,
thing.
man.
You know,
If I could give you a hug, of course I would.
Yep,
And
yep,
when's the last
Sonny,
time
I
I
love you,
cried?
buddy. I
When
love
is the
you
last
both.
time I cried? Can anyone else here tell me? Well, not tell me. Tell me your own. I'm trying to think. When's the last time I cried? I probably cried a few days ago or
I
something
cried
like that.
yesterday. Yesterday.
Yes.
Every time I hear you talk, Pete, I start crying.
My cat died.
We're gonna stop it now. Sonny's gonna.
Don't forget, we can cry with laughter as well.
Crying right now as we speak.
There you go.
I cry when anybody ever misquotes the Bible for their own personal interpretation.
Hey, Travis, I guess you do. But you know this song, Travis? I started a joke, started the whole world Do you know that?
No, I've
It's
never
the
heard
Bee
that.
Gees. It's the Bee
No
Gees.
singing. Hey, you can't sing.
Side B of the Bee Gees. I don't remember that on
Jeremy,
side A.
dickhead, saying I can't sing. I was out busking today,
No
and a
singing.
woman came up and she gave me 2 €5 notes. Unheard of.
No, I'm not
Not
saying
unheard
you
of.
can't sing because you suck. I'm saying you can't sing here. I don't want to get a copyright strike or something.
Oh, sorry.
No, that was
Okay.
the she paid you that, Pete, so you'd stop singing.
It's like the rule. Listen, it's like the rule they have in some music shops. They say no Stairway to Heaven. No one can play Stairway to Heaven. It's like that. You have rules, so I get it.
No stairway
No
denied
Stairway.
from Wayne's World.
And also probably Smoke on the Water. No Smoke on the Water or Stairway to Heaven. Not
This is
allowed.
where the Globers have a big problem because they come here under malicious intent. They got bad juju bringing it in, and really, if we were to do this right, even if we disagreed, we'd be sharing love just as much as disagreements or agreements. I mean, this is kind of ridiculous, anti-flat earthers. Y'all need to step your game up, okay? Quit being triggered. We're just trying to share some love with you.
Hey Rig, and you guys extremists, love you all, man. Like honestly, like thank you for everything, for all of you just being here. I don't care what like, we all have beliefs. Like fuck it, who cares? Like I'm glad you're all here, man. Like this is like so awesome that we're able to even speak to each other, and I see all the names in here, and I know I know a lot of you, and it's just like it's so cool for me, man. I'm like ready to rock on to the next decade, with Flat Earth and meeting more of you and going out and playing music for you. That's what I do really well, and that's what I want to do. And so, it's wild for me. Like, what do
I can't wait, Sonny. I can't wait. Love you, brother.
I'm like totally inspired, man. Listen, like I haven't been on a boat and I sail so well still, and everything started clicking back, and I'm like, this is like, wow. But look, I used to steal my dad's 42-foot catch where we lived, and all our belongings, everything we owned was on, and take it to Catalina with my loaded friends, 6 of us or something, and go out there and break down and go fix it ourselves, and like I got it back, like I hijacked the boat 2 weekends in a row, and then 30 years later, when I was in the Navy, I came clean, and he goes, "I knew it. The neighbors told us." No, but I single-handed that boat myself. No one could touch a line. I would undo all the lines. This is a 42-foot catch, right? So all the lines, and get the motor started, warmed up, get all the covers off the main, get it ready to hoist the main and the jib, and back it out of the slip, and then
Yeah, but what's your
all
what's
the
your
way out. That's me.
yeah, but what's your go-to yacht rock?
What do you mean?
Yacht rock, man.
There's a lot of people.
Like what songs?
Yeah, like what's your go-to? Like you got to have this on your playlist for yacht rock. Yeah.
Oh man,
Get your motor running.
Montrose.
Montrose.
Yeah, Sammy Hagar and Montrose. Yeah.
Oh, okay, Montrose.
Bad
Okay.
motor scooter. Because listen, I had access to boats. Me and my friend, his dad owned a yacht brokerage. We were the detailers, and I had access to sailboats when I was a teenager in my late teens, and so that was the music that was playing, and like Quadrophenia and Steve Miller, Joker, and those.
Hey, Sonny, have we not learned that the most successful people are the most miserable? They die young, all the stars. Dolores O'Riordan, a Limerick star here, died of depression and drug overdose in a bathtub when she was only 40, my own age.
Yeah, actually,
Have we not learned this?
I'm one of those people. Like I'm one of those same people. Like all these people in the 27 Club.
Yeah, but the problem is,
He wasn't going to be the Pope by now.
yeah, but hang on, please. We're flat earthers and beyond. The only problem is that the
I made
27
it
Club,
past
all
the-
the people who are associated with it are fake deaths.
Listen, I didn't have to sign my soul over because I didn't know how to get into the club, because that's how I was too busy, like trying to blot out my existence when I was younger. I had so much trauma and molestation and violence and all kinds of shit. You know, so like I was too busy doing that. That was my prime motivation, and I'm so grateful that I was able to survive all of that and come to resolution of most of it, and still working on, but make great progress. And now I can be a free human individual and truly be myself and be okay with that and lift my head high. That
Right.
there's no man above
Listen to
me.
this.
Only the Creator is. I know where my power comes from. It's not me. It's the Creator Himself. And so like that's what's
Okay.
powered me.
Okay.
And
Okay,
yeah,
one second.
like
On
it's not
topic.
me.
On
I don't
topic.
know who
On
I
topic,
am still,
Jared.
honestly.
Okay, on topic, Jared. I mean, I think I mean, okay, I appreciate what you're saying, but you're delivering to the room here, and
Yeah, Pete.
you know, when
Pete,
it's
you've met your
okay.
match here, man.
Okay, but here's my point, Travis. We're not going anywhere here, bud. My brother sold his soul to the devil, and when I just was there, there was a ring on the bell. That was my brother Nigel. He sold his soul, and I believe he did. I do believe he did. And he's genuine about it. I don't know what his life entailed, but he's my youngest brother. Not my youngest brother, second youngest brother. But I believe he did, and he did it genuinely as well. He didn't wish for. I asked him. He didn't wish for fame and fortune. I actually tried to take it from him, some of it, and I gave him a hug. And he said, "Why?" This was a while back. I said, "Why?" He said, "Why?" He's thinking, "Why you give me an elongated hug?" But ultimately, I can take it. I can take it. But here's my bottom line in all of this. Your soul is not your own to sell solely. We're separated souls here, but you also have not been aware, like Travis, this is where the legal contracts come into it. You have not always been aware of full terms of the contract. And Nigel didn't ask for fame and fortune. He asked for peace of mind. Now, he's not a criminal. He's not a criminal. He's just he has got into the drug world in a sense, and I guess he's seen. He knows. Can I answer you this, please? He knows that demons exist. And I think I know that demons exist. I've known him watching Nuke's Top 5 channel or whatever. Anyway, the point is here, I said it to Nigel, and I will say it to him before he goes back to Manchester, which is the Red Devils country in England tomorrow, that
wrap it up!
I'm finished now. I'm finished now. I'm speaking to Jared, please. I'm finished now. I will say that, yes, don't
Yeah,
forget
but there's
that
more of us
contract is
here.
not
I'm finished
inviolable,
now
because
as he keeps going.
all contracts. Okay, well, okay.
Hey, thank you, Pete. Hey, everybody. Yeah, awesome stuff, man. I just like that there's a place that we can go and have this type of discussion. It's the most enriching thing in my life. And thank to all the moderators. You guys too are great.
Okay, I hit some nerve there.
Oh, you haven't been here that long, have you?
No, I know. So that's okay. But like continue on.
But I have been, Travis, so at least you could afford me.
No, I meant he said that the moderators were doing a good job, and I said, "Oh, you haven't been here very long, have you?"
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that.
That's fair.
Moderators. Jeremy
I'm
should not be
teasing.
moderator.
Listen, I joke, Jeremy, but I joke. No, you know what? I've thought this every once in a while. I thought if
Where's
I could
Brandon,
have,
Travis? Where's Brandon?
Oh, yeah, I won't say anything, Pete. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I was going to say, where's Brandon? That's all.
Wait, go ahead, Copernicus. I want to hear you.
Am I Brandon's keeper, Pete?
or never mind. Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, just
well,
talk.
He did
just talk.
birth you, Jeremy. He did
Go ahead.
birth you,
Go ahead,
Jeremy.
Pete. Go ahead, Pete.
That's hilarious.
All I was going to say was all this talk of sailing. If I could learn to sail, I'd love to give tours at the Anacapa Islands, flat Earth tours.
Oh, listen. I foresee a new whole career for myself delivering, and I can do it still. So I proved that to myself over the weekend.
Sonny, there's a bunch of boat people. Oh, my bad. I thought you were done.
No, people want boats delivered, and so I know how to deliver them, and I could do it like pretty soon. Like I'm just about ready to. I could actually do it because I'm like a prepper, and I know how to like I have the skills of keeping all my shit together in the right place. So I'm organized, boom, boom, to the T, and you have to run yourself on a boat like that. So
There's a bunch of boat people in here that are obsessed with boats. Some of them just like boats a little bit. No, you're gonna get on great here with those guys.
Cool.
Now, Travis, can Sonny, if you don't mind just taking, because you're new here, can I ask Travis something? I have so many things to ask Travis, but fundamentally, Travis, you were a theist and then you were an atheist. What do you now? Are you a theist again?
Well, like I said, whenever anybody asks me this, I prayed to a God for 40 plus years, and I did it out of my religious.
Ignorance.
Well, no. I did it out of my religious training, right? Because I was taught as a child, now I lay me down to sleep, all that kind of stuff. So prayer was always a part of that life of talking to your Father in heaven. But it was always a one-way conversation, right? So there was always something, but that was never an issue for me because I just believed that's what you do. But at this point in my life, again, my perspective now, my views didn't change because I had some tragedy in my life. My views didn't change because God let me down. My views changed because I believe the text, the Bible, was telling me something different than my tradition was. So I had to change my views. Now, on that other side of that, God has never spoken to me. God has never. So if there is a God, he's never said hello. I don't know who he is. Don't know what his name is. Don't have a conversation with him. So I'm not. Hold on. I'm not against God. I've just never met him or her.
Now, okay, yeah, thank you.
Can I speak on that for a second?
Well, 1 second, please, because and please do come in. I'll cut it short, man. I'll keep it to about 30 seconds, and I'd love to hear what you have to say as well. But Travis, I guess the fundamental divide is set up the Father in heaven and the Father on earth. We all love our fathers as children, so a divide is there from the start. But remember, I asked you, were you willing to go out and look to the universe with a true heart as you look up? And ask for a sign. You said you weren't anymore because it wouldn't make any difference. I think that's a problem. But yeah, please continue. Please go ahead. Whoever was holding there.
Oh, I don't know that I have any more to add to it unless someone has a.
Not you. The other guy. The other guy who was coming in.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're breaking up, guy. You're that sort of. Just briefly disconnect and reconnect. It should take a second or two, and then I think you'll be okay coming in.
How about now?
I think you said how about now, but all I heard was the word now anyway.
How about now?
There you go, bud. There you go. Larry, that's you. Okay, you've been having bad connection all night. Okay, Larry, I didn't know it was you.
Really?
No, that's bad. That's bad.
Yeah. How? Bad.
That's bad straight away, Larry. Honest to God. I don't know what to say there. But Travis, the question I asked was about theist. THEIST and atheist. So the A, this is when we were saying what is it, Anacapa Islands. When we have an A before anything, it represents the anti, the extreme position. And that's what I was saying. I was trying to get to the core of the words that are given to us, which formulate pictures and ideas and notions in our mind, and then the letters that make up the words and how a letter works
Pete.
with the letter to make a change. Yeah.
Hey, Pete, you'll appreciate this. You know that I've taken photos and videos of the Anacapa Islands for the past 4 years, right?
Yes, yes.
You know what the word Anacapa means? It's a Chumash Indian word. You know.
Well, hang on. Don't tell me so. Don't tell me. Let me just work it out. Anacapa. A kappa, you put a kappa on your header. Anacapa, so it's anti-kappa. I'm thinking that it's going to lean more towards the material realm as opposed to the material realm. Go on. What does it mean, Travis? I don't know. Genuinely.
It means mirage.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I'm not.
You're fucking kidding me.
No.
Now, Travis, you knew the guy intimately who took the black swan image, right?
Well, I've never been intimate with Bo, but yes, I know him.
Right. Now, I remember when
They
Quantum Eraser,
touched.
I remember when Quantum Eraser declared the black swan on,
Shut
I
up.
think, the 1st
Shut up,
of
Jeremy.
January
Shut up, Jeremy.
2020. I think. Can I say this? Okay, so you are familiar with him, and yeah.
Pete, did you hear my joke?
Yeah, shut up, Jeremy. We don't want to hear it again.
Jeremy,
my joke,
I didn't hear it, man. I didn't. Please repeat it.
No,
Honestly, I didn't
it's
hear
too
it.
late now.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Too
but
late.
what am I supposed to do then?
You'll never
I didn't hear it.
know.
I'm sorry.
You'll
I
never
really am sorry.
know now, Pete.
It's
Take
okay.
a take a breath. Take a breath
it.
once in a while.
Who said that again?
How about now, Mike?
Travis. Right, hang on, please. Hang on, please.
You're good, Hank.
I have to say
now
this.
you're good. Hold on,
I
let's
have
let
to
Hank
say
go
this.
because his mic's good now.
Okay, yeah, but I was willing to let him go. You have to go, Hank.
I'm sorry, Pete. I just want to say something real fast. You
Go,
said that
Larry,
he's never
go.
heard
No,
God
you're good
voice.
now. That's good. That's good.
Cool.
You're good.
All right, yeah. So, Travis, you ever seen Animal House?
I've never watched it in full, but I know bits and pieces.
Okay, well, there's a bit in there about his friend from school. She's drunk and passed out, and there's like angels and demons on his shoulder. Like one
Oh yeah,
angel.
I know that part. I know that scene. Yeah, yeah.
Right. So you can't relate, in your life, like before you did like a thing that would definitely be defined as you completely missed the target on that one. Like you missed, like you fucked up. You didn't hear a little voice in your head going, "Don't do that, bro. Like don't do that." Not like an audible voice, but almost like a gumption, right? So I'm not talking about like verbally, right? So think of it like a micro.
Yeah, that's called
feeling.
your conscience.
Okay, you could call it that, I guess, right? But
Jiminy
it's not your
Cricket.
Yeah, it's not your consciousness, right? Like it's not
Yeah, it is.
you. I don't think so, because is the other one you? Like the bad one, is he you also? Like the one that says, "Give him a swirly, fuck that guy."
Okay,
Don't
so
flush
yeah,
the
so let
toilet.
me
Oh,
ask.
just go. I'm still playing. Just flush the toilet. It's okay.
Right. So which one is it when you want a piece of pizza, or when you want a scoop of ice cream, or when you want to go out water the lawn? Which one is it then?
That's your adversary.
When you want to go water the lawn, that's your adversary?
Oh no, I didn't hear that. Well, for me, eating pizza would be bad because I'm fat, and ice cream would also be bad because I'm fat. Watering the lawn, I don't want to mow the lawn, so that would also be bad.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I grew up in the church for 40 years. I understand, thinking through this spiritual aspect of everything, but I'm not going to begin to try to dissect my thought life to try to say which one is God and which one is not. Anybody, you can do that if you like, but I don't feel.
Okay, can I say
Okay,
something
well, you
just
can.
quickly? Go
Yeah, I'll
ahead.
finish up with this. You can act on one, or you can act on the other. You can act like an angel, or you can act like a demon. Like, I guess that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I get you.
Well,
What's up, Coach?
just say very quickly. No, what Hank had said, I agree with his question, at least, because me personally, the way I see consciousness or whatever, I understand this dialogue. The dialogue he was perfectly gave an example of, and I see that as exactly what I think he was alluding to was evidence of spirit. I consider you can call it God or universal spirit or whatever, but that's in conflict with something else, which I think is your natural biological urges, or these are urges of your body basically, versus some other influence, and that's sort of evidence of that. my opinion.
I feel like it's the one
I
that
wonder.
can stand back from the entire process and look at it as like a third person. I think that's who we actually are, the watcher, the looker, the one that we can lay in bed, close our eyes, and we can observe our own thoughts. So I've thought about this for quite a while. We are not our thoughts. So if I can watch my thoughts, I think who I am is who is able to watch the thoughts, that observer. It's not the thoughts themselves. That's not life. It's part of the ego, like electronic ego, bio thing that's within us, like thought making machine, our mind is. Well, also a receiver, transmitter. I'm very confident that that's what we are, or our brain is at least. But yeah, I think our spirit, who we actually are, is God is using us to
As
experience
conduits.
life through our eyes for Him.
Yeah.
Like He can't live exactly like we can, so He created us as a go-between. We're halfway. We're in the middle, which is very interesting place. That we're in the middle between heaven and earth. Literally, that's where we exist on this plane, above the surface. Wow, it gives me chills.
Yeah, sure. I wasn't so the last part, like the reasoning, I'm not 100% sure of like what the purpose, but what you just said, yeah, I agree with that that universal spirit that's in you, influencing you, that's this spirit using your biological body as a conduit or attempting to influence you and use you
Yeah,
as a
and
conduit.
listen, I think all these other ones, we have malevolent influences. For me, what I've had to do is I've had to kind of label them and have conversations because they're actually part of me. You can't get rid of them. So I believe in this as far as Carl Jung goes. If you deny that you have a shadow, if you don't work with this gentleman because they are cantankerous and they're there to cause trouble, those are motivators. They're actually here for our benefit because there has to be a yin and a yang, if you will, or you know what I'm saying. This dichotomy, it has to be, otherwise you wouldn't know the other. So we're supposed to be making choices, and these things are to urge us on. Now, sometimes we have impetuous children, and we let them have the drivers, or the psychotic clown. We let them have the wheel, and they're steering it, and that's not the way it's supposed to go. The responsible, level-headed, responsible adult that's the observer, and I think we have that also. So if we keep the car riding like with a nut at the wheel, we're probably going to have an accident, and you see this in life all the time. So I've had to use those things that like the Myers-Briggs to get more in depth about like how and it rings true with me because I have like these multiple characters I know are inside of me. They're at play all the time. They're trying to vie for bandwidth.
Control.
So what I had to do is I had to contain them so that they're no longer, they're like in their own separate. I compartmentalize them off into sections where they can't affect me negatively, but they're still there. It doesn't mean they're not still influencing me, but I've controlled them. And so if you know you are a monster and you put that monster in a cage, how powerful is that? That's what I've found. Incredibly powerful.
Here, here. Sheathe the monster that you're capable of becoming, but only unsheathe it when it's the absolute last chance. Diplomacy is completely broke down, and someone is
Exactly.
trying to shed the blood of the innocent.
Exactly.
Right? And
And that's
then
when
once you were without sin, right, because you didn't start it, you didn't go, hey, you guys are a bunch of dumbasses, and then when they came over, you kicked their asses. Right? If you're completely innocent and without any guilt, then bad can be good. You can do
Larry,
something
what
bad
is
in order
And
to be good.
Can you answer what is sin, Larry? What is sin? We're all told that we're all children of someone, and we all have had children. A lot of us have anyway. Surely you can't look at your child and say that child there, that beautiful entity, is sinful. So what is sin to a flat earther and beyond?
Well, the only time I'll use relative, it is because of how amazingly complex human life, like our lives are, as whatever we are. I don't know what you want to call us, us as a thing or an individual like spirit, like we're so complexly unique that there is no reference you can gain because it's a one-off every single time. And the reason for that, I think, is because that's how unique each one of our spirits are. So that's fantastic. That's truly amazing. That is open up another
Hang on,
realm for
though.
me
Hang on, hang
of
on,
inquiry.
Sin,
hang on.
that depends on who you ask, right?
Yeah,
If you
hang
ask the
on. This is
Greeks,
my point here.
oh,
This is my
wait, I
point
thought you
here,
wanted to.
Larry. Okay. This is my point here. I think we should respect each and every one's now. And if we're in a club or a pub or a setting that we've all been exchanging ideas for years on end, and someone comes in, yeah, you have to at least expect that other people have talked about, these other people have talked about other things, maybe ad nauseum from a certain point onwards. My question was specifically to about not neglecting you, Sonny, but maybe Larry. My question: what is sin? How can my innocent child? How can you, as an innocent child, not knowing anything, be born into sin?
So basically, I'm not saying that children are like born into sin, like they're automatically guilty of having committed a sin, because a child can't really do anything wrong. I mean, is it wrong when it pokes? Hold on, let me just real fast. Is it wrong when it pokes itself in the eye? Right? Is it wrong when it pokes its sister or brother in the eye? Like, no, it's all accidents, right? It's at that moment where you realize, ow, shit, that hurt, right? I probably shouldn't do that to my big brother and sister because I can empathize with the pain, right? And I know it's wrong, and I should treat them the way that I want to be treated, right? So that's what sin basically boils down to. Like, but if you ask each person, it's going to be different. If you ask the Greeks, it's missing the target in archery, hermatria, right? If you ask the Germans, it means guilt, like you owe a debt, right? If you ask the Christians, they'll tell you that it's defined in the New Testament as breaking the law, right? But you ask
All
Jesus,
ball
which,
earthers,
go ahead.
all ball earthers, Larry, ball earthers, Hank. So we now are in a privileged position, at least in terms of shared or communal information. Sin, I can give you an answer. I can give you my answer. Sure, we're all perfectly innocent. We're corrupted into this world because we are birthed into the devil's realm by the mother. Right? Now, it is referencing the greater divide, the immaterial divide, and the coarse material surround. This is what it represents, according to myself, according to my own thinking. So you can see how that is much more significant than what you say, because we all go through the same process. We all learn these things in a different way. But as Sonny said, and as I have said many times, and I've detailed it on my own channel, Gem Pandas, and here as well, other places as well over the years, Jamie Brown's over the years. I remember from the very earliest of times when I would say, just to put it briefly, and don't hold me to this description, because the words I use infect, in a sense, your mind's imagining. But I remember suddenly shaken into being, shaken into awareness. I looked up into the corner of a room, and I looked across the room, and I had the distinct thought, which I can remember to this day, which was, where am I? What's going on? So I had the core understanding within me, the true language within me, and then I was born into a certain society, which, well, we come to later realize, Hank, it's the realm of the devil, which only God gave authority to. So you know what I mean? I think this is the core we all
No,
got
he
to go.
gave dominion to you. You gave your dominion to the state. You did that. And your mother did it. And your dad did it.
My mother, because all aspects of the contract were not delivered, the contract is null and void. We don't know. You can't give away your soul because you don't know what your soul entails. This is the key point. Said it to my brother there as well. I was on mute. He's going back to England tomorrow at 9:30 on the bus, and I said it to him in passing. not in passing. He doesn't want to get engaged. But yes, you can't give away something that is not yours, or at the very least, it's only half yours. Because here we ventured into this divided state of nature, and we are male divided from female, self from self, in a spiraling fashion down the spine. So the same story applies to all of us. It has to. Because if you're going to say that you're more clever, you are more initiated than anyone else, well, then you're going to denigrate a child. And I don't think any of us here would deny the wonder of the child.
Let's do a top. Let's like start. It's like, what is the ozone layer? Where does it start and where does it stop? And when's the first time it was ever mentioned? And
Wait a
exactly
second.
what is it?
Well,
Wait a second.
that is a
What
separate
layer?
topic.
What ozone layer? Hold on. What ozone layer? What is there a layer of gas?
That's what
Where
we're
is that?
talking about. What
Okay,
is
cool.
the ozone layer? If there is one, if there isn't, who was the first one who spoke of it? Why? How? What made them think of it? Like, have they ever really noticed it from 130,000 feet? Something coming and burning from something, going and hitting the ground? You see what I'm saying? Like, so my thing is, what is the ozone layer? What is it? What's it made of? How much does it weigh? How thick is it? How far away is it compared
I
to
think
just
it's
the
made up.
atmosphere?
I think it's completely made up by basically like 2 aircraft flights back in the 80s, because I remember it, because I was alive and I was paying attention to what they were saying back then. I was listening to what they're saying. Like, I never liked anything what they said. Like, I was just kind of like, from a child, even the day that there was supposedly this moon landing, I was like, it was too nice of a day, and that was something the adults were doing. I didn't really care. I just looked like another TV program to me. So, like, I've been always skeptical of anybody saying they have any kind of authority. So for me, when they said it in the 80s and I was listening, I was reading all that stuff because I was like the science nerd, like, and so I was like, what are they making up this time? Pretty much. But like, there was a lot of crap that I still like thought was true, like I didn't really think of it much, but the space thing was only between my ears, really. Like, I knew that where my feet were, I knew how to act physically and move through the move
Right.
in the
So I
world
mean,
physically.
so like what? So like the ozone layer, they said it burns stuff up. What do you think about that? Like on the way in, it just burns everything. So no matter what material, like one second. So you can have an alien material we've never known the logistics of. We don't know the tempers. We don't know like what it can take. It could take 8 quadrillion degrees and be fine.
Yeah, I don't think there's any proof it
Yeah, throw it
exists
down.
in the first place.
Do they ever justify how ozone is even up there in the first place, considering its density?
Yeah, but this is the stuff we need to decode, Demark. Are you asking Kosher this question, Demark?
Well, the answer is yes.
I'm asking anybody in the room from what they've ever heard, from what they understand. Coach shows one of them, like whatever he understands, the ozone layer. How does it react to stuff? What is it made of? And why does it burn everything up coming in but not going out? Yeah, let's
Well,
talk
I can
about the
tell you
ozone
during
layer.
the 80s, I was force-fed propaganda through school, and what they said back then was that the ozone is being diminished by styrofoam cups and aerosol products, and the ozone is what protects us from the sun's rays. And guess what? It's going to be an ozone hole. There's a hole in our ozone, and it's over Antarctica. And as the sheets of ice melt, it's not going to reflect the sunlight into space, and that's going to cause global warming, and it's going to be so hot we'll all die. And then it might be global cooling. We don't know. It might reverse it. But we just know that it's bad. That's what they
Yeah,
said.
but Hank, like the moon landings, like the ridiculous fucking visuals were presented from the moon landings, we can throw it all out. Can I finish, please? We can throw it all out as nonsense and just some effort from the elite to just control us and make us stupid, or else we can try see through to the greater symbolic layer. The story that's told us is in need of decoding. Have you considered that?
Pete, how dare you? How dare you, Pete? How dare you?
We'll be in the same spot of not knowing anything. That didn't even make no sense. So what is the ozone layer? Burning stuff up or not? Like how
No,
does that
I
work
don't.
coming in?
Yeah, I'm not sure where you got the idea of like the burning up stuff thing came from, but
Also, you heard
you know what ozone?
Bro, the
You know what
ozone layer
ozone?
is a layer of ozone. O3.
Well, it's not a layer. It's not. It's not a layer
O3,
of it.
yeah.
So somebody said this
I
the other
haven't
day
seen,
too. There's not
I haven't
like.
seen any proof of it exist.
It's,
I haven't seen any proof of it existing in reality myself.
Hold on. Let's go slow. Let's go slow. One at a time.
Okay.
O3. What is it?
O3 is exactly kind of what it sounds like. It's just like regular molecules of oxygen are just two atoms of oxygen. Just like hydrogen is usually H2, O2, N2. It's just two molecules together. But O3 would be.
How do you demonstrate ozone? Like if you have a lab and you got ozone in the lab, how do you say, well, this is ozone and this is helium and this is this? How do you know which one's which?
The way it reacts with other stuff. Like this, people use it. People are talking about it in here about using it medically.
Yeah, Denmark, you
People
have
shove it up their
background
ass
noise
medically.
there. Will you turn off the fucking television, Denmark?
Yeah, there's some feedback, a lot of feedback.
Hey, Kosho.
The
Hey,
feedback was
Kosho,
me
you
earlier.
have all of the are all of these answers you give in regards to spinning ball Earth, heliocentric model in terms of its constituent component compartment, composition.
You interrupted just to tell
Interrupt
him
to
he's
say that
making noise.
Denmark
Just tell him he was making
was
noise.
hot miking in the back. Can you answer the question, no, Kosho?
Yeah, I know, but your noise is just almost.
Kosho, you're a fucking fake and a liar, man. What are we going to do? Listen to you again and again?
Speaking of liars, Pete, your brother owes me $100,000.
Okay,
Yeah, there you go. My brother owes you
Listen to Kosho tell his
$100,000, and I
example,
risked
then you say,
$100,000
on, you're
of
not
my
teenagers,
brother's
come on.
money in something
no
that
one
you
can
could.
understand any of that.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
I risked
the
100,000. Hang on, please. I risked $100,000 or euros. It was Kosho, which was the bet, which is more than dollars at the time. I risked that on the basis of you just googling. You fucking idiot. You fucking dickhead.
All right, well, regardless. Anyway, what were we saying, Pete?
Come on now.
Or not Pete.
Yeah, we need a mod
Demont.
here to take care of that.
We don't need to get harsh with each other.
Yeah, what the
Anyone who
fuck,
didn't know about
Pete?
that was a real bad.
Guys, I'm here. I'm
Well,
here, guys. Hey, hello, I'm here.
Listen, Denmark.
Pete, what are you doing?
Ozone. Denmark brought up a very good point. Ozone. I think we should get back to it. Like, I
Absolutely.
don't like. Have they found where?
In the meantime, let's do it without calling names, please.
Yeah, please. I agree. So I'm learning that myself. So have they found the location of this ozone hole? Has anybody? Where is it?
I mean, that's approximate. But I mean, that what you said about that propaganda or whatever. I mean, that was a big deal. Wasn't that also part of the reason why they stopped using unleaded gas and then the aerosols, like in the hairspray and stuff like that?
Probably. Like
certain stuff like that. I forget, what do you call it? It's like an acronym, like C something, whatever it's called. They saw that those are dangerous for the ozone layer. I'm not sure if that's directly related to global warming, but it is related to the UV light. Like it supposedly protects us from UV light.
It's just related to feeding us a narrative that we have to follow. But the substance of the claim is ozone, right? Denmark asked a good question about how do you determine that it's a 3 oxygen molecule. So if anyone has comments on that specifically, it'd be good to circle back to that.
It reacts very violent. It reacts violently with other
Hold on. Wait
other
till I
gases.
finish. Yeah, wait till I finish. So, but even if you just take that, right, regardless of how you're gonna answer his question of how do you determine that that's the case, right? Because I know there's machines and stuff, but again, you'd have to answer that specifically. The claim itself has really big problems because they're claiming that this layer that they've given them a molecular distinction to is all the way up at the top of the atmosphere, the supposed atmosphere. This makes no sense. That molecule that they're talking about is supposed to be dense, so it wouldn't be up there in the first place. So that alone should be reason enough to be like, hold on, what are you even
Wait, what
talking
point
about?
alone? I'm very interested in 1 point arguments that disprove entire ideas.
So the point is ozone. Ozone has a specific claim of 3 oxygen molecules, right? Or a three oxygen atom molecule, or however the phrasing would be technically.
Oh, 3. Okay.
Yeah, that cannot be up there in the sky like they're claiming, because
Okay, hold on. Stop there.
doesn't have the
Stop there.
ability to do that
Why?
because of its density.
Why can't it be up there?
Because it's more dense
More dense than what?
than what would otherwise be up there, and has actually
Well,
been
what
recorded.
else would be
and
up?
has actually
Hold
been
on.
recorded to
I
be
need
up
you
there.
to support your reasoning. Why can't O3 be up there? You're saying
Because
it's more
den-
dense, but I'm
yeah.
asking you, what is it more dense than?
What's
Then
O3?
then any
Yeah,
of
what's
the other.
O3? What's O3 in the first place? Where
Yeah,
is
that's
it?
I addressed that. That would be good to circle back to later, but just the claim itself, it just wouldn't be up there.
But
Because
how?
if you go
But no, hold on. So let's
because of the way, like, don't pretend like you don't know what this means. Like, if somebody
No,
wants
like-
to,
Yeah, but
if
you
somebody
know
wants
what?
to take over and address the specifics, sure.
No.
I'm going to address that
Okay.
specifically. Do you
Pick
know
it up,
how
man.
dense a cloud is? Do you know the density of a cloud?
No.
You think it's more or less dense than the air? You know what a cloud's made of?
Jeremy, we're moving past my exact point. So this SavV guy said that he claims that he can disprove an entire model because O3 can't be up there. I want to look into that claim. Why can't O3 be
You're
up
looking
there?
into it.
That wasn't
Right,
exactly
but don't
what he
talk
said.
about
more dense.
Jeremy. I don't want to talk about clouds. I want to talk about O3. I only want to talk about O3. I will leave if we don't
analogical.
talk about O3.
We're talking about O3. He said
I would
O3 is too dense.
assume
O3 is too dense. He said O3 is too dense to be up there, and I'm saying, do you know how dense a cloud is? We have more
No, but
dense
Jeremy,
things up there
wait.
that shouldn't be up there.
Sam,
It's more dense
he's
than
asking
what?
specific as is it as opposed to O2 is all I fucking want to ask, bro. Like, where's everybody else at?
No, it is, but here's the important part to remember:
Right.
that there's oxygen up there, regardless. That's not disputed. The atmosphere isn't broken up into different gases. Like this mixture that exists
Yeah,
at Mount
the
Everest
higher you go,
is
though,
a
the less
similar
oxygen
mix up there as
content
well.
you
You
have.
can't cut in, dude. What the frick?
Hold on. Yeah, let's let everyone finish, guys, please.
He said there's oxygen up there. Where is there? There is a really magical amount of like ifs and buts, right? Up there somewhere. And O1, O2, O3, we need them separated and we need to see them. We need to observe all three of those next to each other. How do we differentiate the three? And how did it get up there? And just like they're asking, the ability for Kosho to say that it has like a crazy activeness, right? How is that any different than helium? What's helium do
It's the
when
exact
you
opposite of what
breathe it in?
helium does.
What's helium do when you breathe it into your vocal cords?
But
It makes you
helium's
excited,
inert,
right?
an inert
Does it
gas.
not? We're not talking about inertness of your opinion. We're talking about helium up there being an excited gas. Can it be excited like helium? How do you know the difference?
Check this out, dude. An inert gas means that it's not reactive. Okay, O3 is highly reactive. That means that it's polar opposite.
We'll take your lighter up there and light it all on fire, and we'll wait.
Yeah, when did they do tests at this whole location of ozone? When did they test that?
Well, obviously they didn't. That's the point.
Yeah.
But we don't even need to point that out, because even in their own claim, they expose themselves.
Yeah, I
Same
never was
same with
that-
same with the claim of dimension. The moment they did that, they played themselves.
Yeah.
Because all you have to do is go and test it.
Claim absolute flammable material in a zone of an area that's fucking super huge everywhere, and a rocket has a flame on the end going through that, and it's not all ignited. Debunk.
All above the
Yeah, I
flat
mean,
Earth.
there's so many examples that you can poke holes in it. Pardon the pun. Whoops.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I say wait a little while until you get the receipts to see, the receipt, like a bill, like the receipts of that it actually existed in the first place. I would just wait for the receipts first.
Well, maybe it's one of those mystical things. It's so dense that it's light, and it's somehow lighter than helium.
I've just never seen proof of it's a real thing.
You can't use the argument that it's. You can't use the argument of it shouldn't be up there because of its density, because we got clouds, and clouds. What do you think clouds are made of? They're
Clouds are less
clouds
dense,
should not
Jeremy.
be
I
up
don't know
there.
what you're getting at.
No, but
Clouds
Jeremy,
are less dense in the surrounding air. That's what
You know what a
that's
cloud is?
Okay. This is a good topic.
They're not.
What
They're
is
not
density
comparable
in your
though.
opinion? Because everybody has an idea of what's more dense than the other thing. Who's the arbiter of what is dense at the end of the day? Like you and I can't argue with them at all. Like they write this list, and no matter what they wrote on this list, we can't disprove it. No way, shape, or form. There is no exception. Where's that list? I've never seen it, and everybody has an opinion.
But as long as, as long as we're dealing with,
clouds
as
are
long
not-
as we're dealing with the atom and the periodic table, we can just go back and check that, and you can do experiments.
Yo, Jeremy, clouds are less dense than the surrounding
But
area.
I want to address that cloud thing because they're not. It's not a comparable example because clouds operate completely differently to the claim that they are claiming of the ozone layer.
Not quite. Because with Jeremy's right.
Wait,
Jeremy,
is that a hand? That's just a hand wave dismissal. It's completely different.
It's not a hand wave because I actually have a follow up of what I'm saying.
One is a dynamic. One is a dynamic system that is constantly shifting, and the other one is a claim of a complete layer surrounding the whole of the atmos.
Right, thank you for.
You can't. Yeah, but
how do you know there's not dynamic movement in the layers? I don't know.
But but percentage.
You're making
even
a weird argument, Elisha.
No, I'm saying Jeremy's point to that they're comparable doesn't work because
yeah, but we're only attacking the density point alone.
Kosho's trying to qualify.
Okay. If you want, I just don't think it's comparable. Just visually.
I understand. Well,
you're
like,
saying this ozone.
Chase it down. Go ahead, Jeremy.
You're saying this ozone thing shouldn't be up there because of its density, but we have clouds that shouldn't be up there because of its density, and clouds are not less dense than air. I don't know. You don't know what clouds are made up of.
Jeremy.
They're made up of dust particles, water droplets, and ice.
Yeah,
Does that sound more or less
the
dense
cloud.
than air?
Helium balloon to always refer to the plastic of the fucking balloon is always more dense than whatever you're talking about the air is. It's a plastic material. It's always going to fall down. Then we fill it. We compress it. We fill it out. We fill it in. We fill it out. And something's pressing on the inside while it's like whatever.
Yeah.
There's an idea of denseness on the inside. You got pressure, right? What is denseness other than like a resistance, right? So you have resistance on the inside to the plastic. Hold on. The plastic itself alone, without anything in it, is more dense in the idea of denseness than the medium around it. Yet a scientist wants to tell you that as a whole, once we add candy bars and cookie imaginations to the plastic that's already never going to be less dense, but as a whole now, with a magic word or imagination, now it's less dense because we put helium in there, and it makes no sense.
This is in line with Jeremy's point. This is. I'm trying to make this point for a little bit, dude, because Jeremy's point is not incorrect, but percentages isn't either, because the cloud is less dense than the air, but the contents of the cloud are not less dense; they're more dense. That's a lot like the balloon that Demak is talking about, or shit.
That's the quickest
ocean.
double speak I ever heard you say.
No, dude, then don't interrupt, because it's I'm qualifying your point, dude. The things that the clouds are made up of, water droplets, are more dense than the air. But the cloud itself, collectively, you take the volume divided by the mass, it's less dense than the air, which is why it's up there.
It's a complete.
Why is it less dense in
as a
totality?
complete system?
Say what percentage?
Why is it less dense in totality?
Because of the space between the water droplets, whatever the case is, the total volume of the cloud divided by the total mass of the cloud ends up being less dense than the air.
It's because water and gas
The reason is because the cloud is made up of humid air, and obviously the humid air is less dense than normal air.
And our percentage.
Sorry,
go ahead.
Well, if you got two mediums, like if I got a gas, I release gas into the medium of air, and I released gas. Now, what's dense? The as a whole, one and the other. I mean, what do you mean? How did you separate the two? How can you separate a cloud for what it is from the air? That's how it gets developed. So how can you?
It's a volume thing because it acts as its own supposed.
The barriers
system.
aren't super clear, Demok. It's not like they're just like
that's why clouds shift and move, and
it might look like that from far away.
Hold on. We're talking about density or not? What's a cloud made from? If not the medium around it, right?
H2O.
So if the medium produces that, how can one thing that produces the other thing be any different than the thing it's producing? That's all I'm saying.
All right, check it out.
That don't even make sense because
Check
you
it
have
out.
water.
H2O in gaseous form is extremely buoyant. Thanks.
Yeah, but it's no longer in a gaseous form. Once you can
Yeah,
see it, it's not.
Sorry, in a
It's not.
cloud.
It's not. Yeah.
In a cloud, you're saying
Yeah.
there's
What
no
do you
gas
mean once
vapor
you
made
can
of
see it?
H2O
No, it
Correct.
still
in a
is,
cloud?
Kosho. It's
No,
still
it's not.
humid air.
No, it's
Okay.
not. Though.
The reason that
It's
you're
more
seeing
dense
it
than the water.
is because
Steam
Too many
isn't.
people talking.
Steam isn't visible, but the clouds are because the clouds are the
Steam
water.
is visible sometimes. Are you
It's
kidding me?
not.
Is he?
It's not.
Is he? Is he taking the mic? Is this a
Steam
stand-up act?
Steam's not visible. What you see
Yo, Kosho, are you doing stand-up?
What you see when you see like steam coming out of something, you're seeing the air particle. It's warming up the I'm sorry, no, it's cool. It's cooling down. The water droplets are being cooled down. Hold on.
Keep coping. I don't know.
Well,
what
you guys
you're
got to
saying,
stop interrupting for a second, because when it turns to gas, it's invisible, and then when it raises up, the air cools down the water droplets, and when you see steam is actually the water droplets with the water vapor, but the water vapor is not
droplets,
visible,
right? But why are they still rising?
because they were already water vapor. It's not going to rise forever.
Hold up. If it's
they don't
liquid
rise.
droplets
They
of
don't
water
rise
that
forever.
have come
Because
together,
their
that should be
volume-
denser than the air, and then they should be falling. But yet they're still rising.
Well, the reason
this
that
has to do with the unique nature of water, right?
say
And its change of density and volume depending on its state.
yeah, well, that's not the only reason why they stay up because of the hot air that pushes up on them, the air and the flow of air that's up there.
And they are
Right,
still
and
pretty light.
I would presume in with that specifically with clouds that there's some kind of static stuff as well.
Yeah, well, they
this
attach.
is where
attach
Witsit
dust.
chimes in. Come on, Witsit.
Well, what makes the O, O1, O2, O3? Which one's more dense, O1, O2, or O3?
O3.
Obviously O3.
And how does it get more? Hold on. How does it get
Whoa,
more?
whoa!
I think Cheerio.
How do you guys even know what's more dense if you
That's
can't
what I'm
see it?
smooth
like that.
No,
Who's
we
the
know
arbiter
it.
of density?
Right, but like we know things because of our belief system, what we believe in. How do you believe these things?
Statement.
Did you just say that we know things because we believe things?
He did say that.
Basically, because like they're not willing to accept
I've
that
missed
you
this
know
comedy.
we
You
can
just
use
said-
lab equipment to analyze shit. Like if we can analyze an atom, we can analyze space, but you know they won't believe that.
This is why.
Opinions
This is why we
about certain
one
things
second.
that cannot be demonstrated. I think what he's
Brilliant.
saying, things that can be demonstrated, like if I punch myself in the face, I'm going to say yes, I proved that. No duh. But like things like what's more dense when you're talking about a helium balloon with plastic, or the medium, or the plastic itself, or you added two things together, or ice and water when the ice floats, but it's more dense. Like so, the arbiter of certain things that we haven't like pinned down. How do you know who's the arbiter of that?
Well, that's easy to address that specific one, but I think it's more funny to mock what came out of that guy's mouth earlier. So go ahead, Crypto.
I was just going to say, yeah. I mean, everyone heard it. He just said, "I know something because I believe it." That's
Crypto.
completely
I mean,
absurd.
you want to go toe to toe? I'll welcome it, bro. I'll easily welcome it.
It was in the middle of something while you interrupt.
This isn't. I mean, this isn't about like egos. It's about the fact that you said something dumb and you won't walk it back.
No, I completely said something dumb because here's the thing, right? I know I can't say certain words here, otherwise I'm gonna only focus on the vernacular that I use. We understand that there should be mass to atoms, right? But we understand this by using very complex experiments. And what I'm saying to you is I don't want to argue over how we gathered that evidence, which is usually the case. I'd just rather say that this is what I believe in, and I want to argue about my beliefs.
Go to church.
And there's no discussion possible with you at that point because you'll just say, "Well, I believe it, so therefore it's true."
See,
And
that's where you're wrong. So, like, let's discuss this, right?
that's literally how that ends. There's no other way.
Why don't you think that O3 can exist at the top of the atmosphere?
Did I ever mention
said he
anything about
doesn't
anything?
think that.
Can you present O3 of 99%
What a
of O3
weird-
just by itself, and then present?
I can address this because he was inferring from what I spoke earlier.
Yeah, but we're talking about belief or proof or presentation versus the ideas.
Yeah, I'm
So
just trying to
if we
clarify for
have a
crypto's sake.
presentation, right, but he's asking the first form of where it came from, where it started. So what we want is the first guy,
This
whoever
is
got the first
annoying.
piece of it. How does he know it was that?
This is annoying.
A little bit.
No, this is how
To answer,
science
to
works.
answer, to
In
answer,
science,
to
you sit
answer
at a
your.
table and you say, what is? And we all sit there and we say, hey guys, what do you think about this? Because one guy can't be right, right?
Hey guys, not to be rude, but I think
As
Crypto was challenged to a 101.
Well, no, he strawmanned me, so there's no point even answering the strawman. So you guys can carry on.
No,
if you
no.
want.
I mean,
No,
listen.
but I can address it. I can address it, crypto. He's
I
inferring
am
that.
trying to just, I am
Oh,
trying
go
to just
ahead.
say, he keeps asking the same question because just as a molecule, O3 would be denser than O2.
Okay, so you're
Yeah.
telling me.
So what was actually
just like
what was actually said is I brought it up and I said just that alone, because they've given such specificity to their claim, should raise questions, because it's like how are they actually explaining or determining how that even resides up there, just based on its density alone? Like, forget all the other issues with the ozone layer claim, right? We can poke fun at that all day long, but just
well,
that alone raises a
like
fundamental issue.
Kosho said, it's not actually a layer. So it's a misnomer. We don't really. So then, what are we really saying
Yeah.
when
So
we're
let
talking
me
about the
show
ozone
you.
layer?
Let me express to you how this can work, right? So you're assuming that the atmosphere is in a static system. It's a static perspective. So you're saying that.
No.
Okay.
No,
Well,
we actually say the opposite all the time.
okay. Well, then if it's not a static system, you would expect interchanging of materials within that perspective, that system, right? Just like we witness with water.
But what's the
Everyone
interchanging? Like,
knows.
what? Hold on a second. What's interchanging? Well, we got to stop. You can't just go so fast. So the interchanging of material. Okay, we got our gases. We know those are acting and reacting, right, with the temperature, which is like another idea of material of self. Like what the thing can do, the medium can do, be hot or cold or whatever, right? Compressed or decompressed, right? And then we have another material, right? Like temperature itself almost is a material reacting with
Okay,
it.
you got to
We have
stop.
voltage.
You're going the wrong
No, I'm
way,
not.
and
No, I'm not. Shut up.
you're saying temperature is a
Voltage
material.
and
No one
currency.
knows what you're
How do
talking
you
about.
know that you're not dealing with simple
Children.
electrical amounts? When you go up more, there's more voltage. So you're saying O1, O2, O3, and all this other garbage malarkey. How do you know it's not voltage 20, voltage 22, voltage 56? How are you going
This
to
raises a
differentiate the
good
two?
question.
See, that's the
This
thing.
is a
I don't.
substantive
Okay,
discussion, but
can we
Demark, I
please?
don't think these people can have these discussions. They don't
That's
have
what
the
I'm
brain
saying.
power.
They're not open-minded enough.
Oh
I
my
know.
God. So
They don't have the voltage.
let's have a real discussion, right? We're not talking about voltage right now. We're talking about the claim that because O3 is dense, that this disproves the heliocentric model. So let's
That's
talk.
not what I said. You're twisting my words. Don't be a clown. I simply
Okay, then-
stated that claim alone raises questions as to the validity of the ozone layer itself. If you keep twisting my words, you're going to be called out for it. Why don't you just drop it and start something else?
Why don't you take the moment to restate your words and let's discuss them? I would love to discuss
I
those.
literally just did that. Are you deaf?
Okay, so
Do me a
O3.
favor. Carry on.
So
What's wrong
we
with you?
know that we breathe in gases, a mixture of gases, at our ground layer. For that to exist, for the mixture to exist at ground layer, right, that means that the gases, although they have different densities, are still mixed. As you rise through the atmosphere, you may have a different percentage of gases, but you're still going to have a mixture.
There's no sphere.
Yeah, this is the issue with just if you speak too much, you're gonna get clowned on, man. There's wisdom to holding your tongue.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you
I don't
backed
know.
away from your own idea.
I don't know how what he. I don't. Yeah, I don't know how what he said about the gases had anything to do with sphere. I mean,
Yeah, he said
I've just been here about.
He said them together.
I've been here about.
Atmosphere. Yeah, you have to have a sphere first before you have gases in the shape
Well,
of a sphere.
I mean, for someone
that's
that thinks it is a sphere, then it's perfectly okay for
Yeah,
him to
that's what
say
I'm saying.
atmosphere,
That's
right?
why I say
but
I
it doesn't
believe
exist,
it's a
so it
sphere,
needs to be
so I
called
don't have
off.
to
It doesn't
defend
exist in reality.
that it's a
It
sphere.
doesn't exist. I can't finish, so it doesn't.
Wait, is this a
3
religious debate?
words.
So you're inhibiting the progress
What
of the
the
conversation.
fuck? What the fuck? So it doesn't exist in reality. That's all.
Okay, so that conversation's over. What are we going to talk about now?
The fact that nature is like a made up thing, right? It's like an idea, like
I would
infinity.
like to go to an earlier conversation that was mentioned that animals of the same grouping don't eat each other. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, that's not true.
Except for the
Depends what kind of animal, doesn't it?
Hold up, we didn't figure out this thing with
That's not true
ozone.
in all cases. That's not true in all cases.
Percentage
like what a
happening, not with this.
the brain.
You have ozone and oxygen, both gases. One has an extra oxygen molecule, so it should be heavier. It should be more dense than the surrounding air, but it's not. Why?
Because it's excited.
That's a good question. That's a good question. I agree. I mean, Glober here. Why is O3 at the top of the atmosphere?
At the top
Of course,
of
we
what?
know that sometimes it
It's not
isn't
at the
at the
top.
top
You'd have to determine
because
that before
lightning
you can ask that
storms.
question.
Lightning storms, you can smell the ozone. But
At the top of what?
well, where
Right,
is the
guys.
ozone layer?
Where
You're
is
not
it?
smelling ozone in the lightning storm. You're smelling the electrical discharge, baby boy, just like an electric plant or when you
Guys,
do power or anything else. You smell electricity.
Okay.
And you guys didn't
Okay.
realize that he's asking a question, and for the sake of it being answered, maybe not asking more because I've been trying to say this for a while. I think Percentage just said something about the single oxygen molecule that gets added to the O2 molecule, and this is all up in the ionosphere. This is all. It doesn't matter if it's a lie. It doesn't matter if it's a lie. Just put your face. Put your face. Put your face in it.
Hold on,
And
let
hold your.
Kosho finish.
Wait for you to finish speaking. Fuck's
Go ahead,
sake.
Kosho.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll stop you on sphere every time.
Fuck's sake, dude.
Go ahead.
I don't have the energy for this right now, but the fucking hell. Right, the O3. So the O3 is up where the ionosphere is. This is explained as what the ionosphere is. Like the cosmic rays, they come and they turn the oxygen 2 into single oxygen molecules. They ionize other molecules and all this kind of stuff. So in this area, there's more than just O3. There's other ionized gases. So it's not that bizarre. Also,
is it a misnomer for them to call it the ozone layer?
Dude, shut the fuck up.
The fact that it's more dense.
Hold
The
on,
fact that it's more
Kosho.
dense-
I'm
Kosho,
asking
hold on
him
one
for
second.
clarification to try and understand it.
All right, Alicia, there's no interrupting here. We let people finish. You can go next, all right? But we got to go one at a time.
I'm not being an arsehole.
We got to go
trying
one
understand
at a
his
time.
point
Otherwise,
a little better. I wasn't doing the other
holy
stuff
shit.
that other people do.
Bro, you're
I wanted
interrupting me right now. You're not letting me finish right now as I'm telling you not to interrupt people. We got to let people finish. All right, go ahead, Kosho. Alicia, you could be next.
The only thing I'm trying to say, the last thing I'm trying to say about this is to answer the question why it's more dense and it's up there, which is a valid question. But you have to also remember that in this area of the sky, I forget how many miles it is, but it's up where there's almost no pressure, no gases, no fewer interactions, right? Like they
It's
can
low
travel
pressure,
much
bro.
further. They can travel much further without running into another particle. So the fact that they're more dense is not an immediate problem. It doesn't
Right,
cause it
but
to fall right away.
they're electrically ionized particles, right? So it's a plasma, right? And what happens when you turn O3 and you create the plasma? Doesn't it glow blue?
I don't know.
Just because it's ionized doesn't mean it's going to glow. It just means that it's charged.
So plasma doesn't have to necessarily give off light.
Alicia.
It's Elijah.
Say Alicia.
Elijah.
Elijah.
But yeah, I just wanted to understand something Kosho was saying because this might be important, right? Is the name that they give it the ozone layer, would you say that that's a misnomer for what they're actually describing, and it's not a decent enough name? Is that what you were getting at a little bit?
I wouldn't say
Not at all.
Okay. I was just trying to understand something you said earlier, but it's okay.
How can you differentiate it from voltage and currency, a differential being added as you go up? And then when you say the idea of something to get something added to it would be more dense. So is 20 volts more dense than 1 volt?
In a way, what you're asking is not really unfair because they are related. Like the voltage in the atmosphere and the ionosphere and the charged particles that are up there. This is what creates that sort of electrostatic potential. But regardless, I don't know. Asking if that itself is charged doesn't really make much sense, or voltage doesn't make much sense because it's a charged particle, which makes it very reactive, but it's not in itself. It's not voltage. You know what I mean?
Why is there more at the top than at the bottom? Like, so if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 at the top, right? Shouldn't a 20 be at the bottom?
Well,
Like
so
how
the
you explain
reason,
everything, right?
yeah, so the reason why you experience more O3 at the top is because that's where the chemical reaction happens. You would expect to find the greatest concentration of anything where that thing is created. O3 will drop and disperse through the atmosphere, but you will experience the most amount of it up there in the ionosphere.
Are you sure
I mean,
it
chemical
drops and
change,
disperses?
not chemical reaction, right?
Hey, just real quick.
I was talking about voltage, not ozone. You keep calling it ozone, but I'm saying what really is happening is an increase in voltage. So now when you have more voltage up there, why is it not below the other? Like, how's the voltage? It's 27 up there. So anything else you say, so you say 27
Wait,
of
hold on.
this.
How do you know it's
So
27 up there?
that was a joke. What I'm telling you is if you say 01, 02, 03, right? The 3 is stacked on top. We're wondering how the 3 is on top when it should be on bottom. Now,
Yeah,
is the
and
03,
what
hold
I'm
on,
trying
is
to
the
tell
03,
you,
just a second, is the 03 really 03? Or is
yeah.
it just a differential in voltage?
Okay, let me explain that to you. So in our religion, right? O2 and O3 have different chemical properties in our religion. Right? In our religion, we believe that O3 is created up high. So that's why we're saying we experience that higher. And at that level of that distance from the ground, gravity is not affecting those molecules as greatly as it would on the ground level. That's what we believe in our religion. So what I'm saying is that
You don't know your religion.
Hold on, guys. Yo, he wasn't even done. Yo, wasn't even done.
Hey,
Were you
Jeremy,
done,
just
Spoon?
real quick. Wait. I'm sorry. Just real quick. I can hear everyone really well, but when Elisha talked, he was really low for me. I don't know if he was low for everybody else, but maybe he could just do another check because I turned him up. Elisha, are you still there?
I've gained,
check 1, 2.
We hear you. Now that I've gained control of the room.
Okay.
Now that I've gained control of the room, I just want to say that I've used that argument for years about there would be more of this gas where the gas is being created at, because you guys bring up the pressure gradient. So I say, well, hey, all the gases are being created at the lower level, coming out of the oceans and plants and everything, and that, and you guys have said, no, that's ridiculous, and now you're literally using that argument.
Well,
Yeah, it's a different argument, though. No, it's a different argument.
Explaining, listen, all that's happening is 1 volt, 2 volt, 3 volt, 4, 5 volt, 6 volt, 7 volt more. So when you get up to 14 volts, is that ozone? Is that 1, 2, and 3? So volts 1, volt 2,
Jeremy,
volt 9.
please
volt
moderate
9.
this. No one's respond.
I think that's hilarious. 1 volt, 2 volt, 3 volt, 4, 5 volt, 6 volt, 7 volt more.
We can't just have some
elementary school callbacks right there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you guys can understand it if we give it to you in the form of Dr. Seuss.
Jeremy, can you please get some control? Because having
Go ahead,
people
Smooth.
just
finish your point that you're making, and then I'd like to respond to it.
Control.
Because, dude, I mean, when you're trying to have an intellectual conversation and someone just comes in and starts just talking about nonsense, like, what do you mean it's 14 volts? Where is it 14 volts? Show me your.
You mind if I respond to Jeremy?
Volts per meter.
That's not the point.
Mind if I respond to the Smooth dude?
God.
So Smooth, you said that because of gravity or whatever, it doesn't come down as quick as it will or what have you because gravity is weaker up there. That's not the case. That's not what your religion tells you happens with ozone. Okay, so you're right. Yeah, that it's created up there because of the reaction between the light and the oxygen. But your religion also says that after it hits with light again, after having formed, so basically what happens is you have oxygen, O2, it gets hit by light. That light splits the oxygen molecule into two separate oxygens, just O1, right? And each of these combine with O2, the oxygen that's already there, to create O3, all right? And then when it gets hit with light again, when a O3 molecule gets hit with light again, it absorbs that light and it basically splits back into the molecular and the diatomic oxygen into O1 and O2 again. So it's like a repeating process. It doesn't fall down to Earth or something like that.
But it's either that or it'll react with something else because it's highly reactive. So if it does interact with something else, it's gonna do just the same thing. Like the other thing will steal the other oxygen molecule, and then the other one will become O2 again.
Exactly, and because it's highly reactive, it has a short lifespan. So it doesn't have time to go be gravitationally attracted and fall down to Earth and stuff like that. That doesn't happen.
No, I recognize that, and thank you for a much more clear message. I was just saying that that's why we are experiencing it. So the claim was that O3 can exist up there because it's heavier than O2, and because O3 is up there. Because it can exist up there, that's a huge red flag. And we're trying to express why O3 is found up there, how it can exist up there, the different aspects of it.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the claim, but the question was definitely posed. Why is it up there if it's more dense?
Yeah.
The static.
How high is the ionosphere?
So Smooth, you said that. You said that we would find most of the ozone layer up there because that's where the gas is being created, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I can buy that. But how come when a Glober says, what about the gas pressure gradient? And I say, this is where most of the gases are being created at the ground level, so that's where you'd find most of them. Do they say that's nonsense, that's ridiculous, and all kinds of, crazy things?
Definitely part of it. It's not the whole answer though.
Yeah, well, but that is where you would, if the place where it's being created, that's where you tend to find the most of them, right? Just like Smooth said with the ozone.
You can replicate it in the chamber. You can introduce gas to the surface. You're gonna have a.
I just got a couple questions real quick. So
but that's not
how
true,
high?
though.
How high is the?
Hold on, Travis, because hold on a second. I was going to respond to Jeremy when he said this the first time. Those aren't the same arguments. Saying that gases are created down here, so there's more gas. Okay, that's one thing. But saying that O3 is up there, so there should be more O3 up there. There's not more oxygen up there. So the oxygen's not the fact that there's more O3 up there makes sense. But the fact that there's less oxygen in total also makes sense. You know what I mean? So it's not the same argument as gases are created down here, so this is where the pressure would be.
So he's making an argument that there's more O3 up there because that's where it's produced. I'm making an argument that there's more oxygen, nitrogen, all the stuff the atmosphere is made out of down here because that's where it's being created. Literally the same exact argument.
No, it's not, because there's already oxygen up there. So out of the oxygen that is already up there, O3 can be created from that, right? That makes sense. The fact that there's gases on the ground already and gases are being created also means that there's going to be more gases down here. That's not the same argument.
Wow.
Because that's telling you that gases are coming from nowhere and then being created down here.
right? Which is also not the case. They're
Majority of the
interchanging.
gases were introduced in the system down here. We're in a closed dynamic system. It is a very similar argument if you're saying that there's tons of oxygen to fix. That's where it's being created. That's what Jeremy's saying. Every time he tells a Glober, well, we have all the gas being introduced to the surface. So, of course, there's more gas here. Everyone tries to make fun of him. They have a religion about gravity that they don't understand. So that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, I know, but there's no gases being actually created up there. They're using the available gas that is up there to create the O3. So the oxygen has to already be there,
change.
and then they have to create
We
the
know.
oxygen from it. Right. So
We know what chemical
that's not,
change is, bro.
not the same thing. That's not the same thing as there's gases here on the ground, and because
Yeah,
they
it's
react
worse.
with each other, that's
It's even-
there's no new gases being created because of that.
Even
You
less
know what I mean? So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. The O3 argument in the atmosphere, there's no added pressure for this reason because there's no new gases being created there. So if it's the same argument, then it doesn't satisfy the same thing on the ground level as there's new gases being created. So there's pressure. Doesn't make sense.
Yo, we're strictly saying I'm strictly saying that this is where the gases are created at ground level. That's where you tend to find the most of them, partly because that's where they're created. Now, Smooth is saying you tend to find the most O3 in the ozone layer way up high because that's where they're being created. It's literally the same exact thing.
Yeah,
Listen,
Kosho, he's
dude,
just
out of the available gases that are up in the atmosphere, the available gases, the available O2, O3 is created from that. That means that there's no new material being added. There's no way for that to create some sort of added density or pressure or anything like that because it's the same amount of substance. On the ground, for it to be the same argument, you'd have to, out of the available gases down here, new gases are being created out of that, and that's what creates pressure. But that doesn't make sense.
Okay,
There's a
first
bigger
of all,
quantity
that's
of
not what
gases down
you're
here.
straw manning it to try to make it something that it's not. And what he's saying is that it's hyperlogical to say there's a lot more gas down here because that's where all the gas is being introduced. You're trying to turn it into something else. Although, to be fair, that is not the full answer. Just so all the flat know, that doesn't answer.
The input of the gas seems to be at ground level, so you have more input being at this volume level, whether it's 100 feet or whatever. If there's more gas particles, they're going to bounce off of each other more readily, hence more pressure as they go up. The volume also increases, and they seem to be cycled, used up, or combined into become something else that's not as dense, and some particles are going back down and blah blah blah. So the density layer makes sense, right? You have the gradient as you go up because of these things. I think
keeps it there, though, right? Like what keeps it in the
And-
gradient? is their
And they
question.
actually
And
and
the
they
answer is there's an electric-
they actually say that most of the gas comes from the oceans, and you know, and that's where what dictates 14.7 psi sea level. Wow.
What keeps the
I'm curious
layers
about something.
there? That's what they want to know. And
I'm curious
Yeah.
about something.
So
How
basically,
did
the
they
question is,
deter-
it's not
how did they-
why isn't there more pressure up there if the gas is created, Kosho? It's not that. It's why do you guys push back on the claim that we have pressure down here because of the gases?
Listen, first of all, what you just stated was exactly what I'm arguing. I'm not arguing about first of all, that claim I do disagree
that's
with
Jeremy's
also.
point.
That's why the pressure exists. No. His point is that those arguments are the same. He's saying that how can we say that's not happening there, but we're using that argument here. I'm saying that these are two different arguments. They're not nearly the same thing.
Yeah, but I think that's the point. He's not saying that there's more pressure, like we should have more pressure up there because the gas is being created up there. He's not like making a parallel in that regard. He's saying you're looking at the volume of gas, right? And you're saying that's because that's where it's forming, right? And he's saying the same thing right here. We're looking at the volume of gas down here. That's where it's forming. We have pressure here. Why isn't that an adequate answer?
Yeah, but it's not the same thing. One is answering the question of what the pressure is, and one is answering the question of where does this come
yes
from.
to why is it not an adequate answer? And then you just went to say it again.
I know it's not the exact same thing because one has
you
pressure and the
guys
other one
tell
doesn't.
him
But the
it's
question
not
is,
an
why isn't this answer like you agreed? We have pressure here because the gas is forming down here. Why isn't that an adequate answer?
That's what he's asking.
That's a different. That's a different question.
Okay, well, that's what Jeremy was
It's not the
trying
question.
to
It's not the question I was talking
getting
about.
frustrated that
Well, no. Jeremy was making a criticism about us using that argument claim because of the fact that we've also told them that the argument that gas is being created down here is not the reason why there's pressure. And I'm saying that these are not the same argument.
Yeah, I don't think he was going as far as like, pressure. I think he was just talking superficially about
my argument,
the location of where the gas is made.
My argument is, why is there more air down here? Why is there higher pressure? That means more air. Why is there more air down at the bottom level? My answer was, well, shit, that's where they're being created. Wouldn't you tend to find more of them, more of the gases where they're being created? Just like Smooth's argument was, we're going to find more O3 where they're being created.
And this is what I'm saying.
Be careful not to say, why is there more air and more pressure? Because they're not the same thing. That's what Kosho's point is. You can have more ozone, but not necessarily more pressure.
But when you introduce
take the
more
total
air
number,
in a container, you have more pressure. And when you cycle it out, it might...
I
don't know why you're so excited, Kosho. Like, you're usually more chill.
It doesn't matter, dude.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
I'm trying to wrap up my point. I'm trying to wrap up my point.
Like a meta discussion. This is unproductive.
Go ahead, Kosho, then Rakia, then Elisha.
I'm just wrapping this up very, very quickly. The reason that exactly what percentage is saying, that the gases are being created out of the total amount of gases that are already in the ionosphere. So that's different than there's gases being added to the gases that are already down on the surface, giving it pressure. These are two totally different ideas. So to jump on what percentage said.
The ionosphere is pseudoscience, my guy.
Yeah,
Listen,
more curious.
listen. There's.
Oh,
go ahead.
Rakia first, Jeremy.
Well, I would say when you have an introduction of a gas into a container, wherever it's being introduced, you're going to have more pressure because they're bouncing off of each other. But as it's trying to equalize, and it's involved in a dynamic cycle, that's going to give us what I think we see. But in a strict container with no thermal energy, no input, no other factors, you're still going to have that gradient until that introduced gas equalizes.
Alicia.
Oh, and there's electric gradient on the Earth. So there's downward electric pressure.
So I have a question regarding the claim and how they describe what's even going on there. So the discussion earlier was about what goes on up there and the creation of the ozone with the available oxygen. How did they actually determine that to make that claim in the first place?
Hold on, that's a separate... Let's let Jeremy say his piece on the topic before we get into that.
Okay.
If he's still there.
Jeremy's not talking. Elisha,
I'm here. I'm here. Listen.
Jeremy. Get it, Jeremy.
Listen, we have more gas lower at sea level than when you get up high. And of course there'd be more of that gas here. That's where it's being created. Smooth said, of course that's where we'd find more of this O3 gas here. That's where it's being created. It's literally the same exact argument.
Yeah, we understand. He just keeps ignoring it. But
what's your point, Jeremy?
We can't.
Same argument.
We're just saying why you guys jumping on him.
I don't know.
Make that point. That's his point.
Yeah, I've been saying that for years.
I understand.
Saying that for years with this. That's where the gases are being created at. Here comes Smooth with it, and now Kosho's trying to defend it when he used to argue against me.
Let me break this down so even the slowest person can understand.
Just let it go. You said you asked.
Jeremy, it's part of the course. This is just the.
I'm not psychic, man.
Oh my god.
Listen, dude. If you have 100 oxygen molecules down on the surface and you have 100 oxygen molecules up in the atmosphere, okay, this is 100. atoms. So you have 100 in both cases. In the case of the ionosphere, if you combine two of them and make O2, and then turn some of those O2s into O1s and then O3s, it doesn't change the number of oxygen that's up there. There's still 100 oxygen atoms up there. That's one thing. So seeing that O3 is created from that is different than saying there's 100 on the surface, and now there's more being added to that, and this is what's giving it pressure. So now there's 200 oxygen molecules, 300 oxygen molecules. These are two different ideas completely.
There are no atoms.
So saying that they're the same thing because this is where things are being created isn't making the same argument.
You have no honest.
Well, when we're done with this circular meta discussion,
one at a time, boys. One at a time, boys. Go ahead with your question. No, what's it? Then Denmark.
It's a fair rebuttal, Coach Ho. Just saying.
We need a better system because I started talking 5 minutes ago, and Kosho said, "Let me go first, Travis," and now there's like 3 people ahead of me.
All right.
Yeah, that is the truth.
Fair point. Go ahead, Travis, and then whoever wants to go after.
Okay, so I have 3 questions, one after the other. How high is the ionosphere?
Too high.
Top by it's like 30 to 100 miles or something.
50 to
30?
400 miles. Try again.
Okay, so let's just say 50. Let's just say 50. Where's that laboratory up there?
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay, so no laboratory.
they send up.
Okay,
they send
so
up
how
balloons.
they send up balloons 50 miles?
50 miles.
I don't know.
50 miles. They send up
They send
balloons.
little
It just-
Smurfs with test tubes and
It
stuff.
just spouts off stuff.
Bro, the Globers.
Yeah, if you
are
let me finish, yeah, they've been sending up balloons for the past 100 years and studying these interactions from the
50 miles up.
from solar radiation.
What's the machine?
No, as high,
What's the
as high as balloons go.
What? Well, do
140
they have?
years.
Do they have like? Wait. Do they have little fairies up there that catch these little oxygen?
No, it's
O1,
Smurfs.
O2s. Like how do they? What's the mechanism up there that processes this information? Like what is it? What I'd love to see the patent for that one.
Balloons
Right?
can't
Me
go
too,
50 miles.
but
I'm
we
just
know the
on
answer
way
to
right
that. They don't have any. It's
Yeah,
all,
I'm
I think it's
it's
just
all
theoretical.
It's conjecture.
I'm the receipt
ideas,
coordinator.
notions.
I'm
The
the
answer was
receipt
made up
coordinator.
just to save
You know
the
what?
globe.
We should be like, listen. You know what we should all do? We should all like do Parents' Day at school and be like raising our hands in science class. Be like, we got a question.
The ionosphere was literally made up just to save
you
the
can't-
globe because of Mark.
You have
Zuckerberg.
you have no flaw to tell about it if you don't show about it first.
I'm here to collect the receipts for the location.
It's
of
called
the
show and
ozone.
tell. You can't you can't talk about your pet if you're not going to show it.
Yeah, we want our receipts for the ionosphere, please.
Yeah.
How do we know we can
That's
send
kind of a
balloons
silly
50
argument.
miles?
You can't send balloons higher than like 20 miles. He just made that up.
We want receipts first. Well, we'll work on that problem, that little challenge, when we get the receipts for it existing in the first place. Thank you.
See, this brings up a good point, though. This brings up a good
Voltage
point.
is how you manipulate it and what you make it with, and he keeps saying it gets made up there, and the voltage increase is what's up there. What's making it up there? The voltage increase. So when you have air and you add a lot of voltage to the air, what are you making? O3?
Well, there's no.
Let me try steel manning
not
it.
what we're
Let me try
saying
steel
at
manning
all.
it and kind of addressing why they have the mechanism that they have. So we can create ozone down here, right? We could take oxygen, we could hit it with light and create ozone down here, right? With oxygen
Ozone
and light,
generators.
like I just said.
In a lab, how do you do it? So you take
In a lab,
Oh my God! Shut up,
you have a
Bebop.
sample of
Let him
oxygen
finish,
and
come
you
on.
pelt it with light.
Air and light
All right.
is how you make
So
ozone. Right?
hold up, Demon. So
Let him
yeah,
finish.
they could measure from their sample how much ozone they're creating from this certain amount of oxygen, right? Based off of how much light they're hitting it with or what have you. The point is they can kind of like quantify it from there, and then they can measure the amount of light, or UV, I should be more specific, ultraviolet light that's coming down here, and then because of the relationship that they know, they could say that because we have this amount of UV light, that means we should have this amount of oxygen up there that's absorbing the light. So originally, before it hit the oxygen, it should be this much stronger, but because we have this amount of light, it's what it is, because we know that there's oxygen up there.
A should saying
Oh,
it
you don't
should
know what
have,
oxygen
that it
is.
should
Tell
be
me what
there
oxygen
not
is,
definitive.
Yo, can we let
Oxygen is
people
the thing that
finish?
you never
Can we
run out of, Pete.
Can we let
No,
people
tell me
finish
what
their
oxygen
sentences,
is.
please?
I do run out of it. I've been barred for 30 minutes. Oxygen.
Yeah, because
only
you
words
talk all
are
over
important.
everybody
Just tell
just like
them
you
what
did
oxygen
just
is.
then.
You're gonna get mute again.
I mean, he just talked over 2 people.
Yeah, that was you.
So
Pete?
you could-
Are you kidding me?
So you could
Guys.
claim it's affirming the consequent to assume that there has to be like ozone being created up there based off of our reactions that our experiments that we've conducted down here. But I do think it's a plausible mechanism.
So
I was trying to
Yeah.
speak on that. For some reason, 5 people jumped on me. But yeah, the 100 years ago or so, they've been sending up balloons and doing high mountain measurements of this sort of these interactions of cosmic rays and.
I have that same question. Where's the mechanism?
Please
Where's
let
the
him finish,
machine?
man.
Where's the machine?
all right,
Go
so
ahead,
we
Kosher.
We believe in a lot of fairy dust on the globe
Bros, the
side.
guy wasn't done. Let the homie finish, then you can go
He
next.
was done.
You guys are
Copernicus
He really
is
wasn't. He got
speaking, and
interrupted.
he's not speaking
He got
anymore.
blasted by Travis. That's why. Are you a man, a human? Like, do you understand what's going on?
Yeah, we're gonna let people finish, and if you interrupt, then it sets it all back. So just try not to do that. Was it Kosho?
Yeah, I was just finishing that up. I was just saying that this is kind of the precursors to those tests, and like.
What?
I think you cut out.
He muted himself.
No, I got disconnected. It's okay.
Yeah, he's just up.
He was just going to repeat. He was just going to repeat that they went up to high altitudes and found this stuff out. My question still remains: show me the mechanism. Where's this machine that took this test and data?
I completely
where's this patent?
Exactly.
They don't have what you're asking for.
001. When you say 001, and that's how they get all their stats. How can 001 bring you depth, color, volume, anything really, volts, like anything? How's it bringing material? What huh?
So,
Come on now.
for the guy who asked about ozone.
Hold on a second. The main point was the percentage. How did you do that in the lab again?
Yeah.
How did you
You have a sample of oxygen and then you hit it with light. And I imagine you could do it at different altitudes. This is what Kosho was probably getting at. You could do it at different altitudes, see the relationship between the oxygen and the ozone and the UV light.
Out of the lab?
I appreciate if you ask me a question to not interrupt as I'm answering it.
Guys.
I hope people heard the answer because I'm not going to repeat it.
Hey, you guys,
Demok, man.
Stop.
I said the word lab.
Expect to be temporarily muted if you interrupt, because it's the only solution we have other than interrupting the whole chat to say this every time. So just expect for a temporary mute. Please try not to interrupt. Percentage, go ahead, bro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I just said you could probably just in the lab you have a certain sample of oxygen, and you have you have a measurement of the amount of UV light, and you see the relationship how much ozone's being created. You could probably do it at different altitudes. This is probably what Kosha was getting at. I said I wouldn't repeat myself, but I am. So and then you can see the relationship between the oxygen and the ozone and the UV light, the amounts therein at different altitudes. You can assume you can affirm the consequent and assume that the higher you get, that there's going to be this amount of ozone because there's going to be this amount of oxygen, yada yada. I believe Smooth wanted to get in before me.
Yeah. So for anyone who's curious how ozone is created in a lab, I just posted a link. Okay.
Yo, and just so we're clear, Smooth. Oh, my bad. I thought you were done, bro. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No. Yeah. So it's an 11-page paper, right, that goes through how you can generate ozone for different laboratory applications.
Wow.
There's a very famous situation that happened about 40 years ago when CF3s, which was the propulsion for a lot of aerosols, when those were starting to bind with the ozone layer and destroy it. So there's a lot of laboratory experiments about this.
No doubt. And just so we're clear, we would expect to see. No doubt. I hear you, Smooth. And just so we're clear, that's where we would expect to see the most of that gas because that's where that gas is being created, right?
That gas is, okay, so the gas is forming up there. Creation is a very specific word.
Okay, all right, I'll rephrase it. That's where we would expect to see most of that gas because that's where it's being formed.
Correct.
If you like that word better. Correct. Right. Okay. All right.
Yeah, they never proved the ionosphere. Sorry about it.
Yeah, because fundamentally they don't actually have an observation of their claim.
No, guys, that's what I'm saying. I just posted a paper talking about how we observe and create ozone. Stop saying that we don't.
You did not verify
you don't have observation of that
ionosphere.
at that level, at that claim
what
height.
you did in a lab.
Yeah, but this goes back to what Percentage was doing. He still manned their position, but again, the fundamental is what was the word you used? Percentage. They
What's that?
The adjective or whatever you use for what they're doing.
Affirming the consequent, assuming.
Yes. Yeah. So that's
we don't have direct evidence of the layer.
Right. That's the fundamental. So even though he can still man the position and he did a good job even with the interruptions, it relies upon assumption. And that's
which is why I say that it's my belief.
My belief
Yeah,
is that the ozone is there, and my Bible is
That's-
science.
Okay, cool. Make sure you bow 6 times a day to Neil deGrasse Tyson, right?
Well, at least we're getting some clarity here. I appreciate that.
No, I mean, listen, there's holes, and there are things that we don't know yet. But for me, this seems like the most logical approach. Like, I don't understand how the voltage works, and every time I try to understand it, there's just a lot of yelling, and then we go into the
All right.
Bible.
Yeah,
you know.
let's keep it with gas. Let's keep it with gas. I want to see if this is logical. There would be more gas.
Come on, Jeremy.
There would
You
be
got
more
it.
gas. Hold on, I just want to see what Smooth says because I brought this to all the Globers. And they've laughed at me, told me that was ridiculous. So I like the logic Smooth's using. Maybe he's not like the other Globers. Smooth, is it logical to say that since ground level is where most of the gases are being formed, as you put it, that's where we would likely find the most of them?
I'm just reasoning through this.
Come on, Smooth. That's a really
answer
easy
that?
one. That's a gimme.
Can you answer that, please?
So I'm just treading carefully because I know you guys there's like a lot of tension here. It seems logical. What you're saying seems logical.
Oh, okay.
Comic tension.
Cool.
Well, why didn't you guys just study the
Was that it, Jerry?
hydrological
Come on, man.
cycle? Hey,
What's
there's
up?
a
What do you want me to do?
hydrological cycle.
I thought you were gonna go to like the pressure argument. Why do we need, gravity if we have the pressure down here
No,
and
I've
as it
just-
goes,
dude.
you have less gas?
I've been told for years that was stupid what I was saying about the gases being formed or created or transmuted, whatever, however the fuck you want to put what the gases are doing. I've been told for years that was stupid. That was dumb. I'm an idiot.
I don't know why.
It wasn't
Probably the
logical.
one way you can guarantee that what you're saying makes sense because everyone else ridicules it.
You're talking to Globers, Jeremy. What are you?
Whoever told you that?
You should
It's
know
dumb,
this by
Jerry.
now.
Can gas?
Let me get serious here.
It's like an appeal to authority, reverse
Okay,
fallacy.
you might never have heard my question
Well,
here. Can
one
you
at
get
a time,
serious
boys.
here? Smooth.
Hold on. I think
All
Rakia's
right, Dodo first, then Rakia after.
No,
I
I
don't know.
think,
who,
I think
thank you.
Rakia was first.
Thank you.
That's
Okay,
all right,
Rakia,
Dodo.
off you go, bud. Off you go.
Well,
One of you.
what affects gases, right? If we can show that gases are affected by some type of electromagnetic field or, whatever, wouldn't that create the bias of also, if that does affect gases, which I think it does, I actually know it does, then wouldn't that also create a bias towards the ground, which would also cause higher pressure near the ground?
Correct. Provably, you have electrostatic repulsion of gases. Yep. Ionic wind.
So we got
downward pressure, 100 volts per meter increase from the ground.
So we got two reasons as to why there. Hold on 1 second, Pete. Sorry, I know you're next, bro. Two reasons as to why there would be. So there's two reasons as to why there would be more gas at the lower ground level than up high.
That's correct.
The evidence.
I'm good with that. Go ahead, Pete.
Thank you.
This better be good.
Okay, this is to Smooth, whoever you are, bud. Ozone is the topic here, and can I say this? Right, you mentioned the
Carry on, Pete.
Okay, I'm just going to say, well, you mentioned the Bible and how you came into an arena that's full of sort of vitriol in a sense, but I'm going to cut it to the quick and cut it short. Yes, the Bible says that there's waters beyond, and then God, with His Spirit, infiltrated or penetrated the waters. Now, here's the fundamental question. Ozone, oxygen, hydrogen in two parts to oxygen creates water. Which came first? The Big Bang tells us certain thing. Religious testimony tells us another thing. So one was in its primordial form. One was disintegration. So yeah, which came first? The H2O or the H and the O? I think that's an important question.
Are you asking like in general?
What came first? The
I
chicken
just
or the
want to
egg,
know
right?
how you're. I just want to know how you're pronouncing H with so many syllables.
Well, H2O, Jeremy.
That's how a lot of Brits do it.
H2O is
H.
water, right? So if there was waters first and waters were disintegrated, then we have the breakup of hydrogen and oxygen. But if in the scientific model, this is what I'm asking Smooth to answer because I already know the answer, they were elemental components, hydrogen, oxygen. The sun is made of hydrogen. It's an elemental component to the star
Wait,
system.
do we know this for sure? What the sun is made of?
I wasn't asking anyone else. I was asking Smooth, for goodness sake.
Yeah,
It's
dude,
made of pure shea butter.
Shea butter. I know.
Smooth, do you want to go ahead?
I get it, Larry. I get the ridicule from you over the years. I get it.
Cool. Maybe Smooth can be allowed to answer.
Can we just restate the question?
I'm not ridiculing you, bro. I like you, bro.
So is the
If
question
you
what
like me, you're
came
still
what
ridiculing me,
came
man.
Guys, come on. Can you
Guys,
shut up
what are
when you
you
answer?
doing?
Yeah, well, we're Smooth answering, Jeremy.
Shut
Lale
up, Pete.
didn't
He can't
Lale.
because you don't shut up.
Yeah, Smooth, go ahead. Everyone else, shut up.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm really confused, but is the question that what came first, water or
Oh, sorry.
just
Oh, I
give me
beg
your
your pardon.
question. I just want the
Okay,
question.
one
I know the
second.
background.
Okay, let me clarify. That's why I thought it was Lale, because you are Lale Smooth. So you're Smooth Lale. Anyway, the
I'm
question I
not
was
whale.
asking. Okay, if you're not, I mistook you for Lale. That's why I said, Lale, can we hear from Smooth? So that's what Jeremy said. Will you shut up? Because he thought Smooth was answering where I thought Lale was
All right,
answering.
all right, that's fine.
Bruh.
Could you restate
Anyway,
the
the
question?
ultimate question is to clarify is that in a biblical sense, where you said that you were inundated with biblical references and points of view, the biblical says that the H2O is elemental. God's spirit came in and disturbed the waters beyond, which was H2O, and then there was this disintegration which led to, I guess, H and O. Do you understand?
He wasn't being serious about the Bible, dude. He was playing along because we called the globe a religion.
He was talking about the room that he came into with Sid.
He was
When he asked a simple
referring
question, he
to
got
the
10
globe.
different answers and inundated with them.
He was referring to the globe as a religion, and he was saying
Pete.
our Bible as in like the mainstream science.
I
I
don't
wasn't
think
talking
Yo,
about
Witsit,
actual
quit
Bible.
quit white knighting him. Smooth, answer the fucking question.
Oh my
Answer the question,
God,
Smooth.
dude, why are you amping this up right now?
This
What's
chat
it?
has just
He was
gone
literally.
down the drain.
Okay, let's take it easy, please. We're all
What the heck
fucking
just
in this
happened?
years,
I
right?
just think it's funny because he's going along with it seriously. Yeah, what's it? Take it easy, bro.
Okay, listen. What's
I
it?
want
What's it?
Smooth to try answer the question.
Hey, percentage. 1 second.
Comedic
We know
value.
you're
Can
of
you,
the.
can you stop wit knighting, please?
Okay,
Okay, so
that's it. I really think that he was talking about when he came into this room, pretending not to be Lale. He was met with lots of Bible literalists. He was met with a biblical objection. So when we're not globe earthers, then the Bible takes predominance. So that's what I thought he was talking about anyway,
Oh
or
my
that's what he was referencing.
Did anyone actually restate the question for Smooth to answer? Or have we just changed topic?
Okay, I
No,
will.
he
I
restated
will.
it.
Okay, Smooth.
bro, you guys
Dead
are
on arrival.
wrong.
Once again, I will state it in brief terms, 15 seconds. You talked about the Bible. The way I took it
Oh
was,
my God! It's
it was only 4
you
seconds
got to
in.
be kidding
So
me.
the way I took it
That's
was
definitely
that,
not
yes,
the
there's a
question
big
that Smooth
difference.
asked about.
We have science
Definitely not.
science
Bro,
versus religion.
you know what? Sorry, bro. Just stop. If you're not going to repeat the question for Smooth, then maybe Smooth can say something else and we can move on.
To be fair, he was trying.
Let's go around the
We
room,
weren't talking about the
introduce
Bible, man. We weren't
ourselves.
talking about the Bible, and now he's talking about the Bible.
Clarification. I'd like to hear one
Gio,
for
tell me to
clarification.
fuck off. I'd rather you told me to fuck off, Gio.
No, I would like it to
That was
just
actually me. I'm happy to tell you to fuck off.
Guys,
Hey,
hold up. Let's be
If
fair.
you want that.
Even if he's asking a misplaced question, let him ask it, and then Smooth will clarify. Okay?
He's got nothing. He's got nothing to do with
asked to
what.
do that, and I said I would take 15 seconds, and within 4 seconds, I
You
was
got 10
fucking
seconds. Go.
Okay. See, who tells me in the third what to do? Anyway, I'll do it smooth. So in the Bible, If the Bible, we have science versus biblical, religion versus determinism. Yes, the waters were always there. God's spirit dispersed amongst the waters, creating the hydrogen and oxygen. In the spinning ball Earth heliocentric Big Bang model, the oxygen and hydrogen are elemental. That's my question. Where do you stand?
That took 25 seconds. Not too bad.
All right, Smooth, go ahead.
You didn't ask a question. You just stated something.
He asked you where you stood. He asked you where you stood. You could just say right here.
I believe
Yes, but
that.
my second, that's a great answer. My seconds are slower than yours because I found out I live forever.
Okay, let him answer, Dodo. Go ahead, Smooth.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that the building blocks were given to us, and then everything else happened from there. So I don't believe water. Like, I don't know what the question is. Yeah, I believe hydrogen and oxygen are elements.
All right.
And that
Good
it
answer.
didn't come from water.
Yeah, that's good. I repeated the question 3 times, Lael. Smooth, Lael. No worries.
All right, let's let it go.
Let's talk about Mendeleev since we're talking about elements. Go ahead, Witsit.
We haven't even produced anything in the lab. What we were shown was a cartoon image and a big long paper of nothing like a Bible. We still haven't seen the differential of voltage or currency or the idea of what a gas differential is. Is this God gas, ozone, or helium or hydrogen? What makes them just God? Makes them all separated, and how do we know? Like, where's that at?
Well, if we're gonna go with what Mendeleev talks about, it's about harmonics and frequencies and music.
Yo, Alicia, you're pretty low. If you can move closer to your mic.
Elijah. Man, it's max mic and it's like 2 centimeters
That's better,
away from
that's
my
better.
face. I don't understand.
Hey, percentage. What if the initiated?
But let me repeat. So if we take in from what Mendeleev talks about, he referred to it all as basically music. So the differences were harmonic. Yeah, well, if you go and read his papers and look at his stuff, because remember, he made space because he understood the pattern of things for things that had yet to be confirmed. So elements that had yet to be confirmed, because
it's not hugely.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He's a fabricated character, though, bud, like Einstein.
Oh my days! If you're gonna be
Music
clownish,
or-
cool.
Yes,
but
like Newton. He's a
I
fabric-
clarified
like
when I
Leonardo da
opened my
Vinci is a
mouth.
fabricated character.
Bruv, do me a
Sorry.
favor.
Yeah, so that's not massively different to how Tesla described the world. I mean, if you consider music to be a form of vibration, which of course it is,
Sound
then
does control shape or whatever in the frequency of whatever it is. It does
I
give
was
form.
definitely halfway through saying that. Yeah, I was halfway through saying that. Yes, thank you for thank you.
Yo, quiet, guys.
Thank you for
D-Mock,
saying.
I'm not taking this, D-Mock. Not today. No.
Yeah, thank you, Demok, for saying the thing I was about to say. I don't need to say it now. That's very kind of you.
Can we please not interrupt, guys? Let's not clip people. Let's let everyone finish. Don't do what Pete's doing right now. Let everyone finish their sentences, please.
Jeremy, we had this conversation the other day. There's 4 or 5 people who do it, and we shouldn't be punishing everyone else for the actions of 4 or 5 people who always do it. It really is that simple. They need to be kept on a much shorter leash than everyone else.
Name those people, bud.
They'll break them off with
Go ahead and
official
finish what you're
warning.
saying, Crypto.
No, I've done it already. I'm finished now.
Then Pete jumps in and says, "Ban those people, bud."
Yeah. So where I was going with that,
A little
Crypto-
moderation.
That is pretty
A
funny.
little moderation before you go.
Can I send an
Just
invitation now?
send to me a little moderation before we continue.
My
This is a
my
little-
girl
oh
my
my-
girl's next to
24/7.
me,
You
and
mentioned
she
Ether, your band, right? Ban those
Okay,
people.
this is an official warning to all that are actually speaking out of turn. You will be timed out. Any other interruption. You understand? All right. From now on, I can speak.
Yo, official warning shit. Like your future here, the amount you can participate in this voice chat is going to be determinant on you, because every time you get a official warning, it does 30 minutes and it keeps getting longer every time. So follow the rules, guys. Come on. We're all adults.
Roger that.
And D-Mock, you're on hot micing. Please get to put your talk.
Okay,
Imagine you're
Jeremy,
roboting.
take control. So, Jeremy.
Also, if you
Smooth Lail,
start,
you were trying to say something?
also if you start roboting, you will get muted. I'm just kidding.
Jeremy, can you direct the conversation? Then we start
No,
with
I can bring it back to. So I was going to respond to what Crypto talks about.
Okay.
Oh, Elijah, you're roboting. But let me just quickly respond to that. So yeah, because obviously, you know me enough crypto to say that those two things are in agreement. I'm in agreement with how Tesla describes the world. But the reason I raised that is that the whole atomic idea, I would say, is nonsense. But if we're going with what Mendeleev and what Tesla spoke about, the differentiation between the elements would be more on how they operate in terms of the hierarchy on the harmonic scales, or however it is that Mendeleev made his structure. I don't know it off by heart, but that would be a much more logical way to
Left-hand path.
categorize where they fall on the scale. It's
Left-hand
funny that the
path,
music
please.
terms keep coming up, but I think it's necessary. But there you go. I'm curious
Yep.
what Witzer has to say on this, actually. But
Yeah,
go ahead.
just wanted to say I agree. Go on, Witzer, go.
Yeah, I actually do. Pun not intended. I do resonate with the idea that everything's just within a gigantic spectrum of vibrational resonance. So, yeah, I think that all these things we call elements, like I don't know if you've ever seen Walter Russell has an elemental chart, but I was actually kind of designing this OBS while you were talking about. I think that's what you were saying. Yeah, that elemental composition is relative to like vibrational resonance.
Yeah, and what this actually does is it makes the idea of transmutation far less objectionable, because like the atomic idea makes something like transmutation completely and utterly impossible, because they live in this materialistic nonsense world, or however you would want to like dismantle it. But when you consider the harmonic stuff that Mendeleev quite clearly understood before they ever confirmed some of the later elements, shows you that makes sense. And then on top of that, I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with this, but there's a few not experiments, let's say events that have happened to indicate the veracity of transmutation. And one was, if you've heard of the new water stuff, or however people choose to call it, it's basically they scrub the water and they make it pure, or they remove the memory, or something like that.
Talking about water
But-
memory or restructuring
yeah,
water.
but specific, yeah. So specifically to that, there was this company that was producing like a mineral product for water. So they were selling and producing like I would presume it was something to the effect of like all the minerals you need in water, get healthy kind of thing. But what they ended up doing in and amongst that is they were using this new water thing, and they happened to have this event that happened where they put one which was just pure water by itself, the new water, in a closed glass jar, and next to it they put one of their samples of their mineral solution. So this mineral solution had whatever, all these different elements that they'd chosen to add to it. These things were both closed containers sitting right next to each other on a bench or whatever, somewhere, right? And it just so happened to be that the sunlight shone through the new water and onto the mineral water. And then this closed container of new water, or whatever they called it, over time ended up having the same mineral composition as the other water. So I know I kind of probably could have said that a lot faster, but the point is that's just one of many examples to show you that the way these elements work and the way all this stuff works is far more in the realm of music, frequency, or even this ether stuff, whatever you want to call it. People get triggered, have fun, but that's where I would go. And if we anyway, you get the gist. But if you want papers for that or stuff for that, maybe DM me. But it's long. I think it was more tailored towards Witsit, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't think that any framework or worldview of interpretation of the natural world that attempts to place a like dogmatic, rigid separation between physics and metaphysics can never actually explain the world. Like, that's my opinion. I think that everything that they make up on the atomic and subatomic scale is not in any way material. and it's just basically we're attempting to quantify transition states, transitions from metaphysics.
Yeah, and I think the way I would describe that event that I long-windedly explained is, I would say it's kind of like information transmitted through. I guess it would be just resonance, right?
Yeah,
because I think we even had this discussion in like or at least last time I was around, like a couple of years ago, whatever. Like the whole thing of it's information. Like we understand the core of it is an informational thing. So if there's some way for the information to pass, then it makes complete sense that that example of something that was uncontaminated, so to speak, through the communication of the light, was able to be like, okay, I'm going to pick up this thing and I'm going to copy it. And it copied it perfectly. Which, I mean, this gets interesting, because I remember having a quite heated back and forth with Democ, and I think now, given this information, I would edit my view, because he was talking about how gold isn't. I can't remember exactly what it was, but something to the effect that gold is like created, and he, you know how he goes, he gets really extra, and I was arguing with him because I was talking about creation. But now that I think about it, now that I have more information, I'm willing to walk that back, because with those examples and the way you see gold form in the streams and stuff, it probably is just being formed. It's just an informational transaction, I suppose. Do you get what I mean, or have I done a bad job of explaining?
Oh yeah, I agree. Well, it's just difficult. We're very limited with vernacular.
Yeah, and I'm not the most articulate.
Actually, have to go check
right.
the professor.
Peace out.
But in fairness, Bud, that you are talking about things very specific, and you are a new venturer here to these, what would you call, waylaid lands? What do you reckon, Bud? You know, these are
whatever language you speak, I definitely don't speak it, so I'll just presume to agree or disagree.
Why not? Why would you be so antagonistic to begin with? Have you met me before?
It's not antagonistic. I don't understand what you're saying, dude.
So
you must be aware that you come across this enough to know.
Alicia,
some of the stuff you says.
Okay, fair enough. Can we bear with each other for a moment? This is 24/7, and we are in. My point was that we are in the realms here of the much advanced. Flat Earther, what are you talking about? For the 99% of the population that you meet, you will be a crazy loon. Now, we're developing beyond that. So we're trying to get into the mind of, in a sense, the creators of the falsity, the devil's mind. How he made us all believe these sort of things. Hang on, please. Let me finish. I know I'm interrupting you and Witsit conversation. I didn't know you had a previous, relationship.
Pete, finish what you're saying.
Okay, I'll finish now. But I've heard you for the first time here in this forum tonight, so that's a new thing for me.
All right, go ahead, Sonny.
Can I go after percentage?
I think I understand you a bit more.
Yeah,
now.
Sonny, then you.
The
Good.
first sentence you said was confusing.
Thanks.
I just was interjecting a few seconds ago or a minute or so about what you meant by waylaid lands. Did you use that statement?
Okay.
Okay. What did you mean by that?
Okay, I will clarify very, very specifically.
If you could keep it short, because look, I'm an old man and I have a short attention span.
Okay.
Long memory, but not short memory.
Yeah, Pete, Pete, you know
okay.
what an elevator pitch is, Pete? You know, the idea you're standing in an elevator with someone for just a minute, you're pitching them something. Perhaps you should keep that in mind. Like just every time you speak,
yeah,
elevator pitch. You know? Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
but back in his day, the elevators were hand cranked. He had all the time.
Well,
fair enough, Gio. Hey,
I
Gio.
think they were steam driven or something. But anyway, yeah, all the guys
Gio,
have.
fair enough. Can I respond in kind?
Go
Hey
ahead,
Pete,
Dodo.
when you get into the elevator, do you hit like all the
No,
buttons and
that's
try to
not
bump into
necessary.
somebody?
Go ahead, Dodo.
All
Please.
right.
Yes, go ahead there, Pete. Thank you.
Gio, I
All
know
right.
more than anyone else here that Gio, if we were sitting down having a cup of coffee over my table, rolling a joint, it didn't even matter, sober or whatever, that if you asked me a question and I had something to say about it, you would garner me more than 4 fucking seconds or 15 seconds. You would limit me in any way. This is what I mean by the
Yeah, but this is
waylaid.
not
We
just
are
two people.
waylaid
There's 30. There's
strangers,
30
right?
people in
Yeah,
here.
good boy.
There's a lot more
Right.
people than just two.
He's
And
It's a device
that's
for
what I'm saying,
everyone. It's a
Gio.
device for everyone. Brevity is the soul
Yes.
of wit. Try to be
And that's what I'm
concise.
saying.
He's gonna
I
get to it very
understand the
quickly.
nature of. Hang on, please. Can I respond?
Yeah, but just get
Gio.
right to the question you're asking, Sonny. Let's get back to it.
Well, it's Gio. It's no surprise that Discord is worth 120 billion at this stage, right? But I'm not fucking a circus performer. Off
Oh
you go.
fuck.
Off
Bro,
you
you
go,
gotta just stop with the what's the word? You know, the
Watch the
extra shit.
What's it? I have lots of things to say that no man has ever said.
Bloviating
Fuck off.
is the word.
Use the text chat. You can type to your
Yo,
house.
I'm interested in the answer though.
Pete a question? Can I ask Pete a question?
No, because
Like,
Pete
whatever
was
it
asking
was.
Sonny the question. Go, Pete.
Yeah, that's what I
Sonny.
wanted to ask Pete is what are you talking about?
Yeah, go. Pete,
Oh,
try to
sorry,
summarize a
sorry.
question for Sonny. Let's go for it.
I forgot the question.
It was about the waylay, whatever.
See what I mean?
Yes.
See what I was
Why
telling you
are we
earlier?
waylaid? Why are we waylaying strangers? We are, so we come, obviously the fucking earth is
No,
not
I
a
thought you
spinning
said
ball.
waylaid lands. I
Can
thought
I-
you said waylaid lands.
Now, Gio,
Lands.
Gio, if someone interrupted you like that, I would have said,
He's
"Shut
been
the
muted,
fuck
Dodo.
up."
Continue, please.
Right. I'm answering this direct question. It's a waylaid question for me, but I will answer it because it was asked by Sonny. Sonny, what I mean by that, obvious we're not on a spinning ball earth. There's greater minds in play. God's mind is in play. They've presented with a conundrum. We are in a strange land. This is not a natural setting for us. Everyone who uses the word nature, especially flat earthers, they are misinformed or they're agents. They're waylaying you. We are in a foreign setting, in a foreign land, alien from our true being, and we gotta fucking decode it. That's my answer.
Okay. White Light was
Okay, I
next.
appreciate that. I appreciate that response. Thank you.
Go ahead, White Light.
I can go further and say the dodo leads to Aristarchus, but that's too deep.
Yeah.
No, that was perfect. That was perfect.
Are you done, Pete?
Yeah, he's done. Go ahead.
Okay, so when I look at when I hear somebody say something, I kind of want to see some evidence. So I think Whitsitt said when he referred to Walter Russell, I'm sure Walter Russell did a smorgasbord of experiments, right?
He did some experiments.
Or did he just or was he just like a theorist?
Predominantly, he theorized. Yeah, he did experiments too.
So like when DMOC wants something to be shown in a lab, it's not like he went in the lab and proved everybody wrong. He only wants in a lab, but he can't go in a lab and show gold not being an element, right? So he only has theories too. That's the whole problem here. Is we have no tangible proof of these alternative ideas. I'm not saying that the mainstream media is correct either. I'm just saying this truth is hard to come by. That's kind of all I wanted to highlight.
Well, yeah. So what the honest person does is doesn't run around and claim one of them as if somehow scientifically proven. They admit that all these claims about atoms and elements and electrons and photons is all not real. None of it's proven. And then what you do is you weigh out. You're forced to the realization you can't scientifically and physically manipulate whatever it is that we're discussing. We can't figure out a way to physically do that and verify exactly what it is. So then we are going to have to weigh out frameworks and determine which one is the most viable via discernment, or just ignore it. That's what we are left with.
Can't ignore it. That's easy.
Oh,
I agree.
that's so like sad that we can't actually know. We're just here trying to guess, but I've never seen anybody. This has been brought up. Hey, put some H's and some O's in a bucket and give me water. That's not how water's created. Like it's with the hydrological cycle, and it's there's evaporation, there's rain, and it's in a circle, right? The
Yeah, you can't just
hydrological
H2O
cycle.
water. Yeah.
That's how water's made, and then
I
it goes in the ground, and then it gets pressurized and turned into other gases or what have you. I don't know if that's actually what's happening. I've never did that experiment, but that's what people say.
What's it? We can't know. It's coming to flat Earth.
Oh,
We can't know anything.
guys. One more thing. Hey, my wife bought some mineral water the other day, and I tried to drink it, and I couldn't stomach it. It was so nasty. It's some fucking expensive mineral water. Now,
Where did you go?
Are those minerals necessary for actual living? Because from my understanding, if you go without 3 days of water, you'll die. But like, I've never I don't take vitamins
longer
anymore,
than
and I'm
that.
super healthy.
It's a bit longer than 3 days, but
Well,
most-
according to
it-
Google, it's 3 days.
Well, I've done more than that, so that makes no sense. No,
Has
I
anyone
thought-
done it
I'm
here?
pretty sure
I went
it's
for
I'm
18
pretty
days
sure
without
it's six.
food.
Pretty sure it's 6 days. But but what I was gonna say is most of that stuff you buy from the shops is just nonsense. Like that's
Yeah.
kind of a given.
No, this is like
but
high
in
quality
terms of
mineral water.
yeah, but you have to look at the process they're using to
Also, what's
make
the
that,
question?
or to
Are you
produce
asking
that.
do we need the minerals?
What
or
is
do we
man?
need
Yeah.
the
Asking everybody in here, is mineral water necessary to live or to be healthy? And does
on a
anybody
daily
have
basis, not necessarily.
And then I'm asking other people, can they stomach that water? Like, does anybody have problems drinking that water?
Well,
I
wait a minute.
don't know what you're referring to.
Pure vapor water, like distilled vaporized water, is the cleanest water. That's what I use. But I do personally, I put a pinch every 2 gallons of Himalayan sea salt in it.
Yes, you
So
need
one
salt.
large pinch every 2 gallons.
So this
That's what I
raises
do.
a good thing.
We're missing
So white light.
biggest picture.
Oh, this is mineral water, dude. I didn't say salt water. I didn't say fucking reverse osmosis.
They
I said,
are
does
min-
anybody out there have a problem drinking just mineral water?
I think if it's
why
the
did we
store
get
bought
off-
stuff, I'd probably have a
No,
similar reaction, but I wouldn't know unless I
I
tried
don't.
what you
But
tried.
like, what's the brand? What's the brand? What's it called?
I forget. It's not like Perrier or like
Doesn't matter.
I don't know. It's a good one though. It's
Like
a
why?
it's a
Okay,
good
so like,
brand.
why wasn't it palatable for you? Like, what was
I
it
don't
about
know.
it?
That's
like
the
an
thing. Like
metallic taste, or what was it?
no, I just
Describe it.
it just it was just hard to stomach. And it was like carbonated water. Carbonated water with mineral water, dude.
It
I
might
couldn't
have,
drink
have.
it.
You know what it might
Did
have
it taste
been?
like mud puddle water?
Yeah, it just tasted funky, man.
You know what it might have been?
Now,
It might have
if
been
my
overly.
Now, if my body needed those minerals, wouldn't my body, happily accept them and let it into its stomach and just, savor it and,
Yeah, it's the
use it?
No, it could give you some kidney stones. But what we were supposed to talk about was how ozone was made by a flashlight or light in a lab. That's where we were, and I don't know how we got to mineral water tasting good or bad.
Conversations.
But hold on a minute. Hold on. I got a point. I got a point to that. If ozone is made by light and air, right? You just got to shine light on it.
DMOC, you never
we're,
done this.
we're not we have traveled to a different conversation at the moment, DMOC. We'll get back to you in a second with the ozone. We're asking the question. It's called conversation. We're just continuing. We don't
White light.
Don't railroad, DMOC.
Yeah, white light. What I would guess, and again, it's only a guess because I don't have enough information, is that based on my understanding of these like high, quote unquote high quality water products, is that it was probably overly alkaline, and that it just unsettled your stomach because like this obsession with the alkaline stuff is kind of a misunderstanding. And I could go on into that, but it's similar to taking like an Alka-Seltzer or whatever. But you're not actually meant to do that to your body.
Are you a flat earther, bud?
Can you just not interrupt? So
yeah, I just want to know where you're coming from. I haven't heard from you before.
Doesn't matter. So white light, what you're actually supposed to have an acidic environment in your stomach for a reason, right? To digest food. So when you put that out of balance,
hold on. I think that's a misnomer too, because why do you have bacteria in your stomach if they say that to break down food you need acid? Hold on. I think that's totally false, man, because then we wouldn't have bacteria in our mouth or when we
it's a multi-stage process. But I'm just trying to give you one possibility. I'm trying to give you one possibility as to why it unsettled you. Because if it was overly alkaline, it could have just unbalanced your stomach, and that's probably why you didn't like it. But I don't know.
You could have something wrong with your taste buds. You could be a
So everybody in here likes mineral water. Is that like you guys drink that on a regular basis to actually live? Like you need mineral water?
I've never drunk mineral water.
I choose to drink it because I like it.
I drink mineral water whenever I get the mood for a soda. So
yeah, but I'm saying
what does water do to your body?
We know water is necessary for life, right? But it's not like everybody's out there, imagine how much mineral water would have to be sold to keep everybody alive. I think mineral water is a gimmick. I think vitamins are gimmicks too. I think our whole bodies are water and they get programmed.
But are you aware? One question though. Are you aware?
Good white light. I wasn't asking you. Are you a flat earther? The guy who's talking now.
That doesn't matter.
I already addressed that.
Wait, are you talking
white
about
light.
water? Are you talking
White
about
light.
water with minerals in it, or are you talking about alkaline water? Which one?
Mineral water.
Yeah, water is that? Are you so? That's what I'm trying to get.
Water in its natural state
clarification.
has
Are you
minerals
talking about
in it.
water with minerals in it, which is different than alkalinized water? Which one are you referring to?
I never said anything about alkaline water.
I know I did. I didn't say you did. I'm just asking you if you mean mineral water with just plain old mineral water, which is water with
like a
minerals,
conversation for
carbonized,
the
like you
DMs,
said,
perhaps.
or
Who are
is
these
it,
people who are talking now?
What the hell, man?
Yeah, there are a bunch of people who are about to get muted because I'm getting pissed off. So,
Okay,
Sonny,
hang on, one at a time.
No.
One at a
It's
time.
almost like a
everybody.
troll. Like,
Whoa.
are they troll?
Let's,
shut
give Pete Shea the floor for 5 minutes.
No, he's not going to have the floor for 5 minutes. Sonny, do you want to start from the start of your sentence, and then if anyone talks, I'm just going to mute them, not even going to warn
Thank you
anyone.
very much. I appreciate crypto. Look, I was simply asking, was he referring to water that has minerals added to it that could be possibly carbonized or not, carbonated or not, or was he referring to alkaline water, which is just water with a higher pH? So that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. Which one is he talking about?
Who are you asking that? Who are you asking that?
Talking about this mineral water. Does he know the difference between alkaline? I wasn't telling.
I think he's asking white light.
To clarify anything.
Yeah, white light, go ahead.
I wasn't trying to say that he was saying anything. I was just asking him, is it alkaline water, which is just higher pH water, or is it waters with minerals added?
Let's move this along. Okay, let me answer you, man. So the only thing I asked was carbonated mineral water that you can buy from the store, and I know the difference between alkaline and mineral water. And then you can also buy this trace mineral stuff and add your own. But when we get water, most of the population is getting tap water. It's treated water, right? It's shit water filtered and then sent back to you to drink your own shit and piss. But I'm not talking about that water because they don't add minerals in that water. They put like sodium and stuff, not sodium, but like, yeah, sodium fluoride and chlorine and all kinds of shit in there. But I'm not talking about those minerals. I'm talking about a mineral water that's produced for the sale of, that you're buying mineral water because that's somehow healthy for you. Now, I'm asking anybody out there, anybody and everybody, do they find this necessary to live? And is there, do people like it as well?
Oh, you could just drink
Question.
distilled water and you get your minerals from food.
I like that response.
That's just what I was about to say, actually.
Well, that ends that. Can we?
Yeah, that does simplify your life. Next one.
Thank you. I really like that. Just wrapping that right up, and that's exactly what I was getting to, really, precisely.
So we don't need mineral water?
No, you
Yeah,
get minerals from food.
according to Tom Barnett, you need very little water, actually.
One more question to Richard, since he knows the truth. So like,
I'm just going to say because it's a solvent.
Andy was talking. Yeah, Andy, do you want to just finish? If anyone talks
I was
over
just
you,
going
I'm
to
muted.
say because it's a solvent, and also because we have all these campaigns like what's the name, Obama saying you have to have 8 glasses a day and all this sort of stuff. But also, I don't know, I'm torn because there's also a lot of good doctors out there I've listened to that say you should drink X amount per body weight, and I don't know. It's a funny one, isn't it? But Tom Barnett knows a lot about this stuff, and he barely drinks any water at all, just from his food, just as Austin just said.
Well,
Okay, White Light, do you want to go next? So I think White Light was saying something as well, and then Elisha, do you want to go after?
Yeah, I'll go real quick. No, to Witsit, he made a claim that we get our minerals from food, so we wouldn't need mineral water. But like natural spring water has natural minerals in it. Some water's good to drink, some water's bad. You got to go get it tested. I have some property up north in northern New Mexico. Well, it's not property, but it's some land. And on that land, there's a natural spring there. And we went and got the water tested. Now, I also have some land on the east side of New Mexico, but that water has low levels of arsenic and some other chemicals that wouldn't be good to consume. So what I'm saying is there's already minerals in this water, this other water. So you're saying that's not necessary either? You could just get it all from your food, like McDonald's and
Not
places
McDonald's,
like
obviously.
that.
Wow.
I like
Yeah,
where
so
it's going
the
to
thing-
McDonald's.
Okay, but yeah, so spring water is really good. Spring water
There's
is
that guy
really
who ate McDonald's for a month, right? And he didn't die. So how is he getting his minerals?
Look
spring
really
water
unhealthy.
is really good for you, depending on where it is. Like the natural mineralization of water and like in spring water can be some of the best water ever for you. In the world we live in, almost all the water, if you're going and buying carbonated mineral water, anything like that, it's not going to have anything good for you in it. So the safest way in today's day and age, unless you have access to clean natural water, is to distill water, distill it, and then to get your minerals from consumption of food.
Vapor distillation, yes. That's
Go
All right,
ahead.
listen,
Can I
could I
respond
interject one
for
little
10 seconds and I'll stop? Okay. I won't dominate the conversation anymore. I'll shut up. But let me just state one more thing what I think is going on. It's my theory, and there's a lot of people who have some crazy theories, but it's my theory that all we're doing is when we're eating food is we're extracting the water, and water can be programmed because I believe water are somehow they have antenna and they take signals from their environment and operate as such, meaning water is very intelligent and it will produce whatever your body needs. Whether your body's saying, hey, right now we got to produce this and this and this to get this operation going, and they're all constantly taking cues from around from their environment, like in the micro level and also in the macro. But like in the micro, the cells are communicating with each other with like the cell wall is like a antenna, and all these little, they say they have Golgi apparatus and all these other bullshit that we don't see on cells that they say is happening and creating ribosomes and all that. We don't ever see that when we look at cells. It's just a sphere with the center in the middle, and got little things floating around we call mitochondria, and that's it. There's not all these other processes going on. That's all fucking theoretical. And I think what's going on really is when we eat food, we're simply extracting the water out of it. We're not.
Wait.
Okay.
All right. Wait, I'm gonna question. How do you think cells divide?
I was about to speak, but go ahead.
That's irrelevant.
I waited for a while, but go
Well,
ahead.
you got DNA replication and translation and ribosomal. You got messenger RNA and all these things that are involved in DNA replication that are necessity in cellular reproduction and
talk about
cellular
water.
division.
I'm sorry. I wanted to respond to his water statement. You interrupted me, but that's all right. No problem. About the water thing, and you said intelligence. So your body is very intelligent. Also, you will know when you need water. Now, if you are not getting the proper nutrients and minerals, like that is a pathological thing, depending on individual, what your history is with your pathology and the nutrients that you've gotten, plus your natural storehouse of vitamins and minerals you have in your body. Whether you're starving or not, you have those resources there as well. But dehydration is very problematic for your system, but your body knows when you need enough water. Like it's very intelligent as well. But yeah, bad water, bad food, bad in, bad out. So if I run out of fuel, I know that I'm running out of fuel because I can't make it to the top of that next hill if I'm riding, for instance. I know that right away intuitively.
So,
Let me
okay,
jump in just for a second.
I wanted to respond to Left Lane because he said something about cellular duplication, and I wanted to ask him exactly the process of how is it possible for the DNA to pass RNA through an endoplasmic reticulum to a ribosome to code the actual RNA into a DNA. Because here's why I'm asking this, because I'll explain it. They say that there's the endoplasmic reticulum, which is it's like a little hose that's connected from the cell to the ribosome, and it's like a little tube that the RNA passes through. But here's the problem. Do you realize how big RNA is? So how is it getting through the cell wall, but everything else isn't escaping? And not to mention, it's been seen that these cells are actually moving. So if it's tethered to something, how is it moving? And the that little endoplasmic reticulum doesn't just snap off.
What do you? I mean, the endoplasmic reticulum is part of the cytoplasm of the cell. It doesn't go through the cell wall.
Okay, so how does the big ass DNA get through the cell wall then?
It doesn't. The cell divides, becomes two cells.
No, that's wrong. The actual code has to get sent to a ribosome to get coded, and then that's when the actual cell is made.
That's all done within the
Maybe
cell.
they just shoot an email.
I think it was
shoot an email.
there.
Yeah.
I think it was inherently inside there.
Like,
Didn't have
are we
to go
going to deviate completely from the water thing?
Yeah.
I have a question.
How does the RNA get out of the nucleus? It's a big fucking thing.
It's splitting. The cells are splitting. That's how.
It's called pores.
Yeah, who knows?
I don't know. I've never seen it, so I don't know.
Pores? Are you serious?
Yeah, it's called
That's
pores
not what
in the
you're saying. You're
nucleus.
wrong, dude. There's no fucking.
They're in.
My question.
Okay,
My
so
question
cells don't work the way they're supposed to. I'm sorry, Rakia. Go ahead.
Well, my question is this guy's idea of not dominating the conversation and moving on? Just a question.
Perhaps. Who knows? But I'd like to address something that Andy said. So yeah, that I don't know who the guy you mentioned was, Andy. I can't remember the name you said, but
Tom Bonnet, I just posted it in the live stream chat, dude.
okay, I'm looking at something else, so I'll check that in a sec. But yeah, that's kind of the standard old school way of doing things. So this idea that we have to, you know.
Oh, what happened there? Did he just leave?
Yeah, he cut off.
Highly unlikely he just left. Maybe you meant cut out.
Press the wrong button. He fat fingered it.
Yeah, I probably got a call or he pressed that call button. Yeah, never mind. I'm just joking. I joke.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened there. Sorry. Where did I cut off?
Old school. That was what they did back in the old.
Yeah, sorry. I clicked the wrong thing and I shifted rooms. My bad. Yeah. So
he did fat finger it.
He was
yeah,
right.
Nah.
He was right. Oh my
My
god.
bad. I haven't done that in a long time. So the old school way was just you just eat good food, and the only time you'd ever really need to drink water like that is if you were out in the field sweating your ass off, kind of thing. Because the quality of food that we can have if we know what we're doing, and that we used to have back in the day, was so full of was so much better, but it was so full of water. That was one of the primary differences from then till now. That just by eating an apple or a cucumber or whatever, you're getting sufficient fluids, and in the state that's actually most beneficial to your body.
Exactly. Easier to break down, easier to process, easier to dispose of. Can extract more energy and protein. Like, can extract more of the things you need to gain that energy, and also not have to work as hard to break things down. We've gotten way beyond that.
And there's a second thing that I wanted to add to that goes along with.
Have you seen your body break down things? Do you know the actual process? These are all theories.
There was a gentleman that was in the middle of talking, and you just walked all over him. Gentleman had a second point to make.
Yeah, so it was actually linked with what White Light said earlier before he had the DNA argument. I would break it down deeper, that it's not just, from my understanding, it's not just the water that you will use to, information, whatever the thing he was talking about. It's actually the hydrogen itself. Now this raises some questions considering the discussion we were having earlier, but from my understanding, nutritionally, hydrogen makes up 70% of our body by volume. And all the other trace minerals that we talk about, they make up only 2%. So it's actually the hydrogen itself that our body is using to do all these other different features. And this links back to the transmutation idea. So there are some vitamins or minerals, whatever, right? Because depending on who you are, you call it something different. But that we actually need to take in on a daily basis. So for instance, vitamin C kind of falls in that. However, depending on what raw material you have at your disposal, some of the things that you actually need, your body produces internally. So there are cases, and I can't show you data, but go and make an effort if you care enough.
Hey,
but
okay, so you can't show data, and you just admitted.
Shut up.
Yeah,
See, let
don't
me
fall
fucking
into that.
Shut up.
No, I can fucking respond, dude.
Yeah, you can respond after I'm done talking.
He wasn't talking to you.
Just shush.
Well, I would maybe try and calm the situation down and say we also, I think, absorb energy through our skin and membranes of whatever's in the atmosphere, like whether it be sunlight or whatever you want to say. I mean, you don't have to get that. I think we get some impulse and vibration and frequency energy from that source also, not just food.
I think most people even understand that when it comes to vitamin D, etc. So there's a need for all of that. But I mean, all this interruption kind of ruins the flow. But the gist of
room to discuss something so
the gist
Technically.
of what I was getting at is that yeah, so the water discussion, you don't need to necessarily be drinking so much, and the hydrogen is a big part of this, and this all links into the wider topic we were talking about the frequency stuff and the transmutation stuff, and it becomes very interesting. But I think Andy, you wanted to respond. I'm actually curious what you were going to say.
Well, no, I'm just going to say let's try and be respectful. Just shouting over each other. Make
Yeah,
a
it's
conversation.